Su Zhan found himself transported to a fantastical realm, where he was unexpectedly captured by a formidable force and conscripted as a lowly miner. It was not until the black mark upon his palm absorbed 3 inferior spirit stones that an identical shadowy doppelganger emerged. This shadowy avatar was obedient to his every command, tirelessly excavating minerals day and night, executing assassinations, and even facilitating his cultivation, refining techniques, alchemy, and artifact crafting, cultivation. With my myriad of doppelgangers assisting me, even the most prodigious genius would be effortlessly surpassed.
Divine technique.
I possess 1,000,000 avatars to practice with, mastering them in merely 3 days and achieving perfection within a month. Powerful adversaries seek to kill me. I have countless doppelgangers relentlessly attacking, capable of exhausting even the mightiest. Thus, Su Zhan, through sheer determination, instilled fear throughout the entire fantastical world. Chapter 1. The Black Mark That Devours Spirit Stones. Su Zhan, is it? Look at these 105 miscellaneous spirit stones. Many are exceedingly substandard. A robust man clad in a fitted robe, bearing a menacing scar across his forehead, scrutinized a collection of dull glowing spirit stones laid before him. He casually sifted through them, then fixed his indifferent gaze upon a plain-clothed youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, whose face was smudged and weary. Only about 90 of these stones are usable, falling short of the required 100. Consequently, you shall receive no compensation today, and these spirit stones will be confiscated. Consider this a lesson. This the boy's brow furrowed, his countenance shifting, eyes brimming with indignation. These over 100 spirit stones represented a full day's labor, during which he scarcely paused for respite, all in hopes of securing at least one inferior pure spirit stone as a guaranteed reward. Yet, with a single utterance, not only was his remuneration stripped away, but the stones he had labored for were seized as well. This meant he would soon endure a beating and face the morrow with hunger, while continuing to toil underground. A taste of despair he had already experienced and found unbearable. Brother Zhang. Next, Su Zhan attempted to plead for his case, but upon raising his gaze, he was met with the bald man's menacing glare and authoritative summons. With a resigned sigh, he turned away, burdened with helplessness, and exited the room. Wait. At that moment, the lean man behind the bald figure, who had been quietly sipping wine with his eyes closed, opened them. His piercing gaze seemed to dissect Su Zhan's very essence. The disparity was stark. Su Zhan was merely at the 1st level of the mortal realm, while his observer was at the 4th level of the mortal realm. Baldy, give him the spirit stone. The lean man spoke coolly. Lord Zhou, this. Spare me your words. The bald man hesitated, but upon receiving a sharp glance from the lean figure, he trembled and hastily produced an inferior spirit stone, tossing it into Su Zhan's palm. Thank you, Lord Zhou. Su Zhan stammered, taken aback by this unexpected act of kindness, and quickly bowed in gratitude. The lean man remained silent, taking a sip of wine before closing his eyes. Upon leaving the dwelling, he was greeted by a throng of individuals, much like Su Zhan, clad in humble and tattered attire, their faces etched with weariness. Among them were youths, middle-aged, and the elderly, forming a line that stretched over a kilometer long, comprising no fewer than several thousand souls. Each one, like him, was a cultivator at least at the 1st level of the mundane realm. After all, they were here to excavate the spiritual stone veins. Without a certain level of strength, they could scarcely break through the rock layers, let alone gather the requisite 100 miscellaneous spiritual stones daily. Some among them bore vacant, dulled expressions, devoid of hope, others brimmed with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation as they envisioned the feast they would indulge in upon receiving their spiritual stones. Many conversed in hushed tones, finding solace in humor, vividly recounting the amusing incidents that transpired at the mine that day. In stark contrast, Su Zhan's thoughts diverged entirely from theirs. I hope that this time, there truly exists a chance to leave this wretched place. He raised his right hand, his gaze flickering. In the palm of his hand lay an enigmatic black imprint, its intricate patterns reminiscent of the obscure ancient scripts from a bygone era. This black mark had not existed before it had come into being when he accidentally cut his palm while excavating spiritual stones 2 days prior. Blood had seeped forth, and when he intended to wipe it away, he was astounded to find that the blood was absorbed into his palm. Immediately thereafter, the cryptic imprint had quietly emerged. The sight of this phenomenon Su Zhan was reminded of the countless fantastical novels he had perused, wherein such things were referred to as systems or golden fingers. Yet, despite his ecstatic attempts to communicate and establish a connection, he received no response whatsoever, and no matter how he racked his brain or endeavored, his efforts proved futile. Reluctantly, Su Zhan set it aside for the time being. It was only when he submitted his spiritual stones and received his reward, intending to treat himself to a bowl of noodles, that he unexpectedly discovered his low-grade spiritual stone had been absorbed by the black imprint. During the absorption, the black mark radiated a soft glow, illuminating Su Zhan's astonished and exhilarated visage. However, once the absorption was complete, the black imprint fell silent once more, showing no further signs of activity. Su Zhan attempted various methods, but the outcome was unmistakably clear. Nothing transpired. Nonetheless, this provided Su Zhan with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, by offering its spiritual stones, unforeseen results could be achieved. Yet, there was one prerequisite. The stones must be pure. The miscellaneous spiritual stones he had painstakingly gathered throughout the day elicited no reaction from it. Clearly, this entity was rather picky. The day prior, after a long day's toil, Su Zhan had successfully fed it a piece of low-grade pure spiritual stone. However, after the radiance subsided, the black imprint remained dormant, yielding no effect. Today, he nearly lost a day's labor. Fortunately, with the assistance of Lord Zhou, he managed to safeguard this low-grade spiritual stone. After today, my previously saved gold will be exhausted. Should I refrain from feeding it for now to preserve it? Su Zhan found himself in a state of hesitation. The mine was a treacherous place for the unwary. A mere 100 miscellaneous spirit stones could be exchanged for 10 inferior pure spirit stones in the outside world, a ratio of 10 to 1. However, upon arrival here, that ratio plummeted to 100 to 1. Moreover, in the outside world, a single inferior spirit stone could easily be traded for 100 gold coins or even more, sufficient to sustain a typical family of 5 for a lifetime without worry. Yet here, it could only be exchanged for 10 gold coins. This was a harsh blow indeed. To add insult to injury, the food sold at the mine was exorbitantly priced. A simple bowl of noodles cost 5 gold coins, while ordering a dish could amount to dozens or even hundreds of gold coins per plate. As a newcomer forcibly brought here for less than a month, how could Su Zhan possibly afford such expenses? In the preceding days, he managed to scrape by using the savings from a single meal accumulated over the previous day. However, after tonight, his gold would be entirely depleted. Unless he could convert that inferior spirit stone into gold, he would face starvation by noon tomorrow. Forget it. Hunger it is. Without much deliberation, Su Zhan gritted his teeth and chose a reckless course of action. However, instead of hastily placing the spirit stone in his right hand, he headed directly to his dormitory, which was merely a rickety wooden shack with gaps on all sides. After closing the door and ensuring no one was around, he finally transferred the spirit stone into his right hand. In an instant, the spirit stone began to dissolve rapidly, and the glow of the black seal re-emerged. Su Zhan fixed his gaze on the black seal, determined not to miss any signs of anomaly, no matter how minute yet, until the entire spirit stone melded into the black seal and the radiance dimmed completely. He did not perceive any change. 3 pure spirit stones, and still no response. Could it be that it requires 10 or even 100 pure spirit stones to activate? Su Zhan sighed in exasperation. If that's the case, I might as well be stuck in this wretched place for a year and a half. In another location, he could afford to wait that long, but here, in the minion establishment that treated human life with utter disregard, every day individuals succumbed to hunger, exhaustion, illness, or fell victim to stronger beings. Numerous fatalities occurred almost daily. Here, lives were as inconsequential as weeds. Corpses were indiscriminately discarded in mass graves, and even when a powerful individual killed openly, no one batted an eye. This was precisely why Su Zhan had to swallow his anger when he was unjustly treated earlier. If he were to remain here for a year and a half, it was likely that before the object activated, his own life would be lost. Fellow transmigrators, I seem to be having a particularly miserable time. Su Zhan sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. There's no choice. I must first fill my stomach and see if I can borrow some rations tomorrow. Just like when he was forcibly brought here, despite 1,000 unwilling sentiments, survival necessitated acceptance of reality. Yet, just as Su Zhan turned around, he suddenly noticed a shadowy figure standing ominously before him. Oh no! At that moment, Su Zhan's scalp tingled as if struck by lightning. His complexion turned pale, his heart plummeted to the depths, and he found himself engulfed in an unprecedented state of terror and panic. He had been discovered. When did the person behind him arrive? How could he have sensed nothing at all? Once the black mark in his hand was exposed, what would be his fate? In an instant, countless ominous thoughts surged through Su Zhan's mind, each a harbinger of tragic consequences, playing out in his imagination like a film. But in the next moment, Su Zhan sensed something amiss. This shadowy figure, was it not wearing trousers? No, it seemed a bit ethereal. Suddenly, Su Zhan lifted his head. He clearly discerned the entirety of the shadowy figure before him. It was a black silhouette, nearly identical in height and form to himself, as if sculpted from the same mold. It bore no flesh, no hair, and lacked any facial features. Merely a black, illusory human outline. What is this? Cold sweat beaded on Su Zhan's forehead as he involuntarily took 2 steps back, a chill creeping down his spine. He gazed at the face of the shadowy figure. Despite its lack of features, he felt an unsettling sense of connection. Suddenly, a peculiar, mechanical melody inexplicably resonated within his mind. Su Zhan froze in place. His expression shifted from astonishment to horror, and then to shock. Logically, it should have been impossible for him to comprehend. Yet he instinctively understood the meaning of the melody, which unmistakably conveyed the 2 words, Master. Chapter 2. The arrival of the external aid, the shadow clone. Master? Wait, could it be that? Su Zhan abruptly raised his palm, gazing at the now silent black imprint. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. 3 pure spirit stones. This was the outcome of the black imprint's consumption of them. Finally. Su Zhan trembled with excitement, his eyes alight with fervor. An overwhelming joy erupted within his chest, igniting an impulse to throw back his head and howl at the sky, to laugh heartily for 3 full minutes. Yet he restrained himself. Although the mine was filled with a multitude of wretched souls forcibly taken from their homes, it was ironic that those at the bottom often reveled in mutual destruction. Despite having been there for less than a month, the brutality and darkness he had witnessed far surpassed all he had encountered in his past life. Thus, Su Zhan took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his urge to laugh out loud, though a smile could not help but spread across his face, stretching from ear to ear. After such a long wait, it turns out my external aid was right here. Although it arrived a bit late, causing me much hardship, this presence is certainly better than absence. Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Drawing upon various novels he had read, he realized that this shadow was, in fact, his clone. It bore an identical appearance and physique, a perfect replica in every aspect. If his conjecture was correct, it was indeed his doppelganger. This revelation implied that he would possess an absolutely loyal warrior. While this warrior may not possess the extraordinary enhancements typical of external aids found in other fantastical tales, bestowing immeasurable strength, divine artifacts, or propelling Su Zhan to the pinnacle of existence, it would certainly bolster his ability to survive, alleviating his constant state of fear. Moreover, Su Zhan pondered a crucial point. What if there were more than one of these warriors? The thought surged within him, igniting waves of excitement and anticipation. One warrior was merely the beginning. The likelihood of a second, a third, a 10th, or even 100,000s, in fact, was entirely feasible. At that point, not only would this cursed mind be beneath him, but even the pure Yang sect would not warrant his regard. The one who had forcibly brought him here was a being of the 6th level of the mortal realm. Initially, he had thought revenge was unattainable, but now, it seemed a possibility. A flicker of hatred shone in Su Zhan's eyes. Previously, he had considered the 6th level insurmountable, unable to even express his resentment, let alone seek vengeance. However, if he truly grew stronger and was afforded the opportunity, he would return all the suffering he had endured today, multiplied 100-fold, 1,000-fold, ensuring that the offender would truly comprehend the essence of retribution. An eye for an eye. Can you understand my words? Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Su Zhan began attempting to communicate with his shadow clone. As expected, there was no response. Undeterred, Su Zhan embarked on a meticulous study of the shadow clone. Only an hour had passed, yet Su Zhan had made significant discoveries. Firstly, the shadow clone possessed a semblance of intelligence, exhibiting a limited capacity for learning. though it fell short of even a 3-year-old child's understanding. Its learning was restricted to mimicking superficial actions. When confronted with concepts as profound as meditation or cultivation, it remained utterly bewildered and rigid. Secondly, the shadow clone mirrored his own strength, speed, defense, and reflexes perfectly, stirring within him a swell of excitement. What did it mean to possess 100 of his capabilities? If it could enhance alongside his true self in the future, the implications would be simply unparalleled. Thirdly, the shadow clone was susceptible to injury, healing at the same rate as its original, yet it remained devoid of sensations, thus its actions and various functionalities were unaffected. Fourthly, the shadow clone lacked the life essence of a normal human and did not emit the warmth of vitality. It was not a conventional life form. This absence was why Su Jian had not sensed its presence earlier, leading to his startled reaction. Most importantly, the shadow clone could be summoned back at will. By clenching his fist and mentally issuing a command, Su Jian could disperse the shadow clone into a wisp of black smoke, returning it to its dark imprint. Releasing it again was equally simple. Another mental command would conjure the shadow clone before him once more. In essence, this shadow clone was akin to a living being, except for its inability to bleed and its diminished intelligence. Otherwise, it behaved just like a normal person in terms of grasping objects and movement. Su Jian yearned to conduct further research, but the rumbling of his stomach signaled that it was time for a meal. Let us eat first, Little Black. Tomorrow, mining will depend entirely on you. Such a remarkable shadow clone, immune to fatigue and injuries, was indeed the perfect companion for mining endeavors. To add convenience, Su Jian decided to bestow upon this clone a catchy name. Little Black appeared somewhat perplexed by the appellation, tilting its head in confusion. Su Jian chuckled softly, reining in Little Black, and made his way from the dilapidated wooden hut towards the bustling market at the mining site. The market was a lively spectacle. The mining area itself was vast, and the exchange house Su Jian had visited during the day was merely one of many. The throngs of thousands he had witnessed were but a fraction of the crowd. In truth, the mining site could accommodate tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, with numbers ever on the rise, a testament to the multitude of souls ensnared in this wretched place. Boss, a bowl of noodles, please. Su Jian had consumed noodles for nearly a month, growing weary of the taste, yet survival compelled him to endure. Just then, he keenly detected a gaze fixed upon him. Turning to meet it, he spotted a ragged man with triangular eyes at the far end of the noodle shop. Recognizing Su Jian, the man's lips curled into a mocking smile, revealing yellowed, uneven teeth, his eyes glinting with derision and disdain. In an instant, Su Jian's expression darkened. Li Liqiang. Not only was he among those forcibly brought here, but he was also a fellow townsman and once a friend. The first destination of Su Jian's journey upon his arrival was a quaint village named Qingfeng, home to just over 1,000 souls. Lacking any system of support, parents, or relatives, Su Jian barely managed to survive thanks to the villagers' assistance. Fortunately, he exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation. While his peers struggled to step into the mortal realm, he effortlessly attained the first level of such existence, earning him the reputation of a prodigy among the villagers, destined to become an exceptional disciple of the inner sect. Being hailed as a genius, how could he refrain from joining a sect to fully showcase his abilities? Thus, Su Jian, accompanied by a group of youthful boys and girls, set forth to the nearest and largest sect, Chunyang sect, in hopes of becoming a disciple. Along the way, Li Liqiang endeavored to curry favor with him, providing unwavering support. Moved by his kindness, Su Jian contemplated taking him along should he gain entry into Chunyang sect. However, upon leaving the village, Su Jian's so-called extraordinary talent was revealed to be commonplace. Each year, over 10,000 individuals aspired to join Chunyang sect, all of whom were of similar age, with many at least at the first level of the mortal realm, and some even reaching the 4th level. Unsurprisingly, Su Jian failed to pass the first round of the sect's selection process. Yet, a number of his fellow villagers unexpectedly broke through to the first level of the mortal realm, including Li Liqiang. This newfound strength drastically altered Li Liqiang's demeanor. No longer eager to assist Su Jian, he began to form cliques, gossiping about Su Jian behind his back. Consequently, Su Jian developed a sense of disdain towards him, though it had not yet escalated to hatred. Later, on their return journey, they were intercepted by a 6th-level mortal realm individual who, under the pretense that only the strong deserved to survive, incited the younger villagers who had yet to reach the 1st level to turn against one another. This event spurred even more youths to break through to the 1st level. As for those who remained ordinary, they were mercilessly eliminated by the 6th-level cultivator. Terrified, Su Zhan and his companions dared not resist and were forcibly taken to a mine, becoming mere laborers among countless others. However, upon entering the mine, the darker side of Li Liqiang's nature began to emerge. In his pursuit of spiritual stones and to curry favor with the local tyrants and old miners, he conspired with them to ambush fellow villagers, committing murder for gain, and even abducting the village girls to share with the mine's bullies. Su Zhan himself narrowly escaped a deadly plot orchestrated by Li Liqiang. From that moment on, he bore a deep-seated grudge against him. Now, encountering his foe ignited a fierce rage within Su Zhan, especially upon witnessing the mocking, triumphant glint in Li Liqiang's eyes, alongside a table laden with sumptuous food, a clear indication of the misfortune he had inflicted upon others. Indeed, he was in dire need of spiritual stones. Su Zhan discreetly averted his gaze, a cruel glimmer flickering in his eyes. Chapter 3, Murder and Plunder. The second shadow clone. The beef tastes divine. Unfortunately, I am presently short on spirit stones. Otherwise, I would indulge in the pleasures of a brothel. Alas, I shall wait a few days to revel in such delights. Li Liqiang, his eyes glazed with inebriation, savored the lingering aroma of the meat while envisioning the extravagant scenes that awaited him in the brothel days hence, unable to suppress a lascivious chuckle. Soon enough he arrived home. Unlike Su Zhan, his abode was not a dilapidated wooden shack, but a proper tiled house. This very house alone was worth at least 100 lives. Creaking, as Li Liqiang entered, he intended to shut the door behind him. However, a hand abruptly reached out, halting his action. Gradually, a familiar visage came into view. It was none other than Su Zhan. With a calm demeanor and an expressionless face, Su Zhan stated, "I need to discuss something with you." "Oh, it's you?" Li Liqiang squinted his eyes, a nonchalant smile creeping across his face. "What is it? Do you wish to take advantage of my drunken state to exact revenge? You must be aware that I am now far stronger than you." His words dripped with arrogance and disdain. Indeed, having allied with a group of nefarious miners to commit heinous acts, he had amassed a wealth of spirit stones, whether for expenditure or cultivation. In contrast, Su Zhan hardly had time to meditate, tirelessly toiling in the mines for survival, and thus lagged significantly behind Li Liqiang's advancement. "Stronger than me? Are you certain?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Zhan's eyes hardened. In a swift motion, he brandished a dagger, aiming directly for Li Liqiang's abdomen. Yet, before the blade could draw near, Li Liqiang reached out with a powerful grasp, seizing Su Zhan's wrist. The force was such that the dagger could no longer penetrate even a fraction. "Ha! Su Zhan, I know you are foolish, but I never anticipated you to be this foolish. I just mentioned that, given your current strength, you are no match for me." Suddenly, a faint sound, like flesh being sliced, interrupted Li Liqiang's words. Ordinary individuals might not have perceived the subtlety of that sound, but Li Liqiang, being at the 1st level of the mortal realm, possessed heightened auditory senses, far exceeding that of an average person. His pupils dilated with shock, disbelief, and fear washed over his face as he felt a warm liquid seeping and trickling down his neck. He reached up and wiped at his throat, the dark crimson blood glistening ominously under the moonlight. In an instant, blood gushed forth as if it were water, igniting his fury and terror. He yearned to turn and discern the identity of his assailant, yet the depth of his wound rendered him hesitant to move recklessly. "Ssh, ssh, ssh." At that moment, the figure behind him continued to strike, stabbing relentlessly into his back. "Who is it? Who is it?" He wished to flee, to struggle. Yet the individual behind him possessed at least the strength of the 1st level of the mortal realm, firmly gripping his shoulder, rendering him unable to escape. Coupled with the grievous wound, even though Li Liqiang possessed immense strength, capable of breaking stone, he found himself utterly powerless, merely awaiting his fate. He was engulfed in a paralyzing fear, his instinct for survival compelling him to scream at once. Yet, as he opened his mouth, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder, sealing his lips with an iron grip. Li Liqiang, instinctively glancing over, felt terror nearly spilling from his eyes. What is this black hand? It bore no warmth, chilling as ice, and though it resembled the softness of a human hand, it was suffused with an unexplainable illusion. Whimpering, confusion, dread, panic, and fear surged within him, prompting Li Liqiang to struggle violently. It must be said that the vitality of a cultivator at the first level of the mundane realm is indeed tenacious. A normal person would have succumbed to a fatal wound to the neck by now, yet Li Liqiang clung to life, attempting to pry open the little black hand covering his mouth and biting down fiercely, writhing in desperation. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have yielded to the pain, but the little black entity felt no discomfort, remaining impervious to his relentless biting. "Relax," Su Zhan said, a gleeful smile gracing his face as he stepped closer. "Bleeding, a little dizziness, and pain are all quite normal." Li Liqiang's eyes widened in terror, devoid of his previous arrogance, replaced by a desperate longing for life. Such tenacity and vitality. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Without hesitation, Su Zhan plunged a knife directly into Li Liqiang's heart, twisting it to widen the wound. Li Liqiang emitted a muffled wail of agony, his body convulsing. "Little black, you may cease. Merely covering his mouth will suffice. I shall handle the rest." One stab after another, Su Zhan pierced through Li Liqiang's abdomen, heart, spleen, and every conceivable part, leaving him a bloody mess. Who says revenge lacks satisfaction? The thrill he felt now surpassed the delight of feasting after a day of starvation, especially as he beheld the despair, terror, and resentment in Li Liqiang's eyes. Su Zhan reveled in the ecstasy from head to toe. Thus he continued stabbing, losing count of how many times he struck until Li Liqiang's form was unrecognizable, oblivious to when his struggles ceased or when he breathed his last. He only knew that when the little black hand finally released its grip, Li Liqiang's lifeless body slumped to the ground, growing noticeably cold. What a relief! Gazing at the blood pooling around him, Su Zhan exhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled thrill, entirely devoid of the stiffness, numbness, and panic often described by others after their first kill. As for the pervasive scent of blood, there was no need for concern. In this place, the smell was utterly commonplace. Had Su Zhan desired to avoid drawing too much attention, he could have easily let Li Liqiang scream for help without a care. "Drag him inside," Su Zhan commanded. However, the little black creature tilted its head, remaining motionless. Clearly, it failed to grasp the meaning of his words. He had only taught it to slice throats and cover mouths. Not this. He would instruct it next time. Before their encounter, Su Zhan had invested considerable time training the little black creature. Otherwise, with its limited intellect, how could it possibly cooperate so well? It must be said that the assassination of Li Liqiang was an exceedingly astute decision. A casual search by Su Zhan yielded over a dozen low-grade spirit stones from him. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 15. Having recently indulged in a feast, the discovery of 15 spirit stones was indeed fortuitous. It is no wonder that many chose to engage in acts of bullying and murder, as the rewards come swiftly. With this, there was no need to fret about sustenance for not only tomorrow but for the days to come. Furthermore, it presented an opportunity to see what new surprises the Black Seal might bestow upon him. Eagerly, Su Zhan selected 3 low-grade spirit stones and clenched them in his right hand. A radiant black glow emanated from them, and those stones, no larger than a palm, visibly dissolved and seeped into his palm. Soon enough, the 3 spirit stones were entirely absorbed. However, no change occurred. Su Zhan glanced around, and aside from Little Black, no new shadowy doppelgangers emerged. It seemed his expectations were misguided. The absorption of 3 spirit stones did not guarantee the birth of a new Little Black. Perhaps he should try adding 3 more. Following the same method, another 3 low-grade spirit stones were consumed by the Black Seal. Still nothing? Su Zhan was puzzled. To confirm, he even circled the small house, yet the outcome was the same, nothing to show for it. What was amiss? Were there issues with the low-grade spirit stones? Or was there some other factor he had overlooked? Su Zhan pondered, or perhaps Little Black was singular with no possibility of a second? If that were the case, would his plans for strength and wealth be doomed to fail? Nonetheless, he pressed on. With determination, Su Zhan grasped 3 more spirit stones. As they dissolved and melded into his palm, an unexpected transformation took place. Before him, a shadowy doppelganger, identical to Little Black and seemingly cast from the same mold, began to materialize out of thin air. From an almost imperceptible illusion, it gradually became a deep, dark form, ultimately solidifying into a fully tangible shadowy doppelganger. The second Little Black had emerged. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Shadow's Intelligence and the Unveiling of the Clones. How enlightening. The creation of the first shadow requires 3 inferior spirit stones, while the second necessitates 9. It is not an additive process, but rather a multiplicative one. Su Zhan's gaze flickered with understanding. He had finally grasped the underlying principle governing the birth of these shadows. Provided there are sufficient spirit stones, one could indeed proliferate the shadows ad infinitum. However, this implies that the third shadow would require 27 inferior spirit stones, the fourth would demand 81, and the fifth would call for 243. Goodness, as this progression continues, the subsequent consumption of spirit stones becomes a staggering figure. A mere calculation of this terrifying number caused Su Zhan to shake his head in disbelief. Following this pattern, it was questionable whether a mere squadron of shadows could be formed, let alone a full army. He set aside 2 spirit stones, dedicating the remainder to his endeavor. Although the required quantity of spirit stones would indeed increase, each additional shadow would significantly enhance his advantages in terms of self-preservation, combat, and particularly in mining and excavation. An unflagging, utterly obedient machine, its greatest merit lies in its capacity to entirely substitute human labor, conducting mining operations around the clock. Does it not? Tomorrow shall reveal the efficiency of 2 shadows. With a glimmer in his eye, Su Zhan waved his hand, causing the 2 shadowy clones to dissipate into wisps of black smoke that merged into his palm. His figure swiftly departed from the humble abode, blending into the night. True to expectation, as dawn broke the following day, accompanied by the resounding call to assemble, Su Zhan emerged through the wooden door, only to hear the miners engaged in spirited discussions. The topic of their chatter was none other than the demise of Li Lichang from the previous night. Li Lichang, after all, was of a different standing. Su Zhan was merely a weary miner, while he had risen to become the overseer, tasked with the relentless discipline and expulsion of miners. Now, with the overseer absent for an extended period, a glance at any individual would immediately reveal the unfolding events. In response, the higher-ups at the mining site had little to say, not even bothering to inquire. They merely hastily dealt with the situation and appointed another first-tier miner as the new overseer, instructing him to ensure the miners commenced their work. In essence, lives may be lost, but mining must not be delayed. Listening to the miners around him exclaiming various sentiments of deserved fate and satisfaction, such as that kind of person should have perished long ago, Su Zhan could not help but subtly curve the corners of his mouth. Thousands of individuals surged into the mining site, akin to a flock of sheep released from their pen, all rushing forth eagerly to secure their predetermined spots for excavation, striving to prevent others from gaining the upper hand. Should someone occupy a coveted position, the choices were either to reclaim it through force or to submit and be relegated to a more barren area. What could be achieved in 10 hours in a prime location might take 14, 16, or even more hours in a desolate one. Thus, skirmishes and bloody confrontations frequently erupted over mining positions, a spectacle Su Zhan had long since grown accustomed to. Soon, Su Zhan arrived at the mining pit he had excavated yesterday. The pit's efficiency could only be described as mediocre, even slightly barren, which meant there were few competitors for his claim. The few miners scattered around were scarcely visible. Without pausing, Su Zhan ventured deeper into the pit. After confirming that the surroundings were clear of any onlookers, he proceeded. With a mere thought, 2 shadowy duplicates materialized silently beside him. One of them grasped a pickaxe and turned toward the wall, ready to commence work. Su Zhan tossed the 2 pre-prepared pickaxes to them without hesitation. The shadows immediately picked them up and began to dig as instructed. Indeed, the intellect of the shadow duplicates had increased. Observing this scene, Su Zhan felt a flicker of surprise. Upon returning to his humble wooden abode last night, he had sensed a hint of change, and after conducting a specific test, he discovered that both of his little shadows had shown marked improvement in their receptivity, comprehension, and learning capabilities. Now, with just a single command and without any special instructions, they already understood what needed to be done. Curious to explore another new development, Su Jian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, entering a state of profound concentration. He cleared his mind, entirely emptying it of distractions. His consciousness delved deeper and deeper until he perceived it. A dark mist, two swirling masses of black fog. Indeed, those were them. Su Jian recognized that these two clusters of dark mist represented Little Black 1 and Little Black 2. Without hesitation, he selected one of the dark mists and focused his consciousness upon it. In the next moment, a vivid scene materialized before Su Jian's eyes. It was the first-person perspective of Little Black 2, who was tirelessly wielding the pickaxe to mine. Success! A wave of exhilaration surged within Su Jian. Indeed, he had discovered a second new feature. He could seize control of the perspective of his shadow duplicates. Last night, having fortuitously acquired a spirit stone, he thought to indulge in a bit of luxury by using it for cultivation to enhance his strength, only to unexpectedly stumble upon this revelation within his consciousness. It should be noted that during his initial discovery of the black imprint, he had experimented with various methods to investigate, including entering a meditative state, yet yielded no findings at that time. Until last night, the perspective he encountered upon touching the dark mist had startled him. This overwhelming realization had caused such an emotional upheaval that he struggled to re-enter the perspective state thereafter. However, after a restful night's sleep had calmed his mind, he tried again and succeeded flawlessly. Furthermore, even in this moment of slight excitement, he remained undisturbed in his state. It was evident that as Su Jian grew more adept, entering this perspective would become increasingly effortless and unrestrained. Little Black 2, come here, Su Jian commanded silently in his mind. The little shadow immediately ceased its activity and approached Su Jian without delay. As Su Jian beheld the scene, it transformed into his own meditative form, eyes closed, yet viewed from an aerial perspective. He resumed his mining endeavors, issuing another command, to which the loyal Xiao Arii promptly complied, returning to strike at the wall with a pickaxe. The sound of metal against stone echoed. The thick rock shattered, revealing a fragment of mottled miscellaneous spirit stone, no larger than a thumb, tumbling downwards. Success had been achieved. Xiao Arii, from now on, should you discover another miscellaneous spirit stone, present it directly before me. It seemed he comprehended the essence of Su Jian's words. With a swift motion, Xiao Arii deftly retrieved the spirit stone and placed it before Su Jian. Before continuing with its task, the enhancement of intelligence was indeed a remarkable boon. A smile involuntarily graced Su Jian's face. He had yet to instruct what a miscellaneous spirit stone was, and with a mere phrase, Xiao Arii had already begun to autonomously identify it. Xiao He, do pay attention. If you unearth any miscellaneous spirit stones, bring them to me. Su Jian made a special request to Xiao He. No sooner had he finished speaking than, clang! Xiao He, too, had struck fortunate. Like Xiao Arii, it precisely extracted the miscellaneous spirit stone and obediently delivered it to Su Jian before resuming its excavation. The satisfaction of this idle yet fruitful endeavor was unparalleled. A wave of contentment washed over Su Jian, the smile on his face unwavering. Prior to this day, he had toilingly wielded his pickaxe in the mine for over 10 arduous hours each day. The monotony, the tedium, the exhaustion, the hardship. Had it not been for his ascension to a cultivator, possessing the strength of the first tier of the mortal realm, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he might have long since succumbed to despair. Their efficiency paralleled his own, the advantage being they required neither sustenance nor rest, capable of excavating tirelessly for 24 hours. By day's end, amassing no less than 200 miscellaneous spirit stones was well within reach. With 2 avatars, that amounted to 400 miscellaneous spirit stones, equivalent to the income of 4 low-grade pure spirit stones. An impressive 4-fold increase compared to his previous endeavors, and all without lifting a finger, merely reclining to reap the rewards. Chapter 5. The true use of the doppelganger. This is what it means to cheat. With this thought in mind, Su Jian felt an even greater sense of delight. In just a brief moment, several more miscellaneous spiritual stones appeared before him. I have indeed underestimated this item. Stepping back from his perspective, Su Zhan opened his eyes and gazed at the black mark in his palm. The infusion of new spiritual stones not only granted him a new shadow doppelganger, but also introduced unforeseen new functionalities. The emergence of these new features heralded boundless possibilities. If 3 spiritual stones represent the first stage, and 9 the second, then 27 must correspond to the third stage. What new functions and surprises await in the third stage? The only drawback is that the subsequent requirements for spiritual stones are rather excessive. The third stage is not difficult. With just 24 low-grade spiritual stones remaining, and with my current daily intake of 4, I could reach it in about 7 days with a little frugality. However, the fourth stage demands a staggering 81 stones, which poses a significant challenge. Although the third stage can increase the number of shadow doppelgangers to 3, enhancing efficiency by 50% and yielding 6 spiritual stones daily. After accounting for Su Zhan's daily expenses, accumulating 81 stones would take at least half a month. As for the subsequent 5th and 6th stages, one can only imagine the lengthy duration required. Unless I too follow Li Lichang's path of killing and looting? After last night's trial, this route does seem feasible in the mine. In fact, as the thought crossed his mind, several names of potential targets sprang into Su Zhan's consciousness, each one deserving of their fate, a true execution of justice. But wait, I almost overlooked a crucial point. Suddenly, Su Zhan's expression darkened as he realized the implications. If I were to exchange 4 or 6 pure spiritual stones daily, it would raise eyebrows over time. How could I have only just considered such a significant matter? What kind of place is a mine? It is teeming with people rife with envy, a veritable arena of madness where individuals will bite at the slightest provocation. For a handful of miscellaneous spiritual stones, there are countless individuals who would not hesitate to take a life. Anyone who possesses even a slight surplus of these stones will undoubtedly attract attention. If Su Zhan were to exchange such quantities daily, it would be akin to a sheep entering a wolf's den. Perhaps ordinary miners would hesitate to act against him. But what if the more experienced miners of the second and third realms, along with the overseers, were to be informed? The consequences are all too clear. It seems that I am left with no choice but to resort to killing and looting. Su Zhan began to ponder deeply, contemplating whom to target first. Meanwhile, the Little Black and the second Little Black continued to present the dug-up miscellaneous spiritual stones before him. In just an hour, the number of stones exceeded 20. After discarding the subpar ones, at least 20 could be exchanged normally. 20 stones in an hour means 100 in 5 hours, equating to 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Zhan exclaimed, causing both Xiao He and Xiao Er-He to halt their movements, tilting their heads in confusion to look at him. In Su Zhan's eyes, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. Why should I exchange for inferior spirit stones at the mine? The mine coerces me, forcing an exploitative exchange rate of 100:1, while in the outside world, the normal ratio of miscellaneous spirit stones to spirit stones is 10:1. Since I am trapped in this wretched place, I am subjected to exploitation and servitude. However, that does not necessarily apply to them. Su Zhan raised his head, locking eyes with Xiao He and Xiao Er-He. The two, still perplexed, tilted their heads in confusion, while Su Zhan's smile grew increasingly radiant, exuberant, even frenzied. Buy it and hold it. Buy it and hold it. Big, big, big. What a load of nonsense. Small, small, small. It has begun. Damn it. Why is it small again? Ha ha ha. Money, money. Today is my day to get rich. I must win everything from you. Beneath a tree's shade, 4 or 5 overseers gathered, their spirits high with excitement. Scattered on the ground beside them lay hundreds of green stones. Nearby, miners within several tunnels looked on with envy and resentment etched across their faces. Yet upon seeing the green stones, they could only retract their gazes and obediently continue mining. The management system at the mine was exceedingly lax. Hundreds of miners were overseen by merely 4 or 5 foremen, who remained stationary, requiring no patrols, making their tasks remarkably effortless. Logically, under such lenient supervision, escaping should be quite simple for the miners. Yet, in reality, no one dared to flee. The reason lay with those green stones. With so many locator stones, who could tell which one belonged to me? At that moment, Su Zhan was concealed high in a tree, using its cover to survey the multitude of green stones below. These green stones were known as locator stones. However, they did not locate objects. Rather, they tracked people. Once blood was dripped upon them, it essentially forged an alternative bond. If the owner ventured beyond a range of 5 kilometers, the locator stone would begin to glow. The farther the distance, the more radiant the green stone's light would become. It was precisely due to the existence of these locator stones that miners were utterly deterred from fleeing. No matter how fast they ran, could they outpace the mine's designated punishment team? The minimum requirement to join the punishment team was the 4th level of the mortal realm. Just like Lord Zhou, who spoke up for Su Zhan yesterday, was a member of that team, which is why the bald brute was so deferential. Their strength was formidable, merciless in their actions. Should one dare to escape, the punishment team would immediately mobilize, utilizing the locator stones to swiftly pinpoint your location. When they found you, there would be no mercy, and you would be slain on the spot. Let us take a look. Su Zhan closed his eyes, directly entering Xiao Hei's perspective. Xiao Hei, you may begin to run now. With the issuance of his command, the small black figure, previously traversing through the dense, primordial jungle, suddenly sprang forth, accelerating towards the periphery of the mine, a distance of 4 kilometers away. This action indirectly showcased another remarkable attribute of the Shadow's duplication. Even at an immense distance from its original form, it could still receive instructions and maintain visual perception seamlessly. Su Zhan even harbored doubts that this phenomenon transcended mere long-range communication. It appeared to disregard distance altogether. He pondered whether this capability stemmed from the first or second stage of evolution. To the left, to the right, watch your step. Through the visual perspective, Su Zhan was able to masterfully direct the small black figure's movements, noting they were approximately 4 kilometers away. Simultaneously, he was calculating the rough distance. His familiarity with the direction and distance of the mine's exit was quite simple. He had contemplated escape on numerous occasions. He had discreetly inquired and gathered information regarding this matter. The mine posed no taboos on the topic. With the presence of positioning stones, even if one were to learn the means of escape, what could they truly accomplish? Thus, Su Zhan possessed a thorough understanding of the situation. For 5 kilometers, for 8 kilometers, for 9 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Upon reaching the designated distance, Su Zhan abruptly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the positioning stones below. There was no movement, no illumination, everything remained ordinary. Su Zhan was not anxious. The small black figure continued its furious sprint, still requiring confirmation. It was not until several minutes later, when the small black figure was at least 6 kilometers away and the positioning stones exhibited no signs of light, that the heavy weight in Su Zhan's heart finally lifted. At this moment, my external enhancement had truly been activated. A fervent gleam sparkled in Su Zhan's eyes. Chapter 6. The third phase achieved, for shadow clones. After sprinting several kilometers, the little black figure finally traversed the primordial jungle and arrived at the main road. At this point, it had truly entered the vicinity of Fengshe Town. Fengshe Town is one of the closest settlements to the mine. Due to its proximity, the trade of mixed spirit stones and pure spirit stones is exceptionally vibrant. With wealth comes the development of various industries, rendering the entire town of Fengshe bustling with activity. Numerous cultivators inhabit this place, warranting a degree of caution. From a distant vantage point, Su Zhan observed that the town was teeming with cultivators, ranging from the 1st to the 4th level of the mortal realm, with even some at the 5th and 6th levels. Considering that the little black figure was not an ordinary human, Su Zhan took precautions to prevent drawing attention. He directed the little black figure to stealthily acquire someone else's attire, enveloping itself completely, including its fingers, leaving not a sliver of skin exposed. It resembled a bizarre figure wrapped in bandages. However, he soon spotted a clothing store. When the little black figure emerged from the shop, the bandages were gone, replaced by a flowing black robe, hood, hat, gloves, and boots, indistinguishable from the garb of a typical cultivator. Subsequently, under Su Zhan's guidance, the little black figure entered a pawn shop. This establishment specialized in the exchange of spirit stones. However, while private transactions in the outside world might yield ratios of 11:1 or 12:1, here the official rate was a mere 10:1. Esteemed guest, What would you like to pawn? The little black figure remained silent and simply placed 20 mixed spirit stones on the table, extending 2 fingers. Very well. The attendant was equally straightforward. Clearly, many patrons exchanged mixed spirit stones, and upon inspecting their quality, he promptly produced 2 low-grade spirit stones. The little black figure grasped the spirit stones and turned to leave. Come again. Thus concluded the first transaction. A moment later, as Su-Zhan received the 2 cool, low-grade spirit stones from the returning little black figure in the mine, his eyes sparkled with delight, a broad smile adorning his face. A 10:1 ratio, now that's more like it. Little black, let us continue digging. With the boon of 10-fold spirit stone returns, Su-Zhan felt invigorated. Initially, he had perceived the 3rd and 4th phases as distant goals, yet they now appeared tantalizingly close. Today, he could expect to harvest at least 30 low-grade pure spirit stones. The 3rd phase was assured. The 4th phase, too, would require no more than 3 days to attain. What new wonders would these 2 phases bring? Su-Zhan brimmed with anticipation. Not only was he eager for the emergence of new little black figures that would greatly enhance his benefits and self-defense capabilities, but he was also thrilled at the prospect of the mysterious new functionalities each phase could unveil. It was akin to a lottery. Unleashing a formidable ability could lead to a transformative shift. Yet the good news did not end there. Just as Su-Zhan reveled in his calculations, a sudden radiant glow emanated from the little black figure, far more dazzling than that of the mixed spirit stones. It jolted Su-Zhan from his reverie. Natural low-grade pure spirit stones. Su-Zhan was astounded. Xiao He felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that this spiritual stone was far more striking than the previous ordinary ones. He was uncertain if it was truly what his master desired. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he picked it up and placed it before Su-Zhan. Such fortuitous luck. The difference between acting alone and in tandem with another is indeed profound. Su-Zhan could not help but exclaim. Mining not only yields ordinary spiritual stones but also possesses a slim chance of uncovering low-grade pure spiritual stones, although that probability is rather scant. Having been here for nearly a month, he had spent no less than 300 hours mining, and had only managed to find 2. To his astonishment, on the very first day out, the 2 Xiao He, within merely half a day's effort, struck an incredible stroke of luck and unearthed one. A natural low-grade pure spiritual stone is worth at least 10 non-natural ones. Should he be able to exchange it, it would equate to a direct acquisition of a spiritual stone, akin to 100 ordinary spiritual stones. This significantly accelerated my progress. Non-natural pure spiritual stones are crafted through the purification and amalgamation of ordinary stones, while natural pure spiritual stones, untouched by any processing, provide superior effects for cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and array formation, thus holding immense value, far surpassing that of ordinary pure stones. If 2 Xiao He possess such fortune, imagine the probabilities with 3, 4, or even more laboring together. The mere thought of this made a smile linger on Su-Zhan's lips, though he pondered how many could be accounted for at the Black Imprint. There was no rush. Once the spiritual stones were gathered, he would swallow them and see what transpired. Before long, half a day slipped away quietly. With 200 ordinary spiritual stones, surely this natural pure stone could be counted as at least 2. Subtracting the 2 from this morning, only 22 stones remained until the 3rd stage. Xiao He, off you go again. At Su-Zhan's command, Xiao He transformed into a swift shadow and dashed out. Under Su-Zhan's remote guidance, approximately an hour later, Xiao He returned successfully, bringing with him 20 low-grade spiritual stones. Everything was in place. Let us commence. He started with the natural pure spiritual stone. Unlike the consumption of ordinary stones, the radiance emanating from the Black Imprint was evidently brighter and more captivating. As anticipated, upon completion of the ingestion, no new Xiao He were born, nor was there any notable change. Next, he began to try the ordinary stones one by one. With each black luminescence that ignited, the stones melted seamlessly into the palm of Su-Zhan. The 3rd stone yielded no reaction. The 5th stone also remained inert. The 8th stone tranquil as ever. Finally, upon reaching the 10th stone, something remarkable occurred. Su-Zhan's eyes lit up. A natural pure spiritual stone could equate to 12 ordinary ones, affirming the reliability of the Black Imprint. Yet soon, astonishment and delight flickered across his face, for not one, but two shadowy doppelgangers manifested before him. This. Su Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Two shadowy doppelgangers had appeared at once? However, it dawned on him quickly. The emergence of two doppelgangers might just be the gift of the third stage, could be confirmed with a fair degree of certainty. The Black Brand, upon entering a new phase, unveils distinct abilities. The enhancement of intelligence, the broadening of perspectives, and now a transformation in quantity. If this momentum continues, the proliferation of shadow clones will undoubtedly outpace the advancements of each stage. Soon, the emergence of the Shadow Brigade will be imminent. Su's heart surged with excitement. He had believed he had discerned the trajectory of the Black Brand's evolution. Yet, unexpectedly, a new element appeared, crucially tied to the very issue he yearned for the most, the quantity of shadow clones. The efficiency of an additional shadow clone would increase by 50%, while two would yield a complete doubling. With the potential for even more in the future, efficiency could skyrocket exponentially. A quick calculation brought a radiant smile to Su's face. Today's surprises were abundant. Little 3, little 4, here are your tools. Dig away. He ventured out, procuring 2 shovels for the new shadow clones. In the mining field, everything holds value except for shovels, of which there is an endless supply. Yes, master. They deftly grasped the shovels and swiftly approached the mine's walls, swinging their tools to excavate. Their intelligence had risen once more. Su gazed on in astonishment. Previously, the little black clones could only awkwardly call him master without comprehension. Now, they not only perfectly received the commands given to the first 2 clones but could also articulate responses. The Shadow Brigade. Truly, it is on the horizon. A fervent light ignited in Su's eyes. It was evident that, as the Black Brand continuously ascended, the shadow clones would inevitably reach a level of understanding where they could fully comprehend all his commands. At that moment, each shadow clone might very well resemble a normal human being in essence. They would possess thought, understanding, communication, and execution capabilities. What does this signify? It implies that with a single command, a legion of shadow clones could toil tirelessly, mining for spirit stones around the clock. One directive would enable them to seize opportunities, assassinate foes, and swiftly reap lives and spoils. A simple instruction would allow them to infiltrate various towns and cities, blending into the masses to gather intelligence on his behalf. I have changed my mind. Fleeing holds no allure. I must seize this place for myself. A manic smile curled at the corners of Su's lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I shall claim the entire mine as my own. Chapter 7. Reaching the 4th stage, another 2 shadow clones. In moments of leisure, Su Zhan had once engaged in conversations, calculating the immense profits from this entire mine. Just one mining area employs thousands, and with nearly 10 such areas combined, it is certain that at least 50,000 individuals are involved. If each person submits an average of 100 miscellaneous spirit stones daily, that amounts to a staggering 5 million miscellaneous spirit stones per day for 50,000 people. When converted according to external exchange rates, this translates to an astounding income of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones each day. Remember, this is a daily figure. Over the span of a month, that totals 15 million low-grade spirit stones. This does not even account for the exorbitantly priced food, clothing, and various luxuries available within the mine, which together amounts to a truly astronomical figure. The key point is that the operational costs of the mine are nearly negligible. The only significant expenditure is hiring cultivators of at least the 4th realm to serve as the enforcement team. However, for these enforcers, even without a single coin of salary, they possess the means to extract ample wealth from others. For Su Zhan, spirit stones have become an essential need. As time progresses, the consumption of spirit stones required for the Black Mark becomes increasingly staggering. Even if Su Zhan were to depart from this place, he would still find himself compelled to engage in murder and plunder, intercepting and seizing wealth. Yet even so, the efficiency of such endeavors pales in comparison to the effortless gains from the mine. Moreover, the mine provides the added advantage of concealing the existence of these shadow clones. Engaging in murder and plunder is a perilous business, fraught with the risk of retribution and pursuit. In contrast, allowing the shadow clones to mine daily poses significantly lower risks. One can only imagine the possibilities. Once Su Zhan secures control over this territory, with an income of 500,000 spirit stones each day, his advancement in the Black Mark stage would accelerate dramatically, potentially soaring through 10 or even 20 levels in a matter of moments. The former Su Zhan would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. His sole desire was to grow stronger swiftly and seize an opportunity to escape this wretched place, distancing himself as far as possible, for mere survival outweighed all else. Yet, the abilities unlocked by the Black Mark are increasingly extraordinary, with the heavens, earth, and circumstances aligning perfectly in his favor. What reason could he have to refuse? With a goal established, yet the steps must be measured and gradual. At my current strength in the first realm, I would be instantly eliminated by even an average second realm cultivator, let alone the formidable enforcement team. Furthermore, the mine is backed by the Pure Yang sect. Indeed, after nearly a month of inquiries, Su Zhan has ascertained that the mastermind behind the mine, its greatest supporter, is none other than the revered Pure Yang sect, worshipped by countless individuals within a radius of 1,000 miles. This explains why Su Zhan and his companions were targeted shortly after departing from the sect, and also elucidates why the thousands of First Realm cultivators here remain so tightly controlled. There are even several similar mines. Only a behemoth like the Pure Yang sect could maintain such dominion over this scenario. I require more spirit stones for cultivation, to purchase elixirs, techniques, weapons, treasures, and so forth. With so many little shadows assisting me, my rate of advancement will surely outpace that of others. Su Zhan's gaze flickered with determination. The previous mining site was akin to suffering and hell for him. Yet now, to call it paradise would not be an exaggeration. The ground is strewn with spirit stones, and not only can one mine them freely without supervision, but one can also exchange them for tenfold returns through the little black entity. Is this not paradise? Where else could it be? As long as he remains somewhat prudent, avoiding excessive indulgence and ostentation that might attract unwanted attention, there should be no issues at all. With 4 good brothers by his side, he eagerly anticipates marrying a beautiful disciple from the sect for them next year. Su Zhan, who had been a wage slave and a solitary figure in his past life, chuckled heartily, reclining on the ground, lost in dreams of the future. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon. The resounding chimes of the bell echoed, prompting many to gather their tools and drag their weary bodies toward the exchange station to line up and submit their assorted spirit stones for the day's earnings. Amidst the throng, while others bore expressions of exhaustion, Su Zhan appeared lighthearted and joyful, his steps noticeably more buoyant than those around him. Even a burp escaped him now and then. Indeed, since he could exchange spirit stones externally, how could he not bring back some delightful treats to reward himself? The outside world, with its strong aromas of food and drink, was easily detectable, but within the mine, one could feast without fear of being discovered. Su Zhan, today's haul seems satisfactory. Here is your spirit stone, remarked a burly man as he casually tossed a low-grade spirit stone into Su Zhan's palm. Mr. Zhou, who stood behind him, opened his eyes and cast a glance at Su Zhan. Mr. Zhou, Su Zhan nodded slightly. Had it not been for this gentleman's timely assistance yesterday, he might still be without even a little black entity. Mr. Zhou said nothing, turning away and closing his eyes, feigning indifference. The following day, Su Zhan returned to work as scheduled. Upon arriving at the mine again, he was greeted by the sight of 4 little black entities, their accumulated spirit stones having formed a small mountain. The thrill of waking from a brief respite to discover such bountiful rewards was exhilarating. With delight, Su Zhan approached to begin counting. Moments later, the tally was complete. The fruits of a night's labor from the 4 little blacks totaled 417 assorted spirit stones. At this rate, with the little blacks working tirelessly throughout the day, they could yield around 800 spirit stones daily. Before the day ends, I may have the opportunity to reach the 4th stage. So, I can confidently absorb spirit stones to cultivate and grow stronger. Without hesitation, Su Zhan sat cross-legged and commanded, "Little Black, go fetch my spirit stones." The little black obeyed, swiftly delving deeper into the mine, retrieving a small pouch from an inconspicuous corner of the mining wall. Grasping it tightly, it hurried back to Su Zhan and gently set the pouch down. Upon opening it, a glow emanated forth, revealing 15 low-grade spirit stones nestled within. 12 of these were remnants from the third stage feeding of the black imprint yesterday, while the other 3 had been retrieved by the little black during an earlier exchange run. Now, the absorption patterns of the black imprint had been thoroughly mastered. Su Jian need not experiment with each spirit stone individually. He could simply wait until he had gathered enough spirit stones before devouring them all at once. However, given the considerable number of spirit stones, it was impractical for Su Jian to carry them all, especially since the mine enforced strict security checks to prevent the illicit removal of spirit stones. Thus, he decided to leave the stones behind, entrusting their guardianship to the little black creatures. Should any trouble arise, they could swiftly transport the spirit stones to safety. Commencing his meditation, Su Jian closed his eyes, and tendrils of ethereal light emanating from the spirit stones seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, flowing into his palm and merging with his being. In less than an hour, he had completely absorbed a single spirit stone, which lost its brilliance and crumbled quietly into dust, resembling an ordinary rock. Without hesitation, Su Jian seized a second spirit stone and continued his cultivation. One by one, the radiant stones were consumed, and the spiritual energy within Su Jian gradually surged. Remarkably, within half a day he had absorbed over 8 inferior spirit stones. The luxury of cultivating with spirit stones was indeed an experience reserved for the privileged. The absorption of natural spiritual energy, combined with this additional aid, accelerated his progress beyond measure. At this rate, within a month, he would transcend to the second level of the mortal realm. Su Jian felt a surge of joy. His innate talent for cultivation was already commendable. Previously, he had been too impoverished to even consider cultivating with spirit stones, let alone afford a proper meal. Now, with the support of spirit stones, his efficiency eclipsed that of mediocre practitioners like Li Lichang. Furthermore, once Su Jian's strength reached the second level of the mortal realm, the power of his 4 shadow clones would also enhance correspondingly. With an estimated daily yield of 200 miscellaneous spirit stones at the second level, the earnings from his shadow clones would double. Energized by this thought, Su Jian felt invigorated, akin to a surge of adrenaline, and resumed his cultivation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the end of the workday, a shadow darted from its concealed position, skillfully avoiding all potential observers, and entered the mine where Su Jian was situated. In total, there were 84 spirit stones. This brought him to the 4th stage. Receiving the pouch of spirit stones from the little black creature, Su Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured all 84 spirit stones onto the ground and immediately grasped a handful. A black luminescence flared to life as the stones dissolved at a visibly rapid pace. After reaching the 3rd stage, the absorption speed had notably increased. Su Jian's gaze flickered with anticipation. It was evident that the upgrade of the black imprint was exceedingly user-friendly. After all, as one progressed, the number of required spirit stones would only escalate. Absorbing dozens or even hundreds of stones might be manageable, but later on, the need to absorb thousands or tens of thousands could potentially take days and nights. Soon, he finished absorbing 30 stones. As expected, there was no reaction. After absorbing 50 stones, there was still no sign of new manifestations or changes. Even after consuming 80 stones, the black imprint remained unchanged. Now, for the 81st stone, Su Jian inexplicably felt a surge of tension. This sensation was akin to winning a grand prize in a scratch-off lottery in a previous life, yet unlike the lottery, there were no consolation prizes here. At last, it arrived. Finally, as the black luminescence of the 81st spirit stone began to fade, 2 new shadowy doppelgangers rapidly materialized before Su Jian. Yet again. The sight of these 2 shadowy figures ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him, his smile stretching almost to his ears. By this reckoning, he had summoned a total of 6 shadowy doppelgangers. This signified a daily influx of no less than 120 inferior spirit stones. The next stage required 243 stones. If all went well, he could achieve this in 2 days, or perhaps 3 if his cultivation consumed some resources. With this in mind, starting tomorrow, he resolved not to absorb the spirit stones one by one. He would think bigger and absorb 10 at once. Haha! Unable to contain his joy, Su Jian tossed the remaining spirit stones in his left hand into the air, a gesture to express his elation. When one is particularly joyful, They often cannot resist a celebratory action. However, just as the spirit stones began to descend, and Su Zhan reached out to catch them, astonishingly, the stones vanished the instant they were about to land in his palm. Chapter 8. New feature. Clone space. What on earth is happening? Su Zhan, who had just moments ago been wearing a smile, was taken aback by the scene before him. His expression shifted dramatically as he stood up abruptly from the ground. No, it can't be. Has it really vanished? Su Zhan glanced at his palm and looked around, yet he found no trace of the several spirit stones that had just moments ago been present. This inexplicable and eerie occurrence caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Wait a moment. Could it be the work of that thing? Suddenly, Su Zhan recalled the source of all the anomalies. He raised his hand and focused on the black mark in his palm. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, he realized that they all began after the black mark had devoured the 81 spirit stones. Could it be that the changes brought on by the fourth phase are not merely the two shadow clones, but rather additional functionalities I have yet to discover? A flash of insight struck Su Zhan. Indeed, there exists such a possibility. For instance, the perspective of that little black entity was an accidental discovery born out of fortuitous circumstances. Let us give it a try. Su Zhan swiftly sat cross-legged, delving deeply into his consciousness. With practiced ease, he sank into the depths of his mind. As he descended, in a mere instant, understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, it is here. Within his consciousness, Su Zhan beheld what should have been 4 wisps of black mist, now transformed into 6. Yet the most significant transformation was not in the mist itself, but rather beside it. A square black-gray cube, reminiscent of a 3D structure rendered by computer software. Good gracious! Su Zhan, having discovered a new domain, approached eagerly, scrutinizing it closely. Compared to the hazy allure of the 6 wisps of black mist, the black-gray cube exuded a solid and weighty presence. Each edge was of equal length, forming a perfectly symmetrical square. The black mist allowed him to enter the perspectives of the little black entities and witness what they saw. But what of this cube? To which aspect of the little blacks does it belong? However, I now have 6 little blacks, yet there is only 1 cube, such a discrepancy in quantity. After examining it thoroughly, Su Zhan found no peculiarities. Without further hesitation, he decisively entered the black-gray cube, just as he had with the black mist. This is. Upon witnessing the scene within the black cube, all of Su Zhan's doubts and confusions were instantly resolved. A space neither too large nor too small, approximately 1 square meter in size. And there, on the ground of this space, lay the low-grade spirit stones that had just disappeared into thin air, now quietly resting and emanating their own radiant glow. I understand. This is akin to the storage space mentioned in fantasy novels, contained within a storage ring. The surprise brought about by the 4th phase was not merely the 2 new little blacks, but rather this storage space. As the realization washed over him, Su Zhan's face transformed from confusion to sheer delight. The storage space, an entity that exists solely within the realm of consciousness, requiring no rings to be worn, is entirely under my command. This phenomenon is exceedingly formidable. As a transmigrator, how could he fail to comprehend the magnificence of such a thing? He had previously inquired about storage rings in this world, noting that they are possessions reserved for the elite among powerful sections. Their value is far beyond the commonplace portrayal in typical fantasy novels. They are not merely accessible to any practitioner. Those who possess them are invariably affluent and influential, embodying an undeniable status and strength. Yet Su Zhan's ability surpasses even that. Those formidable individuals still require cumbersome storage bags, rings, or belts, which not only complicate matters but also expose them to the risk of being targeted and potentially robbed. In the heat of battle, the risk of destruction looms large. In contrast, Su Zhan's entirely conscious independent space resembles 2 worlds, free from the anxiety of exposure. To speak ominously, even if Su Zhan were to perish, these items would remain intact, ensuring unparalleled security. A divine artifact, without a doubt. In an instant, his mind conjured countless methods for utilizing this storage space. To say nothing of other advantages, the ability to store spirit stones at will would greatly benefit Su Zhan. There would be no need to worry about hiding spirit stones in obscure locations, fearing discovery, interrogation, or personal searches. Su Zhan could carry them with him, retrieving them effortlessly whenever he wished to cultivate. Furthermore, the quantity of spirit stones he would require in the future would be staggering, making storage a significant concern that he has now preemptively addressed. Additionally, should he find himself in situations requiring the acquisition of spoils, those items, along with the often troublesome remains, would now have a proper resting place. Moreover, as he seeks to grow stronger and enhance his capabilities, Su Zhan would inevitably need to procure numerous elixirs, rare materials, magical artifacts, and weaponry. It is essential that even his companion, Little Black, possesses a weapon. One must remember that every time Su Zhan summoned Little Black, he could only retrieve the essence of the shadow doppelganger, while the attire worn did not accompany it. In the future, if he were to summon several Little Blacks, without the aid of storage space, he would spend ages merely collecting the scattered weapons and artifacts. Time to give it a try. Su Zhan excitedly opened his eyes, and with a mere thought, his palm flipped. A low-grade spirit stone, which should have been within the storage space, silently appeared in his hand. Success! Su Zhan attempted several more times. With each passing effort, his dexterity in both retrieving and storing items became increasingly adept. From effortlessly obtaining a single spirit stone to simultaneously gathering several, and ultimately managing to retrieve a multitude of miscellaneous spirit stones that could not be contained in a single hand. In less than half an hour, Su Zhan had thoroughly grasped the various operational methods of the storage space. Soon, he summarized the following points. 1. There are restrictions on what can be stored. Only items that must be physically handled can be placed within, unlike the depictions in fantastical novels where objects can be retrieved from a distance. However, there are no limitations on extraction, allowing for the simultaneous removal of all contents. 2. Objects exceeding 1 meter in length, such as a hoe, cannot be stored. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the capacity of the storage space will expand with the elevation of the Black Mark's level. 3. No sentient beings can be stored, not even an ant, which aligns perfectly with the descriptions found in fantastical literature. 4. Anything placed inside will remain in a state of suspended time, unable to grow. This coincides with Su Zhan's desires. For instance, food he cannot finish will be preserved indefinitely, alleviating any concerns of spoilage. 5. Can I utilize the storage space? And can Xiao He do so as well? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Su Zhan's mind. This aspect was of utmost importance to him. If acquiring the storage space represented a significant leap in portability and convenience for Su Zhan, then Xiao He's ability to use it would signify a transformative change from 0 to 1. Xiao He, extract all the spirit stones from the storage space. The moment this thought emerged, Su Zhan decisively commanded. Xiao He paused for a second, and in the next instant, it halted its mining efforts. With a flick of its illusionary shadowy hand, a low-grade spirit stone materialized in its palm. Chapter 9. Is someone attempting a robbery? The bloody feast of 6 shadows. Indeed, this moment is truly extraordinary. Su Zhan's eyes blazed with fervor, his blood surging with excitement. The fact that the shadows could be utilized means that there is no longer any need to exhaust efforts sending them back and forth. They could now remain stationed in the external world, facilitating instant communication and exchange of goods. Extracting a single spirit stone allows for immediate collection, and once a sufficient quantity is amassed, one can exchange them on the spot. Furthermore, if Su Zhan desires to savor the delicacies of the outside world, with a mere command, steaming dishes can be delivered from afar without the hassle of travel and the risk of discovery. This includes subsequent techniques, elixirs, weapons, and treasures, all of which can be transmitted promptly. The greatest advantage lies in the ease with which one can engage in lethal pursuits and heists. Su Zhan has never abandoned the notion of taking lives and plundering. Previously, there were some reservations, but with the emergence of the storage space, all hesitations have dissipated. From now on, he merely needs to equip the shadows, allowing them to exploit their lifelessness to eliminate nefarious individuals in the mines, swiftly gather the spoils, and transmit them back before seeking the next target. Not only does this eliminate the need for tedious back-and-forth trips, but should the shadows encounter formidable opponents, they can simply seize the treasures and vanish instantly. It is evident that this storage space is nothing short of a miraculous artifact for both domestic affairs and nefarious deeds. Of course, the ingenious applications of the storage space extend beyond this. As time progresses, its efficacy will become increasingly pronounced. The third stage merely increases the number of clones, while the fourth stage not only escalates the number of clones but also introduces a clone space. Based on this observation, if my analysis is correct, with the elevation of stages, the increase in the number of clones will not diminish. Rather, subsequent increments will fully inherit the previous quantities. This also elucidates why, for the fourth stage, adding 2 clones is merely foundational. The true boon lies in the clone space. The more spirit stones consumed, the greater the benefits reaped. Thus, the day my shadow army comes to fruition is indeed near. Su Zhan raised his hand, gazing at the black imprint upon his palm, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Just as he continued to ponder what new marvels the next stage might hold, a voice broke through. Master, a life force approaches. Suddenly, a message was relayed to Su Zhan from the shadow named He, stationed just outside the mine. One by one, the other shadow clones responded in kind, ceasing their actions, their featureless, dark visages fixed upon the mine's entrance. Indeed, someone was approaching, and it was not just one individual. Su Zhan sensed this as well, quietly stowing away the spirit stones and rising to his feet. It seemed prudent to change locations. If only one person were to arrive, he could demonstrate his strength to drive them away. However, with multiple individuals approaching, even with a substantial number of shadows at his disposal, the confrontation would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, to avoid drawing excessive attention, he chose to play it safe and develop his strategy cautiously. In any case, his development would only take a few days. Once he matures sufficiently, he can effortlessly reclaim this territory. With a decisive wave of his hand, Su Zhan commanded the little black figures to disperse, their host swiftly vanishing into his storage space. Simultaneously, 3 silhouettes wielding hoes came into Su Zhan's line of sight. This cursed place indeed harbors some individuals. TCH, merely a wretched little brat. I hope he knows his place. Otherwise, I shall have to exert unnecessary effort. The expressions of the 3 were grim, their gazes icy, and their tone dripped with malice. In response, Su Zhan's countenance remained equally frigid, his eyes betraying no hint of retreat. This is one of the survival rules of the mining grounds. If you dare to appear weak, others will take the liberty to bully you. Conversely, if you exhibit ferocity and strength, others will hesitate to provoke you. The brutal and savage law of the jungle was vividly embodied here. The 2 parties passed each other without a word. Su Zhan deliberately cast a glance at the 3, committing their faces to memory. After all, they could serve as targets for the little black figures in their future endeavors. However, just as Su Zhan had taken no more than 10 steps, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, stop right there." It was a man clad in gray, notably robust and towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches. "Lao Gao, have you found something? Brat, halt." The other 2 companions seemed well acquainted with such sudden situations, working in perfect unison. One inquired while the other swiftly charged forward, blocking Su Zhan's path as he attempted to depart. "Sigh."
Su Zhan halted.
Expressing a tinge of regret with a sigh, "We could have coexisted peacefully. Why must you force my hand? From your tone, it sounds like you're preparing to take us down?" The companion who obstructed Su Zhan wore a look of disdain, his voice tinged with mockery. Those in the mining grounds often engaged in bravado and bluster, a habit they had long since grown accustomed to. However, this young lad was but a solitary figure, at the first level of the mundane realm, while all 3 of them were also at that same level, with Lao Gao having personally dispatched several individuals of the same tier. Where did this brat find the audacity to pose such a threat? It was utterly laughable. 1, 2, 3. There were 6 distinct gouges in the mining wall, several of which were excavated quite deeply, and fresh markings adorned the wall.
Brat.
Such diligence should yield considerable rewards, should it not? The gray-clad man, Lao Gao, picked up a stone fragment, scrutinizing the traces upon it, and coldly remarked, "Looking at your figure, it appears you have no bulging pockets. Your treasures must be hidden away somewhere. Brat, be wise and surrender all your spirit stones. Should you dare conceal even a tiny fraction, You should be well aware of your fate." His tone brimmed with menace. At this moment, Su Zhan wore an expression of feigned astonishment. So, they had discerned the freshness of the gouges. He had thought he had inadvertently revealed himself due to inadequate concealment. "I know not what my fate entails, but I am acutely aware of yours." Su Zhan turned around, a smile gracing his face that mingled ease with a hint of mockery, even excitement. The three individuals present could not help but furrow their brows upon witnessing this. What on earth is wrong with this kid? His life is hanging by a thread, yet he continues to put on a facade? "Damn it, you little rascal. Who do you think you are fooling?" One of his companions, unable to contain himself, leaned in and spat. "With just you alone, you dare to challenge us? Are you seeking death? Fine, I'll count to 3. If you don't reveal the location of the Lingstones, I will shatter your skull." 3. "Wait." Su Zhan raised a hand. "What? You concede?" scoffed another companion. "You just said it was only me?" The curve of Su Zhan's lips deepened. "Why don't you count again and see how many there are?" As his words fell, he gently clenched the raised hand. In the next instant, the expressions of the three, initially filled with doubt and impatience, underwent a dramatic transformation. Surrounding Su Zhan, shadowy figures of black began to materialize out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, what began as a swirling black mist coalesced into 6 identical, eerily uncanny silhouettes. What is this? This unprecedented scene instilled terror in the faces of the three, their expressions filled with horror. Their previously fragile worldview crumbled in an instant. All 3, without exception, were slain. Su Zhan spoke leisurely. Almost instantaneously, each of the 6 shadowy doppelgangers manifested a shovel in their hands, their dark feet pounding the ground with explosive speed, charging directly at the trio. Chapter 10. Unexpected Harvest. A beginner's spiritual artifact. The entire battle lasted nearly a minute, with a heart-wrenching wail abruptly silenced. The scent of blood permeated the air, signaling the end of the brutal clash. One individual lay with his skull shattered, a gruesome mixture of crimson and ivory staining the ground. Another was impaled by multiple hoes, his injuries horrifically grotesque. In stark contrast, the man in gray remained the most intact among the corpses, his limbs grotesquely twisted, and his head unnaturally rotated beyond 180 degrees. What is slaughter? This is it. Gazing at the tragic scene of the 3 men sprawled in a pool of blood not far from him, Su Zhan's face was awash with satisfaction. Witnessing the merciless execution of the trio elevated his assessment of Xiao Hei's lethal capabilities to a new echelon. Xiao Hei's approach to combat was distinct from that of ordinary cultivators. While typical cultivators would fret over injuries and fear counterattacks, often adopting a cautious stance, especially when facing opponents of the same realm, Xiao Hei and his kind harbored no such concerns. They charged headlong into battle, indifferent to any potential retaliation, driven solely by the relentless desire to eliminate their target. The most telling instance was the man in gray, the strongest of the trio and closest to the second level of the mortal realm. In the initial moments of the fray, he instinctively responded, attempting to defend against the first wave of assaults. In a desperate bid, he drew a shimmering dagger from his bosom, clearly no ordinary weapon, which instantly piqued Su Zhan's interest. The man in gray plunged the dagger into Xiao Erhei's neck. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, that blow would have likely spelled instant doom. Yet, Xiao Erhei remained unfazed, undeterred by the injury, and, in collaboration with Xiao Sanhei, systematically shattered the man's limbs. During the struggle, the man in gray thrashed and flailed wildly, desperately attempting to stab and slash. Xiao Erhei and Xiao Sanhei absorbed the blows, their vital areas struck repeatedly, even losing a black arm in the process, yet they refused to relinquish their grip. Thus, amidst the man's terror, resentment, despair, and wails, they twisted his neck, bringing about his demise. Until his last breath, the man in gray screamed, "What in the world are you fiends? What are you?" The other 2 were even more unfortunate. While the man in gray at least had a chance to resist, they were utterly powerless, reduced to mere howls and screams until their skulls were shattered, silencing them for good. They died without ever comprehending the nature of the dark apparitions that had claimed their lives. Although the entire slaughter appeared somewhat primal and brutish, lacking in technical finesse, It resonated perfectly with Su Zhan's sentiments. Such vile individuals could not be granted a swift demise. They must endure a measure of despair and suffering to atone for their misdeeds. Scavenging through the remnants, he left no stone unturned. Xiaohei, go retrieve that shining dagger for me. Su Zhan gingerly took the dagger, which still radiated a luminous glow. Although it should have felt icy to the touch, it bore a hint of warmth. Moreover, it subtly absorbed a trace of spiritual energy from Su Zhan's palm. A genuine spiritual artifact. No wonder this fellow is so arrogant. It turns out he wields a spiritual weapon. Had it been an ordinary first-level mortal, he would have likely met his demise on the spot. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered me, or more precisely, he has crossed paths with the little black ones. Today has indeed brought a multitude of unexpected delights.
Suzanne grinned widely.
A spiritual weapon, as its name implies, possesses a certain degree of sentience, transcending the realm of ordinary weapons. Its primary function is to channel spiritual energy, thereby significantly enhancing its destructive power. What ordinary weapons cannot cleave through, a spiritual weapon can slice through with the ease of cutting tofu. Even cultivators with formidable physical prowess, whose skin is impervious to blades and spears, would not dare to confront a spiritual weapon. For this reason, the prices of spiritual weapons are generally exorbitant. Even the most basic low-tier spiritual weapon starts at no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. This also indicates that these three have engaged in their share of robbery. Su Zhan casually swiped at the mine wall, and the once resilient surface was soon marred by several deep gashes, as if it were mere tofu, with stones cascading down. Such is the power of a spiritual weapon, unparalleled in might. However, its drawback lies in the considerable consumption of spiritual energy. With my current strength, I can manage to wield it effectively for only 5 or 6 strikes. Those who qualify and possess the strength to use spiritual weapons are typically cultivators of the 3rd or 4th level of the mortal realm. As a mere first-level mortal, wielding it is naturally taxing. I shall reserve it as a trump card. Should any unwitting individuals dare to encroach upon my territory, they shall be swiftly dealt with. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Zhan's eyes, and the more trump cards I possess, the better. Once I have an ample supply of spirit stones, I shall procure a spiritual weapon for each of the little black ones. With 6 little black ones and 6 spiritual weapons, even those at the 2nd or 3rd level of the mortal realm would find themselves at a disadvantage. The remarkable utility of storage space is now vividly apparent, primarily focusing on an element of surprise and a strategy that transcends the opponent's understanding through sheer numbers. This is merely the preliminary plan. As the little black ones continue to enhance their intelligence and numbers, Su Zhan will be able to allocate a portion for close combat, another for range support, and yet another for ambush. By that time, even adversaries a level or 2 above him would find themselves in peril. Master, at this moment, the little black ones had thoroughly searched the 3 and retrieved over 100 assorted spirit stones. Is this all 3 of them combined? They must have concealed more elsewhere. I should have left one alive. Nevertheless, acquiring a basic spiritual weapon this trip has been exceedingly profitable. All right, dispose of their corpses and continue the excavation, Su Zhan instructed, and the little black ones swiftly set to work. Meanwhile, at the overseer's location, while engaged in gambling, the overseer instinctively turned around, only to find that 3 of his positioning stones had quietly shattered, causing his brow to furrow. Though each positioning stone appeared similar, he was particularly aware of these 3. They belonged to a certain trio known for their penchant for trouble and bloodshed. Like other small organizations and factions, they revel in the clandestine art of ambush and assassination. Whether targeting their own subordinates or stealthily eliminating individuals under the command of other overseers, their actions were initially met with indifference. After all, fatalities in the mines were an all too common occurrence. However, these 3 individuals, lacking restraint, managed to claim over 20 lives within a mere span of 3 days. This alarming surge of casualties did not sit well with the other overseers, who were acutely aware that such rapid attrition would attract unwanted scrutiny from higher authorities. Nevertheless, the trio, possessing a certain cunning, recognized the trouble they had stirred and sought him out, bestowing upon him spirit stones, alluring women, and sumptuous feasts in an attempt to placate him. Consequently, he merely issued a cautionary reminder. While their penchant for killing was permissible, they ought not to confine their exploits solely to their own mining area, but should also venture into others. Fortunately, these three were remarkably obedient, and thus, a fragile peace was maintained. Little did he anticipate that these three would ultimately pay the ultimate price, meeting their demise all at once, with not a single one escaping, a clear indication that they had encountered formidable opposition. Chapter 11. In the fifth stage, for clones were suddenly created. He was well aware of the combat prowess of the three individuals. Even against an ordinary team of the first level in the mortal realm, they would struggle to win, but at least they could manage to escape. Particularly that one with the surname Gao, whose strength exceeded that of the average first-level mortal realm cultivator, making him the most likely candidate to flee. However, to his astonishment, all three met their untimely demise, slaughtered in an instant. This indicated that the ferocious beasts were no ordinary foes. Perhaps they even outnumbered them and included cultivators of the second level in the mortal realm. Alas, my precious spirit stones and fine delicacies. The overseer muttered to himself, showing no intention of addressing the situation, and turned back to continue his gambling cries. To him, the lives of the three were worth little more than spirit stones and gourmet food. Nothing more. It is uncertain if it was mere coincidence, but ever since the slaughter of those three, the once deserted mine, which had seen little activity for nearly 10 to 15 days, began to attract visitors almost daily. On the next day, two individuals arrived. More brazen than the gray-clad men, upon spotting Su Zhan alone, they wasted no time and attacked. In an instant, 6 shadowy figures appeared, each wielding a pickaxe, and swiftly dealt with them. On the third day, a lone figure came, exchanged glances with Su Zhan for 3 seconds, and silently chose to depart. On the fourth morning, the largest group ever arrived. A total of 4. Unsurprisingly, amidst their cursing, they launched an assault on Su Zhan. Equally unsurprising, they were all encircled by the 6 shadows, and amidst their terror and despair, they lost their lives. The rapid conclusion of these encounters was largely thanks to the initial grade spirit weapon dagger, which was passed swiftly among the 6 shadows, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy to reap their adversaries. This time, Su Zhan had learned his lesson. He intentionally left one alive, compelling him to reveal the location of the hidden spirit stones. The individual, terrified by the slaughtering methods of the 6 shadowy figures and the corpses of his companions, trembled as he disclosed the address. Once the little black figures returned with a bag containing over 100 spirit stones, Su Zhan waved his hand dismissively. No. You clearly promised me. Before the man could finish his sentence, his neck was snapped by the little black figure, extinguishing his life on the spot. I promised not to kill you, but I never said my little black wouldn't tea. I pride myself on my integrity. Wouldn't you agree, little black? The little black tilted its head, seemingly striving to comprehend the statement, yet its current intellect was evidently insufficient. Su Zhan displayed not a shred of compassion towards these individuals. Were it not for his little black cards, he would likely be the one with a broken neck right now. Here lies 105 spirit stones. Adding the 220 I have accumulated over the past 2 days, I can ascend to the 5th stage. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhan decisively extended his right hand and began to absorb the spirit stones fervently. 50 stones, 100 stones, 200 stones, 240 stones, as the final 3 gradually dissolved, merging into the luminous black seal. It's happening. Before Su Zhan, wisps of black smoke materialized out of thin air, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid form. Yet again, the number of shadow clones exceeded Su Zhan's expectations. 4 of them. His eyes sparkled with delight, joy radiating from his expression. The emergence of 4 shadow clones not only signified an expansion of his small black team, significantly boosting their collective prowess, but also enhanced the daily mining output by a remarkable 80 low-grade spirit stones. More importantly, henceforth, each subsequent stage would be based on the quantity of 4 shadow clones for advancement. The sensation of this increasing number was truly delightful. However, with the increase in quantity, one couldn't help but wonder if any new functions would emerge. Compared to the sheer number, Su Zhan was more eager for the miraculous array of new capabilities. Each new feature represented a qualitative leap for him. Immediately, Su Zhan closed his eyes, his consciousness diving deep. There was a change. The perspective shrouded in black mist expanded to 10. The black cube seemed to have grown larger. Upon entering the black cube, he found that indeed, the originally 1 cubic meter space had now expanded to 2 cubic meters. No other changes were apparent. It seemed that the alterations of the 5th stage primarily involved a significant increase in quantity and a partial upgrade of existing functions. If nothing unexpected occurred, the intelligence of the little blacks would also see a slight enhancement. This suggested that, according to the current pattern, if the clone count increased, then other new functions would likely not be available. The situation in the 5th stage mirrored that of the previous 3rd stage. An increase in numbers, an enhancement of the little black's intelligence, but no new functionalities. It was evident that there was a gap between each new feature, which could also be referred to as a cooldown. During this cooldown phase, only quantity improved, allowing existing functionalities to gain some advancement, yet new features remained locked. Through various stages of enhancement, Su Zhan gradually discerned the pattern, revealing that unlocking new functions was not an easy feat. The further one progressed, the more challenging it became to unlock new features. One must reach a sufficiently high stage to do so. In Su Zhan's recollection, the black imprint evidently adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. The better the function, the more spirit stones were required, and a sufficiently high stage was necessary to unlock it. The absence of the next new function could only imply that the current count of 243 spirit stones was insufficient. It was merely enough to provide 2 additional shadow clones, doubling the clone space and slightly enhancing their intelligence. Seeking better new functions? The only option was to continue upgrading. If that were indeed the case, the next new function would be extraordinary. Anticipation glimmered in Su Zhan's eyes. The emergence of expanded clone space had already made him realize the remarkable nature of the black imprint. The surprises that lay ahead would likely exceed his imagination. Onward, onward. He was eager to discover what the next new function would unveil. The next stage required a total of 729 spirit stones. At the current rate of 200 stones per day, it would only take 4 days. Little blacks, continue your mining. With a commanding gesture, Su Zhan summoned the 10 small figures, who promptly seized their hoes and began diligently working on the mine wall. 3 days later, Su Zhan, today you have met the standards. Here is your spirit stone. In the exchange chamber, Su Zhan accepted the low-grade spirit stone tossed by the bald man, turning on his heel to depart. Your cultivation has progressed significantly. You must be nearing the 2nd level of the mortal realm, suddenly remarked Zhou Yueshan, who had been quietly sipping his drink with closed eyes. Su Zhan hesitated for a moment, then turned back, locking eyes with Zhou Yueshan. The seemingly languid yet piercing gaze of the other, sharp enough to see through all pretense, made Su Zhan feel as though he were pricked by a thorn. Chapter 12. A breakthrough in strength, entering the 2nd layer of the mortal realm. Mining efficiency soars by 300. Indeed, Lord Zhou, Su Zhan responded with a slight bow, his voice tinged with nervousness. It must be said that the discerning gaze of a practitioner at the 4th layer of the mortal realm was indeed sharp. With just a glance, he had discerned that Su Zhan was on the verge of reaching the 2nd layer. Over the past 3 days, with 10 little miners working simultaneously, Su Zhan had been able to fully immerse himself in the process, effortlessly absorbing 4 or 5, even 10, spirit stones at once for cultivation. What originally required nearly a month had, with the increased quantity of spirit stones he absorbed, been compressed to a mere fortnight. However, as a mere novice who could only exchange 1 low-grade spirit stone daily, his rapid advancement was bound to attract attention. In an instant, Su Zhan's mind conjured multiple justifications and excuses. Fortunately, Zhou Yuanshan seemed to have merely inquired casually, without any intent to delve deeper, as he returned his gaze and resumed his meditative state. Su Zhan quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. With his current overall strength, he felt confident in engaging with practitioners at the 2nd and even 3rd layers of the mortal realm. At the very least, he could escape unscathed. Yet, when it came to those at the 4th layer, he possessed no confidence whatsoever. Though it appeared to be merely a single layer of difference, it marked a significant divide within the mortal realm. Practitioners at the 4th layer utterly dominated their opponents beneath that threshold. Moreover, Zhou Yuanshan was no ordinary 4th layer practitioner. Being part of the punishment team at the mine spoke volumes about his exceptional prowess. it was likely that he could contend even with those at the 5th layer. Naturally, the pressure he exerted was far from ordinary. Just a few more days, Su Zhan contemplated, and I will break through to the 2nd layer. At that time, with the 10 little miners of equal strength at the 2nd layer accompanying me, I will have a fighting chance to evade the 4th layer. Yet, for safety's sake, he resolved to visit the exchange house as infrequently as possible, ideally not at all. It was not that he mistrusted Zhou Yuanshan. Rather, the environment of the mine was perilously treacherous. Until he possessed absolute strength, he would never expose himself to danger. Of course, a prolonged absence from the exchange house would inevitably draw scrutiny. However, by the time he was discovered, he might very well have developed the capability to contend with 4th layer practitioners. Time passed swiftly, and several days later, nearly a week had elapsed since he had upgraded the Black Mark to its 5th stage. At this moment, Su Zhan found himself deep within the mine, in a place where light did not penetrate, seated in a meditative posture. Surrounding him were 10 little miners who had ceased their work, following Su Zhan's orders to form a protective perimeter. Should anyone attempt to approach without hesitation, they were to eliminate the intruder. The reason was simple. Today marked his attempt to break through to the 2nd layer of the mortal realm. During this critical period, he could not afford to be disturbed by outsiders. Thus, he had summoned the 10 little miners to safeguard him. In his quest to ascend to the 2nd layer of the mortal realm, Su Zhan temporarily set aside his ambitions to enhance the Black Mark, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the absorption of spirit stones for cultivation. He consumed spirit stones in quantities that matched his capacity, and suddenly, his heart began to pound like a drum, its rhythm accelerating from an almost imperceptible beat to a resounding echo that filled the vast, desolate cavern. This quickening of his heartbeat signified the tumultuous surge of blood coursing through his veins. His complexion flushed and his body temperature rose, rendering him as though he were ensconced within a furnace. As the heat intensified, waves of warmth radiated from within him, distorting the very air around him. At last, a formidable aura erupted from his being, scattering the dust and debris in his vicinity. After over 4 hours of cultivation, during which he had expended nearly 50 low-grade spirit stones, Su Zhan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had succeeded. He had reached the 2nd layer of the mortal realm. A flicker of light danced in Su Zhan's gaze. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the fervor of his blood resonating through his meridians, boiling with vitality. His bones had hardened, his flesh solidified, and even his skin felt unusually taut. The most conspicuous transformation was the swirling vortex of spiritual energy within his dantian, which had expanded more than double its previous size. With his newfound strength, he mused that if he were to confront Li Lichang again, a single punch would be sufficient to shatter his skull. As he flexed his hand, Su Zhan could keenly perceive a substantial increase in his power. Not only was he emboldened, but the trio of individuals surnamed Tian also posed no threat. He could easily defeat them without any assistance from Xiao He. This surge of power instilled within him an unbounded confidence. Simultaneously, the 10 Xiao He surrounding Su Zhan emanated an identical aura, their presence coalescing to disperse the dust within several meters around them. The Xiao He had also ascended to the 2nd layer. A smile blossomed on Su Zhan's face. His own elevation to the 2nd layer represented merely a doubling of his strength. However, the advancement of the 10 dauntless Xiao He, with their fierce execution, signified a far greater enhancement. In terms of combat capability, their power had likely increased by 4 or 5 times compared to before. Even if a master of the 3rd layer of the mortal realm were to seek him out, Su Zhan felt confident in his ability to confront them. With his enhanced strength, he surmised that their mining efficiency would also see a significant improvement. Xiao He, let us commence mining and observe the difference in output speed between the 2nd and 1st layers, he commanded. He had heard that the 2nd layer offered considerable enhancements in strength and endurance, with efficiency at least double that of the 1st layer. With 10 Xiao He operating at double efficiency, the anticipated yield could reach an impressive 400 spirit stones daily. An hour later, the results were astonishing, far exceeding Su Zhan's expectations. The output efficiency was nearly 3 times faster than before. What a remarkable discovery. At this moment, the daily output has reached nearly 600 spirit stones. Not only has his strength surged dramatically, but the profits from spirit stones have also skyrocketed. Su Zhan's face radiated joy, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards, a smile he could hardly contain. Previously, he had been concerned that as time went on, the demand for spirit stones would only increase. Even with so many little black ones, it would be challenging to supply an adequate quantity of spirit stones. However, all those worries have now dissipated completely. Is the quantity insufficient? Then let strength compensate. Chapter 13. The Supervisor's Deference. Such is the advantage of strength. It seems that my decision to temporarily forego enhancing the black mark in favor of a comprehensive elevation of my power was indeed prudent. It has become evident that all methods must yield to the advancement of strength. Having experienced the immense benefits that accompany an increase in power, Su Zhan has clarified his future developmental trajectory. Strength, strength, and once more, strength. Mining efficiency demands strength. Survival necessitates strength. And the act of taking lives and plundering requires strength as well. With sufficient power, even standing idle commands respect from others. The upgrading of the black mark is a certainty, yet the elevation of one's personal cultivation is of paramount importance. Only with a sufficiently high level of cultivation can one ensure substantial gains, paving the way for extraordinary and sustainable development. Within a month, at most, no longer than a month, I shall achieve another upgrade to the third realm. At that juncture, facing the fourth realm will no longer instill fear in me. Rather, it will be they who ought to fear me. Beyond this, the challenge of breaking into the fourth realm looms, a watershed moment fraught with difficulty, where countless cultivators find themselves ensnared for decades, and some even spend a lifetime unable to cross that threshold. However, with my innate talent and a vast quantity of spirit stones at my disposal, I am confident that within 3 months, I shall conquer this challenge. Prior to the third realm, as long as one's cultivation reaches a certain threshold before choosing to break through, the success rate stands at a commendable 90. Yet, ascending to the fourth realm requires not only cultivation but also comprehension, innate qualities, and talent. Consequently, the success rate for most individuals plummets dramatically, reducing to a mere 10 or even 1. In essence, the greater the difficulty of the breakthrough, the more rewarding the success.
Su Zhan possesses commendable talent.
Yet what he lacks are time, energy, and the spirit stones to facilitate an accelerated ascent. Provided the conditions are met, the fourth realm is far from an insurmountable obstacle for him. Presently, I have 330 spirit stones remaining, yielding 600 daily. Tomorrow, I shall effortlessly elevate to the 6th stage. I hope for a robust new feature to accompany this progress. With such a steady influx of spirit stones, there is no need to conserve. I shall continue to absorb freely. Thus, Su Zhan indulged once more in an unrestrained absorption of spirit stones for his cultivation. The resounding chime marking the end of work reverberated through the air. The supervisors, having played throughout the day, still felt unsatisfied as they began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Those who had won reveled in joy, while those who had lost wore faces marred by resentment. Among them stood Yin Tiancheng, his expression a portrait of discontent. How could they consistently predict the outcomes with such precision? Yin Tiancheng's mood soured further. Today had been a dismal defeat, leaving him not only bereft of spirit stones but also in debt by over 100. He would need to press his subordinates for funds. Otherwise, he risked going hungry that night. Just as he pondered this grim reality, a voice echoed from behind him. "In supervisor, I wish to transfer mining zones." At once, Yin Tiancheng's countenance darkened, a surge of anger swelling within him. Not only had he suffered a financial loss, but now someone dared to approach him about transferring mining zones? The transition to a new mining area necessitates a handover, implying the dispatch of subordinates to another's domain. However, should the recipient refuse, one must resort to humble entreaties. Thus, unless substantial incentives are offered and prior arrangements made, the miners below will only approach the foreman for such transfers. The voice behind him, youthful and unfamiliar, signaled that this was a novice who had not garnered his attention before. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Anyone under his command was acutely aware that the name Yin Jian was a taboo subject. Yin Jian, associated with the underworld, carried an ominous connotation. Who would dare utter it? Yin Tiancheng would certainly seek retribution against anyone who did. Very well, you dare to touch my sensitive spot, do you? He thought. Today, the one to be oppressed is you, this presumptuous lad. Let us see if you will continue to disregard your manners. With a cold smirk, Yin Tiancheng turned around, a torrent of scathing remarks and challenges bubbling within him, eagerly awaiting release. However, the moment he pivoted, the smirk on his lips faltered. His expression tightened, his pupils dilated. The scathing words that had nearly reached his throat were swallowed back in an instant. You have broken through to the second level? Before him stood a young man, no older than 16 or 17, his face impassive, exuding the palpable aura of someone at the second level of the mundane realm. Trembling, Yin Tiancheng spoke cautiously, his tone laden with trepidation. All thoughts of his previous indignation dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of fear. Simultaneously, confusion and bewilderment filled his mind. He recognized this young man, Su Zhan, a newcomer from over a month ago. His memory was jogged by a prior encounter with another foreman, Li Lichang, who had sought his assistance to eliminate Su Zhan. Unfortunately for Li, one of his allies was Yin Tiancheng's bitter rival, a foe in every sense of the word. Thus, without hesitation, Yin Tiancheng had refused outright, even threatening that should any harm befall his subordinates, he would retaliate against theirs. Remarkably, this refusal had preserved his life today. Indeed, having just broken through, I ought to report my advancement and transfer to a second-level mining area. Correct? Su Zhan said calmly. Absolutely. Which mining area would you prefer to transfer to, esteemed Su? I shall make the arrangements immediately, Yin Tiancheng replied, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost deference. This was a mining area, and the individual before him was at the second level of the mundane realm. Should he attempt to eliminate this foreman, not a soul above would utter a word of protest. The reasoning was simple. The daily profits generated by someone at the second level far surpassed those of a mere first-level foreman, who merely wielded authority without merit, living a life of indulgence. Let us go to Area 18, Su Zhan instructed. Area 18? That area is rather barren. Would you not prefer I transfer you to Area 9 instead? I have acquaintances among the foremen there who will ensure a smooth transition. Yin Tiancheng replied with a sycophantic grin, hoping that when the time came, Su would remember him favorably. The emergence of a second-level individual under his command would be an extraordinary opportunity for him. In the future, within the realm of the first-tier mining area, one may not only walk with pride but also hold one's head high, feeling superior. Moreover, it is fortunate that I have never bullied this little fellow. Even if the impression I left was not favorable, at the very least it is not tarnished. This opportunity must be seized. I have taken note of your goodwill, Su Zhan remarked, yet I still wish to proceed to Zone 18. Very well, you may choose whichever zone you desire, and I assure you, I will handle everything impeccably. Upon hearing this, Yin Tiancheng's face broke into a broad smile. As for why the other party insisted on venturing into a barren mining area, he found himself indifferent, even hesitant to inquire further. Just the following day, Su Zhan encountered one of the foremen in Zone 18, Shi Zhixin, and effortlessly transitioned under his guidance. Unlike the treatment received by those who entered as second-tier miners, Shi Zhixin displayed an overt friendliness towards Su Zhan. He provided personal explanations and guided him himself, his smile unwavering. After all, this is a mining site where the daily toil of extraction leaves one utterly exhausted, compounded by the perils of the law of the jungle. The number of those who can break through their realms under such circumstances is exceedingly rare, and their cultivation potential is extraordinary. There is a significant probability that they could advance to the third tier, or even the fourth, becoming members of the penal team. Naturally, Yin Tiancheng sought to ingratiate himself, while Shi Zhixin yearned to forge a connection. Such are the advantages bestowed by an elevation in prowess. Zone 18 is indeed Zone 18. This vast expanse of mining pit will soon become my exclusive domain. The mining area for second-tier cultivators bears no fundamental difference from that of the first tier, save for the fact that the number of second-tier practitioners is diminished by several tens of times. Each individual has access to more mining locations, ensuring a greater yield for the second-tier cultivators. This is precisely why Su Zhan proactively sought a transfer to a different mining area. Before long, Su Zhan hoisted a pickaxe, distancing himself from the crowd and entering a relatively secluded, sparsely populated mining pit. With a grand gesture, 10 shadowy figures emerged silently. Little shadows, commence the excavation. Chapter 14. The 7th stage achieved, new features arrive. 10 little black figures materialized with shovels in hand, synchronously chipping away at the mineral wall. The sound of clanging echoed, each note symbolizing the arrival of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Su Jian was not idle. He sat down directly by the stream, pulled out a large pile of spirit stones, and began his cultivation. In just half a day's time, he was awakened by the little black figure. Upon inspecting the storage space, Su Jian discovered that the little black had successfully exchanged for over 700 low-grade spirit stones, forming a small mountain. This exemplified the remarkable efficiency of the 10 little black figures at the 2nd level of the mortal realm. Alright, the spirit stones are ready. Let us begin absorbing. With the elevation of the stage, the Black Seal absorbed the spirit stones at a noticeably quicker pace than before. During this process, Su Jian unexpectedly discovered that his right hand did not even need to touch the spirit stones. Even at a distance of 2 to 30 centimeters, he could effortlessly draw in vast amounts of spiritual energy, integrating it entirely into the Black Seal. Clearly, this was yet another invisible enhancement brought about by the progression to a new stage. The absorption limit of the Black Seal was approximately 100 spirit stones at a time. Thus, the amassed 700 spirit stones swiftly melted away like ice. With 700 stones absorbed, only 29 remained. These last 29 were absorbed even more rapidly, completely vanishing within a single breath. Almost simultaneously, black smoke materialized before Su Jian, revealing a fresh cohort of new mining experts. They're here, they're here. Su Jian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, his expression soon stiffened. The little black figures have indeed appeared, but instead of 4, there are 6. The numbers have increased once more, and this time, they've doubled. This left Su Jian with a complex expression, filled with both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the sudden surge in the number of little black figures, leading to an astonishing increase in daily mining efficiency by 360 stones, bringing the total number tantalizingly close to 1,000. Moreover, his security force had significantly strengthened, making self-defense and combat far more formidable than before. Simultaneously, future enhancements would mean that the number of avatars would start at 6. Yet, the worry lingered. An increase in the number of avatars signified that this stage would not unlock new functionalities. The prospect of new features seemed distant. No, I cannot hastily draw conclusions. Perhaps I have simply overlooked the emergence of a new function. Unyielding, Su Jian delved deep into his consciousness. As expected, the number of dark mist perspectives had reached 16. The avatar space had doubled from 2 cubic meters to 4 cubic meters, significantly expanding the storage area. However, aside from this, no other changes were apparent. Undeterred, Su Jian continued to explore various avenues. He rummaged through his own body, searching thoroughly. An hour later, he was left disappointed. There truly seems to be no new features whatsoever. Exhausted from his efforts, yet finding no trace of new functionalities, Su Jian had to accept reality. After cooling down for one stage, another cooling phase had begun. Could it be that not only did the spirit stones required for stage advancement need to be compounded, but that the cooling phases also required the same? This is currently the only reasonable explanation that Su Jian can conceive. However, if this continues to accumulate, the difficulty of adding subsequent new features will escalate exponentially. What exactly is this new feature that warrants such a significant expenditure of spiritual stones? The space for avatars only cost 81 spiritual stones. The next new feature has already consumed nearly 1,000 stones. Moreover, when considering the 187 stones required for the next phase, the total will exceed 3,000 spiritual stones. Such a staggering consumption. If the new feature does not offer something truly valuable, how can that be justified? Fortunately, the number of avatars is rapidly increasing. In just 2 days, with a little more time, he will reach the 7th phase. This time, it must not disappoint me. Su Jian was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, on another front, having broken through to the 2nd level of the mortal realm, he transferred to Zone 18. Inside the exchange house, Zhou Yuanshan quietly took a sip of wine after receiving this news from the bald man. As the overseer of the mining area, when miners under his command achieve breakthroughs, they are promptly informed. Indeed, Lord Zhou, the bald man remarked with confusion, but I do not understand why Yin Tiancheng chose to transfer to the less lucrative Zone 18 when he was offered the more favorable Zone 9. The prosperous zones not only allow for a mining efficiency increase of 10 to 30, but the probability of yielding natural spiritual stones is also several times higher compared to barren zones. Given Su Zhan's aptitude, he is fully qualified for Zone 9. This unusual rate of progress and peculiar choice. Zhou Yuanshan's gaze flickered. Furthermore, Lord Zhou, since you last spoke with this young man, he has not returned to exchange spiritual stones. After breaking through to the second level, he transferred mining zones on the same day. I can assert, without a doubt, that there is something amiss with this fellow. The bald man nodded slightly. Lord Zhou, would you like me to investigate him? Zhou Yuanshan narrowed his eyes. There were too many people exchanging items daily. Had he not been alerted by the bald man, he might not have noticed this detail. Look into it. Let us see what secrets he harbors. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yuanshan's eyes. If there are any special findings, report back to me immediately. Yes, Lord Zhou. At this moment, Su Zhan remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. Nearby, 16 small black figures tirelessly wielded their pickaxes, diligently extracting resources, while he himself was engaged in a continuous and massive absorption of spiritual stones for cultivation. Thus 2 days passed quietly. Why have there been individuals lingering nearby recently? During this time, Su Zhan distinctly sensed something was amiss. They would circle nearby before departing, neither too close nor too far. Could they be keeping an eye on me? Su Zhan pondered. He considered himself sufficiently discreet. Even though he had now reached the second level of the mortal realm, with 16 subordinates at the same level, and even those qualified to contend with the third level of the mortal realm. He had never proactively sought trouble with anyone unless provoked beyond avoidance, in which case he would take action. Under such circumstances, why would anyone pay attention to him? Perhaps. I am overthinking this? Su Zhan had not considered Zhou Yuanshan's perspective. In his view, a member of the punishment squad, distinguished among the ranks of the ordinary realm, was invariably someone with an inflated sense of self-importance, utterly incapable of acknowledging a minor character like him. It was inconceivable that they would take the trouble to send someone to keep an eye on him. At that moment, the voice of Little Black resonated within him, proclaiming the arrival of spiritual stones. Indeed, Little Black was now able to articulate words coherently, having transcended from merely uttering master with sporadic comprehension. Having ascended to the 6th stage, Little Black had officially shed the limitations of silence, achieving the rudimentary ability to express itself. This was splendid. Regardless of whether those wandering figures outside were truly observing him or merely passing by, once he attained the 7th stage, he would eliminate them all. A fierce glint flickered across Su Zhan's face. The sensation of being watched was utterly displeasing. In the past, lacking any real strength, he had endured such intrusions, but now, wielding the nascent Little Black Legion, he had no reason to tolerate such disturbances any longer. Anything that irritated him would be dealt with swiftly and without hesitation. Simply eliminate. He began to absorb. A mound of low-grade spiritual stones materialized before him. As he extended his right hand, the black mark on his palm radiated a covetous, shimmering darkness, and then commenced an insatiable, frenzied absorption of the spiritual stones before him. The quantity absorbed had escalated from a mere 100 to 150. Master, there is a presence outside, reported 15 Black. Should he dare to step even a foot into this mine, without further inquiry, eliminate him. Understood, Master, replied the obedient Little Blacks, wielding their pickaxes, their featureless black faces turned toward the mine's entrance. As long as the presence outside continued to approach and crossed the threshold, they would not hesitate to spring forth and strike that individual with their tools. A faint light flickered from within. Should he venture in for a closer look? The figure lingering outside was a gaunt man clad in satin blue, a second realm practitioner. Despite the inky darkness of the mine, his extraordinary vision allowed him to perceive the subtle glimmer. He yearned to enter but hesitated. This individual, named Su Zhan, was notorious for his prowess in breaking through realms within the mining grounds. Should he provoke this adversary, He might very well meet his end here. Though they both belonged to the second realm, having brushed past Su Zhan at close quarters before, he distinctly recalled the faint scent of blood and an aura that screamed danger, leaving him somewhat intimidated. Perhaps it was best not to enter, maintaining a cautious approach. Master, the presence outside has departed, 15 Black reported. Wise of him. The last few stones. Absorbed, it has appeared. As the final pile of low-grade spiritual stones transformed into wisps of spiritual energy merging into the black mark, a plume of dark smoke materialized, signifying the birth of shadowy clones. 6. Su Zhan's eyes gleamed with tension and anticipation. Only when the number of avatars does not increase can it signify the emergence of new functionalities. This evokes a rather contradictory sentiment. On one hand, there is a desire for a greater multitude of avatars, hoping for the swift formation of the Little Black Army, while on the other hand, there is a yearning for the quantity to remain unchanged, in anticipation of a long-desired new feature that would bring about a qualitative leap. Nevertheless, regardless of the scenario, it would be entirely beneficial for Su Zhan. 6, indeed 6. They have finally arrived. Upon witnessing the 6 distinct shadows of black smoke, Su Zhan's heart soared with joy, his countenance radiant with exhilaration. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly closed his eyes, his consciousness diving deep. In just a fleeting glance, he beheld it. Was that an avatar? If Su Zhan were to display an expression at that moment, it would undoubtedly be one of bewilderment and perplexity. Next to the slightly enlarged black cube, there materialized a shadowy avatar, yet it differed significantly from the usual little black ones. It appeared more ethereal, lacking substance, allowing one to discern the intricate network of veins and acupoints within its form at a mere glance. Seated in a cross-legged position, it mirrored Su Zhan's own meditative stance, resembling a black, shadowy version of a human anatomical model showcasing veins and acupoints. Chapter 15. New feature. Avatar cultivation, with a 22-fold efficiency. What does this function mean? Su Zhan was perplexed. Suddenly, around the seated avatar, a series of dark mists began to materialize. Upon closer inspection, there were exactly 22 of them. What were these shadowy figures doing here, swirling around this specimen? Su Zhan focused his gaze. The dark mists, which should have existed independently, collectively teleported to encircle the seated shadow, resembling satellites orbiting a star, moving silently in unison. This astonishing and perplexing scene left Su Zhan utterly bewildered. He thought to venture inside and, recalling his previous experiences, intended to delve into the seated shadow to assess the situation, only to discover he could not enter at all. What on earth? Su Zhan attempted again, but the result remained the same. He tried a different angle to no avail. A change in posture yielded no results. He even stepped back and made a swift charge. Still nothing. Could it be that this new feature is so intricate? A hint would be appreciated. Su Zhan found himself at a loss. Master, I can enter. Suddenly, one of the dark mists spoke. You can enter? Su Zhan was astonished. Yes, Master, I can sense. The small shadow spoke with somewhat halting clarity, yet its meaning was unmistakable. Ah, so the usage of this new feature does not involve me directly, but rather the small shadow avatar. Enlightenment dawned upon Su Zhan. Very well, let us proceed with your attempt. With a mere thought, he directed the flickering dark mist towards the seated avatar. In the next moment, the mist seamlessly merged into the ethereal form of the seated shadow, becoming part of it, drifting through the myriad intertwining meridians and acupoints. Oh, the meridians began to stir. The acupoints were also in motion. What is that pale blue flowing radiance? It resembles spiritual energy. No, it is indeed spiritual energy. With the entrance of the dark mist, the entire seated avatar seemed to be activated. The previously vacant acupoints and meridians began to pulse with a light identical to spiritual energy. Furthermore, Su Zhan discerned a pivotal realization. The flow of spiritual energy was precisely the same as during his own cultivation. Su Zhan's expression brightened. Each individual's physique is uniquely distinct. Flesh, bones, meridians, acupoints, organs, and so forth. Every aspect varies from person to person. This leads to the fact that cultivation methods differ entirely across individuals. The manner in which spiritual energy circulates within the seated avatar mirrored his own cultivation practices without any deviation. Wait a moment. A spark of insight ignited within Su Zhan's mind. Could it be that this seated avatar represents a new feature for cultivation? As this thought emerged, Su Zhan was taken aback by his own realization. If the new function truly embodies cultivation, then the dark mist one enters is akin to undergoing cultivation as well, is it not? The concept of a clone engaging in cultivation sprang to Su Zhan's mind in an instant. I must explore further. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Zhan's consciousness decisively broke free. The closed eyes of his true self suddenly flung open. Soon, familiar sensations flooded in. His expression shifted from subtle awareness to wide-eyed astonishment, culminating in sheer disbelief. Goodness! Within me, the small circulation of energy is spontaneously in motion. That little shadow is genuinely aiding my cultivation. Su Zhan was left utterly astounded by this revelation, rendered momentarily speechless. In essence, cultivation involves allowing spiritual energy to circulate within one's body. This energy originates from the heavens and the earth, not from within oneself. One must guide the energy through the 8 extraordinary meridians, cleanse the flesh and blood, reshape the bones, and finally let it flow out through the meridians, merging into the swirling vortex of the Dantian, transforming into an indescribable essence exclusive to one's own cultivation. This entire process is known as cultivation, and it is merely referred to as the small circulation. With the small circulation, one invariably encounters the grand circulation. Unlike the small circulation, which is confined to flesh and blood, the grand circulation washes through the internal organs and brain, as these are vital organs. Consequently, the grand circulation is a slow process, requiring an extended duration. The small circulation completes a cycle in 1 hour, while the grand circulation takes 8 hours. Interruptions must be avoided. If broken, one must start anew. This is precisely why cultivation is exceedingly tedious. However, a significant absorption of spirit stones can expedite this process, thereby accelerating the acquisition of cultivation. Yet, at present, Su Zhan was neither in a state of cultivation nor engaging in the small or grand circulation. But he could distinctly sense that his flesh and bones were being invisibly cleansed. The source was unknown, the insight elusive, yet the reality was undeniable, incredible, astounding, utterly remarkable. Experiencing this profound sensation and confirming that the shadow clone indeed aids in his cultivation, Su Zhan could not contain his ecstatic laughter and burst into raucous guffaws. In the outside world, a man in blue, tasked with monitoring Su Zhan's every move, furrowed his brow upon hearing the exuberant laughter. Such laughter might indicate a significant breakthrough, perhaps, yet, even in the event of a breakthrough, it shouldn't warrant such exaggerated mirth. A breakthrough merely signifies the acquisition of a few low-grade natural spirit stones. Even if one were exceptionally fortunate to discover a medium-grade spirit stone, valued at 1,000 low-grade stones, that would be impressive enough. But the laughter resonating now hardly suggested the discovery of merely 1,000 stones. It sounded as though millions had been found. Noting this, he decided to steer clear of these turbulent waters and allow those above to address it. The man in blue quietly recorded the event while continuing to feign labor, keeping a watchful eye. The clone engages in cultivation. The new function is indeed clone cultivation. At last, everything has become abundantly clear. With a radiant expression, Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The so-called meditative phantom represented my true self's cultivation posture. Designating a small shadow to enter meant that I was instructing it to cultivate in accordance with my methods. At last, I comprehended why all perspectives of black mist surrounded that avatar. It was clearly allowing me to make my own selection. If I desired a particular avatar to cultivate, I merely needed to place that avatar into the meditative phantom. Not only that, but it also signified that I could arrange as many avatars for cultivation as I wished, even all of them simultaneously. With that thought in mind, Su Zhan hesitated not a moment longer. He once again delved into his consciousness, pushing a strand of black mist directly into the meditative phantom. Instantly, a new thread of blue spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, augmenting the existing ones. All of you, come in. Su Zhan was overwhelmed with excitement, enthusiastically pushing every strand of black mist into the meditative phantom. In an instant, a total of 22 threads of blue spiritual energy began to flow and intertwine through the meridians, transforming the original light blue into a deep azure. 22 signified that my cultivation speed had increased by 22 times, and this was merely the current multiplier. As the number of my avatars continued to rise, reaching 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, the effects of cultivation and the speed of advancement would be unimaginable. Just contemplating that scene made Su Zhan unable to contain a joyful laugh, his radiant smile reflecting pure delight that he could hardly suppress. The realms of the 4th and 6th stages of mortality, even the 9th stage, would be effortlessly surpassed. Not only the mortal realms but even the higher realms of Yuan, Dan, Xian, Ling, and even the celestial realm would be within reach. The mine, the pure Yang sect. One would become his treasury, and the other his garden. In that moment, Su Zhan was filled with unbridled confidence, empowered by newfound abilities, feeling as if the world belonged to him. However, in the next moment, as he exited his consciousness to experience the 22-fold cultivation efficiency, the smile on Su Zhan's face abruptly froze. Where were the little shadows? Indeed, those industrious little shadows, who had been tirelessly mining just moments ago, had collectively vanished, leaving behind a scattering of shovels. Chapter 16. Entrusting the cultivation to the little black, I commenced the practice of the entry-level technique, Blood Shadow Blade. However, merely 3 seconds later, I comprehended the situation entirely. With a newfound clarity, Su Zhan's face reflected understanding. The little black can only engage in one task at a time. It can either manifest to undertake various arduous tasks for Su Zhan, laboring tirelessly around the clock without fear, or it can remain in a meditative state, assisting Su Zhan in his cultivation, continuously providing him with energy regardless of whether he is eating, sleeping, or even attending to nature's call. Both options hold immense value for Su Zhan, yet he must choose one. To validate his hypothesis, Su Zhan decisively delved once more into his consciousness. With a mere thought, he extracted a perspective from one of the meditative shadows. Upon opening his eyes, he casually waved his hand, and a little black appeared. Yet, unlike before, when a simple gesture would summon numerous little blacks, only one materialized this time, affirming that his conjecture was indeed correct. It is not that the new functionality is lacking. Rather, it is my own greed, Su Zhan self-deprecatingly mused, desiring the efficiency of 22 times while simultaneously yearning for abundant mining returns. Such indulgence is unrealistic. This time, he did not perceive the new function as overly demanding. Instead, he began to reflect. After all, this new feature was exceptionally generous, allowing the little black to substitute for his own cultivation, and even enabling multiple little blacks to cultivate simultaneously. With such a miraculous tool for effortless enhancement, how could Su Zhan be dissatisfied or ungrateful? Considering this, the need to endure 2 cooldown periods became entirely understandable, and he would harbor no grievances even if more cooldowns were required. The next issue to contemplate was allocation. After quickly adapting, Su Zhan began to ponder. Currently, an all-out effort in cultivation seemed most fitting for him. Having experienced the benefits of ascending in power, he clearly favored simultaneous cultivation, aiming to elevate his realm as swiftly as possible to enhance both mining efficiency and self-preservation capabilities. Although the little blacks could not absorb spirit stones, unlike himself, resulting in their cultivation efficiency being less than 1/5 of his original capacity, the combined efforts of 22 little blacks could yield an overall effectiveness approximately 4 times greater than before. This means that within merely 7 days, he could officially step into the 3rd realm. Speed is advantageous, yet it also harbors its drawbacks, especially in a mining field like this. Su Zhan narrowed his eyes. 7 days to ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd realm. While this might not seem extraordinary in the outside world, where many gifted individuals could achieve such feats, and some grand sects could employ extraordinary methods to propel someone from the 1st to the 9th realm in a single day, this was a mining site. In a place where everyone exerted tremendous effort just to mine and submit their yields, could Su Zhan's rapid rise from the 2nd to the 3rd realm go unnoticed? For a full week, not a single spirit stone was accrued. With 22 little black figures, the daily earnings should amount to no less than 1,320 stones. Over the course of 7 days, Nearly 10,000 stones had to be relinquished, a bitter pill to swallow indeed. However, as the adage goes, one must sometimes sacrifice to gain. As long as one's realm can be elevated, what do these spirit stones truly signify? Without excessive hesitation, Su Zhan resolutely opted for cultivation, dedicating himself wholly to his practice. What does it matter if he garners attention? What does it matter if he loses spirit stones? If his realm and strength increase, do these concerns still hold weight? Moreover, he finally had some leisure time to devote himself to mastering a technique. Su Zhan's gaze flickered. Cultivating was another significant consideration for his full commitment to practice. There are numerous avenues for enhancing strength. If elevation of realm is the most direct and straightforward method, then mastering a technique ranks as the second simplest, albeit still quite audacious. It is akin to the dilemma of choosing between cultivation and mining. Both pursuits demand a choice. Previously, Su Zhan had focused solely on breaking through realms, leaving him no time or energy to attend to techniques. Now, with his doppelganger taking on the colossal task of cultivation, he had ample time to delve deeply into martial arts. 14 Black, you continue mining and create some noise. 13 Black, avoid that fellow outside and head to Fengshe Town to exchange these miscellaneous spirit stones. Then pay a visit to the 10,000 Treasures Guild. Su Zhan summoned another little black figure. With 22 doppelgangers, leaving 20 to cultivate was more than sufficient. The remaining 2 would handle mining and generating enough commotion to distract the watchful eyes outside. As for whether the observers would find it odd that the sound shifted from a chorus to a singular note, that was inconsequential. As long as there was some noise, it sufficed. The other would continue to exchange spirit stones, procure sumptuous meals, and acquire spiritual tools and techniques, further equipping Su Zhan and his little black figures. The 10,000 Treasures Guild is an immensely vast chain store, offering not only spiritual tools and techniques but also various elixirs, rare materials, and metal veins. Anything imaginable can be found there. Yes, master, the 2 little blacks replied in unison, and then promptly set about their tasks. The little blacks possessed no life essence. Even if an exceptionally powerful being were to arrive, as long as they could not see, they would be oblivious to the little black's presence. Consequently, the blue-clad observer outside merely pretended to loiter, while 13 Black had already departed the mining pit, heading straight to Fengshe Town. Familiar with the route, he exchanged 2,000 miscellaneous spirit stones for 200 inferior spirit stones. Fully wrapped and concealed, 13 Black stepped into the 10,000 Treasures Guild. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The reception staff at the guild were not ordinary folk. Each possessed strength at the first or second realm. However, upon sensing that 13 Black emitted no trace of life essence, they were taken aback, momentarily stumbling over their words. Under Su Zhan's guidance, Shirsan He raised his hand to interrupt the reception staff, signaling that no introductions were necessary. They proceeded directly to the second floor, where the martial arts were housed. To their astonishment, there was an utter absence of any presence. Was it a puppet of a powerful figure or an external incarnation? The reception staff mused silently, clearly associating Shirsan He with some formidable individual. Moments later, the martial arts were acquired, and so too were the weapons. Through the space of his avatar, Su Zhan remotely retrieved 2 items. One was the entry-level martial art Blood Shadow Blade, which Shirsan He had just purchased for 100 spiritual stones. The other was a long-bladed primary spiritual weapon. Su Zhan had always favored the long knife as his weapon of choice, reminiscent of Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade, capable of both offense and defense. His wielding was both striking and stylish, and most importantly, it felt remarkably natural in his hands. Initially, he had contemplated the elegant, high-end long sword, or perhaps a large, devastating broadsword, even experimenting with the swift and piercing spear. However, he found each of these options cumbersome. It was only after he chose the long knife that he discovered an unparalleled affinity with it, as if it were an extension of himself. Henceforth, he designated the long knife as his fated weapon. Blood Shadow Blade is a martial art dedicated to the mastery of the long knife. The reason for his choice lies in its simplicity. Devoid of any ostentatious or dazzling techniques, it comprises a singular move, Blood Shadow Kill. The essence of Blood Shadow Blade is explosive power, emphasizing the moment one seizes an opportunity to concentrate all their strength into a singular, overwhelming strike. capable of shattering their opponent's defenses. With a single slash, the blade transforms into an afterimage, siphoning the blood from the enemy. One can only imagine the devastation that would ensue once Su Jian mastered this technique, with all his avatars replicating it. When they each wielded a long knife as a primary spiritual weapon, the sheer force of their combined strikes would be formidable. Weaker adversaries might find themselves utterly dismantled in an instant. Chapter 17. Concealed New Function. Avatar Dispatch. Initially, Su Jian was reluctant to choose such a style, one that was only useful in the heat of battle. He preferred techniques that would enhance his physique, bolster his strength, and improve his endurance. The little black avatars, after replicating the past, had significantly augmented their defensive and offensive capabilities, thereby indirectly enhancing the mining efficiency of the avatars, accelerating the acquisition of spirit stones. To speak plainly, an increase of 10 to 20 efficiency was entirely feasible. However, as the saying goes, it is not the thousands you fear, but the one unexpected event. While encounters in battle were indeed rare, when they did occur, they could very well be a matter of life and death. Such critical situations were ones he could not afford to lose. For this reason, he was willing to forego some spirit stone profits. Of course, a part of this inclination stemmed from his personal interests. The thought of diligently studying a technique that did not pique his interest, merely for the sake of profit, would leave Su Jian enduring a myriad of tedium. Yet, when he wielded a weapon he cherished and practiced a technique he yearned to master, that feeling, it was simply exhilarating. Let the training commence. With great enthusiasm, Su Jian eagerly perused the Blood Shadow Blade. However, just as he delved into a few pages utterly engrossed, a sudden voice interrupted him. "Master, I am under attack. The enemy is formidable." The voice of the 13th Black resonated within Su Jian's mind. Due to the recent elevation in its stage, its fluency had markedly improved. Su Jian was immediately taken aback. The 13th Black was encountering an enemy. A strong one at that. What was happening? After completing its task, the 13th Black was supposed to return to the mine discreetly. According to his instructions, it should have evaded any life forms, no matter how far it needed to detour. How could it have been attacked? Especially by an adversary that the little black avatars could not handle? Could it be that the punishment squad had discovered them? Anxiety gnawed at Su Jian's heart as he closed his eyes, swiftly plunging his consciousness into the perspective of the 13th Black. In an instant, as the scene unfolded, a blade of light so swift it was nearly imperceptible slashed through. The 13th Black was struck. However, enveloped in a shroud of black illusion, the blade merely carved a dark wound upon its form, failing to spill a single drop of blood. "Pray tell, what manner of creature are you?" "Neither human nor beast. Humanoid, yet devoid of flesh and blood. Beneath that black exterior, there are no normal organs to speak of. Moreover, you do not emit any life force. With my years of experience, I truly cannot fathom what you are. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" The one addressing the 13th Black was a man clad in black. He was the one continually assaulting it. Yet, despite possessing overwhelming superiority, he did not deliver the fatal blow. Instead, he persistently struck the 13th Black's arms, thighs, chest, and abdomen, seemingly eager to discern the nature of this shadowy humanoid figure before him. The third stage of the common realm. Su Jian recognized it at a glance. At the same time, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. It was neither a punishment squad nor an insurmountable formidable foe. They were merely a band of brigands, specializing in ambushing unsuspecting travelers in the wilderness. This was a classic case of murder and plunder. However, this time, the victim of such heinous acts was the 13th Black. The disparity between the second and third levels was indeed substantial. The speed of his strikes was so swift that even I could scarcely perceive them. Moreover, it was evident that this individual was employing a technique, slicing through the 13th Black as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. His strength was undeniably formidable. I needed to retrieve the 13th Black. As the target of this murderous robbery, Su Jian felt somewhat disgruntled. Yet, given the overwhelming power of the assailant, it was clear that even the second level's Xiao He, let alone the third level, would struggle to contend with him. Thus, he had no intention of lingering. Just as Su Jian was preparing to reclaim the 13th Black, the 14th Black, who had been mining nearby, suddenly halted his actions. Master, I can provide support. Su Zhan paused, glancing at the 14th Black with curiosity. You can provide support? How? Master, you need to dispatch me, the 14th Black replied in a mechanical tone. Dispatch? Su Zhan was taken aback to learn that his doppelganger had introduced him to a new term. His mind began to whirl with possibilities. Could it be? I will give it a try. With that thought, Su Zhan focused intently. Upon noticing the two swirling clouds of dark mist floating beside his seated doppelganger, he directed one from the 14th Black towards the 13th Black, causing the two clouds to collide directly. This was a sudden inspiration. He had not previously considered that the dark mist could be propelled into the meditative projection. But now he had thought of it. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two clouds of dark mist actually fused together, refusing to separate. What? This really works? What new feature is this? Su Zhan was astonished. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered the perspective of the 13th Black. As soon as he did, he was left dumbfounded. Within the 13th Black's viewpoint, the 14th Black truly appeared on the scene. Moreover, without a moment's hesitation, he seized a pickaxe and charged at the black-clad man of the 3rd level. This sudden turn of events bewildered not only Su Zhan but also the attacking black-clad man. Although caught off guard, the black-clad man was still a 3rd-level elite, and he swiftly countered, repelling the 14th Black. Yet, the curiosity that had initially graced his expression was now replaced by a grave seriousness. The unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn. As a brigand specializing in murder and theft, he typically required no further ado. He would simply lock onto his target and execute a swift, silent attack from behind, eliminating the target with a single lethal strike and claiming all valuables. However, today this individual, clad entirely in black, had not only withstood his fatal blow but had emerged unscathed, with no blood nor entrails visible at the wound. Only a bizarre, ethereal shadow remained. Thus he became intrigued, repeatedly attacking without delivering a fatal blow, intent on discerning the true nature of this peculiar being. To his astonishment, such an enigmatic entity was not solitary. Moreover, it appeared without any prior warning, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. No more games. Should he falter here, his companions would surely mock him mercilessly. The man in black ceased to squander time, suppressing all curiosity. A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he swung his blade with ferocity. In an instant, the head of the 13th Black soared into the air. Without its head, the battered form of the shadow could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind only tattered garments. Now, to deal with the remaining one, the man in black pivoted, intending to eliminate another shadow with a single stroke. However, upon turning, his expression froze, his pupils dilated, a chill coursing down his spine, and his face was etched with terror. How? How could there be so many? Before him stood not a solitary figure of the 14th Black, but an astonishing 21 diminutive shadows. Chapter 18. Unexpected Gains, the Sect Examination Token. In the next moment, 21 small figures surged forth, brandishing their hoes, with one among them wielding a rudimentary spiritual dagger, charging directly at the man in black. Damn it! Don't think I'm intimidated just because you're numerous. What are you, a bunch of mere second-tier? Ah! The man in black had intended to dispatch these second-tier shadows single-handedly. The disparity in strength between realms is significant. After all, he had the capability to vanquish even those of the 3rd tier. How could he not handle a group of second-tier foes? Yet he had gravely underestimated the murderous nature of the small figures. Ordinary cultivators would experience injury, fear, and trepidation, often hesitating in the face of formidable adversaries, thus failing to encircle and annihilate them completely. But the small figures were devoid of such emotions. Even when the front line suffered injuries or were pushed back, the rear ranks pressed forward, undeterred by what they perceived as lethal assaults. The man in black could manage 1 or 2, even 3 or 4, but when the numbers swelled to 5 or more, he began to falter. No matter how swiftly he wielded his blade, he could not contend with a full 21 adversaries. Consequently, wounds began to mar his body, blood splattering forth. His condition deteriorated from peak to weakness. No, they are not human. They are monsters. I cannot engage with them. I must flee. In the briefest of moments, as the wounds on the man in black multiplied, he realized he could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of the small figures and decisively turned to escape. But at that very instant, a dagger, glimmering with a luminous blue light, hurtled towards his face. A spiritual weapon. Instinctively, the man in black dodged, but this evasion cost him his chance to escape. The swarm of small figures surged forward, attacking him fiercely with their hoes. The sound of impacts echoed, and brilliant, vivid blood erupted forth.
No. No. No.
The man in black tilted his head back, blood streaming down. He reached out, his face a mask of horror, despair, and unwillingness, until a dark hand enveloped his visage, finally submerging him among the throng of small figures, completely engulfed. Moments later, as the small figures dispersed under Su Zhang's command, the man in black had lost all semblance of humanity. Various organs, both red and white, littered the ground, bones and flesh intermingled, leaving him as nothing more than a heap of carrion. Delight filled Su Zhang's heart at the sight. He felt no revulsion, but rather a profound satisfaction. How dare a mere third-tier individual emerge to rob and pillage, preying on the weak? Alas, today you have chosen the wrong target. Beneath this seemingly soft exterior lies a poison potent enough to claim your life. Su Zhang had never shown mercy to his enemies. Just as he had dealt with Li Lichang in the past, once he struck, he would stop at nothing to eliminate his opponent. Having lost 6 of the small black figures, the remaining ones suffered either severed limbs or numerous wounds. The third level of this adversary proved to be quite formidable. Under ordinary circumstances, overcoming such a challenge would have been nearly impossible without the advantage of sheer numbers. Su Zhan surveyed the battlefield and could not help but acknowledge the notable prowess of this man in black at the third realm of the mundane. It seemed that he was but a step away from the fourth realm. Were it not for the fearless strategy of the small black figures, he might have successfully evaded capture. The perspective of the 6 small black figures, once shrouded in darkness, had transformed into a grayish hue, yet they were slowly regaining their original color. At this rate, they would return to their complete black state in approximately 24 hours. So that was it. The cooldown period for the small black figures upon their demise was indeed 24 hours. Previously, Su Zhan had harbored concerns about their potential inability to resurrect and the consequent impact on the yield of spirit stones, which had made him hesitant to experiment vigorously. Little did he know that this encounter would present him with a valuable opportunity. This revelation filled Su Zhan with delight. The adversary's sack contained no less than 16 spirit stone tickets, along with a superior quality large blade that belonged to the category of basic spiritual tools. The total worth of this bounty was estimated to exceed 2,000 spirit stones. The 6 small black figures would only yield about 1,200 spirit stones within a 24-hour period. What he initially perceived as a significant loss turned out to be a remarkable gain. A smile crept across Su Zhan's face. Spirit stone tickets are akin to ancient silver notes. 1 ticket corresponds to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Carrying hundreds of spirit stones in pockets or bags can be cumbersome, especially during battles or when traveling, making one susceptible to being targeted. Thus, converting them into tickets proves to be far more convenient. However, the spoils did not end there. The most significant discovery was the revelation of a hidden function. Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ability to dispatch avatars must have been unlocked recently. Perhaps it coincided with the training of the avatars, or maybe it had always been available, yet he simply failed to recognize it. One thing was certain, this function was a tremendous support. With a single arrow piercing the clouds, an army could converge. If one small black figure encountered an attack, all the others could be dispatched in an instant, executing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to subdue the enemy. Naturally, this function would not see regular use. It would only come into play during acts of violence, or when the small black figures faced formidable foes, thus maximizing its effectiveness. The less frequently this function was employed, the fewer troubles he would encounter. He aimed to minimize its use, for he preferred to avoid unnecessary hardships and losses. Unless someone sought to provoke him, he would exercise restraint, focusing on quietly nurturing his growth. After all, the benefits of development were substantial. Why draw attention unnecessarily? Only if others forced his hand, and he could no longer endure, would Su Zhan retaliate. Even if it meant incurring significant losses among his small black figures, He would reclaim his dignity. Master, there is something new. At this moment, one of the small black figures emerged from the indistinct mass of flesh, clutching an object resembling a token. After a thorough cleansing, it was presented before Su Zhan. This is the assessment token of the Pure Yang sect. Su Zhan was taken aback. He had once possessed this very token. With it, he would have qualified to participate in the Pure Yang sect's annual recruitment event, thereby smoothly joining the sect. However, at that time, Su Zhan's abilities were woefully inadequate, and his opponents were formidable, resulting in a squandered opportunity. Should he wish to undergo the assessment once more, he could simply purchase a token from another and then subtly bribe the assessors to gain another chance. This was an unspoken rule. The Pure Yang sect had not explicitly forbidden it. After all, what mattered to the sect were the candidates who met their criteria, possessed remarkable strength, and demonstrated outstanding talent, while the means by which these candidates acquired their assessment tokens mattered little to them. Conversely, should one fail to meet the requirements, no amount of manipulation would suffice to gain entry, unless one's background was sufficiently formidable. It appeared that a hapless individual, eager to participate in the sect's assessment, had been ambushed by this person. And for someone like him, nearing middle age, even possessing the assessment token would avail him nothing, for one of the sect's stipulations was not to accept candidates over the age of 18. The ultimate fate of this assessment token could only be a descent into the Wanbao Pavilion or the black market, fetching a handsome price. However, in my possession, its implications would be entirely different. A glimmer sparked in Su Zhan's eyes. Acquiring the mining site hinged upon gaining the approval of the Pure Yang sect. His original plan was to rapidly enhance his strength within a year and then participate in the assessment next year. By then, he would merely be 17. Little did he anticipate that such unexpected fortune would arrive so swiftly, delivered by an unforeseen robber, presenting him with this golden opportunity. There was no urgency at present. He could set his sights on 1 or 2 months from now. By that time, he would at least have reached the 3rd or 4th level of cultivation, and passing the assessment would be a mere formality. The owner of this small mine was at the 7th level of the mortal realm, and at that point, he could issue a challenge as a disciple of the sect, thereby claiming the mine for himself. Su Zhan had taken the time to study the overall structure of the mine. The owner also held significant authority within the punishment hall, being a disciple of the Pure Yang sect at the 7th level of the mortal realm. Below him were several captains at the 6th level, overseeing regions corresponding to the mining areas manned by workers at the 3rd level. Further down were a greater number of squad leaders at the 5th level, corresponding to the workers at the 2nd level. In the area where Su Zhan was currently situated, should issues arise, it would be the 5th level punitive team that would intervene. The lowest tier of the management structure consisted of Zhou Yueshan's cadre of 4th level personnel, who were numerous, corresponding to the largest number of workers at the 1st level. Seizing the mine by force was not a realistic option at present, as this was the territory of the Pure Yang sect, teeming with formidable individuals including those at the Yuan, Dan, and Shen realms. Countless in number. The sole path for Su Zhan to swiftly acquire the mine lay in first joining the Pure Yang sect. Upon obtaining an official identity, he could then challenge the owner of the mine. Thus, it was for this reason Su Zhan intended to return once more to the Pure Yang sect, meticulously preparing to join the sect and obtain the qualification for challenges. With the possession of this token, even the preparatory process was rendered unnecessary.
Xiao Hai.
Make another trip to Fengshe Town and exchange all the spirit stone tickets for low-grade spiritual weapons. A hoe seems rather meager, and our combat effectiveness suffers greatly. Next time, let's aim to defeat the triple in a single round. If over 20 of our little black comrades wield low-grade spiritual weapons, even without the enhancement of techniques, they can still inflict enough damage to vanquish our enemies. As for the others, return to your positions and continue your cultivation. The little black ones promptly complied. Days swiftly passed. Were they to toil endlessly in the mines? Within the exchange house, the bald man frowned upon hearing the report from the blue-clad man. Beside him, Zhou Yueshan remained silent. Indeed, I have observed him for several days. Each day he enters the mine at dawn and departs at dusk. I have monitored him closely and can assure you he has not strayed even a step. The blue-clad man hesitated on one occasion. I heard him laughing, quite exuberantly, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Is laughter so unusual? The bald man replied. I have also inquired. Su Zhan has exchanged for 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones over the past few days, while typically, a second-layer cultivator would only exchange 3. This seems to indicate an exceptional harvest. Lord Zhou, I had thought that this fellow possessed some secret, but it appears we have been overly concerned. Zhou Yushan quietly sipped his drink, remaining taciturn. The contemplative look in his eyes suggested he too was pondering whether he had indeed overthought the matter. The young man named Su Zhan did not appear to harbor anything particularly intriguing. Lord Zhou, should we continue monitoring him? The blue-clad man tentatively inquired. Starting tomorrow, gather a few more individuals. No more distant observation. Follow him closely, whether he is working or resting. Stay by his side at all times. Only cease when I give the command. Understood, Lord Zhou. The blue-clad man bowed in acknowledgement and promptly exited the exchange house. Lord Zhou, if we cannot glean anything from a distant observation, tracking him closely may yield even less. The bald man paused. Perhaps we should confront him directly. To you, he is merely an insignificant insect, easily extinguished with a mere finger. No, he is no longer an insect, but rather a potential big catch harboring treasures. Zhou Yushan replied calmly, to catch a big fish, one must possess patience and... Bait? Bait? What do you mean? The bald man inquired, perplexed. Life itself is the finest bait. Zhou Yushan's eyes glimmered with intent. Chapter 19. Breaking through the 3rd layer of mortal realm, surrounding the 5 observers. The following day, as the chimes of the bell resonated, Su Zhan set forth towards his mining pit, wielding his hoe as usual. Today, his spirits soared with optimism. According to the trajectory of his cultivation, barring any unexpected occurrences, he anticipated that in 2 days he would achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd layer. During these past few days, despite the persistent presence of some shadowy figures keeping watch, they had not impacted him in the slightest. Su Zhan paid them no mind and diligently immersed himself in the practice of the blood shadow blade within the depths of the mine. Given his innate understanding and talent, he could grasp the fundamentals of the blood shadow blade within a fortnight at the quickest, or a month at the slowest, entering the initial realm of comprehension, thereby nearly doubling his explosive power. Martial arts not only vary in rank but also in realms attained through cultivation. Each realm yields distinct effects from the techniques practiced. For instance, with the blood shadow blade at the initial comprehension stage, his explosive power could increase by nearly 50%. In the minor success stage, it could nearly double, while in the major success stage, it could increase by almost 3-fold. Upon reaching the perfected realm, the potential for explosive power could surge to an astonishing 5-fold. This implies that once Su Zhan masters the blood shadow blade to perfection, he could, with a single strike, potentially slay even a 3rd-layer adversary before they realize what has transpired. However, as he contemplated these possibilities, Su Zhan sensed something amiss. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 individuals were tailing him. What was going on? A frown etched itself upon Su Zhan's brow as he glanced back. There they were, 5 figures closely shadowing his steps, unerringly. Clearly, this time not only had their numbers increased, but their mode of following had shifted as well. Previously, they had been somewhat discreet, wary of being detected, hiding and keeping their distance. Yet today, these 5 were brazenly maintaining a proximity of less than 10 meters, even engaging in jovial banter amongst themselves, as if eager for him to notice their presence. As the other miners dispersed, leaving the area, these 5 audaciously continued to trail Su Zhan. How brazen! So they have chosen to confront him openly, have they? A surge of indignation welled up within Su Zhan. If circumstances permitted, he could effortlessly summon his 22 shadowy companions to eliminate these 5 intruders right then and there. After all, the vicinity was devoid of other witnesses, and 22 against 5 meant they could not hope to escape. However, Su Zhan restrained himself. With such overt actions, it was implausible that no one was orchestrating their movements from behind. To command 5 second-layer mortals, the puppeteer must surely be at least of the 3rd layer, if not potentially the 4th. In such a scenario, if he were to strike down the 5, he would inadvertently reveal that he harbored significant issues himself. Moments later, Su Zhan arrived at his familiar mining pit, but he was not alone today. The The 5 individuals trailed closely behind him. Who sent you to follow me? Su Zhan halted, turning to confront them with a cold inquiry. The 5 appeared momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter. Young man, refrain from asking such foolish questions. Do you truly believe we would divulge anything to you? Ha! Although you have managed to ascend to the 2nd level, showcasing some skill, we are not intimidated by you. I can, however, reveal this much. Our instructions are to follow you no matter where you go. Even if you are engaged in the most private of activities, we must remain within sight. What is that? Do you wish to take action? We are ready at any moment. If a direct confrontation could resolve matters, that would be most ideal. The 4 individuals exhibited an air of arrogance, their words laced with threats and rudeness. Brother, how about we strike a deal? The fact that 5 of us have been ordered to tail you suggests that you possess something of considerable value. If you reveal it to us, we shall depart immediately, and all shall remain well. What do you say? At this juncture, a scar-faced man interjected. His demeanor was brash, yet his eyes gleamed with cunning. Something valuable?
Suzanne pondered, perplexed.
I possess nothing of the sort. You don't? Then how is it that you have ascended to the 2nd level within just over a month of entering here? The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed. Brother, if you are unwilling to speak, we won't be able to report back, and we shall have to keep our eyes on you indefinitely. If you cooperate, our tasks will be much simpler. Su Zhan was left speechless. He had thought that his actions, such as dealing with the likes of Gao and sending Xiao He out frequently, had drawn attention. But it seemed that simply ascending to the 2nd level in just over a month was the true cause for their scrutiny. Was this not a rather flimsy rationale? Who could be so petty? Oh, I see now. I had presumed you were backed by someone formidable, but it turns out to be merely a 4th-level individual. Is that why you are so obsequious? Su Zhan's expression shifted to one of realization, as if he had suddenly grasped the identity of their patron. Just a 4th level? Brother, you speak with such bravado. It is truly shameless. You, a mere 2nd level, would be as easily extinguished as an ant. By heaven, I have encountered those who boast, but I have never seen anyone as pretentious as you. Let him indulge in his theatrics. He merely broke through to the 2nd level. One would think he had achieved the realm of the origin. The 5 men erupted in laughter, all mocking. Upon hearing their derision, Su Zhan found himself laughing as well. So that was it. It truly was a 4th level. His words were evidently a ploy to gauge their hidden patron's rank and strength, allowing him to devise a strategy in response. As it stood, the threat seemed minimal. He had feared that their benefactor might be a 5th or 6th level, which would pose a daunting challenge. Even if he were to break through to the 3rd level, the legion of fearless subordinates under such a figure would be difficult to contend with. He would hardly have any assurance of escape. However, if it was merely a 4th level, the situation became significantly more manageable. Even if he could not win, fleeing would pose no issue whatsoever. I have encountered several 4th-level figures thus far, but I have only truly interacted with Zhou Yueshan. Could it be him? Su Zhan pondered quietly. It seemed unlikely. He had assisted me, and for that reason alone, it did not quite align with his character. If he truly suspected I harbored secrets or treasures, he would have confronted me directly rather than employing spies to surveil me closely. It must be someone associated with the 4th tier, possibly linked to those I had previously slain, or perhaps possessing ties to the 4th tier themselves. Su Zhan was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and enmity. Those who opposed him would feel his wrath tenfold, while those who had done him a kindness would be remembered with utmost sincerity, and he would seize any opportunity to repay that debt, often viewing them through the lens of a benevolent hero. Even now, despite the overwhelming suspicions surrounding Zhou Yuanshan, he remained unwilling to accept that the latter could be the mastermind behind it all. Regardless of who it was, they would all meet their demise. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su Zhan's eyes. Subsequently, amidst the derisive laughter of 5 individuals, he nonchalantly approached a nearby rock wall, wielding a pickaxe to strike at it. Since others had gone to such lengths to monitor him closely, he felt compelled to offer them a semblance of respect, pausing his cultivation efforts to mine as a mere pretense. After all of his shadowy figures were diligently engaged in their training within his cultivation avatars. In just 2 days, he would ascend to the 3rd tier of the mortal realm. At that point, none of these 5 would escape. As for the 4th tier, they would undoubtedly be eliminated, yet Su Jian felt that merely 22 third-tier shadows would not suffice for his security. He needed to bide his time, enhancing the Black Seal to the 8th and 9th stages, increasing the number of avatars before addressing the matter. In essence, when he struck, he would leave no room for survival. They must be eradicated on the spot. Not cooperating, are we? Very well, let us see how long you can endure. The 5 individuals exchanged scornful smiles and, with perfect synchronization, dispersed, each selecting a section of the rock wall adjacent to Su Jian to excavate as well. Thus, he found himself encircled by them, every move meticulously observed. Su Jian feigned ignorance, continuing to chip away at the rock, revealing the hidden spiritual stones within the layers as they tumbled down with each blow. The 5 engaged in idle chatter, discussing the foreman one moment, the brothels the next, and then debating which female miner possessed the best figure. Their crude banter never ceased. And so it continued. As Su Jian mined, they conversed, following his every move. From dawn until dusk, regardless of meals or other necessities, Su Jian remained within their line of sight. Fortunately, having achieved the 2nd tier, he could easily forego the restroom for days without issue. However, even after the workday concluded, the 5 showed no intention of dispersing to rest. They persisted in closely tailing him. Yet, they were not entirely static. Occasionally, 2 would depart to indulge or report back, while the remaining 3 maintained their vigilant watch. When the 2 returned, they would rotate, ensuring at least 3 were monitoring at all times. Even as Su Jian retired to sleep in his modest wooden dwelling, they also arranged for 2 individuals to follow. 3 others stood guard outside, leaving no opportunity whatsoever. In response, Su Jian maintained a cold demeanor throughout, remaining silent and attending to his tasks. This continued until the 3rd day. Ding, ding, ding. Within the mine, the 5 continued to chat idly while surrounding Su Jian. Sigh. My younger brother hasn't had the chance to enjoy himself at the brothel these past 2 days. He has been subjected to this torment. Indeed, I am quite envious myself. Thanks to this brother Su, if he were to cooperate, would we still have to toil in this desolate place? Boss, why don't we resort to force and torture him in secret? Let us see if he can still hold his tongue under duress. Let us wait. Since it comes from above, we must execute it. If it comes to that, we can act later. The 5 spoke without any restraint, brazenly expressing themselves in front of Su Jian. Such threatening remarks were not new. They merely aimed to intimidate Su Jian into confessing willingly. Yet, Su Jian remained unperturbed, ignoring their threats. The 5 were quite puzzled. After all, they were merely dealing with a mere 2nd realm mortal. What was the point of all this close surveillance? They had even inquired about what secrets this 2nd realm individual might possess that warranted such attention from Lord Zhou. The response was that certain behaviors exhibited by Su Jian seemed unusually erratic, possibly indicating he harbored a treasure. They immediately pressed for details on what was so erratic. Upon learning that his rapid ascension and choice of the 18th district over the 9th were deemed irregular, the 5 were rendered speechless. Was this truly considered too erratic? Lord Zhou's nerves seemed excessively sensitive. However, given the formidable power of their superior, they could only comply with the orders. Yet, after 2 or 3 days, they had found nothing, not even a single hair. Clearly, their patience was wearing thin. In a few more days, if there were still no discoveries, they planned to resort to personal punishment against Su Jian, forcing him to reveal something. If they could extract information, that would be splendid. If not, it would indicate that he truly possessed nothing, allowing them to conclude this absurd task and return to their leisurely lives. All right, I concede, you win. Suddenly, Su Jian tossed aside his hoe. You want to know where my treasure is hidden? Fine, I shall tell you. What? You truly have a treasure. Finally, he willing to speak. How much better it would have been if he had shown this insight earlier. What did I say? As long as we kept up the mental pressure, he would surely crack. Speak quickly. What is this treasure of yours? And where is it hidden? If you reveal it, we promise not to trouble you further. Brother, do not attempt any tricks. Our patience pales in comparison to that of the esteemed figure above us. If your words bear truth, we may coexist peacefully. However, should you resort to deceit, do not blame us for our merciless actions. The 5 individuals were invigorated. The leader maintained a semblance of calm, though his words dripped with menace. Yet, the glint of greed in his eyes revealed that their endurance stemmed from coveting treasures. Should this treasure indeed be of extraordinary value and immense benefit to them, they would dare to seize it, even at the risk of offending the formidable fourth tier. "My treasure lies right here," Su Zhan proclaimed, extending his right hand and opening his palm. With a mere glance, the five noticed the enigmatic black imprint etched upon his palm. Although it appeared to be merely a mark, they instinctively felt it was anything but ordinary. "What? A mere imprint? What kind of treasure is this? No wonder I've been unable to find it. It's been in your possession all along. Hand it over." The eyes of the five gleamed with avarice, their expressions laden with impatience. "Do not rush. The treasure I speak of is not limited to this one. Look up," Su Zhan said with a smile, clenching his hand. Instinctively, the five glanced upward. However, that fleeting look transformed their greed and impatience into sheer terror. What? What are those dark figures? Not far from them stood a row of humanoid shapes, constructed from an ethereal darkness, resembling shadowy duplicates that had materialized silently. "There are more behind," one exclaimed in alarm. Turning, they beheld another line of shadowy figures, all having appeared without warning. What are these things? Why do they exude no signs of life? "Hey, Su, what are you up to? How did you conjure these phantoms?" "Spirit artifacts." "Good heavens, each of them wields a rudimentary spirit artifact. What nonsense is this? Su Xiaogue, we have the might of the fourth tier's punishment squad behind us. Should you dare to act against us, you shall meet your demise." Fear gripped the hearts of four of the five, their panic palpable. They hastily drew their weapons, each brandishing a rudimentary spirit artifact, yet their quantity paled in comparison to that of the shadowy figures. Thus, they sought to invoke the fourth tier to intimidate Su Zhan. Yet, even uttering those words could not dispel their dread. The shadows before and behind them were too bizarre, far beyond their comprehension. What a waste of breath. Since these phantoms are the handiwork of this brat, all we need do is eliminate him, and the problem will be resolved. Only the leader remained composed, well-versed in the adage of capturing the leader first. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he drew forth a rudimentary spirit artifact sword and charged straight towards Su Zhan. "You wish to kill me? You are too late," Su Zhan chuckled softly. Subsequently, an invisible aura quietly expanded within the body, sweeping away all the surrounding dust. At that moment, five individuals, including the leader who had struck first, widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost, utterly astonished. Threefold? Indeed, this fellow surnamed Su had managed to transcend. Without any forewarning, without any peculiar commotion, and without a hint of cultivation, he had ascended from the second realm of the mundane to the third, truly deserving of the third realm. "Your sword is far too slow." Su Zhan's long knife suddenly materialized in his hand, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, before he swept the blade with great force. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, the long sword in the leader's grip was met with an overwhelming force, causing pain to shoot through his hand, rendering him unable to maintain his hold on the spiritual weapon, which flew away uncontrollably. A flash of light appeared as the long knife, radiating a soft blue glow, was poised against the leader's neck. Feeling the chill of the metal, beads of cold sweat began to form on the leader's forehead. His previously cunning and fierce countenance transformed into one of fear and unease. The gaze he fixed upon Su Zhan was filled with trepidation and dread, as though he were confronting an arch-nemesis. "What? These were treasures and surprises I had meticulously prepared for you, spending a full 2 days on them. Do you not appreciate them?" Chapter 20. It truly is Zhou Yueshan. Su Zhan, prepared for all contingencies, commenced his counterattack. Su Zhan spoke with an air of tranquility, yet his words fell upon the ears of the five like a death knell, sending chills down their spines, especially upon witnessing the eerie, shadowy figures wielding spiritual artifacts. An involuntary shiver coursed through their bodies. In that moment, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Lord Zhou had not erred. This Su Zhan posed a significant threat. "Lord Su, it was all a misunderstanding. We were merely executing orders." For the sake of that esteemed individual, before the leader could finish his plea, Su Zhan decisively issued his command. In an instant, All 22 shadowy figures surged forth, coalescing into a formidable wall of darkness that engulfed the five entirely. Cries of agony, shrieks of terror, and wails of despair erupted incessantly. Approximately a minute later, as the shadows dispersed, 4 of the 5 individuals lay utterly shattered, their limbs grotesquely contorted, sinews severed, and ears, tongues, and noses mercilessly removed. They had lost not only their capacity to resist but even the ability to care for themselves. Trembling in fear, their bodies drenched in blood, they attempted to scream, yet only pitiful, fragmented sounds escaped their lips, unable to articulate even a coherent word. A foul stench permeated the air as a yellowish liquid pooled beneath them. The phrase "scared to death" could not have been more aptly illustrated than in this moment. The sole survivor, the leader, stood trembling, his bloodied form quaking as he glanced at the 4, now reduced to mere husks of humanity. Before casting his gaze upon Su-Zhan, the look in his eyes was akin to that of a soul witnessing hell itself. What lay before them surpassed all comprehension, defying every known principle. Not to mention, each of those eerie shadowy figures possessed the strength of a third-tier mortal realm. Not just one, but all. Moreover, they exhibited no fear of injury or death. Even when pierced by blades, they remained unfazed, functioning like merciless machines of slaughter, utterly terrifying. At that moment, only 2 thoughts occupied his mind. 1. What arcane method had this Su devised to conjure such bizarre shadows? 2. With 4 reduced to mere remnants, would he become the 5th? I ask, you answer. Can you comply?
Su-Zhan inquired. Yes.
The leader stammered, utterly terrified. I can beg for my life. Spare me. Do you truly believe you possess any standing to negotiate?
Su-Zhan replied coldly.
Speak, who is the one that commanded you, the 4th tier? It is Zhou Yueshan. The leader blurted out in haste. Upon hearing this, Su-Zhan closed his eyes momentarily, tilting his head back slightly. Truly, it seemed to validate the adage, the very thing one wishes to avoid is often the very thing that comes to pass. Though the other party had previously extended a helping hand, he remained ever grateful, pondering how he might repay such kindness once he gained strength. If circumstances permitted, he could easily propose a partnership to seize the mining site together. He would not hesitate to offer at least the position of captain of the punitive squad in return, if not a division of the mining area. Little did he expect that the person he held in such high regard would turn out to be the very one who posed the greatest challenges and sought to trouble him. Why had he set his sights on me? Fortunately, the current Su-Zhan was no longer the naive and ignorant individual he once was. After a brief calming of his emotions, he quietly accepted this reality and continued to inquire about the reasons behind it. I have no idea, the leader hastily replied. That esteemed individual only instructed us to closely follow you and report any unusual occurrences immediately. However, we have followed you for several days without a trace of anything amiss. I swear, I speak the truth. It was never my intention. I am merely following orders. In his words, he made it clear to disentangle himself from any blame. Su-Zhan furrowed his brow slightly. If all goes as expected, it should be my rapid advancement that has aroused Zhou Yuanshan's suspicions. Were it anyone else unfamiliar with me, even with my swift progress, I would remain inconspicuous among the countless miners. Yet, I had been in close proximity to Zhou Yuanshan for more than a month. Previously, there had been no breakthroughs or signs of improvement in my cultivation. I even required Zhou Yuanshan to utter a word before I could receive a low-grade spirit stone. Yet, in the blink of an eye, my realm had surged forward, nearing the 2nd level, then breaking through to it. It is no wonder that such a character as Zhou Yuanshan would harbor suspicions. You report to him daily? Su-Zhan continued to inquire. Yes. We must report to Lord Zhou every day. If we miss even one day, we would be in serious trouble. The leader nodded repeatedly. However, Su-Zhan could discern a hint of undeniable panic in his eyes. After all, he was now at the 3rd level, and his perceptive abilities had significantly sharpened. From this alone, it was clear that the fellow was lying. Very well, I understand. With a swift motion, Su-Zhan struck with a blade. Blood gushed forth as the leader's arm was severed, falling to the ground. A second later, the leader clutched his wound, emitting a cry of agony. Xiaohei, proceed in kind. At Su-Zhan's command, Several Xiao He rushed forth, each wielding a knife to slice away every possible part of the leader's body. Clearly, Su Zhan had no intention of killing them at present. Should they perish, their positioning stones would shatter. Zhou Yuanshan would detect it immediately, perhaps appearing before Su Zhan within 10 minutes. Therefore, for the time being, they could not die, since they did not report daily. As long as the 5 of them remained alive, Zhou Yuanshan would not quickly notice any issues. This would also afford Su Zhan a period to cultivate further. With my current strength, relying on these 22 shadowy figures to encircle and eliminate a formidable opponent among the 4th tier, the likelihood of success is at most a mere 20%. Su Zhan's gaze was intense. He flicked his fingers, causing blood to splatter from his long sword. In reality, if it came to a confrontation, he believed he could achieve a success rate of 40% against Zhou Yueshan. After all, these are 22 avatars wielding spiritual weapons, fearless of death and injury. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of an average 3rd-tier cultivator. Such an encirclement, even if Zhou Yueshan excels among the 4th tier, would still be unable to withstand it. However, Su Zhan, being prudent by nature, considered that Zhou Yueshan, as a member of the punishment team, had navigated the mines for many years and might possess unexpected trump cards or life-preserving techniques, thus tempering his confidence. I require a dual strategy. On one hand, the shadows must continue to mine, swiftly acquiring spiritual stones to elevate the level of the black imprint, thereby producing more shadows to enhance my self-preservation and profit capabilities. On the other hand, I must discreetly locate and retrieve my positioning stone. With Su Zhan's strength, he could escape the mine at any moment. Even if pursued by 4th-tier cultivators, he was confident in his ability to flee. Yet, as long as the positioning stone remained unclaimed, it posed a continual threat. Moreover, should he retaliate and kill a member of the punishment team, a whole squad of 4th-tier cultivators would soon come seeking his life. If luck were to run out, 5th or even 6th-tier cultivators could be involved. After all, it concerned the lives of punishment team members, and the mine would undoubtedly be on high alert. Thus, the positioning stone is of utmost importance. For others, achieving this would be challenging, but for me it is exceedingly simple. Zhou Yueshan, you wish to investigate my treasure, do you? Su Zhan's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Then let your life be the price. Nightfall. One of the storage depots for positioning stones within the mine. Lord Yuan, one has perished today. It has been dealt with. The rest are all here. You have worked hard. The overseer held a large bag in both hands, filled entirely with positioning stones. These stones must be submitted daily to prevent miners from conspiring to kill the overseer and seize the stones to escape the mine. Lord Yuan accepted the bag without a glance and poured its contents onto the ground. Among the numerous positioning stones, several low-grade spiritual stones were mixed in. Only then did Lord Yuan nod slightly and motion for the next. This is the management fee. To maintain his position, the overseer must ensure the management fee is adequately provided. Otherwise, he might find himself replaced by the next day. The positioning stones, once submitted, are not directly monitored by 4th-tier cultivators but rather entrusted to several 2nd-tier subordinates, who take turns overseeing them throughout the night. Should any stone illuminate, they would promptly report to the members of the punishment team, who would pursue and eliminate the fleeing individual on the spot. Before long, all the positioning stones from the 2nd-tier mining area were submitted. You all, keep a vigilant watch. If any issues arise, none shall survive. Yes, Lord Yuan. After Lord Yuan, with his abundant wealth, provided his instructions, he departed without delay. The numerous positioning stones, akin to a multitude of stars, were swiftly arranged by the responsible individuals upon the layers of shelves within the stronghold, each one placed in a position where its brilliance could be readily perceived. Consequently, the stronghold remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a single torch. Once all tasks were completed, the 2nd-tier individuals, save for a few who remained to patrol, congregated once more in a corner to engage in their gambling pursuits. Moments later, an enigmatic shadow, devoid of any life force, emerged from the darkness. Its presence was imperceptible unless seen, yet it possessed an acute ability to sense the proximity of other life forms. Utilizing this advantage, the shadow effortlessly evaded the patrolling guards. Navigating through the stronghold, its gaze swiftly traversed the layers of shelves housing the positioning stones, and it found what it sought. Within mere minutes, Su Zhan discovered his designated stone amidst the vast array. The shadow extended a hand, retrieving Su Zhan's positioning stone, and then, with a deft motion, produced a brand new stone from its spatial realm and placed it in its stead. The positioning stones required a meticulous count. Even a single stone missing would be deemed a dereliction of duty by the guards, inciting considerable commotion. Having accomplished this task, the shadow dissipated instantaneously, vanishing as if it had never existed, while the positioning stone was seamlessly transmitted through the spatial realm into Su Zhan's grasp. Chapter 21. 46 Little Shadows. Triple Cultivation Efficiency. Zhou Yueshan has arrived. It is done. Su Zhan merely cast a fleeting glance before tightening his grip. With a crack, the positioning stone that belonged solely to him shattered instantaneously, reduced to a heap of fragments and dust. The positioning stone has been destroyed. His hands were poised and ready. Now, it all depended on when Zhou Yueshan would notice. If possible, the later the better, for that would allow me the opportunity to personally eliminate this scoundrel. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Su Zhan's eyes. The moment he learned that everything was orchestrated by Zhou Yueshan, any semblance of gratitude or indebtedness he felt evaporated in an instant. What remained was only the desire to kill. Should the adversary discover his intentions too soon, he would have to play it safe, temporarily retreating from the mine to lie in wait, until his strength was adequate and the timing ripe to return and exact vengeance. However, even if he did return, it was unlikely he would confront Zhou Yueshan himself. At most, he would dispatch a few little shadows to encircle and eliminate him. Even if he faced the pursuit of formidable opponents at the 5th or 6th level, losing a few little shadows would be a small price to pay. If Zhou Yueshan discovered his plan late, he could continue to develop discreetly, creating additional clones. With a sufficient number of them, even if he couldn't vanquish Zhou Yueshan outright, he could weaken him enough to step in and claim the kill himself, avenging his grievances. Oh, grant me this chance. It seems that the heavens have heard Su Zhan's plea. Time passed. 3 days went by. During this period, everything was tranquil. No one was watching, and no one followed him, allowing Su Zhan to feel remarkably at ease. If there was one concern, it was the ever-looming possibility of Zhou Yueshan's appearance. Yet, Su Zhan was fully prepared. The moment Zhou Yueshan materialized, no matter his location, he would instantly summon 22 little shadows and activate his escape mode. The enhanced little shadows were a delight. Although their efficiency did not reach the explosive levels of when they were at the 2nd stage, increasing threefold, they still exhibited a twofold improvement. In just 3 days, the 561 spirit stones required for the 8th stage had been wholly amassed. Su Zhan's gaze burned with fervor as he focused on the once 4 cubic meters of space for his clones, which had now expanded to 6 cubic meters, housing over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. All thanks to the little shadows at the 3rd stage. In their 2nd stage, their efficiency was about 60 stones each per day. Now it had doubled to 120. With 22 little shadows, the daily output reached 2,640 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, in a mere 3 days, the spirit stones necessary for the 8th stage had been gathered. Time to absorb. This time, Su Zhan did not even need to extract the low-grade spirit stones from the space. With a mere thought, he could freely absorb them within the confines of the clone space. Moments later, it was accomplished. The mountain of spirit stones dissolved in an instant. In their place, black smoke billowed forth, and one by one, shadowy clones materialized out of thin air. Master, the shadows rapidly coalesced into substance, greeting him with a swiftness that was markedly quicker than before. Clearly, the intelligence of the clones had further improved. This time it is 10. Previously, the increase was based on 2, and now it has escalated to 4. Upon seeing the specific number, Su Zhan's gaze flickered. The pattern has emerged. After multiple stages of enhancement, Su Zhan realized that whenever a new function comes into existence, it heralds a subsequent cooling phase, during which all previously unlocked functions, as well as the number of avatars, experience a significant surge. The increment of avatars has shifted from the previous 2 to an increase of 4. A glance at the avatar space confirmed this. It had indeed expanded rapidly from 6 cubic meters to 10 cubic meters. With such advancements, would the cultivation of avatars also see improvement? Su Zhan pondered this crucial point, since all unlocked functions benefit from enhancement. The avatar cultivation is one such function, and it surely cannot be excluded. Immediately, Su Zhan placed a small black figure within the meditative illusion. There seemed to be no change. Could it be that avatar cultivation, being a rather formidable function, was not subject to enhancement with the stage upgrade? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Zhan leaned in closer to observe. The speed of spiritual energy flow was significantly faster than before. He had lost count of how many times he had observed this scene. Previously, the flow of spiritual energy was gentle and uniform, never rushing like it was now. Roughly estimating, the speed of flow appeared to have doubled. This implies that the cultivation efficiency of the avatars has also doubled. Indeed, the avatar cultivation function has been upgraded. Su Zhan was greatly exhilarated. Starting with a 1x acceleration was merely the beginning. Moving forward, could it not reach 2x, 3x, or even 10x acceleration? How swiftly would my realm ascend? If I were to arrange for 100 small black figures, achieving a 100x acceleration would result in a staggering 10,000 times. What genius, what prodigy, would not be ruthlessly outpaced by me? This upgrade is extraordinarily magnificent. The thought of the cultivation efficiency exploding exponentially as time progresses, yielding effects beyond imagination, left Su Zhan unable to contain his excitement, shaking his head in awe. Setting everything else aside, simply considering the present, if I were to invest 30 small black figures with a 100 additional speed boost, it would equate to the effectiveness of 60 small black figures. This black imprint is truly powerful. Such a vast quantity of low-grade spirit stones has not been in vain. What a tremendous value! Although the doubled cultivation efficiency is undeniably enticing, reaching the 4th level still requires at least half a month. For others, half a month is an incredibly brief period, enough to ignite excitement and anticipation. But for me, it feels excessively long. With this time, it would be wiser to continue mining, increase the number of avatars, and further enhance cultivation efficiency. Only when I can break through to the 4th level within a matter of days will it be the moment to devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Mining, cultivation. In the present day, the situation for Su Zhan is no longer a mere matter of choice. Although enhancing strength is of utmost importance, this process requires considerable time. Half a month is an eternity. He cannot afford to wait. Should Zhou Yueshan come to trouble him in the interim, he would still have to flee or concede. Conversely, mining yields substantial spiritual stone gains in just a few days, with 32 little blacks generating an impressive daily output of 3,840 low-grade spiritual stones. Even though the 9th stage demands nearly 19,000 stones, almost 20,000, he can accomplish this in merely 5 days. Consequently, not only will the black mark be enhanced, but he could also acquire additional primary spiritual weapons, techniques, pills, and more, fully arming his little blacks to the teeth. It is essential to understand that spiritual artifacts encompass more than just weaponry. Helmets, armor, wrist guards, boots, and even items with special functions such as rings, bracelets, and necklaces can be included. Once fully equipped, ordinary realm cultivators can easily possess the capability to contend against superior opponents. All of this requires spiritual stones, an abundance of them. New arrivals. Take up your shovels and dig with all your might. Time flew once again, and 5 days swiftly passed. On the 8th day, the group had not reported back for 8 days, and Zhou Yueshan had yet to seek him out. He had not even checked on their hiding place. Could it be that Zhou Yueshan had encountered a matter of greater significance and was temporarily unavailable? Even Su Zhan found himself puzzled. Staring at his people, it was unusual for them to remain silent for 8 days. Even if they were alive, Zhou Yueshan would surely harbor some suspicion. Yet as of now, there had been no visitors to the location where Su Zhan had hidden 8 individuals. The only plausible explanation is that Zhou Yueshan had become preoccupied with something more pressing than dealing with him. Yet, the whereabouts of the punishment team are always shrouded in secrecy. Su Zhan cannot recklessly inquire, as it may easily bring trouble upon himself. Since he does not come to him, Su Zhan resolves to ignore him. An opportunity has presented itself, and he must not squander it. Without a doubt, this time, the number of little blacks will increase by 14, bringing his total number of avatars to an impressive 46. 46 little blacks at the third level of the ordinary realm. Zhou Yueshan, when you arrive, this will be the grand gift I have prepared for you. Now, let us commence the absorption. The shimmering black light in his palm ignited once more, as nearly 20,000 spiritual stones rapidly dissolved before his eyes. Su Zhan felt no pang of regret. Rather, his gaze was filled with anticipation. Soon, the absorption of the spiritual stones was complete. The black mark officially ascended to the 9th stage. As Su Zhan had anticipated, there were no new functions but precisely 14 shadows emerged, no more, no less. Upon inspecting the avatar space, the volume increased from 10 cubic meters to 14 cubic meters. The flow of spiritual energy for the avatars accelerated, resulting in a doubling of their cultivation speed. Compared to before, the efficiency of cultivation has now tripled. With threefold cultivation efficiency, placing 40 avatars into the endeavor equates to the efficacy of 120 little shadows. Based on this figure, a mere 7 days is all that is required for me to ascend to the 4th level of the mortal realm. However, the 10th stage demands nearly 60,000 spirit stones. Even if all 46 little shadows were to excavate at full speed, it would take approximately 11 days to procure such a sum. This simple choice leaves no room for hesitation. I shall decisively prioritize cultivation. Thus, Su Zhan promptly retracted all 40 little shadows and placed them within his meditative projection, allowing them to commence their automated cultivation, thereby enhancing his own prowess. As soon as they were integrated, Su Zhan could distinctly sense the invigorating flow of spiritual energy coursing through his flesh, meridians, and bones. The threefold cultivation efficiency of the 40 little shadows is indeed remarkable. The remainder shall continue mining, producing whatever they can. Little shadows, proceed immediately to Fengshe Town and await further instructions. Once the requisite spirit stones are amassed, purchase the corresponding primary spiritual instruments without delay. Yes, master. With the continuous enhancement of the black imprint, the little shadow's intelligence has developed to that of a 4 to 5-year-old child. They are exceedingly familiar with the process of exchanging spirit stones and acquiring primary spiritual instruments. 7 days, just 7 more days. The outcome will be transformative. Su Zhan eagerly anticipates the moment he successfully breaks through to the 4th level, which would mean he commands a formidable force of 46 4th-level warriors. 46. The number of a penal squad in a mining operation is merely 10 4th-level fighters. Su Zhan effectively possesses 4.5 penal squads at his disposal. Moreover, upon reaching the 4th level, the efficiency of mining will significantly increase, leading to a dramatic rise in spirit stone production. His capabilities in ambush and protection will also be maximized. Should he aspire to ascend to the 5th, 6th, or even 7th levels, the endeavor will be exceedingly effortless. At that juncture, what Zhou Yueshan or any 4th-level penal squad represents will be of no consequence. Even if a 5th-level adversary were to seek confrontation, Su Zhan would remain unfazed, employing a strategy of overwhelming force to subdue and eliminate them. Only when faced with a 6th-level opponent would he encounter any substantial advantage. All awaits revelation 7 days hence. As time flows inexorably onward, on the 10th day, Zhou Yueshan has yet to appear. Su Zhan remains immersed in the study of his blood shadow blade, gaining a modicum of insight. On the 12th day, Zhou Yueshan still does not make an appearance. Aside from the little shadows waiting in Fengshe Town, 5 little shadows generate nearly 600 spirit stones daily, yielding several primary spiritual instruments each day. One of the little shadows has become the second among the 46 avatars to be fully equipped, adorned with various primary spiritual instruments. The first, of course, is Su Zhan himself, who is outfitted with a long sword, armor, helmet, boots, and more, maintaining 2 complete sets. Should one be rendered useless, he can swiftly don the other. He has also prepared several valuable medicinal pills for healing injuries and replenishing energy, ensuring he is well prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. From these arrangements, one can discern Su Zhan's character, with a singular emphasis on one word: stability. Finally, the 15th day has arrived. The moment is near. I can distinctly sense that within mere minutes, my cultivation will reach a state of fullness. Next, I shall make my first formal attempt to breach the 4th level. Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he eagerly prepared himself, even setting aside the blood shadow blade to focus entirely on the impending breakthrough. For a full half-month, There had been no disturbances from Zhou Yueshan, and even his subordinates were unaware of his whereabouts. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. During this time, Su Zhan could not resist the temptation to investigate Zhou Yueshan's trail. However, this time he possessed spirit stones, eliminating the need for personal involvement. A mere scattering of the stones prompted a throng of individuals eager to assist him. Yet the outcome was less than satisfactory, as those so-called informants and know-it-alls could not provide any information regarding Zhou Yueshan's location. The sole useful tidbit revealed that not only had Zhou Yueshan vanished, but numerous formidable members of the punishment team, including those at the 5th and 6th levels, had also disappeared without a trace. Upon receiving this news, Su Zhan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. What is luck? This is luck. Zhou Yueshan, I initially intended to present you with a grand gift, but it appears you must now accept another.
Su Zhan grinned widely.
Just then, a voice interrupted, Master, a presence approaches with alarming speed. The aura is exceedingly dangerous. You must leave this place. The 5 small miners abruptly ceased their work, encircling Su Zhan in a matter of moments, their picks replaced with long knives imbued with spirit energy. In the next instant, a swift shadow darted into the mine, halting 30 meters away from Su Zhan. A lean figure with a chiseled face, clad in the uniform black attire representative of the punishment team, and most strikingly, a pair of penetrating eyes that seemed to see through everything, were fixated on Su Zhan, radiating an unprecedented sharpness. Undoubtedly, this individual was Zhou Yueshan. Damn, must it be now? Su Zhan sighed in resignation upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 22. The Black Legion versus Zhou Yuanshan. Did the breakthrough to the 4th level fail? Su Zhan was not taken aback by Zhou Yuanshan's sudden appearance. He had anticipated this moment. What vexed him, however, was the timing. Why now? In just a few minutes, he would have successfully advanced to the 4th level. Although the process would not take long, it required a brief interval. Once he navigated this moment, he would officially step into the 4th level, and regardless of Zhou Yuanshan or Zhou Yuanxue, he would employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to secure victory. At this very moment, Su Zhan remained at the 3rd level, just as the Black Legion did. Furthermore, the Black Legion was currently in a state of triple cultivation. If they were summoned, it would mean interrupting their training, leaving them with no choice but to protect Su Zhan and ensure his escape. Zhou Yuanshan contemplated, it seems my predictions were accurate. There is indeed something peculiar about you, Su Zhan, and it is of significant consequence. Tell me, what are those entities surrounding you? How did you achieve this? As Zhou Yuanshan gazed at the shadowy figures of the Black Legion, his expression transitioned from initial astonishment to realization, ultimately morphing into a blend of joy and surprise. To be frank, since his previous arrangements had gone unnoticed, even he believed that his nerves had been overly sensitive, concluding that Su Zhan bore no extraordinary circumstances. He was merely gifted with higher talent and comprehension, allowing for such rapid advancement. As for the decision to choose the 18th mining area, while somewhat peculiar, it still had a plethora of plausible explanations. Nevertheless, with a mindset of experimentation, Zhou Yuanshan had assigned individuals to closely observe Su Zhan, hoping to exert overt pressure that would compel Su Zhan to lose his composure and reveal his true capabilities. Unexpectedly, in the midst of this, he received orders from above to undertake an urgent and highly significant mission. Nearly 70% of the penal team members from the entire mining site were dispatched, and they would be away for a fortnight. He had long since relegated thoughts of Su Zhan to the back of his mind. However, upon his return, the bald man promptly reported the status of the 5 individuals, informing him that they had failed to report for half a month, yet remained alive, while Su Zhan had continued to engage in his activities without any hindrance. Zhou Yuanshan immediately grasped that a genuine situation had arisen concerning Su Zhan. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Yuanshan did not harbor much hope. The 5 individuals might have encountered difficulties. Perhaps Su Zhan had allied with other skilled practitioners, or perhaps he had joined a faction and dealt a heavy blow to the 5. In any case, there were numerous plausible explanations. However, when he attempted to approach Su Zhan and beheld the shadowy figures devoid of any life force before him, Zhou Yuanshan's previously impassive countenance finally shifted. The numerous gouges in the mine walls, were they their handiwork? The 5 individuals at the 2nd level, not a single one escaped. It was surely their doing. Moreover, half a month ago you were at the second level, yet now you have ascended to the third level. Such an extraordinary advancement must be intertwined with their influence, would it not? As Zhou Yuanshan articulated his thoughts, the emotions within him surged ever more tumultuously. The gouges in the mine walls, an inanimate shadow, capable of self-aware guardianship, wields rudimentary spiritual artifacts. Yet, the most astounding aspect remains Su Zhan's remarkable rate of advancement. All these factors coalesce, and at this moment, Zhou Yushan no longer conceals his overwhelming curiosity and greed. The word covetousness is almost etched upon his visage, his expression brimming with avarice and a thirst for bloodshed. Especially when he reveals a smile, it becomes particularly sinister and terrifying. You have witnessed it with your own eyes. Do you truly believe my words bear no relevance to them? Su Zhan shrugged and replied helplessly. Indeed, I have gambled correctly. You truly possess a treasure. However, knowing that I would discover this, you chose to remain here, presumably intending to rely on these shadowy assassins to confront me. Am I right? Zhou Yushan discerned. There must be more than this. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so brazen. How many more do you have? Let them all emerge. For with my current strength, killing you would be no more challenging than dispatching a chicken. Zhou, it seems I have not overestimated you in vain. Su Zhan declared, in that case, let us speak frankly. Everyone come forth. With a wave of his hand, 20 small shadows materialized, each wielding a long blade, rudimentary spiritual weapons, and adorned in spiritual armor, encircling Su Zhan in layers. Their faceless visages were exceptionally vigilant, directed towards Zhou Yushan, each exuding the aura of the third realm of mundane existence. Merely this presence was sufficient to instill fear in those of the same rank, leaving even those of the fourth realm trembling in dismay. Yet, Zhou Yushan, confronted with such an oppressive force, displayed no sign of panic. Rather, his smile broadened. A full 26, and each one, just like you, is at the third realm of mundane existence. If I am not mistaken, you must have acquired a high-grade doppelganger technique from somewhere, or perhaps by sheer serendipity, obtained a treasure capable of crafting multiple avatars with strengths akin to your own. Zhou Yushan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Zhan, I offer you a chance. Surrender the technique or treasure in your possession, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Remember, this is your sole opportunity to preserve your life. Choose wisely. In his words, Zhou Yushan's exhilaration and eagerness were palpable. Whether it be technique or treasure, such artifacts would be of immense benefit to him. A treasure capable of creating 26 avatars with identical strength to his own. Once in his grasp, slaying those of the fifth realm would be as easy as killing a chicken, and he would even have a reasonable chance against the sixth realm, needing only to exercise caution before the seventh. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to continue ascending, reaching for the once unattainable position of Mine Lord, a seat he could now aspire to occupy. Not only that, an array of substantial benefits flashed through Zhou Yushan's mind. This faintly envisioned future was so bright that it caused him to tremble with anticipation. Survival? Are you certain? Such a childish trickery. Do you truly have the audacity to speak it?
Su Zhan chuckled lightly.
Since Zhou Yushan enjoys being verbose, he might as well indulge in it. The 20 little shadows within him tirelessly provided him with cultivation, although their efficiency paled in comparison to the 40, requiring a bit more time. Yet, as long as there exists a sliver of opportunity, Su Zhan would not easily let it slip away. You should understand that I am not one to engage in idle chatter. I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. Once the 10 seconds elapse, you will forfeit your final chance at survival. Moreover, do not forget that I once extended my assistance to you. Should you willingly surrender the treasure, we could foster a long-term partnership in the future. Zhou Yushan spoke coldly. By nature, he would never mention his prior aid to Su Zhan, especially since he had dispatched people to monitor him and now threatened his life. However, for the sake of the treasure on Su Zhan's person, he was willing to play any card, even the gratitude card. Indeed, you once aided me, and I had intended to repay you handsomely once I rose to prominence. Yet, I find it rather ironic that my gravest peril originates from you. You have 7 seconds remaining. As for a long-term collaboration, I would prefer to forego that. I have no desire to partner with someone who might ultimately stab me in the back. You have 4 seconds left. How about this? Today, you pretend not to see me and I will do the same for you. We shall coexist peacefully and perhaps collaborate in the future. What do you say? 2 seconds. Bang! Zhou Yueshan uttered not another word, unleashing the might of the fourth realm in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger radiating a ghostly green light was drawn, and with bent knees, he exerted tremendous force, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. The surrounding dust swirled violently. As Zhou Yueshan prepared to strike, Su Zhan immediately shouted, all right, you are formidable. I shall surrender the treasure. It was too late. Su Zhan clearly sought to stall for time, but Zhou Yueshan had no intention of granting even a moment's reprieve. In an instant, he surged forward like a released arrow, aiming directly for Su Zhan. Alas, why must the villains I encounter be so terse? A few more minutes of monologue would suffice. Su Zhan shook his head. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative. Little shadows, overwhelm him with everything you've got. With his command, the 26 little shadows surged forth, colliding head-on with Zhou Yueshan. Clang, clang, clang. In the mere moment of confrontation, the air was filled with the incessant sound of metal clashing. However, Su Zhan's expression shifted. Truly, he was worthy of being a fourth realm expert and a distinguished one at that. In a single exchange, he had effortlessly severed 2 of my little shadows in half. 1 little shadow was even beheaded on the spot. Su Zhan gazed at the 2 little shadows that had lost their lower halves and the grayish mist dissipating in the air, his countenance growing grave. He had anticipated that Zhou Yueshan would be a formidable opponent, but he had not expected him to be this difficult to contend with. One must acknowledge that each of these shadowy figures wields a spiritual weapon, with some even adorned in armor. Moreover, their unique trait of survival, only succumbing to a shattered skull, renders them far more formidable than others of the same tier. Yet, before Zhou Yuanshan, they could not withstand a single round of engagement. In stark contrast, Zhou Yuanshan, amidst an overwhelming onslaught, navigated with remarkable ease. Armed merely with a small, green-hued dagger, no longer than his forearm, coupled with an exceptionally agile maneuvering style, he evaded nearly 90% of the initial wave of attacks from the 26 shadowy assailants, with less than 5 strikes managing to connect. However, due to the initial grade spiritual armor he donned, these 5 attacks were completely neutralized, leaving no impact on his combat prowess whatsoever. At this moment, Su Zhansai finally comprehended why the miners were terrified of the punishment squad. Faced with such an absolute force, any inclination for resistance was utterly extinguished. The threshold of the fourth realm was indeed not to be taken lightly. With the 26 shadows unlikely to endure for long, he needed to seize an opportunity to escape this place. One Zhou Yuanshan certainly did not warrant such an escape for Su Zhan. Yet, who could predict whether he would summon reinforcements? Despite the fact that the adversaries, in their quest for his treasures, would prefer secrecy to avoid attracting unwanted attention, Su Zhan could not afford to gamble. Should additional members of the punishment squad arrive, even summoning all 46 shadows might not guarantee a successful escape. While Su Zhan harbored trepidation toward the fourth realm's strength, Zhou Yuanshan found his perception of these shadows profoundly altered. The resilience of these dark figures was astonishing. Zhou Yuanshan was taken aback. He never showed mercy in battle, targeting vital points with lethal intent. He swiftly severed one shadow's neck, pierced another's nape, and thrust at yet another's heart. In mere moments, he unleashed over 10 strikes, each potent enough to slay a practitioner of the third realm. Yet, to his astonishment, the shadows remained unharmed and undeterred, their combat effectiveness wholly intact. Only the shadow whose head he had cleaved was rendered motionless before disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke. Such a treasure must be mine, an indestructible legion. These shadows are a band of fearless warriors. Regardless of severed limbs or even being bisected, they continue to wield their long knives in unyielding assault. Only a complete decapitation proves effective. Furthermore, it must be a total severance. If merely half is severed, as long as the neck remains attached to the body, the shadows will relentlessly pursue their attack. Recognizing this, Zhou Yuanshan's assault intensified with fervor. However, such fervor bore a price. His ferocious attacks inflicted heavy tolls upon the shadows, yet he could not evade every strike from the others, necessitating that he endure and withstand their blows. In the blink of an eye, 2 more shadows fell, their heads severed and lives extinguished. The combat prowess of the 26 little black figures, excluding the 4 that have perished, has startlingly dwindled to fewer than 16. The disparity between the 3rd and 4th tiers is indeed considerable. Just then, Zhou Yueshan sensed an inexplicable aura beginning to coalesce around him. He focused his gaze intently, and his previously frenzied expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment and horror, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Was he breaking through? Indeed, the source of this formidable aura was Su Zhan. At this moment, due to the relentless efforts of the little black figures within him, Su Zhan had finally managed to consolidate his cultivation and was directly launching an assault toward the 4th tier. Witnessing a breakthrough amidst the chaos of battle was not an unfamiliar sight for Zhou Yueshan. In the face of life and death peril, it is often the time when cultivators can most readily tap into their potential and shatter the confines of their limitations. But what could be said of Su Zhan? He was merely a bystander in the fray, seemingly contemplating an escape. And yet, he was on the verge of a breakthrough? No, this was not a direct breakthrough. It was a sprint towards one. Zhou Yueshan sensed something amiss. However, the situation grew more perplexing. A breakthrough achieved through a sprint. Wasn't that something reserved for those in a state of cultivation? Su Zhan merely stood there, doing nothing. What kind of cultivation was he undertaking? Treasures. It must be related to the artifacts he possessed. Zhou Yueshan immediately grasped the crux of the matter, yet the sudden turn of events made him hesitate. His current overwhelming advantage stemmed from the fact that those dark shadows were all at the 3rd tier. If Su Zhan were to ascend to the 4th tier, would they not also follow suit? It would be manageable if they maintained their current level. But should they collectively erupt in power, he would find himself contending against more than 10 opponents of the same rank. Even with his formidable strength, he could not possibly withstand such a multitude. Just as Zhou Yueshan was engulfed in doubt, the formidable aura emanating from Su Zhan began to wane, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Zhou Yueshan was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him. His breakthrough had failed. Heaven was aiding him. That treasure was destined to be his. Chapter 23. The 3rd impact, finally breaking through to the 4th level. Indeed, Su Zhan's attempt to break through to the 4th level ended in failure. Just moments ago, as he prepared to flee, Su Zhan suddenly sensed a violent upheaval of spiritual energy within him. His entire being surged with blood and vitality, his meridians swelling, flesh and bones all undergoing an unprecedented transformation. In that instant, Su Zhan realized that his cultivation had reached a sufficient level, and he was on the brink of breaking through to the 4th level. Thus, he halted his escape, feeling the overwhelming force surging within him, his heart brimming with joy. The 4th level, once he reached it, what need would he have to flee? He could turn around and confront Zhou Yueshan, reclaiming his dignity. In fact, Su Zhan had already contemplated boasting, relishing the moment of showcasing his prowess and witnessing the dramatic shift in Zhou Yueshan's expression. Yet before he could utter a word, the tumult within him began to subside, the once formidable momentum dissipating entirely, restoring his internal state to its previous tranquility. What the hell? Su Zhan's smile instantly faded. Although he had prepared himself for the possibility of failure in breaking through to the 4th level, considering that repeated attempts might yield success, this was a life-or-death moment. With Zhou Yueshan's relentless assault, failing at this critical juncture would only exacerbate his predicament. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhan decisively sprinted away. The ability to attempt a breakthrough under such circumstances had taken him completely by surprise. This was far beyond mere techniques or the simple creation of a doppelganger. It was an existence he could scarcely fathom. Su Brat, don't think you can escape. With your speed, do you believe you can shake me off? Dream on. Zhou Yueshan, with an insane glint in his eyes, swiftly approached Su Zhan after repelling several small black figures, moving with the speed of a crushing force at the 3rd level. The speed of the 4th level is astonishing. Su Zhan merely glanced back and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The advantages of the 4th level over the 3rd are not limited to strength, defense, skill, and reflexes. The disparity in speed is utterly overwhelming. This is precisely why, once targeted by the punishment team, escape becomes nearly impossible. You may run a few kilometers, perhaps even tens of kilometers, panting and expending considerable time and energy. But for a fourth-level practitioner, it is as effortless as enjoying afternoon tea and taking a leisurely stroll. However, having long understood the advantages of the fourth level, Su Jian certainly had his countermeasures. Collect. Without pausing, Su Jian clenched his palm fiercely. Instantly, the numerous doppelgangers he had previously shed vanished from sight, along with the elementary spiritual weapons they wielded. In the next moment, they re-emerged collectively right behind Su Jian. Without any unnecessary words, as soon as the doppelgangers materialized, each brandished a long knife, charging directly at Zhou Yushan. Can one summon these shadows instantaneously? A flicker of astonishment surged within Zhou Yuanshan's eyes, swiftly transforming into a delightful expression. This ability. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. The more Su Jian revealed his prowess concerning these shadows, the greater Zhou Yuanshan's excitement became, especially when he contemplated that these abilities would soon belong to him, to wield as he pleased. The thrill within him was impossible to contain. Even when struck by the long knives of numerous shadows, rendering his rudimentary spiritual armor utterly useless, there was no trace of despondency on Zhou Yuanshan's face. Only exhilaration. He must not go to Fengshe town. He needed to flee to a more secluded area. Upon exiting the mine, the brilliant sunlight cascaded freely. Well acquainted with the surrounding terrain, Su Jian decisively chose an uninhabited path. The greater the number of people, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Not only would it risk exposing the little black shadow, inviting more scrutiny, but it would also likely attract other members of the punishment team. After all, this was a mining site. As a member of the punishment team, Zhou Yuanshan pursuing a miner would elicit no assistance from anyone witnessing the event. Instead, they would seek to curry favor with Zhou Yuanshan, possibly turning against Su Jian. Excellent, splendid. Zhou Yuanshan was thrilled. If Su Jian wished to remain inconspicuous, so too did he. Such a treasure ought to be known by as few as possible. Should the 5th or 6th tier individuals become aware, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to snatch it away without a second thought, especially after experiencing the brutality and darkness of the punishment team's methods during this unique task. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanshan's brow furrowed sharply. Su Jian's form abruptly halted. That familiar aura was returning. Indeed, signs of a breakthrough to the 4th tier were manifesting within Su Jian once more. What manner of treasure is this? It can repeatedly catalyze a breakthrough to the 4th tier, failing once only to try again. Does this not imply a continuous assault until a breakthrough is achieved? Zhou Yuanshan was astonished. If that were the case, what must be the quality of this treasure? It must be beyond the reach of the Yuan, Dan, Xian, and even the spirit realms. Only a transcendent existence of the celestial realm would be worthy of such a prize, wouldn't it? Kill them, minions. Zhou Yuanshan was in a state of uncertainty, while Su Jian bellowed with fervor. The renewed signs of a breakthrough within him filled him with immense joy. This function of duplicating one's cultivation. Remarkable, truly remarkable. It is essential to understand that for a typical cultivator, a failed breakthrough signifies the loss of painstakingly accumulated power, necessitating a protracted period to rebuild it, awaiting the opportune moment to attempt the breakthrough anew. Furthermore, breakthroughs are fraught with peril. Each attempt entails a violent assault on the meridians, flesh, and bones, particularly the vital dantian. The intense surge of breakthrough stimuli inevitably inflicts a certain degree of damage upon the dantian. Under such circumstances, it is utterly implausible for an ordinary practitioner to attempt another breakthrough within a span of several months, if not longer. For individuals with somewhat inferior talents, it is not uncommon for this duration to extend to a year or two. However, the situation is markedly different for those who cultivate through avatars. The failure of a breakthrough does not harm the dantian. It is non-existent. The little black avatars bear the brunt of the burden for Su Jianquan, allowing him to reap the benefits without enduring any detriment. Should a failed breakthrough result in the loss of cultivation? Not at all. One can simply accumulate it anew. While others may require a couple of months to restore their cultivation, with 20 little black avatars operating at triple capacity, the task can be accomplished in mere minutes. Indeed, in just a minute or two, he shifted his position and charged once more. With such an advantageous tool at his disposal, one would expect him to flee in disgrace. How embarrassing for the tool itself. Nevertheless, this is only right. Should this breakthrough succeed, it would be fortuitous. If it fails, I wouldn't merely suffer embarrassment, but rather risk my life. Despite once again attempting to breach the 4th level, Su Jian did not, as he had before, pause to mock or show off, but instead chose to flee. This aligns perfectly with his character. One word: cautious. Until he truly reached the 4th level, he could not afford to be complacent. Indeed, as anticipated, after just a few breaths, Su Jian's aura gradually diminished, ultimately fading into nothingness. Damn! 2 consecutive failures? Didn't the villagers proclaim my remarkable talent in cultivation? The future disciple of the inner sect, the pride of the entire village. And this is all I can achieve. As he hastily fled, Su Jian could not help but curse under his breath. He finally grasped the daunting difficulty of breaking through to the 4th level. It was on an entirely different scale compared to the 2nd and 3rd. No wonder it is said that the 4th level is a watershed. With such a low success rate for an average person, 2 failures could easily mean the passing of 6 months to a year. Should one continue to falter, with age creeping in, the probability of a breakthrough diminishes, ultimately leading to a complete loss of opportunity. I was timid just now. It is merely a breakthrough to the 4th level. So what if it succeeds? Capture the ringleader first. Eliminate the source, and those shadows will naturally dissipate. Zhou Yueshan took a deep breath, suppressing all other thoughts, no longer consumed by greed and desire, and shifted into the fierce gaze of one who is prepared to kill. He resumed his frantic dash, this time not lingering to engage the little black avatars, even too disinterested to slay them. His sole focus was on evading, moving with a speed that far surpassed the 3rd level, weaving through the encirclement of the little black figures. Even as he suffered a few cuts, his garments torn and blood spilling forth, Zhou Yueshan paid no heed to the pain. In his eyes, there was only Su Jian, who was fleeing in earnest. He is coming straight for me. A fleeting glance from the corner of Su Jian's eye set off alarm bells within him. Through Zhou Yueshan's eyes, brimming with murderous intent, he understood. Zhou Yueshan was serious, unprecedentedly serious, no longer engaging in playful skirmishes with the little shadows, but rather fixating on his true form. Come, my minions, give your all to obstruct him. Su Jian's nerves were taut, unwilling to afford any carelessness. He summoned the lagging little shadows to his side once more and charged towards the pursuing Zhou Yuanshan. Yet Zhou Yuanshan was impervious to such tactics. Faced with the onslaught of over a dozen little shadows, he deftly evaded all attacks he could, while the unavoidable ones he absorbed with determination, continuing his relentless advance towards Su Jian. Again, Su Jian resorted to the same strategy, attempting to leverage the barrage of attacks from the little shadows to force Zhou Yuanshan into a momentary halt, creating a safe distance. However, he underestimated Zhou Yuanshan's current resolve for slaughter. To maintain his speed, Zhou Yuanshan disregarded a portion of the incoming assaults, enduring them relentlessly as long as he avoided critical wounds. Nothing could halt his relentless pursuit of Su Jian. On the surface, Zhou Yuanshan appeared increasingly battered, his body drenched in blood, seemingly suffering grievous injuries, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that these were mere superficial wounds, exerting minimal impact on his combat prowess. If only I could master the Blood Shadow Blade, how splendid it would be. Slaying Zhou Yuanshan would be effortless. Once proficient in the Blood Shadow Blade, each little shadow would see a surge in power. With a single strike, no matter how formidable Zhou Yuanshan is, would he dare to withstand such relentless blows? I would cleave his very essence. Zhou Yuanshan, having discerned Su Jian and the shadow's lack of martial prowess, was emboldened in his audacity. Otherwise, he would have long since fled for his life. Alas, the distance was narrowing. Through the perspective of his doppelganger, Su Jian's expression darkened, losing all previous nonchalance. He had presumed the little shadows could at least delay Zhou Yuanshan for a few seconds. With a few more waves of such an offensive, he believed it would be a simple matter to create distance and escape Zhou Yuanshan's line of sight and sensory range. Yet Zhou Yuanshan granted him no opportunity. Even while injured, he sought to close the gap. Given Zhou Yuanshan's earlier ferocity against the Little Shadows, a single strike from him would spell doom. There would be no chance for a second blow. Cold sweat trickled down Su Zhan's brow. If he was not mistaken, Zhou Yuanshan must have cultivated a martial technique, one akin to his own, focusing on weaponry and offense. Moreover, their ferocious explosive styles mirrored each other. Should an opportunity arise, all power would converge upon a singular point. With such a strike. Not only the third layer, but even the fourth layer could very well face immediate death. If all else fails, there remains but one choice. The final option, naturally, was to unleash the 20 little shadows he had been cultivating within himself. 20, combined with the 11 currently battle-ready on the field. 31 little shadows. When the numbers reached such a magnitude, no matter how intensely Zhou Yuanshan focused on Su Zhan, he could not overlook the multitude of triple assaults. The overwhelming onslaught meant that, despite Zhou Yuanshan's remarkable speed, he was still susceptible to potentially fatal injuries. In that moment, he had to prioritize eliminating a portion of the small black figures. As his objective shifted, his momentum faltered, granting Su Zhan the opportunity to escape entirely. Just then, a breakthrough. It felt like the fourth level had been breached once more. The third opportunity had arrived. He resolved to make one final attempt. Should he fail to ascend to the fourth level again, he would resign himself to fate and retreat from this perilous situation. Feeling the surge of power welling up within him once more, Su Zhan, usually prudent, decided to take a gamble, transforming his solitary bicycle into a roaring motorcycle. If he triumphed, clarity would ensue. If he faltered, he would harbor no regrets, acknowledging that fate simply did not favor him. Su Zhan chose to gamble. Zhou Yuanshan, too, opted for a risk. This time, there would be no hesitation. Your life shall be mine, and your treasures shall follow suit. Even as the force of breakthrough surged toward him, Zhou Yuanshan exhibited no doubt, enduring the relentless barrage from the small black figures, blood cascading from his wounds, yet he continued to close in on Su Zhan. At that moment, they engaged in an invisible duel of wits. However, despite the stakes, Su Zhan did not cease releasing the small black figures. Every second of disruption counted. Every moment gained was invaluable. Zhou Yuanshan, with full power unleashed, continued unabated, even as the frequent use of his techniques drained his spiritual energy. With every small black figure obstructing his path, he cleaved through them, creating a swift passage toward Su Zhan. The distance between them dwindled to less than 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. They were perilously close. Su Zhan still chose to dash forward, unwilling to release the 20 small black figures. Child, perish. A voice, ethereal and ominous, echoed from behind Su Zhan. Damn it, here goes. Su Zhan gritted his teeth and spun around, catching sight of a greenish glow hurtling toward him. Zhou Yuanshan's weapon technique, its name unknown, yet the palpable force it harbored was undeniably fierce. In response, Su Zhan flipped his palm, summoning a long blade, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! The sound erupted like cannon fire. Immediately, Su Zhan felt as though he had been struck by a colossal force, hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, rolling a considerable distance before finally halting. This strike shall send you on your way. Zhou Yuanshan offered no chance for a comeback. He leaped high, dagger in hand, descending like a meteor, aiming directly for Su Zhan's crown. In the face of this lethal thrust, Su Zhan managed a bitter smile. In his expression, there was no resentment, no despair, nor any trace of fear or sorrow, only pure, unadulterated joy. It was precisely upon witnessing that smile that an inexplicable jolt surged through Zhou Yuanshan's heart, accompanied by a foreboding sense of unease rising from within. Could it be? Boom! In the next instant, an overwhelming and tumultuous force erupted explosively from Su Zhan's body. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic transformation was unfolding throughout every facet of his being. His flesh, bones, meridians, and dantian were all undergoing unprecedented upheaval. If I had known that a mere blade could facilitate such a breakthrough, I would have willingly offered myself to your strike, rather than endure such a heart-stopping ordeal. Chapter 24. Did you truly believe that a temporary breakthrough to the fourth realm would turn the tide? In this final moment, Su Zhan finally stepped into the fourth realm of the mortal realm that he had long coveted. Feeling the surging power within him and the transformation coursing through every part of his being, it was akin to a miniature rebirth compared to his previous state. Boom! At this very moment, Zhou Yuanshan's assault descended in full force. Yet, his prideful strike was intercepted by a shadow that abruptly appeared before Su Zhan, wielding a long blade and steadfastly blocking the attack. The clash between the fourth realm of humanity and the fourth realm of the shadow echoed resoundingly in the open expanse. An invisible force bent the surrounding flora under its pressure. For an ordinary cultivator, even after a recent breakthrough and a surge in power, it would be impossible to withstand Zhou Yuanshan's strike. Yet, this was the shadow Xiaohe who was impervious to pain. Even if his arm were to be rendered useless by the blow, he would feel no discomfort. Damn it! Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, the moment Xiaohe intercepted his strike, Zhou Yuanshan's heart trembled, his face turning ashen. Despite 1,000 reluctances to admit it, he understood that his fate was sealed. The ambition to kill Su Zhan and seize the treasure had become a distant dream. He resolutely chose to turn and escape. Thinking of fleeing, Su Zhan rose from behind Xiaohe, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile blossoming on his face. Zhou Yuanshan, you have hunted me for so long, bringing me to such a desperate state. You truly are formidable. But fear not. I am a person who repays kindness. Your kindness is immense, and I shall certainly repay you. Xiaohe and the others attack. As his words fell, a group of shadows, all of whom had successfully broken through to the fourth realm, leapt into action from all directions, launching an assault on Zhou Yuanshan. This is bad. Zhou Yuanshan's pupils constricted. He swiftly maneuvered, employing his agility to the utmost. When faced with unavoidable attacks, he attempted to parry with his dagger. However, while he could manage to deflect one or two long blades, how could he withstand multiple strikes simultaneously? In the ensuing confrontation, blood sprayed forth, and flesh was torn asunder. Zhou Yuanshan sustained unprecedented injuries to his shoulder, back and thigh. Had it not been for his exceptional agility allowing him to evade some fatal strikes, he might have perished on the spot from this round of attacks. Damn! 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 As he felt the searing pain engulfing his body, Zhou Yuanshan continued to parry and retaliate, gritting his teeth in anger. What on earth was that treasure he possessed? He had already failed to break through twice. Why could he still attempt a third time? And those shadows, having merely just broken through, how could they withstand my blade? Zhou Yuanshan's heart brimmed with resentment. How much time had he spent striving for the fourth realm? How much effort had he expended? How many lives had been lost in the process? Finally, he had achieved this level of accomplishment with great difficulty. The opponent did nothing but engage him for a few minutes, yet inexplicably managed to break through repeatedly, overshadowing years of his hard work in mere moments. This was utterly absurd. Not only that, but even if Su Zhan succeeded in breaking through alone, he could still manage the situation. However, just as he had anticipated, all the shadows simultaneously ascended as well, leaving him at a loss for how to handle it. The greatest dilemma he now faced was no longer eliminating Su Zhan, but rather ensuring his own survival. There was no escape, nor could he fend off their blades. Did fate truly intend for him to perish in this damned place? At this moment, Zhou Yuanshan felt utterly powerless, despair creeping into his heart. He had barely returned from the Yun family, having survived a harrowing ordeal. No, he could not die here. He absolutely must not perish in this cursed location. A fierce will to survive drove Zhou Yuanshan into a frenzy. His strikes became swifter, his reflexes sharper, and his strength inexplicably surged to a new level.
Su Zhan,
Having caught sight of this scene, furrowed his brow. How could he still possess such strength after sustaining such grave injuries? Could it be that he had employed some extraordinary technique? The answer soon revealed itself. An even more formidable aura, surpassing all others, erupted from within Zhou Yuanshan. Good heavens! A breakthrough in the heat of battle? He surged directly from the fourth to the fifth level. Su Zhan was taken aback. The phenomenon of breaking through during combat was not unheard of. He had witnessed it firsthand when a group of young men and women, captured at the sixth level of the mortal realm, fought for their lives and ultimately ascended to the first level, thereby securing their survival. Yet, He had never anticipated that Zhou Yuanshan would pull off such a feat, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from Zhou Yuanshan. Covered in blood, he faced the onslaught of over a dozen shadows, no longer engulfed in despair and helplessness. Instead, he became adept at countering their attacks, engaging them with a newfound equilibrium. My life is not meant to end here. Zhou Yuanshan's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Su Zhan, his blood-stained visage radiating triumph and delight. Su Zhan, your multiple breakthroughs, successfully elevating to the 4th level, were indeed unexpected, but I have surpassed you. After lingering at the 4th level for many years, thanks to you, I have finally stepped into the 5th level today. Young one, it is your honor to die beneath my 5th level. Zhou Yuanshan laughed heartily, elated by his breakthrough and the imminent acquisition of treasures. However, the most significant aspect was the prospect of finally eliminating the thorn in his side, Su Zhan. No one understood better than he how terrifying Su Zhan's ascent had been. Suddenly breaking through to the 2nd level, then spending mere days to reach the 3rd, and now, in less than half a month, soaring to the 4th level. There was no logic to it, no rationale. The speed of his ascension defied common sense. If left unchecked for a year or so, he could easily break through to the Yuan realm. At which point, returning to seek vengeance would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Thus, a triple delight converged, causing him to beam with an irrepressible smile. His words resumed their previous tone, brimming with arrogance and hubris. However, in the face of such rampant confidence from Zhou Yuanshan, Su Zhan could only let out a resigned sigh and shake his head. I truly did not anticipate your sudden breakthrough to the 5th level. Yet, you cannot genuinely believe that after your advancement, you will continue to eliminate me. Can you? Su Zhan jested, subsequently gesturing towards the heavens, prompting Zhou Yuanshan to instinctively glance upward. It was this very moment that caused his eyes to widen in horror, his previously arrogant grin freezing into a mask of dread, as he found himself engulfed in an unprecedented wave of terror. For he beheld a rainstorm, an onslaught of dark, humanoid shadows descending from the sky. How could this be? How could this be? Thus, as Zhou Yuanshan was consumed by disbelief and trepidation, desperately attempting to flee, 20 small black figures descended, mercilessly landing upon his head, completely overwhelming him. Chapter 25. The Spoils of War. The Lesser Vehicle Techniques. Merely breaking through to the 5th level, and yet you revel in such arrogance. One might think you had ascended to the realm of the Yuan. As Su Zhan observed Zhou Yuanshan being overwhelmed by 30 small black figures, he swung his weapon in a frantic manner, no longer able to resurface, and leisurely retrieved a healing elixir to consume. A transition from the 4th to the 5th level merely signifies a slight enhancement in strength. Yet, his own leap from the 3rd to the 4th level was akin to a complete metamorphosis, an extraordinary transformation. And it was not just a singular transformation. With over 30 4th-level beings confronting a 5th-level opponent, was it not as easy as slaying a chicken? Zhou Yuanshan, in his final moments, could scarcely comprehend this. Wasn't it agreed there were only 20 or so? How then did another 20 emerge? Even in the throes of death, he remained oblivious to how many more Su Zhan might be concealing, or if even more awaited their turn. Alright, cease the assault.
Moments later, Su Zhan,
Through the perspective of the small black figures, confirmed that Zhou Yuanshan was utterly deceased before gesturing for them to disperse. There was no trace left of Zhou Yuanshan on the ground, only tattered black garments, a pool of dark red blood that filled the air with a pungent metallic scent, and a chaotic stew of indistinguishable organs in shades of white, red, and yellow. Let us search. Soon, the small black figures presented 3 items. The first was Zhou Yuanshan's dagger, a primary spiritual weapon, which, due to excessive use and damage, was in a semi-dilapidated state, rendering it of little value. The second was even more dismal. Fragments of spiritual stone tickets and technique manuals, completely shattered, beyond any hope of reconstruction, and tainted with Zhou Yuanshan's blood and organs. The cleanup would prove a considerable hassle. Next time, they must be more attentive. While they may strike down foes, these spiritual tickets and techniques must be seized at the first opportunity, lest they be wasted in the chaos of battle. The third item, however, was distinct. It was a piece of jade, roughly the size of a palm, its luster radiant and translucent, indicating its substantial worth from a mere glance. What purpose did Zhou Yuanshan have for carrying such jade? Moreover, this jade remained unscathed amidst the frenzy of the small black figure's assaults, not a scratch upon it. It was undoubtedly extraordinary. Su Zhan's gaze flickered with intrigue. A man as prudent and astute as Zhou Yueshan would not carry anything of ordinary nature. Furthermore, a piece of jade that a common person could shatter, let alone withstand the onslaught of so many fourth-level beings, was a rarity indeed. Thus, it was clear that this jade was a remarkable treasure, its grade at least that of a mid-level spiritual artifact or higher. Without hesitation, he attempted to delve into the jade with his consciousness, seeking to uncover its contents. However, he soon encountered significant resistance, finding himself unable to penetrate the jade. Of course, this was a treasure of mid-level or above, and such artifacts require a master. Su Zhan sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the jade. This time he was correct. The jade swiftly absorbed his fresh blood, transforming from its originally pristine white hue into a vessel marked by threads of crimson, a sign of its newfound ownership. As Su Zhan's consciousness re-entered, a sudden clarity enveloped him, as if he had stepped into an expansive realm of white mist. Was this a treasure for storing items? No, it was far more extraordinary than a mere storage artifact. This vast space seemed boundless, its limits imperceptible. Wait, what was that? At that moment, Su Zhan discerned the emergence of black characters, symbols, and patterns within the space. As the dark inscriptions proliferated, they scattered throughout the expanse, enveloping Su Zhan's consciousness. Techniques. These characters and symbols contained the essence of martial arts. Su Zhan's breath quickened as he read with fervor. In this state of pure consciousness, even as the text and illustrations drifted chaotically, he effortlessly grasped their meanings, imprinting them indelibly in his mind. Far more efficient than laboriously flipping through the pages of an old, yellow tome. In that instant, Su Zhan comprehended the true nature of this jade. It was a jade slip for martial arts. He had heard tales that only prominent families, esteemed sects, and powerful factions could afford such treasures. Despite its singular purpose of storing martial arts techniques, the mechanism of binding ownership rendered it remarkably secure, alleviating concerns of theft and preventing the techniques from leaking. Many great powers and illustrious families thrived on the inheritance of precious martial arts, easily passing down their legacies for centuries, even millennia. Yet, to his astonishment, a mere fourth-level mortal from the Zhou Mountain region possessed such a remarkable artifact. The mission, the mysterious task that had caused the disappearance of numerous members of the punishment squad. Su Zhan suddenly recalled the incident of Zhou Yuanshan's vanishing for half a month. It was almost certain that this jade slip containing martial arts techniques was what Zhou Yuanshan had acquired from that mission, only for him to greedily seek to kill Su Zhan and claim it all for himself. Ultimately, he met his demise at Su Zhan's hands, and the treasure he had labored to obtain became Su Zhan's spoils. Oh, Zhou Yuanshan, you have truly bestowed upon me a great fortune. Su Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. After perusing the contents, he swiftly grasped the martial arts technique contained within the jade slip. It was a profound-level technique capable of permanently enhancing the body, refining muscles and skin. The indomitable golden stone body. How remarkable. It was indeed a profound-level technique. This revelation saved him tens of thousands of spirit stones. What a delightful turn of events. Su Zhan's spirit soared. Above the entry-level techniques lay the profound-level techniques. The value of an ordinary subtle-level martial art typically starts at 100 times that of an introductory level, beginning at a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones. However, this particular technique, which permanently enhances the physique to its fullest potential, providing complete defense against attacks of the same tier, is worth no less than 3 to 5 times that amount, approximately 30 to 50,000 spirit stones. The notion of acquiring 30 to 50,000 spirit stones without cost is simply delightful. Wait, what is happening? More text has suddenly appeared. Su Zhan, filled with joy, was startled to see a plethora of words and patterns manifesting out of thin air. Another new subtle-level martial art. This is remarkable. Receiving 2 such techniques at once, worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones, is exhilarating. Had Zhou Yuanshan been alive, Su Zhan would undoubtedly be laughing heartily while expressing his profound gratitude. As for Zhou Yuanshan's reaction, whether he would be spitting blood or cursing, remains unknown. Soon, the details of the second subtle level martial art were fully revealed. A technique capable of strengthening internal meridians and dantian, regulating breath, and accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy, permanently enhancing cultivation efficiency, titled I Ching Shaping Dian. One technique fortifies the exterior, reinforcing the body and enhancing defense, while the other focuses on internal improvement and accelerates cultivation efficiency. A harmonious balance of external and internal cultivation. Surely these are the two techniques Zhou Yuanshan had meticulously selected for himself? How fortuitous that they are precisely what I require. Now all conveniently available to me. Blood Shadow Blade is merely the beginning. Su Zhan is certain to pursue further martial arts mastery, including those that enhance body defense and internal fortification. Not only that, but he also seeks techniques involving movement, mastery over water, fire, thunder, and lightning, as well as unique abilities akin to duplication and disguise, thereby arming himself and his companions with unmatched ferocity. Wait! Abruptly, Su Zhan paused, as new text and patterns emerged once more. A third technique. Within the jade slip, a torrent of text and imagery surged forth. Su Zhan was particularly elated, envisioning additional savings of several thousand spirit stones. Yet he pondered what type of martial art this third one might be. Let me take a closer look. Something feels off. I comprehend the words, yet their meaning eludes me. The images are equally perplexing. Su Zhan steadied his mind and scrutinized the content. Just a few seconds later, his eyes widened in astonishment. I can't believe it. This is not a subtle level technique. It is a minor level martial art. Chapter 26. The Punishment Squad's Heightened Vigilance. Even the mine owner inquires personally? The small attainment level, surpassing the subtle level, can only be cultivated by those who have reached the Yuan realm. If the subtle level is valued at tens of thousands, then the small attainment level is worth 100 times more, exceeding millions of spirit stones. What kind of mission did Zhou Yuanshan undertake? That he managed to acquire a small attainment level technique. Su Zhan could not help but be astonished. The value of a small attainment level technique is not merely monetary. Ordinary cultivators cannot afford it. The most crucial aspect is that such techniques are often limited editions, the closely guarded secrets of powerful factions, sects, and families. Absolutely forbidden to be shared. One can imagine that any force possessing techniques of this caliber must, at the very least, be protected by a formidable Yuan realm expert. Zhou Yuanshan, at best, is merely a fourth-level mortal realm cultivator. In the presence of a Yuan realm expert, he is no more than an insignificant insect, a character that could be crushed with a single finger, including Su Zhan himself. How could Zhou Yuanshan possibly qualify to partake in such a high-stakes conflict? Moreover, so many members of the punishment squad accompanied him. Despite their numbers, they would be inconsequential before a Yuan realm being capable of soaring through the skies and effortlessly claiming heads from 1,000 meters away. Unless they are not the primary combatants, simply tasked with cleaning up the battlefield. This must be the case. When a Yuan realm expert falls, the forces or families they established become mere prey, subject to ruthless slaughter, division, confiscation, and plunder. Zhou Yuanshan must have participated in such a mission, which afforded him the opportunity to obtain a small attainment level technique. Although Su Zhan has not been here long, he has already heard countless harrowing tales that shatter one's worldview. A strong individual can establish a formidable power and safeguard a territory through sheer force. Yet, upon their demise, if no one from their mortal realm followers steps forward, they will inevitably face the relentless pursuit and plunder of other covetous forces. All treasures, wealth, and even lives are at risk of being lost. This elucidates why so many members of the punishment squad have been mobilized, allowing even someone of Zhou Yuanshan's caliber to participate. However, now all of this fortune is mine. 2 subtle level techniques and 1 small attainment level technique. Zhou Yuanshan, you are truly my benefactor. Su Zhan beamed with delight. If Zhou Yuanshan were still alive to hear this, he might be driven to fury once again. The name of this small attainment level technique is Infernal Purgatory Method? What kind of technique is this? It does not seem to fit the category of weapons. External or internal methods, it appears to transcend all classifications. Has the small attainment level techniques reached such profound heights that I cannot even discern their type? Su Zhan attempted to extract some information related to the technique from the text, but was met with confusion. The name of this technique, however, is undeniably imposing. As of now, the small attainment level remains too complex for me. Let alone practicing, I cannot even comprehend it. Once I ascend to the Yuan realm, I shall delve into it thoroughly. Without the requisite realm and guidance from a superior, forcibly cultivating such high-tier techniques could lead to disastrous consequences. For the time being, I shall set it aside. Once the Yuan realm reaches a mere 10%, this martial art will undoubtedly empower him like a tiger gaining wings. Master, presence approaches rapidly. Not just one. Suddenly, a small figure with black hair issued a warning. The intensity of this aura suggests it belongs to a fourth-tier enforcer. The punishment squad has arrived. Su Zhan's gaze flickered. He swiftly stored the jade slip of the martial art into the spatial dimension of his clone, realizing that he had underestimated the operational speed of the punishment squad. He had thought that after Zhou Yuanshan's demise, they would take some time to locate this place. Yet, it had barely been 10 minutes, and they had already tracked him down. Most likely, it was that bald man who provided them with information. That fellow must be dealt with at the first opportunity. Moreover, I must take my leave for the time being. If this were the past, Su Zhan would have felt an overwhelming sense of regret in leaving. But now, having personally slain Zhou Yuanshan and avenged himself, not to mention acquiring a treasured object from him, he felt exhilarated. Departing now left him utterly unperturbed. Furthermore, he had intended to visit the Pure Yang sect, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so, to obtain a disciple's identity and then return to challenge the seventh-tier master of the mine, officially seizing control of the operation. Xiaozhou, Black, you few lead the way and escort me out. The rest shall return to continue mining. Although Su Zhan had departed, the mining could persist. Understood, master. With the escort of several small black figures, Su Zhan swiftly vacated the area. Barely had Su Zhan left when 3 members of the punishment squad, clad in uniform black attire, appeared at the scene. Upon witnessing the blood flowing freely on the ground and the unrecognizable remnants of flesh, their expressions shifted dramatically, causing them to take a cautious step back, their vigilance heightened. After confirming there were no ambushes nearby, they approached Zhou Yuanshan's corpse with trepidation. Identification confirmed. It was indeed him. Ultimately, they unearthed a tattered piece of clothing beneath the mangled remains, bearing Zhou Yuanshan's punishment squad identification number. To achieve such brutality, one would need to be at least of the 5th tier. The ground was strewn with numerous footprints, evidence of a fierce struggle, with no fewer than 10 participants. Zhou Yuanshan had undoubtedly fallen victim to that little brat, Su Zhan's ambush. How could he have been butchered to such a degree? What deep-seated enmity existed between Su Zhan and Zhou Yuanshan? The 3 felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they were accustomed to the gruesome sights of slaughter, the scene before them was excessively grotesque. Typically, battles with enemies culminated in decapitation or piercing, yet Zhou Yuanshan appeared to have been treated as if he were a mere ingredient, his flesh hacked and pulverized. And all of this was wrought by a mere 3rd-tier mortal? Do you suppose it could be the work of the Blood Eagle sect? Their methods are brutal, and they have always been at odds with our Pure Yang sect. It is difficult to articulate, yet the circumstances are undoubtedly complex. The bald man remarked that Su had ascended several ranks within a mere month, which led Zhou Yuanshan to suspect he possessed some extraordinary treasure, hence his fixation on him. Now, this young man has resorted to such brutal measures to eliminate Zhou Yuanshan. The truth of the matter may surpass our wildest imaginations. It is said that this incident has even alarmed the mine owner, who has taken a personal interest in the matter. Silence. This is beyond our purview. We ought to refrain from interference and return promptly to report. The 3 swiftly made their way back. Meanwhile, not far from their location, a small figure cloaked in darkness had been observing the entire scene and had overheard their entire conversation. Well, it seems that not only Zhou Yuanshan's faction is aware of this, but even the mine owner, at the 7th stage of the mortal realm, is concerned. It appears I must quickly acquire the identity of a sect disciple and undermine the mine owner. Otherwise, if this continues to escalate, the repercussions could be dire. Chapter 27. The mine owner orders. Capture Su Zhan alive. On the other side, within the punishment hall, I am certain that Lord Zhou must have been killed by Su Zhan. When the 5 individuals under surveillance failed to return with reports, I realized that something was amiss. At that time, Lord Zhou was engaged in a covert mission and was unavailable. I dared not recklessly seek trouble with Su Zhan and could only bide my time. Upon Lord Zhou's return, I immediately sought him out, only to discover, to my utter shock, that Lord Zhou's life stone had shattered. The bald man knelt trembling on the ground, his face awash with fear as he recounted the entire process of monitoring Su Zhan alongside Zhou Yushan. This included how he became acquainted with Su Zhan, investigated him, and ultimately witnessed the abrupt shattering of Zhou Yushan's life stone, leading him to report the incident without delay. To either side, seating was occupied by the captains of the 6th Realm. Behind them, standing without seats, were the 5th Realm squad leaders. The punishment squad members of the 4th Realm were deemed unworthy even to enter this hall as mere observers. At the center, seated in the highest position, was a tall, slender young man clad in white, elegantly holding a paper fan. He appeared to be just in his early 20s, far younger than the numerous 6th and 5th Realm individuals present. Yet, he was the owner of the entire mine and the only one at the 7th Realm, exuding an aura that surpassed all others. Lu Yunhai. Under normal circumstances, not even the death of a mere 4th Realm punishment squad member would warrant such personal attention from Lu Yunhai. The only reason he hastened here was due to the alarming news that the young man who killed the 4th Realm member had ascended from the 1st to the 3rd, and then to the 4th Realm in less than a month. Such a rate of advancement, while perhaps not extraordinary among other sects, forces, or families blessed with abundant resources, was nonetheless remarkable given that this young man was merely a miner abducted from his toil. Just a month ago he had been laboring under the sun, and now, he had not only made consecutive breakthroughs but had also successfully slain a 4th Realm punishment squad member. Could there be no mystery surrounding him? "My lord," said a captain of the 6th Realm, kneeling on one knee in reverence, "I am familiar with this individual. Among the many at the 4th Realm, he is indeed one of the elite. Even if Su Zhan had reached the 4th Realm, the likelihood of him killing Zhou Yushan would be slim. Unless, of course, Su Zhan has transcended to the 5th Realm." Upon hearing this, the surrounding captains and squad leaders drew in a sharper breath. Ascending 4 minor realms within a month, from the 1st to the 5th. This undoubtedly indicated the presence of a treasure, one that would surely incite their deepest desires. Not only they, but even Lu Yunhai could not help but feel a surge of excitement. A nameless young man capable of such a rapid ascent. This is my opportunity. An unprecedented, monumental opportunity. Lu Yunhai waved his paper fan, his eyes shimmering with fervor. If I could acquire the treasure held by that young lad, it might expedite my ascent to the Yuan realm. Once I reach that realm, I shall be entitled to leave this wretched place and guard a city. Furthermore, I would stand on equal footing with those talented senior brothers, and be worthy of my beloved Shuang-Er. Perhaps even gain the opportunity to study under an elder. As these thoughts coursed through Lu Yunhai's mind, his heart ignited with passion. A year prior, he had vanquished the local mine owner and successfully taken control of the site. By all accounts, this was a coveted position envied by countless disciples, a choice meticulously made by his father for him. Yet, the monotony of confronting endless mines and miners daily was utterly exasperating. That was not all. Upon hearing that his talented senior brothers had reached the 8th and 9th realms, even breaking through to the Yuan realm and being assigned to guard a city, he could not help but feel envy and resentment, especially when he learned that Shuang-Er, the one he cherished, had also advanced to the 9th realm within a year and was dispatched to protect a city. He longed to escape this desolate place. Regrettably, his innate talent and comprehension were disappointing. After a year, he remained stuck at the 7th level of the mortal realm, still a distance from the 8th. This left Lu Yunhai in a state of agitation. However, fortune smiled upon him now. An extraordinary treasure had emerged within his mine. According to his understanding, such a treasure had never even graced the pure Yang sect. Once he secured it, his future would be far beyond just the Yuan realm. Lord Lu, a 4th-level subordinate, rushed in, his face pale, and knelt before him. "The positioning stone of Su Zhan has gone missing." With that, a paper fan sliced through the air with unimaginable speed, piercing his throat. How swift! The captains of the 5th and 6th levels flinched, cold sweat beading on their brows. They had merely caught a glimpse of a shadow moments before. Had that strike been directed at them, their fate would have been no better than that of the 4th-level subordinate. They understood that this was no ordinary 7th-level prowess. Lu Yunhai practiced profound techniques, and the paper fan in his hand was a mid-tier spirit artifact. Even if they reached the 7th level, they would still be no match for Lu Yunhai. Notify everyone. All personnel mobilize. Search outward from the mine for any trace of Su Zhan. A reward of 100 spirit stones for any information leading to Su Zhan. A reward of 1,000 spirit stones for those who participate in capturing him. If he is captured alive, the reward shall be 10,000 spirit stones. Remember, I want him alive. Even if he is left crippled, he must still draw breath. Lu Yunhai stepped forward, withdrawing the paper fan, and with a gentle flick, blood splattered onto the floor. His countenance turned fierce as he issued his command. Any who conceal information shall be executed. Understood. The captains of the 5th and 6th levels quickly acknowledged and departed the hall. This level of force was insufficient. It had to be foolproof. Lu Yunhai flipped his hand and produced a token. His identity token as a disciple of the Pure Yang sect. Quickly, summon someone to deliver the token to the Pure Yang sect and present it to my father. Inform him that a great treasure has emerged here, and his assistance is required. Yes, Lord Lu. Once this task was completed, Lu Yunhai unfurled his paper fan once more, gently oscillating it as he began to speculate on the nature of the treasure in Su Zhan's possession. At that moment, at the epicenter of the turmoil, Su Zhan resided in a luxurious presidential suite at an inn in Fengshe town, indulging in a lavish feast while discreetly observing the activities at the mine through the eyes of his hidden companions. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao He witnessed the members of the punishment squad gathering all the miners, comparing their faces against his own portrait. Any resemblance found resulted in immediate capture without hesitation. Such a grand operation is all directed at me. It won't be long before they arrive in Fengshe town, I fear. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Zhan's eyes. I had intended to keep a low profile, avoiding unnecessary commotion, yet with events escalating to this extent, would it not be prudent to seize the opportunity for a bold strike? Chapter 28. The Black Legion strikes back at the mine, publicly committing murder and seizing treasure. Murder and plunder had long been the desires of Su Zhan. Previously, due to insufficient strength and a desire for discretion, he refrained from taking action for fear of attracting attention. But now the entire mine was in chaos because of him. With such commotion, could he still maintain a low profile? Moreover, he had achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level, and his number of clones had surged. It was indeed an opportune moment for mayhem. Of course, the most pressing matter was his journey to the Pure Yang sect. With so many searching for his whereabouts, he was bound to encounter numerous troubles along the way. He needed to create some disorder to facilitate a more comfortable passage. Coincidentally, there were a few individuals he particularly wished to eliminate, and now he could finally address that. Within the mine, anxiety gripped the hearts of the workers, all of whom were filled with dread. Surely the punishment squad had made a mistake? How could someone capable of such a ruckus infiltrate our first-tier mining crew? Who were they truly seeking? Haven't you heard? It's Su Zhan, the one from our mining area. Su Zhan. That newcomer? Could he really possess such power? Lower your voice. We can no longer refer to him as a mere newcomer. He must be addressed as Sir. It is said that Zhou Yuanshan met his demise at his hands. Is that even possible? He is merely at the 1st level. How could he kill someone at the 4th level? Who knows what's going on? Here they come. The minions of blood-sucking mustache. Quickly, prepare some golden spirit stones as tribute. As the miners debated their fate, 2 figures approached. One was carrying a large barrel, filled halfway with gold and spirit stones. The other held a portrait of Su Zhan, comparing it with the faces of those around. Not far away, a man with a handlebar mustache lounged comfortably in a rattan chair, sipping tea and enjoying fruit fed to him by a woman. His subordinates held an umbrella above him, creating an air of utter relaxation. To be referred to as blood-sucking mustache by the miners suggests that this man had engaged in considerable exploitation. Countless miners harbored deep-seated hatred towards him. Throughout the entire ordeal, the mustached man had to do nothing but scan the crowd. Should anyone dare to show disrespect or offer insufficient tribute, he would speak up. Immediately, that person would be seized by his subordinates under the pretext of resembling someone in the portrait. Light punishment would entail a beating, while heavier consequences could lead to abduction, with their fates unknown. Thus, all were compelled to reluctantly part with their meager spirit stones and gold, placing them into the large barrel. Suddenly, the miners seemed to witness something extraordinary, causing an uproar. The henchman carrying the barrel felt a flash before his eyes, and astonishingly, the barrel vanished into thin air. What is happening? Startled, the henchman prepared to look up. In a flash, a white light streaked past, and his vision spun a complete 180 degrees, leaving him utterly disoriented. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, confronted by a pair of black boots descending from above, which crushed his skull instantly. Murder. Murder has occurred. The entire incident unfolded in a flash. It was not until the head of one of the subordinates burst open like a watermelon that the miners finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In an instant, piercing screams erupted from their throats, their faces contorted in terror as they recoiled in fear. All their frightened gazes were directed towards a figure that had appeared abruptly before them. Cloaked in a dark robe and shrouded by a black hood, the figure's hands were encased in black gloves, and even its face was concealed behind a black mask. Every inch of its being was shrouded in darkness, revealing not a hint of skin. You! Fourfold.
Suzanne.
You are Sujan, exclaimed a man with a distinctive mustache, rising in shock. In a mere second, he deduced that this figure, enshrouded in inky blackness and emanating a formidable fourfold aura, wielding a long knife, was the very target that all members of their punitive team had been seeking. Sujan. With a flick of the wrist, the dark-robed figure shook off the blood from its long knife and advanced menacingly towards the mustached man. You possess quite the audacity. Knowing that the entire mine is currently searching for you, you still dare to make an appearance? Moreover, you are utterly alone, with not a single accomplice in sight. Do you intend to kill me? The mustached man's expression hardened as he swiftly drew two white short swords, their blades shimmering with a faint crimson light. Youngster, you have misjudged your opponent. From your demeanor, it appears you have merely just broken through to the fourfold level. Were it not for your numbers, you wouldn't even be able to defeat Zhou Yuanshan. And my strength surpasses that of Zhou Yuanshan. As his words fell, he unleashed a robust fourfold aura. The surrounding miners, all at the first level, trembled at the sheer force, gazing at the mustached man as one would at a ferocious beast, highlighting the stark disparity between the first and fourth levels. Today is my day to prosper. Once I sever your limbs, I shall lead you to your reward. 10,000 spirit stones. They shall be mine. Suddenly, the mustached man shuddered violently, his voice abruptly cut off. Lowering his gaze, he saw the bloody tip of a long knife protruding from his heart. Following that, the knife was yanked free, causing a torrent of blood to surge from his mouth. His face a mix of shock and resentment as he crumpled to the ground. The miners let out even sharper screams, their wails echoing as they dared not pause, retreating further into the shadows. What? How could this be? He. At that moment, the mustached man caught sight of the figure behind him. The black robe, the black hood, the black gloves. The figure that was slowly approaching him from the other side was an exact replica of the one before him. Even the long knives they wielded were indistinguishable. What is happening? Is this Sujan's accomplice? I was certain I sensed no one around. Panic gripped him. How did they appear? And their aura. Wait, they have no aura at all. The man with the stared wide-eyed, finally realizing something was amiss. However, no matter how much he discerned at that moment, he could only watch helplessly as the figure cloaked in black snatched away the two spiritual short swords from his grasp. The figure also rifled through his belongings, extracting all the spiritual tickets, medicinal pills, and treasures he carried. Ultimately, sensing the man's stubborn vitality, the assailant decided to deliver a swift strike, extinguishing the life of the man with the completely. Who are you? How dare you kill members of the punishment team in the mine? You seek your own demise. The cacophony of thousands of miner screams created such a tumult that it summoned two members of the punishment team, both at the fourth level. Upon sighting the two figures in black robes, they wasted no time and immediately launched an attack. Yet, As they charged towards the cloaked figures, they suddenly noticed new black-cloaked apparitions materializing beside them, not descending from any direction, but seemingly emerging from thin air, their eerie presence sending shivers down their spines. The most alarming revelation came as 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 4 entirely new figures in black robes appeared. This is bad. This is dire. The expressions of the 2 men shifted to horror as they hurriedly attempted to flee. However, upon turning, they found 4 identical figures wielding long knives standing right behind them. Surrounded by 10 ominous silhouettes, they were ensnared completely. It was over. Just as the thought of their impending doom flickered in their minds, the 10 black-robed figures advanced with overwhelming force, encircling them and bringing their long knives down with devastating finality. Chapter 29. The terrifying efficiency of harvesting 19 fourth-stage beings in just 1 hour. It is often said that engaging in murder and plunder is the swiftest route to wealth. Just look at the bountiful riches. Having eliminated merely 3 fourth-stage adversaries has already yielded nearly 10,000 spirit stones. This figure does not even account for their spirit artifacts and medicinal pills. If everything were included, the efficiency of this endeavor would far surpass that of the little black workers mining. Meanwhile, Su Zhan retrieved a thick stack of spirit stone tickets from his spatial compartment, his face aglow with delight. On average, each fourth-stage being can provide approximately 3,000 low-grade spirit stones in wealth. With so many fourth-stage entities in the mines, if I were to eliminate a few more, I could achieve the 10th stage of my black mark imprint through them. The 10th stage requires nearly 60,000 spirit stones. By this calculation, only 24th stage beings would suffice. Although my little black workers have now ascended to the 4th stage, their mining efficiency has doubled once again. Each individual can now produce nearly 300 low-grade spirit stones per day. With a total of 46 little black workers, the daily output approaches 14,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, 60,000 spirit stones could be amassed in just 4 days. However, if we send the little black workers to engage in murder and plunder, 24th stage beings could be dispatched without taking a full day's labor. Everyone, continue your work. Our target is the 4th stage personnel. Should we encounter any 5th stage beings, we shall not linger and will retreat immediately. If we come across any 6th stage beings, there is no room for hesitation. Communicate with me, and I will summon you back. Do you understand?
Suzan Kemandid.
After numerous battles, he had gradually grasped the nuances of each function and had formulated a guerrilla warfare strategy uniquely his own. Since we are to engage in murder and plunder, specifically to harvest wealth, we must maximize our gains without falling into the trap of greed. When facing 4th stage beings, we shall employ a tide of numbers to crush them effortlessly. Although we could use the same tactic against 5th stage beings, whose wealth is undoubtedly considerable, the resources, manpower, and energy required to eliminate them would be substantial. Moreover, there lies a risk of losing some of the little black workers. Though they can resurrect within 24 hours, the value generated by a single little black worker in that time may exceed that of vanquishing a 5th stage foe. Thus, retreating remains the most prudent choice. As for 6th stage beings, it goes without saying, we shall retreat decisively and engage in no combat. Once they are recalled, Su Zhan would then utilize the hidden dispatch function to regroup them with other little black workers, continuing the campaign and achieving a perfect cyclical strategy of avatar warfare. With this entire process in place, it would be a breeze to handle not just 24th stage beings but even 40. Yes, master. The little black workers chorused in unison. In the punishment hall of the mine, Lord Lu, 3 4th stage team members have perished in District 24. Preliminary assessments indicate that it was the work of Su Zhan and his accomplices. A hurried report came from a 5th stage squad leader. Not just 5th stage but accomplices as well. That sounds somewhat credible. However, they are still hiding within the mine. Lu Yunhai expressed his astonishment. He had presumed that Su Zhan and his companions had escaped the mine after slaying Zhou Yueshan, yet it appeared that they were still concealed within its depths. Could it be that the most perilous place is indeed the safest? As for their audacity to commit murder within the mine, Lu Yunhai was not at all surprised. It seemed they were on the verge of being discovered, with no place left to flee, thus opting for a desperate struggle. Indeed, my lord, according to the miners who witnessed the event, all the assailants were clad in identical jet black attire, leaving no part of themselves exposed. A striking characteristic, the captain of the 5th Division remarked. Relay my orders. Summon everyone back and ensure they are completely trapped within the mine. Lu Yunhai commanded immediately. Understood. My lord. The captain of the 5th Division hesitated for a moment. However, my lord, according to the miners, Su Zhan and his accomplices have a rather peculiar method of appearing. Peculiar? Lu Yunhai inquired. When surrounding those 3 4th-tier members, all the figures in black seemed to materialize out of thin air, without any warning, and suddenly, there were over 10 of them, materialize out of thin air. Upon hearing this, a deep curiosity ignited in Lu Yunhai's eyes, his fervor intensifying. Although he was uncertain of the exact means employed by the adversary, it was unmistakably a ploy orchestrated by some artifact in Su Zhan's possession. My lord! At that moment, another captain of the 5th Division rushed in, flustered. Just now, in Area 14, 2 4th-tier members have perished. Su Zhan has not left. They remain within the mine. Another 2 had fallen. Lu Yunhai sensed that something was amiss. Just then, a new figure entered, this time not a captain of the 5th Division, but one of the 6th Division commanders. He cast a glance at the 2 captains. My lord, it appears you are already aware. 2 4th-tier members have also fallen under my command, at the hands of Su Zhan's allies. I have dispatched men to apprehend them. The 6th Division commander spoke solemnly. How can Su Zhan have so many allies? And all of them are 4th-tier? Lu Yunhai's brow furrowed. In the blink of an eye, 7 4th-tier lives had already been claimed. Of course, the lives of 4th-tier members were of little consequence to Lu Yunhai. However, the efficiency of the killings was alarmingly high. Not only was Su Zhan's faction numerous, but they were all 4th-tier. Was there a problem within the punishment squad? Regardless of how many accomplices Su Zhan has, capture them all if possible. If not, eliminate them, Lu Yunhai commanded. Relay this. Killing the accomplices is rewarded the same as killing Su Zhan. Remember, not a single one is to escape. Yes, my lord. The group departed in compliance. It seems I can no longer remain a passive observer. Lu Yunhai slowly rose, his gaze sharpening. Since there was an issue within the punishment squad, this was the perfect opportunity to cleanse it thoroughly. Having been here for a year without proper discipline, it was time to seize this chance. A bunch of insignificant 4th-tier characters think they can play in the shadows? They are courting death. Fengshe Town. Everyone has retreated. It appears the chaos has been successfully instigated. Through the perspective of Xiao He, Su Zhan had already witnessed the 4th and 5th-tier individuals who had entered Fengshe Town for a search, swiftly changing their course back towards the mine. Clearly, the news had reached them. Upon hearing that killing an accomplice could yield 10,000 spirit stones, they could hardly remain idle. They hurried back to collect their bounty. At present, my spirit stones amount to an impressive 39,000. Remarkably, within merely half an hour, I have vanquished 12 quadruple-tiered foes, achieving an unrivaled efficiency. The corners of Su Zhan's mouth lifted in anticipation, pondering whether he could gather the remaining 8 within the next half hour to complete the accumulation of 60,000 spirit stones. Given the astonishing pace of harvesting, it seemed that every few minutes, the space of my avatars would receive an array of fallen primitive spiritual weapons, an assortment of ordinary elixirs, and numerous scattered spirit stone tickets. At this rate, it is likely that the little black ones may very well collect the requisite 60,000 spirit stones before the half-hour mark arrives. As events unfolded as Su Zhan had anticipated, by the 27th minute, with only 3 minutes remaining until a full hour, the little black one dispatched the 19th quadruple-tiered adversary, and the total count of spirit stone tickets in his possession had evidently reached 60,000. Little black, redeem. Due to the excess of 60,000 inferior spirit stones, the pawnshop opted to settle the transaction with 6 superior spirit stones. 1 superior spirit stone equates to 100 medium spirit stones or 10,000 inferior spirit stones. All accounted for. Gazing at the 6 superior spirit stones, each as large as a human head and radiantly translucent, resting quietly in the avatar space, Su Zhan experienced no hesitation. He commenced the absorption. Chapter 30. The achievement of the 10th stage, an addition of 18 clones, harvest efficiency soars. It must be said that high-grade spirit stones far surpass low-grade ones in every conceivable aspect, from quality to the quantity of spiritual energy they harbor. Even the absorption of the black imprint took nearly 2 minutes to completely assimilate a single high-grade spirit stone. 6 high-grade spirit stones took a staggering 12 minutes to absorb, while on the other side, Xiao He had already dispatched several fourth-tier beings, completing the absorption at last. Here it comes. Before Su Zhan, thick black smoke materialized, swiftly coalescing into humanoid shadows. Just as he had anticipated, 18 in total. With the existing 46, the number of clones surged to an astounding 64. Moreover, the space for these clones expanded from 10 cubic meters to 14 cubic meters. The flow rate within the meditative shadow must have also increased, reaching 4 times its previous capacity. 64 clones with a 4-fold training efficiency. Should I push myself to the limits in cultivation, it would be akin to having 256 clones training concurrently. I could reach the 5th tier in merely 20 days. However, 20 days felt excruciatingly long. Moreover, if all went as expected, based on the pattern of the black imprint, having undergone 2 cooldown phases previously, this time it would experience 3. By the time the 11th stage arrives, a new function should be unlocked. The very thought of unlocking a new ability filled Su Zhan with fervent excitement. With a feature as extraordinary as clone cultivation now in existence, what remarkable wonders might the next one bring? Faced with such temptation, whether it takes 20 days or merely 1 to reach the 5th tier, Su Zhan would unhesitatingly opt for his clones to continue their slaughter. New functions are paramount. Elevation in realm and strength can wait. Dressed in these garments, armed and ready, he would charge into battle, targeting all 4th-tier personnel within the mine. Yes, master. At his command, he swiftly dispatched them to the side of the clones within the mine, decisively scattering them to search for nearby 4th-tier beings. The 11th stage requires 180,000 spirit stones, equating to 64th-tier beings. Not too many. I should be able to accomplish this before I set off tomorrow. Logically, having killed 19 in less than an hour, eliminating another 60 should only take about 3 hours. Yet Su Zhan understood that the initial hour's substantial gains were due to the enemy's lack of vigilance, believing him to be an easy target. Once they realized the true intent and formidable nature of the clones, the 4th-tier beings would undoubtedly hide swiftly or seek refuge with 5th or 6th-tier personnel. No one would foolishly wait to be slaughtered. Thus, Su Zhan extended the time frame to tomorrow. Once the 11th stage arrives and a new function is unlocked, he could set forth with ease towards the Pure Yang sect, aiming to become an outer disciple. Unlike his previous mindset as a 1st-tier applicant at the Mountain Gate, he now approached the assessment with the prowess of a 4th-tier cultivator. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, there was a 99% probability that he would successfully join the Pure Yang sect. Meanwhile, within the mine, since the miners had entered, it was the most chaotic day they had ever witnessed. Those formidable figures of the punishment squad, who typically reveled in their power, ruthlessly exploiting, humiliating, and mercilessly slaughtering the miners as if they were mere livestock, had now transformed into lambs awaiting slaughter, each one met with a brutal demise. In their eyes, the figure in the black robe was terrifying, suddenly appearing and launching into action with methods so cruel, violent, and bloody, surpassing anything they had previously encountered. Yet, gradually, they began to lose their fear of the black-robed figure. For it became evident that the black-robed one only targeted members of the punishment squad, leaving the miners unharmed. Thus, the miners began to understand that these black-robed individuals were solely focused on purging the punishment squad in a grand bloodbath. As the events unfolded, some miners, witnessing the black-robed figures swiftly dispatch a member of the punishment squad, could not help but raise their fists in cheers, applauding the black-robed saviors. To the miners, the black-robed figures had become embodiments of salvation, sent to rescue them. Unbeknownst to them, they had heard a name from the terrified members of the punishment squad. Su Zhan. At that moment, this name was etched indelibly in their minds. However, the black-robed figures were not invincible. Presently, a captain of the 6th realm was in pursuit of one of the black-robed individuals. Oh no, the captain had struck. He hit. Vanished. Had the black-robed figure perished? It was difficult to see from a distance. They hoped the black-robed figure could escape and avoid capture by those fiends. Alas, the captain was of the 6th realm, while the black-robed figure was merely at the 4th. How could he possibly flee? The miners watched from afar, lamenting for the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, the captain, wielding a large blade, surveyed the scattered remnants of black robes, boots, gloves, and masks on the ground, then looked around. The more he observed, the deeper his frown became. Once again, there had been a sudden disappearance. For the second time, if they had collectively mastered a technique to conceal their presence, it might have made sense, but this abrupt vanishing, leaving only garments behind. What kind of method were they employing? The captain was filled with questions. Upon his arrival at the scene, the black-robed figure associated with Su Jian had merely glanced at him before. Without a hint of hesitation, the entire robe had suddenly shrunk, losing its form and scattering to the ground. Upon inspection, apart from the black attire, there was no trace left. One disappearance was perplexing enough, but another? If all of Su Jian's allies possessed such abilities to vanish into thin air, it was easy to imagine the difficulty in capturing them. At that moment, he caught distant cries from another group of miners. It was clear that yet another member of the punishment squad had met their end. The captain hastily gathered the discarded garments and masks, stowing them away, then swiftly made his way toward the source of the commotion. Upon his arrival at the scene, beside the 4 corpses, there stood a man in white, holding a fan, Lu Yunhai. He was gazing down at the scattered black garments on the ground, a slight frown creasing his brow. This expression stirred a hint of astonishment on the face of the 6th Division commander. Clearly, another instance of disappearance had occurred, and it unfolded right before Lu Yunhai's eyes. Furthermore, even the 7th Division's Lu Yunhai was unable to suppress the bizarre vanishing techniques employed by Su Jian and his associates. Lord Lu, the 6th Division commander, quickly approached to pay his respects. It was almost certain that Su Jian's allies were not human. Upon hearing Lu Yunhai's words, the 6th Division commander's expression shifted momentarily but soon returned to normal. He had previously entertained the notion that the figure in the black robe bore no trace of life energy, but could not confirm it. After all, everything about the other party seemed all too real. Now, considering the sudden disappearance, the suspicion that those individuals were not human could unravel all doubts. If they were not human, could it be an external incarnation? The 6th Division commander speculated. Yet, even as this thought emerged, he found it somewhat implausible. Setting aside the rarity of such a technique, not even formidable practitioners of the Yuan or Dan realms might possess the qualifications to master it. Even if one could create an external incarnation, it could not possibly match the strength of the original. The original was at the 4th level, while an external incarnation would at most reach the 2nd level. A 3rd level would be exceedingly formidable. Yet Su Jian was particularly outrageous. Not only were they all at the 4th level, but there were also so many of them. Did this lad not require spiritual energy for his external incarnations? Unless, as he had previously surmised, Su Jian possessed a treasure of immense value. Ever since the bald man from the punishment hall revealed that Su Jian had ascended from the 1st to the 4th level within a month, all commanders and division leaders had speculated on this point. Yet no one dared to voice it openly, nor did they dare to take action. Nevertheless, each harbored ulterior motives. Should they truly decide to eliminate Su Jian, they would certainly be the first to search the corpse, seizing the treasure before anything else. Convey my orders. Intensify the pursuit of Su Jian and his associates, and capture them alive is unnecessary. If seen, they must be killed on sight. Whoever can bring back the corpse shall be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. At the mention of this sum, the 6th Division commander's eyelids twitched, realizing that Lu Yunhai was becoming increasingly impatient. It was also clear that if an external incarnation were attacked or killed, it would vanish on the spot. The only corpse that could be brought back would inevitably belong to Su Jian himself. Understood, Lord Lu. He swiftly accepted the command and departed. I have underestimated him. Aside from possessing a treasure of great value, this lad must also wield an exceedingly rare external incarnation technique, without a doubt. And it must be at least of the Great Ascension level. He must indeed rely on that treasure to master such a high-level technique. Lu Yunhai's eyes burned with fervor. Such an opportunity to not keep it hidden but to expose it before me. He can hardly blame me. The Great Ascension level denotes a technique that only those in the Dan realm above the Yuan realm are qualified to cultivate. How could Su Jian, a mere mortal, possibly grasp and adeptly use such a technique without relying on treasures? Upon this reflection, Lu Yunhai found himself filled with an undeniable impatience. He longed to seize Su Zhan at this very moment, to wrest from him all treasures and techniques. Lu Yunhai's thoughts were indeed splendid. Yet, reality rendered him incapable of even the faintest smile. Throughout the entire night, the wails within the mine persisted unceasingly. Chapter 31. An earnings of 280,000 spirit stones in one night. A new function emerges. It was undoubtedly the most tumultuous night in the history of the mining site. Periodically, the air was punctuated by the cacophony of fierce battles, followed by high-pitched, anguished wails, heralding yet another casualty among the fourth-tier personnel. The punishment squad, once brimming with confidence and determination to apprehend Su Zhan, had devolved into a quivering mass of fear. The mere mention of the black-robed figures sent shivers down their spines, plunging them into a state of profound terror. They believed that by retreating into the mine and suppressing their presence to the utmost, they could evade disaster. Yet, they found themselves encircled and slaughtered by multiple black robes. They thought that by leaving the mining site, they could escape the clutches of their pursuers. However, just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a black robe materialized behind them, delivering a chilling blow. They assumed that clustering together in groups of several fourth-tier individuals would afford them some measure of protection against the black robes, temporarily preserving their lives. Yet, the black robes multiplied from 1 to 5, then 10. In the end, none managed to escape. They thought that seeking refuge under the protection of a fifth-tier leader would ensure their safety, yet the number of black robes surged to 20, even 30. Consequently, not only were they unable to flee, but even the fifth-tier personnel found themselves ensnared, mere prey to the blades of their assailants. The only viable solution lay in seeking the protection of the sixth-tier commander and the mine owner Lu Yunhai. However, let us not forget that Lu Yunhai was the one who had dispatched them to kill. How could they now turn to him for sanctuary? Was that even conceivable? At this very moment, within the punishment hall, the usually composed Lu Yunhai betrayed signs of impatience. Disappearances, more disappearances. His countenance darkened as he demanded, "Is there nothing else of value to report other than disappearances?" The sixth-tier commanders involuntarily lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. "Lord Lu, Su Zhan's methods are exceedingly peculiar. His targets are unequivocally the fourth-tier personnel. He strikes, plunders, and departs without hesitation. Indeed, once the number of fourth-tier individuals gathered exceeded a certain threshold, they would attract sufficient numbers of adversaries, employing a tactic of overwhelming force. I had previously attempted a strategy. Since their focus was on the fourth tier, I endeavored to draw them out by luring with fourth-tier bait, only to ambush and eliminate them. Yet, when I charged out during their plundering, they inexplicably abandoned their spoils, opting to vanish instantly, leaving us no opportunity whatsoever. The sixth-tier commanders spoke one after another, their voices laden with resignation. They yearned to claim the bounty of 100,000 spirit stones. Yet the swiftness and cunning of those foes thwarted their every effort, making it exceedingly difficult to capture even a single hair of the adversary, despite their own sixth-tier prowess. To date, over 40 fourth-tier personnel had perished, and even 2 fifth-tier members had succumbed. With casualties continuing to mount, I demand to hear strategies for counteraction, not mere lamentations about the formidable nature of our opponent. Lu Yunhai thundered. Initially, I had presumed that Su Zhan was merely a fortunate minor figure of the fourth tier, someone I could easily handle at will. Little did I anticipate that he would incite such upheaval in the mining grounds, leaving me utterly powerless in the face of it. Over 40 fourth-tier individuals and 2 fifth-tier ones have perished. These lives are of no significance to him. Yet, these figures serve as a resounding slap to my face. Once this news reaches the pure Yang sect, I shall become the laughingstock among the disciples. Lord Lu, from my observations, those cloaked figures only target fourth-tier individuals. They do not proactively engage with those of the fifth or sixth tiers, and the miners remain completely unaffected. If we could gather all the fourth-tier personnel, we might compel them to reveal themselves. Once they do, with our strength combined with your might, we can undoubtedly capture them all, suggested one of the captains. Should they ultimately choose not to show themselves, we can still ensure the safety of our fourth-tier personnel until your father arrives. Lu Yunhai remained silent, fully aware that the cloaked figures conjured by Su-Zhan had rendered the entire mining operation helpless. Himself included. Protecting the mining site was straightforward. After all, the cloaked figures spared the miners, allowing them to continue their work and ensuring the spiritual stones delivered to the pure Yang sect remained unaffected. However, capturing Su-Zhan and seizing the treasures and techniques in his possession would undoubtedly require the personal intervention of his father, a formidable figure of the Yuan realm. The mining site was not distant from the pure Yang sect. A messenger could reach it in approximately 3 days. Yet, a figure from the Yuan realm could arrive in less than half a day. Once a Yuan realm individual intervenes, no matter how cunning Su-Zhan or how remarkable his treasures and techniques, he would merely be a fourth-tier individual, incapable of rivaling a Yuan realm master. Dispatch orders for all fourth-tier personnel to return to the punishment hall. The oversight of the miners will be entrusted solely to the fifth-tier personnel, Lu Yunhai commanded. You sixth-tier individuals shall remain here. Should you spot any cloaked figures daring to approach, take immediate action. Yes, Lord Lu. The crowd responded in unison. The following morning, Su-Zhan awoke comfortably after a restful night. Upon glancing at the mountain of spoils amassed in his spatial domain, particularly the exceedingly abundant spiritual stone tickets, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Master, the voice of Xiao Er echoed in Su-Zhan's mind. All fourth-tier personnel have assembled, and there are 6-tier guards present. Shall we launch an assault? Now in the 10th stage, Xiao Hei's intellect had evidently reached the level of a 7- or 8-year-old, capable of executing commands flawlessly while also conducting simple analyses based on the situation, subsequently reporting back to Su-Zhan. It seems they are beginning to take this seriously, as evidenced by the presence of multiple 6th-tier guards. An all-out assault is feasible, but the losses would be substantial and not worth the risk. Su-Zhan instructed. For now, everyone should hold back and seek out some more secluded areas to mine. Understood, Master. The Xiao Hei responded, swiftly identifying several peripheral mining sites, exchanging their long knives for pickaxes, and commencing their excavation. Let me see how much we have gained from a night of idleness. With a smile gracing his face, Su-Zhan retrieved a substantial stack of spirit stones from the avatar space, a sight to behold. Moments later, the tally emerged. Good heavens! Su-Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. 284,000. The little black creatures had exceeded their task by a remarkable margin. Had it not been for the gathering at the mine, they might have easily surpassed 300,000. The speed at which they amassed wealth was astonishing. Su-Zhan mused. It appeared that, in the future, whenever the opportunity arose, resorting to killing for treasure or mining would be a foolproof strategy. Earning nearly 300,000 spirit stones in a single night equated to 30 superior spirit stones. This pace would surely bring tears to even the strongest cultivators. In contrast, the collective efforts of the 64 little black creatures yielded only about 20,000 in daily returns. In just one night, the earnings surpassed half a month's worth, and the disparity was glaringly evident. Little Black, go ahead and exchange them all. Soon, 28 luminous superior spirit stones, radiant with a vibrant aura, materialized within the avatar space. Time to absorb, watching as each superior spirit stone transitioned from brilliant to dim, ultimately becoming the most ordinary of stones, cracked and devoid of any spiritual energy. Su-Zhan's heart brimmed with anticipation. Following the principle that the more spirit stones absorbed, the more formidable the new abilities became. After enduring 3 cooling phases and consuming over 200,000 spirit stones for the new abilities, how powerful would they be? Even if they didn't surpass the avatar's cultivation, achieving parity would be commendable. Just one more to go. Almost there. Almost. Done. With the complete dimming and shattering of the 18th superior spirit stone, the black mark on his palm erupted with an unprecedented intensity of black light. Chapter 32. The illusory practice and the idol artifact, ascending to a higher realm in just 27 hours. Almost simultaneously, 18 new avatars materialized before Su-Zhan, igniting a spark of brilliance in his gaze. The unchanged number of avatars signified the emergence of a novel capability. Without hesitation, Su-Zhan firmly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge deeply within. He beheld it. With a mere glance, he discerned a brand new shadow emerging from the void. It bore a resemblance to the training avatar, though the latter was seated in a meditative posture while this one stood upright. Unlike the training avatar, which was interlaced with a web of intricate meridians, the standing shadow possessed an enigmatic spherical black orb located at the heart. The shadow itself was already profoundly dark, yet this orb was even more profound, as if it could consume all light. The seated avatar represented the realm of cultivation. What did the standing one signify? At least from its appearance, it was evident that this new function should be on par with the training avatar. Regardless of its nature, the only way to discern its purpose was to attempt to introduce the small black orb. With prior experience in exploring new functionalities, Su Zhan gradually adapted. With a single thought, he directed a misty orb representing the small black into the standing shadow's interior. However, it did not illuminate as the training avatar had, nor did it evoke any flow of spiritual energy. It remained entirely unchanged. Moreover, the misty orb appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually swirling around the heart where the black orb resided. After confirming a reaction, Su Zhan swiftly retracted his consciousness, meticulously examining the changes occurring within himself. However, after repeated observations, he discerned that nothing had transpired within his body. No response. This was unexpected. Su Zhan attempted to push several more small orbs into the standing shadow. Each one began to orbit the spherical black orb, yet his own body remained utterly unchanged. This new function was proving to be rather intricate. Su Zhan found himself perplexed. His previous experiences with unlocking new functionalities seemed ineffective at this moment. There must be something he had overlooked. He decided to conduct further experiments. The outcome was unmistakable. The small orbs merrily circled the black sphere, yet his body exhibited no alterations whatsoever. Could it be that the effects of this new function were not immediately apparent, requiring a period of time to manifest? Su Zhan contemplated this notion but deemed it implausible. Even if the feedback was not instantaneous, there should at least be some sign of change. The complete lack of response was indeed puzzling. As he pondered, a voice broke through his reverie. "Master, I sense 5 entities approaching my location. Assistance is required." It was the solitary 58th black orb, mining deep within a remote pit. The 5 entities could be dealt with later. The difference is negligible, averaging merely 5,000 spirit stones per person, and it is easy to incur losses. You should return first, and I will arrange another location for you. Su Zhan's mind stirred as he recalled the 58 black entities. However, just as he dispatched them to assist the other black entities in mining, a sudden realization struck him. Indeed, wasn't the hidden function I previously discovered indicated by the little black entities? Perhaps they possessed the knowledge. Su Zhan was suddenly enlightened. He immediately delved back into his consciousness. "Tell me, why do the black spheres you surround remain unresponsive?" Su Zhan directly inquired of all the little black entities he had placed in the standing illusion. "Master, you need to input the corresponding items." "Yes, Master." The black spheres lack the required items. The little blacks clamored together, promptly providing the answer. Indeed, as the progeny of the black imprint, the little blacks are intrinsically linked to the standing illusion. No one understands this better than they do. What items should I input? Su Zhan continued to question. In response, "Master, you must input the cultivation manuals." Cultivation manuals? What does this not imply? That the standing illusion can assist him in practicing the techniques. Understanding dawned upon him. So it was, the seated figure is for cultivation, while the standing one is for practicing techniques. How astounding! Su Zhan was utterly astonished. Having one for cultivation was already extraordinary. To have another for practicing techniques is beyond comprehension. Cultivation and practice, 2 pivotal elements for enhancing strength, are both accounted for. Henceforth, will he not need to do anything, merely lying down to cultivate and grow stronger indefinitely? No wonder he had tried for so long without any response. It turns out he needed to place additional items. This was a first among several new functions. However, how can the tangible items be introduced into my consciousness for the practice illusion? Su Zhan encountered another dilemma. This time, he did not linger in uncertainty but resolutely inquired of the little blacks. "Master, you can drag items from the avatar space into the sphere, The little black's response further transformed Su Zhan's understanding. The avatar space is indeed not so simple. It serves not only as a storage area but also as a bridge connecting his consciousness with tangible items. Now everything fell into place. Not only could he engage in automatic cultivation, but also in automatic practice. This was truly remarkable. Conveniently, I have 2 entry-level manuals and 1 minor-level manual at hand. I was troubled by the arduous task of cultivating the entry-level manual, and the minor-level one was incomprehensible. I could simply place them inside and see if it could practice automatically. Although I lack the qualifications to cultivate, perhaps it possesses the potential. Moreover, with all 3 manuals present, it might even be able to practice simultaneously. A clever thought sparked within him, wishing to exploit a small loophole. If only I could cultivate together, I could store more techniques in advance, mastering 100 or even 1,000 at once, reaching perfection effortlessly. Wouldn't that be delightful? Without hesitation, Su Zhan delved into his consciousness. Subsequently, he discovered the jade slip containing the technique within the space of his avatar. With a mere thought, he retrieved the jade slip, which then floated in the void. He placed it inside. As he pushed the jade slip into the training illusion, it was immediately drawn towards the orb situated at the heart of his being, akin to a mist swirling around it. However, it did not orbit the orb. Instead, it was directly absorbed into it. Suddenly, a golden radiance illuminated the surroundings, transforming the once obsidian orb into a resplendent golden sphere, radiating dazzling light that shone brightly against the backdrop of the grayish void. Could it be truly possible? Upon witnessing this, Su Zhan couldn't help but let a smile bloom on his face. Yet, before he could revel in his joy, the golden light abruptly dimmed, and the golden orb swiftly reverted to its original dark form. Even the jade slip was expelled from the orb, floating back into the emptiness. It was evident that Su Zhan's attempt to exploit a loophole had failed. Perhaps I had overestimated the situation. The emergence of golden light indicated that the jade slip could indeed be placed. The only issue must pertain to the quantity of techniques. Thus, I must have these techniques transcribed into volumes. With a tinge of regret, Su Zhan recalled that he possessed a technique called Blood Shadow Blade. This should surely work. He then retrieved the Blood Shadow Blade manual from the space of his avatar and placed it directly into the training illusion once more. He watched as the Blood Shadow Blade was drawn into the orb. Once again, golden light burst forth, and the orb transformed into a golden sphere. This time, even the mist swirling around the orb gradually turned golden and did not retreat. Success. It appeared that only one technique could be placed at a time. Exceeding that would result in rejection. Peering into the world outside, Su Zhan opened his eyes. This time, he did not need to deliberately probe for changes in his body. He could distinctly feel a continuous influx of information regarding the Blood Shadow Blade in his mind. Not only that, but he could also sense subtle changes throughout his arms, body, meridians, and flesh. The little black entities were practicing the Blood Shadow Blade in his stead, tirelessly rehearsing every move contained within the technique. The skills and the resulting enhancements from their practice were being transmitted to him bit by bit. Every sensation was remarkably vivid. A spark of brilliance ignited in Su Zhan's eyes. However, unlike the cultivation realm, where he could estimate a breakthrough time based on his progress and internal changes, he could not predict the breakthrough time for the technique. Little Black, tell me, how long until the Blood Shadow Blade reaches the initial stage? This time, Su Zhan was obedient, skipping the trivialities and directly inquiring the little black figures who were assisting him with his training. Master, it will take approximately 1 more day, replied one. It is estimated to be 1 day, another chimed in. I also require 1 day. The little black figures responded swiftly. 1 day. They would be able to master an introductory level technique to a basic realm within this time frame. Such speed would leave anyone astounded. However, for Su Zhan, 1 day. That was too slow. He was aware that this single day represented the cumulative effort of 20 little black figures practicing tirelessly for 24 hours. If converted to a typical cultivator's pace, practicing diligently for about 8 hours a day, it would amount to 60 days, 2 months to achieve the same. This is also why Su Zhan had spent a considerable time practicing the Blood Shadow Blade, yet still could not utilize it. Cultivation is easier than mastering techniques. Cultivation relies on talent, is tedious, and time invested will eventually yield returns. Techniques, however, are not so forgiving. Their mastery depends on comprehension. Lacking insight, no amount of effort can compensate for it. This explains why many cultivators at the 4th and 5th realms can only grasp an introductory technique until their demise. With 20 figures taking 1 day, I have now increased my clones to 18, allowing for a total of 80. Thus, achieving the basic realm would require merely 6 hours. Furthermore, the time for advancing to intermediate, advanced, and perfection stages would also diminish.
Sus Hanes Gaze sparkled.
The basic realm merely signifies a preliminary grasp of the technique. The increase in power is substantial, yet insufficient. To ensure that each little black figure possesses the strength to contend with the 4th realm Zhou Yueshan and the formidable mustached man, the Blood Shadow Blade must be elevated to an advanced level. If it could advance further to perfection, a single little black figure could crush Zhou Yueshan of the 4th realm and eliminate the mustached man head-on. With so many little black figures combined, to face a 5th realm adversary, only 3 would suffice for a flawless victory. For the 6th realm, 15 little black figures could encircle and strike down the opponent with minimal losses. If 80 little black figures joined forces, they might even take down a 7th realm foe. Little black figures you need not mind for the time being. Devote yourselves entirely to mastering the technique. Yes, master. The 80 little black figures were placed into the training illusion conjured by Su Zhan. They all darted off, spiraling around a golden sphere, each transforming into a golden mist. When Su Zhan opened his eyes once more, a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing his entire body to radiate warmth. 6 hours. I await with bated breath. A smile crept upon Su Zhan's lips. It was time to head to the Pure Yang sect. Subsequently, he departed from the inn, generously hiring a carriage to journey toward the Pure Yang sect. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 little black figures were tasked with scouting the path ahead and providing support in terms of food, supplies, weapons, and elixirs from Fengshe Town whenever needed. On the other side, within the mine, Lord Lu, it has been a full day since our assembly, and the cloaked figure has yet to reappear, reported the 6th realm captain. What of the search in the 5th realm? Lu Yunhai inquired. Currently, they have made no significant discoveries. The captain of the 6th division remarked that perhaps Su Zhan was aware that he could not confront anyone at the moment, thus choosing to retreat and conceal himself. Increase the search efforts in the 5th division. Organize the miners to assist in the search. The black-robed figure is here, and Su Zhan must be hiding somewhere. Even if he rises 3 feet, we must locate him, commanded Lu Yunhai. Yes, Lord Lu. The captain of the 6th division had just turned to leave. Before he reached the door, another anxious-looking member of the 6th division rushed in. He hesitated for a moment. Lord Lu, 2 members of the 5th division have perished in the mining area. It has been confirmed that it was the work of the black-robed individuals. The captain's pupils contracted in shock. They targeted the 5th division. Furthermore, according to miners who had previously witnessed the deaths of 4th division members, the black-robed figures had significantly enhanced their strength. The 5th division members could not even last a single round against them. Strength enhancement. Lu Yunhai's already grim countenance darkened further. What nonsense is this? It has only been a day. Has Su Zhan inexplicably grown stronger? Lord Lu, another hurried messenger arrived. In the 25th mining area, a 5th division member was surrounded and killed. 3 already. If Su Zhan refrains from action when he does strike, it is with devastating force. Before Lu Yunhai could contemplate a strategy, yet another report came in. Lord Lu, a 5th division member in the 38th mining area has encountered trouble. Lord Lu, 2 5th division members in the 41st mining area have been besieged by the black-robed figures. Their life stones have shattered. Reports of calamity continued to pour in. Almost every few minutes, news of 1 or 2 5th division deaths surfaced. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Lu Yunhai slammed his palm onto the bronze table before him, creating a gaping hole and causing it to collapse. Summon the 5th division members back. Do not let them perish any further. Lu Yunhai almost ground his teeth as he issued the order. Just 2 days prior, he had been filled with vigor, intent on finding Su Zhan to kill him and seize the treasures. Today, Su Zhan had already slaughtered his mining site to the extent that he had to retreat. Tomorrow, his father would arrive in person. Su Zhan, you had better wait for me. Meanwhile, Su Zhan was comfortably seated in a carriage, savoring delicious delicacies while counting the wealth he had plundered from numerous 5th Division members. Not bad, not bad. Although 5th Division members are not much wealthier than the 4th, they are still affluent. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and immediately set down the spirit stone notes. Closing his eyes, he focused intently. In the next moment, a gust of invisible wind swirled up, scattering the spirit stone notes throughout the carriage. The horses pulling the carriage seemed to sense the overwhelming aura, quickening their previously leisurely pace. Su Zhan opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. In just 27 hours, from not knowing the Blood Shadow Blade to achieving an advanced realm, this speed would surely bring tears to the eyes of even those in the Yuan realm. Wouldn't it? Chapter 33. The Frenzy of the Little Blacks, confronting hundreds head-on. Indeed, within the span of 27 hours, the Blood Shadow Blade not only successfully reached the elementary realm but also traversed through the intermediate realm, culminating in a recent breakthrough into the advanced realm. 6 hours to attain the elementary level, 9 hours for the intermediate, and 12 hours for the advanced, adding up to precisely 27 hours. Should such a speed become known, it would surely leave many in astonishment, jaws agape. Even Su Zhan was taken aback when he learned of this efficiency from the Little Blacks. Logically, it would require 6 hours to reach the elementary level. Thus, the subsequent intermediate and advanced realms would undoubtedly pose greater challenges, necessitating significantly longer durations. Multiplying by several times would not be an exaggeration. However, after achieving the elementary level in 6 hours, the intermediate level astonishingly required only 9 hours, merely 1.5 times the initial duration. Consequently, Su Zhan refrained from hastening into actual combat and instead allowed the Little Blacks to continue their training. After 9 hours, they successfully ascended to the intermediate level. Upon discovering that the advanced level could be reached in 12 hours, even he was astonished. Hence, he opted to wait further. Finally, just before the 12-hour mark approached, a whimsical thought struck Su Zhan. He sought to observe the difference in harvesting efficiency between the intermediate and advanced Blood Shadow Blade. Without hesitation, he dispatched 40 Little Blacks to the mine, launching an assault on the 5th-tier adversaries without further ado. The results were telling. The Little Blacks wielding the intermediate Blood Shadow Blade found slaying 5th-tier foes as effortless as slaughtering chickens. The disparity between their previous capabilities and the current ones was akin to a chasm, with merely 5 Little Blacks. Each could deliver a devastating blow to a 5th-tier foe upon confrontation. Within just 3 exchanges, they could vanquish their adversaries on the spot. Even if the 5th-tier warriors fought back desperately, the Little Blacks could, relying on the Blood Shadow Blade, barely withstand a wave of counterattacks. Unlike before when defense was a mere fantasy, leading to instant demise. This efficiency in exterminating 5th-tier foes within such a brief period yielded substantial rewards for Su Zhan. Now that they had reached the advanced level, their lethality against 5th-tier foes had intensified, promising even higher harvesting efficiency. How long until the Little Blacks achieve perfection?
Su Zhan inquired immediately.
Master, it will take approximately 5 days. 5 days equating to around 120 hours. With only 40 Little Blacks currently training, had all 80 engaged simultaneously, the time frame could be reduced to 2.5 days, which translates to around 60 hours. Clearly, the requirements for achieving perfection were greater than the cumulative time needed for the preceding 3 realms. Nevertheless, the enhancements brought about by the perfected realm were the most significant. The elementary Blood Shadow Blade could unleash 1.5 times its power, consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy, allowing for a maximum of 3 strikes. The intermediate level could yield 2 times the power with 5 strikes. The advanced level, while still delivering 2 times the power, permitted 10 strikes. Only at perfection could one unleash 3 times the power and execute 15 strikes. 2.5 days indeed seems swift, yet I can hardly wait. The individuals within the mine have all gathered as one. Such a magnificent opportunity cannot be squandered. A glimmer of madness ignited in Su Zhan's eyes. What is madness? He intends to lead 80 of his subordinates directly into battle against the punitive squad of the mine, regardless of the fact that their adversaries have amassed nearly 500 4th-tier warriors, over 70 5th-tier warriors, 9 6th-tier warriors, and even 1 7th-tier mine owner. Nevertheless, Su Zhan remains resolute in his desire to engage in combat. If the 80 subordinates were to mine, each could yield 300 spirit stones daily. resulting in a total profit of 24,000 in a single day. Merely slaying 8 fourth-tier warriors would equate to the entirety of that day's earnings. Exceeding 10 would yield a modest profit, surpassing 20 would result in substantial gains, and more than 30 would yield a remarkable profit. Engaging in cultivation seems less advantageous. With 80 subordinates operating at 5 times efficiency, it would take 10 days to complete the 5th-tier training. This time frame must be shortened. Ascending to the 12th stage requires 540,000 spirit stones, of which I currently possess approximately 90,000, leaving a deficit of 450,000. I could either slay 154th-tier warriors or 95th-tier warriors. Regardless of whom I target, the returns would surpass any other options. The most critical aspect is to allow them to truly experience what fear entails. Until now, he has primarily focused on the slaughter of 4th and 5th-tier warriors. For the mine owners, it would merely result in a loss of face. However, if a direct confrontation ensues, the situation would be entirely different. Regardless of whether they are 6th or 7th tier, he would charge forth boldly, eliminating them in waves, returning after 24 hours to strike again. The goal is to instill fear, to terrorize them until they are paralyzed with dread. Brothers, prepare for a grand undertaking. At this very moment, outside the vast punitive hall, a throng of individuals has gathered, all 4th and 5th-tier warriors. Each one sighs heavily, voicing their grievances. Whenever the black-robed figure or the name Su Zhan is mentioned, they seethe with fury, their hatred palpable enough to feel tangible. Lord Lu, aside from the 11 5th-tier warriors lost, the remaining 73 5th-tier warriors have all assembled here, reported the captain of the 6th tier. Lu Yunhai surveyed the crowd of 4th and 5th-tier warriors, his expression dark as night, remaining silent. He could hardly fathom that as a 7th-tier warrior, leading 9 6th-tier warriors and commanding 85th-tier warriors, with nearly 600 4th-tier warriors at his disposal, he was ultimately bested by a mere 4th-tier brat. Now he found himself forced to huddle together with them. It was an utter disgrace. If this incident were to reach the ears of other disciples within the sect, they would likely laugh until they wept, rolling on the ground in hysterics. Fortunately, he could anticipate that once his father arrives, this embarrassing situation would begin to ease. Let them sleep on the ground tonight. Without my permission, no one is to leave. Yes, Lord Lu. After issuing his command, Lu Yunhai turned and returned to the punitive hall. On the periphery, the 4th-tier warriors shook their heads in dismay, lamenting, "We have to sleep on the ground again. It's been days without proper food, and we can't even visit the pleasure houses. It's truly unbearable. Such a time, who can afford to think of enjoyment? We must first ensure our lives are secured." Su Zhan harbors deep-seated enmity against others. Let him seek revenge on them. Why target us? Indeed, once I return, I shall surely eliminate a few individuals to vent my frustrations. What does it mean to kill in a fit of rage? Surely, it must be more exhilarating to vent one's frustrations in a brothel. He chuckled. Laughter erupted among the group. Yet, one among them, seemingly lost in the mirth, suddenly froze, his expression morphing into one of terror as he gazed into the shadows nearby. His eyes widened in fright, trembling as he stammered, "Black. Black. The black-robed figure. What black-robed figure? With so many of us here, would they dare to come?" Someone taunted, turning to glance. But that single look nearly stole his breath away. A silhouette, hauntingly familiar and capable of etching itself into their souls, loomed before them, brandishing a long blade, rushing towards their position. The black-robed figure. It's the black-robed figure. They come to kill us. The cries of alarm reverberated, capturing the attention of all present. In an instant, they beheld the black-robed figure, now at the edge of their gathering, who wasted no time in delivering a swift strike to one of the trembling souls who had fallen in fear. Blood splattered as anguished cries erupted. Just as they began to comprehend the unfolding chaos, a dense swarm of black-robed figures, numbering at least 70 or 80, seemed to materialize from thin air, descending upon them like a torrential downpour, plunging directly into the crowd of the trembling souls. In that fleeting moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of screams, the clash of weapons, and the visceral sounds of battle. Merely 10 seconds later, a captain of the 6th tier burst forth from the punishment hall. Upon witnessing the throng of black-robed figures, His pupils dilated, and an inexplicable chill coursed down his spine. How dare they come here with so many of us? Chapter 34. The emergence of the Yuan realm. One encounter annihilates all the little blacks. What constitutes a grand spectacle? This is it. This is far more riveting than any 3D special effects in war films. I assent it. On the other side, Su Zhan experienced, through the first-person perspective of the little blacks, the vivid scene of 80 of them clashing with hundreds of people, engaged in a brutal melee, and he couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. The visceral imagery of flesh and blood flying, limbs severed, heads decapitated, and bodies split in two surpassed any cinematic depiction from his previous life by several streets, especially considering that each opponent's demise represented a profit of thousands of spirit stones. Su Zhan felt not an ounce of discomfort. Instead, he was exhilarated. If only he could have some popcorn and cola at this moment, it would be absolutely perfect. Yes, a decisive strike to the vital points. Just look at how many people are terrified into wails by a mere dozen little blacks. It's no wonder, as each little black shows no fear of death. Indeed, while killing is paramount, one must not forget to loot their belongings, particularly the spirit stone tickets. They are of utmost importance. Though his cultivation technique had reached an advanced level, enhancing his attack power significantly, facing five-fold opponents still proved exceedingly challenging. Even a single blow from a little black could overwhelm him. As Su Zhan watched, he offered various sarcastic comments while simultaneously directing the little blacks. At that moment, his vision abruptly darkened, abruptly interrupted. Yet at the last moment, Su Zhan caught sight of the assailant. A sixfold. The assault from this sixfold was genuinely fierce. In that instant, Su Zhan truly grasped the disparity between the two minor realms. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he was not the one confronting this foe. Otherwise, he might have been terrified into a state of panic, much like those across from him. However, the current gap would gradually be bridged in the future.
Su Zhan's gaze flickered.
A mere sixfold, given the current number of his clones and his training efficiency, he could reach the fivefold in 10 days, and with a push, he could attain the sixfold in just over a month. By then, coupled with his vastly superior micro-level technique, dispatching a sixfold would be a mere trifle. As Su Zhan once again selected another little black's perspective, he immediately witnessed a man clad in white, mercilessly slaughtering the little blacks. With a single sweep of his fan, a little black's head was sent flying. With a thrust of the fan, another little black was struck in the forehead, disintegrating on the spot. Most astonishingly, with a flick of his fan, it transformed into a streak of brilliant white light, piercing through the heads of two little blacks, slaying them instantly. Clearly, such destructive power and technique surpassed the realm of sixfold. Only one individual possessed such prowess within the entire mine. The mine owner, this was he. Su Zhan narrowed his eyes, catching the names of those addressing him. Lu? Excellent. I shall keep a close watch on you from now on. He understood well that it was this mine owner, surnamed Lu, who had commanded such a grand mobilization to search for him. Every grievance has its source. Is this not the head? Is this not the master? Suddenly, a beam of white light surged forth, and Su Zhan's vision darkened once more, abruptly interrupted. It was over. 80 little shadows, completely annihilated. Fortunately, the spoils from this encounter were quite rewarding. With 80 individuals, 34 trophies were acquired, amounting to a staggering 120,000 spirit stones. Although 120,000 spirit stones may seem significantly less than the previous night's haul of 280,000, one must not forget that the last encounter was a sneak attack, a chaotic brawl where several assailed one, sometimes even a dozen against one. This time, however, the tables were turned. 80 faced hundreds, yet the gains were still remarkably abundant. In a day's time, I shall change my approach and engage once more. Su Zhan leisurely sipped his drink, contemplating that he had 3 or 4 days of travel left to the Pure Yang sect, allowing for 2 more such direct confrontations. Let us hope for a similar harvest next time. Once formally initiated into the sect, with ample time to enhance my realm, strength, and techniques, none shall escape, including the owner of this mine. Lord Lu, all these corpses have vanished. Before the punishment hall, blood flowed like a river, chaos reigned. The ground was littered with black cloaks, casting the greatest shadow of fear upon the minds of the fourth and fifth realms. A mere glance instilled terror. Even Lu Yunhai, upon seeing those dark figures, felt the veins on his forehead pulsating. His hands clenched tightly, cracking ominously. A provocation. Su Zhan was brazenly challenging him. With the audacity of his external manifestation and his reckless disregard for death, he brazenly executed a number of fourth realm individuals right before Lu Yunhai's eyes. Yet, what infuriated Lu Yunhai was his utter lack of a countermeasure. The only recourse he had was to eliminate those black-cloaked figures. But he knew that killing them would be futile. They might reappear like persistent flies. Tonight, everyone, including myself, shall remain here until my father arrives. After his moment of rage, Lu Yunhai came to terms with reality. If he could not resolve this, then he would let his father handle it. By whatever means necessary, he must have his vengeance. Yes, Lord Lu. Time passed. 24 hours elapsed. Master, all 80 little shadows have been resurrected safely. Go forth, return once more, and impart another lesson.
Suzan commanded decisively.
Subsequently, a little shadow was teleported near the steadfast little shadows of Fengshe town, charging directly toward the Mine-S location. Soon, it had silently arrived at the vicinity of the punishment hall, encountering the throngs of fourth, fifth, and sixth realm individuals still gathered at the entrance. Without hesitation, the little shadow sprinted forward, just as it had previously. It's the black-cloaked figures. They have returned. The shrieks echoed once more. In the next moment, 79 little shadows descended from the sky, ready to unleash another massacre. Suddenly, a slender red beam of light streaked across the night sky at a speed surpassing the human eye. Su Zhan was so startled he sat upright in the carriage. What on earth? In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the dark figures transformed from black to a ghostly gray. In a single encounter, half of them perished. They are all dead, leaving only one. In the next breath, the remaining shadows of black mist transformed abruptly into a hue of ash gray, leaving only one that remained alive. It was the reinforcements from the pure Yang sect. Given their formidable strength, they must be at least at the essence realm. Su Zhan's expression grew grave. He had initially thought the reinforcements would take longer to arrive, allowing him to endure a few more waves and collect additional spirit stones. Little did he expect them to arrive so swiftly, and it seemed they had deliberately set a trap for him. He felt compelled to investigate. The fact that his adversaries had left him a single avenue for survival indicated that even those at the essence realm were intrigued by the presence of Little Black. Likewise, Su Zhan himself harbored an interest in the essence realm. In the next moment, he entered the singular perspective of Little Black. With just a glance, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, his hand clasping Little Black's throat, lifting him effortlessly. The man's countenance was stern. His eyes sparked with intensity, bearing a resemblance to Lu Yunhai, as he fixated on the peculiar, maskless shadow before him. According to Yunhai, you should possess means of disappearance. And while I cannot restrain your vanishing, your presence in my grasp suggests that someone is watching from behind. The middle-aged man spoke, addressing Su Zhan directly. It is you, isn't it? Chapter 35. The Threat of the Yuan Realm. A gesture of defiance. Is it truly the case that those from the Yuan Realm possess such astuteness? Nevertheless, Su Zhan gleaned the information he sought from the words spoken. Even an existence akin to that of the Yuan Realm cannot impose any restrictions upon Little Black. The advantage lies with me. Alas, Little Black is unable to speak. Otherwise, I would certainly provoke him thoroughly. To challenge a being of the Yuan Realm while merely at the fourth layer of the mortal realm is an act of near-suicidal audacity, a feat few would dare to undertake. Yet Su Zhan is an exception. As long as he cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the true body, challenging the Yuan Realm is but a trifling matter for him. He would even dare to voice his thoughts in the presence of those at the Dan Realm. It appears my suspicions were correct. You are capable of seeing and hearing my words through this external incarnation. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Such a precious artifact in your possession, yet you can scarcely unleash even a fraction of its power. Surrender the artifact to me, and I may spare your life. Do not harbor illusions of escaping my grasp. You are but a fourth layer, while I am at the Mid-Yuan realm. Locating you will be child's play. Furthermore, I command thousands of disciples at the 7th layer of the mortal realm and above. Even with your peculiar artifact and elusive techniques, you shall find no opportunity for resurgence. Lu Tsongyun, father of Lu Yunhai, spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words dripped with menace and ferocity. As a being of the Yuan realm, dealing with a mere 4th layer individual, who appeared to him as insignificant as an ant, Lu Tsongyun would hardly extend any courtesy. Ha! Do they all think of me as a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed, just like Zhou Yueshan? A flicker of ruthlessness ignited in Su Zhan's eyes. I understand your urgency to seize the treasure, yet there is no need to resort to threats right from the start. At least employ some stratagems. Sweet words cloaked in hidden daggers. To come forth with blatant threats, imposing you on pressure and commanding thousands of disciples. If I were before them now, I would undoubtedly be subjected to the most brutal tortures. As for the notion of sparing my life, they not only regard me as a soft target but also as a fool. At that moment, on another front, Little Black slowly raised his hand and, under the gaze of the onlookers, extended his middle finger towards Lu Tsongyun. Lu Tsongyun furrowed his brow. Although he was unaware of the meaning behind the gesture, he could sense that it was anything but auspicious. Instantly, he exerted force with his palm, and the enigmatic shadow dissipated, transforming into wisps of black smoke that vanished from sight. Indeed extraordinary. Lu Tsongyun retracted his hand, his eyes gleaming with insight. He had received word this morning and arrived at the mine by noon. Upon hearing from Lu Yunhai and the others about Su Zhan's peculiar abilities, he had been somewhat skeptical. After living for so many years, he had never encountered such an astonishing artifact. In just a month, elevating from the 1st layer to the 4th layer, the ability to conjure 70 or 80 external incarnations, each perfectly synchronized with his true self. These incarnations could be summoned at will, vanishing without a trace, rendering them almost impossible to guard against. The myriad wonders left Lu Tsongyun feeling they verged on the absurd. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, he could not help but admit that even he was intrigued. It is no wonder that my son would go to such lengths to acquire the treasure. Were I in his position, I would likely make the same choice. Father, I am not mistaken, am I? The artifact and technique he possesses are exceedingly peculiar. In my estimation, it must be at least a top-tier spirit artifact, perhaps even a spiritual treasure, Lu Yunhai remarked. A primary spirit artifact is suitable for those below the 7th level of the mortal realm. A mid-tier spirit artifact can be wielded by those above the 7th level. An advanced spirit artifact can only be activated by someone in the early stages of the origin realm, while those in the mortal realm would suffer tremendous backlash if they attempted to use it. The top-tier spirit artifact is a coveted treasure even for those in the late stages of the origin realm. As for the higher-tier spiritual treasures, they are exclusively for the Dan realm. Lu Tsongyun, being in the mid-origin realm, possesses only an advanced spirit artifact and yearns for a top-tier one, let alone a spiritual treasure. He is at the 4th level. Although I cannot pinpoint his exact location, he cannot be far. Lu Tsongyun stated, I will mobilize Lu Xiuwen and his associates to search for his whereabouts. You go to the underground black market and offer a reward for information about him. Father, should we not deploy more personnel? You have over 1,000 disciples above the 7th level. Foolish. Lu Tsongyun interrupted him sharply, his gaze piercing. Disciples above the 7th level are a mixed bag, greedy and reckless. Do you believe they can refrain from prying into the matter? Can they keep a secret? Once news of the treasure leaks, neither of us will see it again. Father, it was indeed Yunhai's recklessness. Lu Yunhai realized his folly and quickly nodded in apology. He was well aware of the ruthless nature of the Pure Yang sect. For the sake of a treasure, they would stop at nothing. Some from the Dan realm would even lower themselves to compete with juniors from the origin realm for artifacts. If news of such an extraordinary treasure spread, it would not only attract those from the Dan realm but even higher-tier practitioners from the Shen realm would likely intervene. You all may proceed boldly. I shall remain here to guard this place. Should any information arise, inform me immediately. Yes, this complicates matters. With an origin realm practitioner stationed at the mine, it would be difficult not only to engage in slaughter but even to mine. Nevertheless, I still have my training and cultivation to pursue. However, What troubles me most presently is whether to join the Pure Yang sect. That Origin Realm individual is indeed one of their own. I am about to mobilize the disciples of the Pure Yang sect to search for his whereabouts. If I were to join the Pure Yang sect, would that not be akin to walking into a trap? Yet, if I do not join, I cannot legitimately take control of the mine. Forcibly seizing it would surely provoke a more intense pursuit by the Pure Yang sect. Of course, I could rely on my avatar to protect myself effortlessly, coupled with cultivation and training methods to quickly enhance my power and retaliate against those pursuing me. But how great would the commotion be? How many would learn of my possession of such a treasure? How many, like Zhou Yueshan, that Origin Realm practitioner, would eagerly seek to find me to kill and seize my treasure? At that point, the number of powerful pursuers could become innumerable, unless I can assume a different identity, particularly altering my appearance. In that case, I could easily conceal myself within the Pure Yang sect, playing a game of shadows. Su Zhan's eyes glimmered with determination. Change 1's name, alter 1's appearance. It need not be for long, for in the short term, 1 is unlikely to be discovered. Once he mingles within the Pure Yang sect for a year or so, in the realm of Yuan. A swift execution. Conveniently, a small town lies ahead, where he can select a technique that facilitates the alteration of 1's appearance, while also gathering information about the Pure Yang sect. For an ordinary cultivator, the notion of temporarily learning a new technique is virtually unheard of. For them, mastering a single technique is already a daunting task, let alone a second one that offers no enhancement to their combat prowess. How long would it take to achieve a breakthrough? The following day, the technique for altering appearance is ready. The little black creatures have also been revived. First, the blood shadow blade is retrieved, and then the technique is placed within, before all the little black creatures are pushed inside. Done. Upon witnessing the little black creatures transform into gold and begin to swirl, Su Zhan promptly inquired, "Little Black, how long until we reach the initial stage?" "Master, it will take 15 hours. Longer than the time required for the higher realm of the Blood Shadow Blade." It is no surprise that few choose to cultivate such a technique. The difficulty is considerable, it does not enhance combat ability, and it is seldom utilized in practice. Fortunately for Su Zhan, this merely entails 15 hours of idling. "Master, I have acquired information about the Pure Yang sect." Little Black's voice resonated within his mind. Subsequently, a thick tome materialized within the spatial division. This was the intelligence regarding the Pure Yang sect that Su Zhan had instructed Little Black to procure at great expense from the market, encompassing official history, folklore, internal regulations, and information on various personnel. Su Zhan promptly retrieved it and began to peruse it with great care. As he merely opened the first page, his eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. The 5th ironclad rule of the sect within the sect. No member is permitted to harm another, regardless of their cultivation level. Severe consequences shall follow. With this rule in place, my entry into the sect is assured. Chapter 36. Joining the Pure Yang sect. The selection of disciples from the transcendent realm, the Pure Yang sect stands as an unparalleled behemoth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, exerting absolute dominance over the land. Its control extends over countless towns, akin to stars scattered across the night sky. Small towns guarded by those of the Yuan realm, grand cities overseen by those of the Dan realm, colossal metropolises maintained by those of the Shen realm, and core cities governed by those of the Ling realm. These towns are intricately woven into a network. With a mere command, innumerable cultivators would surge forth, manifesting formidable power. At this moment, Su Zhan finds himself within the headquarters of the Pure Yang sect. Before him stands a colossal mountain gate, towering at least 100 meters high. In the distance, magnificent palaces perch upon peaks that soar 10,000 meters into the sky. A glance around reveals numerous towering mountains suspended in the air, reaching heights that astound the beholder. What strikes Su Zhan most profoundly is the throng of young aspirants, youths and maidens alike, who come daily, eager to join the Pure Yang sect. The number of hopefuls has swelled since his last visit, and even the examiners have increased by 2. It appears that the Yuan realm's assertions were not exaggerated. Commanding over 1,000 disciples of the 7th rank in the mortal realm is indeed a daunting reality. Encountering this scene once more, even more vibrant than his previous visit, fills Su Zhan with a sense of nostalgia. At that time, he was merely at the first level of the mortal realm, insignificant among the multitude of aspirants. Yet now, having attained the 4th level, he notices the young men and women around him bowing with deference, addressing him as sir with a hint of trepidation. Thus, within a mere quarter of an hour, without uttering a single word, he effortlessly navigates from the back of the line to the forefront. The examiner, sensing the unique aura of a 4th-level cultivator emanating from Su Zhan, and upon seeing the age of 16 inscribed on the form he presented, could not help but survey him with newfound interest. After confirming that his bone age was indeed 16, a flicker of warmth appeared on the examiner's previously indifferent face. Lu Wujian, is it? You need not undergo the assessment, you have passed directly. Here is your sect token. Once you drop your blood on it, you shall officially join the sect as one of its disciples, the examiner proclaimed. Lu Wujian is the name Su Zhan adopted after altering his appearance and identity. On his journey, he had learned that the mine owner was named Lu Yunhai, and the Yuan realm figure who threatened him was Lu Zongyun, his father. Thus, Su Zhan decided to take the surname Lu. As for Wujian, he derived it from the term for the minor-level technique Wujian Purgatory Method, giving it a formidable resonance. With this token, you are entitled to visit the Logistics Pavilion to receive attire, spiritual artifacts, techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and other necessities for new disciples. I must remind you to thoroughly study the sect's code of conduct. Any transgressions will result in severe penalties, the examiner advised, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. Even the youthful souls queuing behind were now gazing at Su Zhan with a newfound reverence. At just 16, achieving the 4th level of the mundane realm signifies either an exceptionally formidable background or prodigious talent. Either way, such individuals are the elite among their peers, deserving of admiration and respect. Thank you, Examiner Lan, Su Zhan remarked, casting a brief glance at the nameplate of the assessment officer, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The officer's enthusiasm surged at this response, elevating his spirits considerably. Next, with a flourish, as Su Zhan let a drop of his blood touch the sect's token, it instantly illuminated, forging an almost ethereal bond between him and the token. This served as the sect's identification. Only by blood oath could one officially connect and be recognized as a disciple of the Pure Yang sect. From this moment forth, neither he nor his father could brazenly act against him within the sect. A weight lifted slightly from Su Zhan's heart, though he remained vigilant about the sect trials. He had gathered sufficient intelligence regarding them. As a disciple, he was obliged to fulfill 3 primary responsibilities within the sect. 1. A mandatory sect mission each month. This was manageable. He could easily delegate it to Xiao He, thereby accumulating sect contribution points and enhancing his status and benefits. 2. The sect tournament occurring every 3 months, wherein disciples of the same realm would compete. The weaker contestants would be eliminated and expelled from the sect. This was not a concern for him. With his advantages and ample time, it would be a disgrace to be the lowest among his peers. 3. The sect trials. As the name implies, these were the challenges set forth by the sect, occurring every 6 months, compelling disciples to step outside their comfort zone and undertake a challenging task in the outside world. Success would yield substantial contribution points, while repeated failures could lead to being branded as a burden and expelled from the sect. Su Zhan felt no trepidation regarding the trial tasks. With Xiao He by his side, no challenge would pose a threat. However, the requirement to leave the sect was indeed bothersome. Once outside, even by a mere meter, he would be solely responsible for his fate. Should the Lu family discover his identity, they would undoubtedly lie in wait during the trials. He could only hope they would remain oblivious for as long as possible, granting him the time to bolster his strength for self-defense. Su Zhan was acutely aware that his disguise technique was merely an entry-level skill, still in its infancy. While concealing his identity from those at levels 5, 6, or 7 posed no issue, evading detection from the Yuan realm would be exceedingly difficult. In half a day's time, his blood shadow blade would reach perfection, allowing him to dedicate himself to cultivating uninterrupted, rapidly enhancing his level. Subsequently, he would delve into the intricacies of more advanced techniques. Mastering such skills would take time, and he aimed to remain discreet, buying himself as much time as possible. First, one must acquire the new items, and then seek a secluded spot. The fewer the onlookers, the lesser the chance of exposure. Su Zhan silently devised a series of plans. Before long, he arrived at the logistics pavilion. Lu Wujian, these belong to you. Take them. Upon receiving a collection of garments, elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and techniques, Su Zhan promptly turned to depart. Suddenly, with a resounding cry reminiscent of a crane, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony. Wow, it's Fairy Lin. She is stunning. Absolutely stunning. I have encountered many beauties, but never one so breathtaking. This is truly a first. Is this the renowned Fairy Lin? To behold her today, such extraordinary beauty is indeed unparalleled. Fairy Lin's arrival here likely signifies the recruitment of disciples once again. Alas, while she is undeniably enchanting, she has shown little inclination to teach, and her relations with other realms are notoriously poor. To become her disciple might as well be tantamount to relinquishing one's future. Look, over there. Several eager youngsters of the second and third realms can no longer contain themselves and are raising their hands, wishing to join Fairy Lin's tutelage. Their futures are about to be irrevocably altered. As Su Zhan listened to the flurry of chatter among the nearby disciples, his curiosity compelled him to turn and gaze at the ethereal Fairy Lin they spoke of. He could not help but be struck dumb for a moment upon seeing her standing gracefully atop a crane, clad in flowing azure garments, her waist-length black hair dancing in the breeze. She was beautiful, exquisite, incomparable, with no flaws, a singular beauty. She eclipsed all the stars he had previously encountered in his past life. Only those flawlessly retouched faces could rival her magnificence. Moreover, it was not merely her visage. The elegance of her figure, the curves, the grace of her waist. Who could gaze upon her without succumbing to enchantment? I, Lin Qingshuang, shall accept 5 disciples today. Those wishing to join my ranks, raise your hands. I shall select. Lin Qingshuang spoke with a stoic demeanor, her voice icy. Though her words were quite ordinary, they incited a frenzy among the disciples, blinded by her allure, who erupted in cheers and fervent shouts. At this moment, Su Zhan finally comprehended the implications. Poor relations with other realms? No inclination to teach. Could it be that she is the master I have longed for? Chapter 37. The fulfillment of the Blood Shadow Blade. Is there no hope for reaching the small vehicle stage in this lifetime? Entering the sect, paying homage to a renowned master. This is the utmost aspiration and desire of nearly all disciples joining the Pure Yang sect. Disciples hailing from impoverished backgrounds, once they align themselves under a master of the Yuan realm, experience an immediate surge in status, fortified by a formidable backing. Who would dare provoke them? Yet, for Su Zhan, his motivation for joining the Pure Yang sect was purely to legitimately take control of the minds, seeking a tranquil path for personal development. Choosing a prominent master to seek fame seemed utterly foolish to him. With so many advantages at his disposal, why rely on others for guidance? It was possible that those in the Yuan and Dan realms might not even level up as swiftly as he could. However, the appearance of Lin Qingshuang illuminated his perspective. Not only could he develop in peace under her auspices, but he also had the protection of a Yuan realm master. Crucially, other disciples had stated that Lin Qingshuang was incompatible with the other Yuan realm masters, effectively severing any potential connections with Lu Zongyun and other disciples, thus granting him complete freedom for unfettered development. Master Lin, I wish to be your disciple, Su Zhan declared decisively, raising his hand. His words drew instinctive glances from nearby disciples, who were immediately taken aback. The younger disciples of the second and third realms might have been blinded by beauty, but was it truly wise for one of the fourth realm to jeopardize their future? Yet, after a brief moment of surprise, the onlookers discreetly stepped aside, creating distance from Su Zhan as if fearing the contagion of such folly. Are you certain? Lin Qingshuang fixed her gaze upon Su Zhan. Upon realizing he was merely at the 4th level of the mortal realm, she did not exhibit any delight or joy. Instead, her exquisite brows knitted slightly in concern. Clearly, she was aware of her own repute, as most disciples tended to keep their distance from her. However, due to the sect's stringent regulations regarding the recruitment of disciples by Yuan realm masters, she was compelled to accept a few students every few months. Otherwise, her benefits and opportunities to enter secret realms would be adversely affected. Otherwise, given her disposition, she would never willingly seek the limelight. She was indifferent to delaying the progress of second or third realm disciples, but for someone at the fourth realm, especially one so young, she was reluctant to jeopardize another's future. My decision is made. I implore you, Master, to grant me this opportunity.
Suzanne affirmed resolutely.
How could he waver when faced with such a perfectly suited master in the Yuan realm? Very well. You, along with these 4, shall henceforth be my disciples. Hand me your sect tokens. Subsequently, Lin Qingxuang took hold of the tokens from the 5 individuals and infused them with her spiritual energy, which caused the tokens to glow vibrantly. In that moment, Su Zhan felt an ethereal connection forming between himself and Lin Qingxuang. This is a map indicating the location of my designated territory. Proceed there at your discretion. Without waiting for the disciples to respond, the celestial crane beneath Lin Qingxuang took flight, ascending into the heavens until she vanished from sight. Take care, my fellow disciples. You are truly valiant souls. We are humbled in your presence. A word of advice. Your master is not well regarded within the sect's foundational realm. It would be prudent for you and your fellow disciples to conduct yourselves with greater discretion over the next 3 years. Should any unfortunate circumstances arise, even if your master wishes to assist, it may be too late. Do not be alarmed. In 3 years you will have the opportunity to choose a new master. The other disciples reacted in various ways. Some jested, others relished the misfortune, while a few genuinely offered their counsel. This revelation left the second and third-tier disciples, who had only just begun their journey and were unaware of the situation, lamenting upon learning of Lin Qingxuang's temperament. Only Su Zhan wore a faint smile, resolutely following the map towards Lin Qingxuang's territory. One cannot deny the vastness of the pure Yang sect. The territory of a foundational realm required Su Zhan to traverse for half a day at full speed before finally arriving. Upon reaching the foot of Lin Qingxuang's domain, a formidable aura erupted from within him, while the golden orb at the heart of the training phantom within his consciousness suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Shortly thereafter, the Blood Shadow Blade manual was expelled, plunging everything back into darkness. The Blood Shadow Blade had successfully reached perfection. His strength, along with that of the little black companions, experienced a significant enhancement, allowing him to directly attain the micro-level invincible golden stone body. In the days leading up to this, Su Zhan had not been idle. He diligently transcribed various techniques, recording 2 micro-level and 1 minor-level manuals. Little Black, how long will it take to reach the initial stage of this one? He inquired. Master, it will require 10 days. What a remarkable feat. Indeed, the micro-level technique is formidable. While entry-level techniques are measured in hours, this one demands a full 10 days right from the outset. With 80 Little Blacks working tirelessly around the clock for 10 days, it equates to Su Zhan's own cultivation spanning 2,400 days. In other words, under normal circumstances, he would need 6.5 years to barely grasp this micro-level technique at the initial stage. In comparison, Su Zhan's comprehension truly appears mediocre. What about the I Ching Body Sculpting Classic? He decided to test another manual. Master, it requires 13 days. The difficulty of internal arts is evidently higher than that of external techniques. Micro-level techniques start at 10 days. How long would a minor level take? 100 days, perhaps? Curious. Su Zhan inserted the transcription of the Wujian refinement method. Little Black, what's the count? Master, to reach the initial stage of this technique, it will take 3,148 days. The sheer magnitude of that figure made Su Zhan involuntarily gasp. For all the Little Blacks to work at full capacity, it would take 8.5 years to elevate this minor-level technique to the initial stage. If he were to rely on his own efforts, would he not be doomed to a lifetime of struggle? With the minor-level techniques now seemingly unattainable, it would be wiser to first elevate his realm and enhance the strength of his Little Black companions. This way, whether hunting fierce beasts or undertaking sect tasks and bounties, they would prove invaluable assets. The mining site cannot be abandoned, and I have arranged for Xiao He to investigate other mines. Not to mention that the journey will take at least 7 days. Merely finding a relatively concealed mine with sufficient capacity and a weak overseer is no easy task. Su Zhan has already formulated his plans. Since the path of killing and plundering is currently unfeasible, he must explore alternative avenues, such as sect missions. Although these tasks are primarily designed for disciples to earn contribution points for their sect, They also yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. Furthermore, there are bounty tasks issued by other sect disciples, offering handsome rewards for materials from ferocious beasts, rare treasures, divine weapons, and even assignments for assassination or bodyguard services. The higher the difficulty, the more abundant the rewards in spirit stones. Additionally, there is the hunting of ferocious beasts. The Beast Treasure Pavilion within the sect regularly acquires materials from these creatures. By killing a ferocious beast and bringing back its most vital parts, one can exchange them for a substantial amount of spirit stones over time. However, when compared, none of these options provide the steady income of mining. Working around the clock, with no risks involved, earning a profit with every gem unearthed, and without the need for specific settlements, it is indeed as stable as one could wish. It is precisely for these myriad benefits that Su Zhan insists on gaining control over a mine of his own. At this moment, Su Zhan has arrived at the mountain and paused his steps. He respectfully bowed toward Lin Qingshuang, who was feeding the celestial cranes in the courtyard not far away, her profile exquisitely beautiful. You are Lu Wujian, correct? Lin Qingshuang cast a casual glance at Su Zhan. I do not inquire into the reasons behind your altered appearance, but I have accepted you as my disciple. Should you ever face bullying, do not hesitate to invoke my name and seek my assistance. However, if you engage in the bullying of others and are subsequently hunted down, I shall not come to your aid. Chapter 38. The era of 500,000 spirit stones per day is approaching. Indeed, Lin Qingshuang's words sent a chill through Su Zhan's heart. The fleeting skills he had hastily acquired to alter his appearance were utterly insufficient to deceive one of the Yuan realm. However, Lin Qingshuang's subsequent remarks caused Su Zhan to regard his exquisite and frugal master with newfound respect. In this world, dominated by the strong, it is rare to encounter someone with such a sound moral compass. Disciple acknowledges the command. Su Zhan replied with a slight nod. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of divulging the affairs of the Lu father and son to her. A righteous outlook does not equate to a lack of greed. Seeking her assistance might very well backfire and ensnare him instead. There are numerous abandoned cabins left by the disciples on the back mountain. Feel free to select any. Unless there is a matter of great importance, do not disturb me, she instructed. Yes, master. Upon arriving at the back mountain, Su Zhan beheld a multitude of dilapidated wooden cabins, long since neglected. He decisively chose the most secluded one, nestled in the corner, adjacent to the forest, at least 10 kilometers away from Lin Qingshuang's courtyard. This distance provided Su Zhan with a profound sense of security. The interior was thickly coated in dust, with damages evident throughout. The cabin was drafty. 58 black, come and clean up. 59 black, come and repair the house. Su Zhan commanded. The two little black figures sprang forth and began their tasks without a word. The humble abode was not a concern. The absence of attendance was the true issue. I shall settle the accounts with the Lu father and son once I grow stronger. For now, a little wine and some modest dishes shall suffice. I feel as if I am in paradise. Su Zhan began to revel in his newfound freedom. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed since the day Lu Zongyun and Su Zhan exchanged glances from afar. Master, a disciple at the 9th level of the mortal realm led a group of disciples at the 8th and 7th levels into a mine. Bowing respectfully before the rugged, uneven walls of the mine, which Lu Zongyun was examining, he spoke. You failed to bring anyone back. Lu Zongyun cast a sidelong glance at the 9th level disciple, Lu Xiaowen, and remarked coolly, Disciple is incompetent. Lu Xiaowen and the other disciples lowered their heads in admission of fault. Speak, what have you discovered? Lu Zongyun inquired calmly, not appearing surprised nor reproachful. Through our investigations, we found a lead on Su Zhan from a cart merchant in Fengshe town. Given that Su Zhan purchased a high-end carriage, we easily followed its trail. However, our inquiry reached a dead end upon arriving at Burning Stone City, Lu Xiaowen reported. His horse remained in Burning Stone City, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Burning Stone City? Lu Zongyun was aware that Burning Stone City lay over 1,000 miles from the Chunyang sect, a small town whose guardian of the Yuan realm he recognized. Yet, what surprised him was Su Zhan's route, which appeared to be trending towards the Chunyang sect. We have scoured the city, traversing various locations and even invoking your name to secure the assistance of the city lord. Ultimately, we gleaned information at a stall within a wandering market, where it was revealed that Su Zhan had been seen selecting cultivation techniques. Given that the stalls in such markets are typically manned by transient cultivators, who leave after their transactions, we invested considerable time inquiring around the vicinity, yet we obtained no valuable intelligence. Thus, our leads have completely dried up. Lu Xiaowen lowered his head, saying, Master, I am incompetent and willingly accept punishment. Lu Shixiao, you have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach. Lu Yunhai, who had been listening attentively, offered words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowen and the other disciples exhaled in relief. With this junior brother speaking on their behalf, their master would not be overly harsh on them. Do you know what kind of technique he was selecting? Lu Zongyun inquired. Uncertain, Lu Xiaowen shook his head. Master, at that moment, a slightly nervous seventh-layer junior brother spoke up. Is it possible that it was a disguise-type technique? We have been comparing images all along. He was seen in Fenchiching, yet has vanished completely since. Only by altering his appearance could he. Junior brother, I mentioned that this possibility indeed exists, but do not forget that disguise-type techniques are often significantly more challenging to master than weapon or internal and external techniques. How could one possibly grasp it in such a short time? Lu Xiaowen interrupted the junior brother, an expression of helplessness on his face.
No, Lu Yunhai countered.
While it may be improbable for us, it is highly likely for Su Zhan. Huh? Now it was Lu Xiaowen and the others who were perplexed. Are you jesting? A group of 7th, 8th, and 9th layers stand no chance. How could a mere 4th layer manage? You are correct, he indeed has that potential. Lu Zongyun's gaze flickered. Moreover, the very first thing he would likely do upon altering his appearance is to join the Pure Yang sect. At this pronouncement, Lu Xiaowen, Lu Yunhai, and the others were collectively taken aback. Is Su Zhan seeking death? With a multitude of Pure Yang sect disciples pursuing him and even those at the Yuan realm wanting his life under such circumstances, he would join the Pure Yang sect. What difference would that make to courting death? The sect's stringent rule forbids any harm against fellow disciples. Regardless of rank, severe punishment will ensue. Realizing this, the determination in Lu Zongyun's eyes intensified. It was evident he was convinced that Su Zhan must be within the Pure Yang sect. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve and strode out of the mine. You all return to the sect with me immediately and investigate recently joined disciples at the 4th layer of the mortal realm in the Pure Yang sect. Identify them and scrutinize each one. If any appear suspicious, report to me without exception. Yes, master. Meanwhile, within the Pure Yang sect, in a secluded wooden cabin, Su Zhan sat cross-legged, drenched in sweat. Damn it, failed 3 times. Is it really that complicated just to reach the 5th layer? A torrent of heat surged within him, engulfing his entire being as if he were ensconced within a blazing furnace, radiating waves of searing warmth. It was evident that he was once again on the verge of a breakthrough. Previously, he had to undergo 3 arduous attempts to reach the 4th realm. This time, the challenge of ascending to the 5th realm was even more daunting. Despite having attempted 3 times, he had yet to achieve success. Fortunately, his companions were remarkably efficient, and within mere minutes of each failure, they would attempt again. Although the failure rate was undeniably high, the sheer frequency of attempts rendered it manageable. Boom! At last, with an inaudible roar resonating within Su Zhan, his boiling blood erupted, causing his dantian to expand significantly. Simultaneously, a formidable aura of the 5th realm quietly emanated from his being. Finally, he had reached the 5th realm. If this trend in cultivation continued, he could potentially attain the 6th realm in merely 14 days. 14 days felt interminable. He could scarcely afford to wait. However, he had already devised a new strategy. A smirk played upon Su Zhan's lips as he commanded his companions. Half of you shall venture forth to hunt ferocious beasts, while the other half will fulfill the sect's tasks. The era of acquiring 500,000 spirit stones a day is upon us. Chapter 39. Is slaying beasts more profitable than murder? Advancing to the 12th stage. In recent days, Su Zhan has not indulged in leisure without purpose. To validate the feasibility and efficiency of every avenue, he has personally experimented with nearly all possible paths. Whether it be sect tasks, bounty missions, or hunting ferocious beasts, he has embraced every opportunity that promises the acquisition of spirit stones. Ultimately, he ranked these methods according to their profitability. In third place was the hunting of ferocious beasts. The cost-effectiveness of this route is relatively low. Generally, cultivators of the same level find themselves no match for beasts of equivalent rank. For instance, a fourth-level cultivator facing a fourth-level beast often finds retreat to be the only option unless a group of cultivators can band together, which still incurs significant costs. Even a fifth-level cultivator, who possesses a slight edge, would hesitate to target a fourth-level beast due to a nearly 20% chance of failure. Only a sixth-level cultivator, who is 2 minor realms above, can effortlessly hunt fourth-level beasts and manage various unforeseen risks. However, the reality is that sixth-level cultivators seldom choose this path. When one slays a fourth-level beast, it is impossible to carry the entire carcass. One must dissect and retrieve only the most valuable parts. Yet, even the most prized portions yield a mere 100 to 200 spirit stones. Should fortune smile upon one, discovering a highly valuable beast core within the beast's body may result in a return of at most 300 spirit stones. Some might calculate that a fourth-level beast can be exchanged for 500 spirit stones, deeming it worthwhile. However, they fail to account for the injuries sustained, the necessity of consuming elixirs, the wear and tear on weapons and armor, and the ever-looming risk of death. In second place are the sect tasks. The spirit stone rewards for these missions may seem modest. At times, there may be no spirit stones at all, only rewards in the form of elixirs, spiritual artifacts, or martial techniques. Nevertheless, they are the sole source of sect contribution points. Herein lies the crux. Contribution points are tradable and possess considerable value. One contribution point typically exchanges for between 100 and 150 spirit stones. In urgent situations, bulk purchases can escalate this to 300 spirit stones. Su Zhan has calculated that he can accept and complete numerous sect tasks, each yielding 100 to 200 contribution points. Thus, for a single task, along with a reward of 5,000 spirit stones, he can amass between 15,000 and 20,000 spirit stones. Moreover, there exists an exceptionally pertinent detail. Nearly 80 of sect tasks involve either exterminating ferocious beasts or collecting materials from them. This revelation seamlessly connects the entire chain of operations. Consequently, he has organized 40 small black creatures to hunt ferocious beasts and another 40 to fulfill sect tasks. In essence, it all comes down to the same endeavor: slaying beasts. In first place, bounty missions. Undoubtedly, this is the fastest and most lucrative means of acquiring wealth. A casual bounty mission typically starts at 1,000 spirit stones, with some reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and the highest soaring to 1,000,000. It is said that the publicly available bounties he can see are merely a fraction of the more extravagant private rewards. However, to undertake these tasks, one must possess skills on par with his master, Lin Qingxuang. Due to the significant fluctuations in bounty amounts and the diverse nature of tasks, there are not only few assignments but also a considerable degree of difficulty involved, compounded by the necessity for frequent interactions and exchanges with others. Consequently, Su Zhan resolutely opted to forego bounty missions, choosing instead the path of sect tasks and hunting ferocious beasts. 40 individuals were dispatched to the White Ridge Mountains, instructed to remain on the periphery and avoid venturing into the inner areas. They were to disperse into groups of 4, specifically targeting ferocious beasts of the 5th rank. Should they encounter any insurmountable danger, they were to notify him immediately, and he would arrange for their swift withdrawal. An additional 40 were assigned to the Fog Swamp, also organized into groups of 4, with the sole objective of exterminating 3 types of beasts: the Fog Swamp Frog, the Fire Lizard of the Fog, and the Poison Python of the Fog. Su Zhan meticulously detailed his prearranged plan. In the White Ridge Mountains, the outer regions were teeming with beasts of the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks, while the inner areas began at the 7th rank. The 3 types of beasts in the Fog Swamp were prioritized purely due to the materials consistently acquired by the sect, earning them the forefront of the list. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are treasures in their own right. Yes, master. Fortunately, the intellect of the Little Blacks had risen to the level of a 14 to 15-year-old, allowing them to fully comprehend Su Zhan's directives and follow them decisively. Next came the time to assess the results. Before long, 2 little blacks arrived at the White Ridge Mountains and the Fog Swamp respectively. Upon arrival, they were immediately greeted by the roar of ferocious beasts echoing throughout the mountains and swamp. "Master, we request assistance." The little black in the Fog Swamp had encountered a 4th-rank Fog Swamp frog and promptly communicated with Su Zhan. The remaining 39 little blacks swiftly descended. However, their discipline was remarkably high, for were left to confront the Fog Swamp frog, while the others wasted no time, dispersing in small teams in all directions. The situation at the White Ridge Mountains mirrored this. Approximately half a minute later, within the spatial divide, a completely dismembered Fog Swamp frog corpse materialized. The head was separated from the legs, the skin from the flesh, all smeared with blood, creating a gruesome scene. Given its size, this 18 cubic meter space could easily accommodate 1,000 such corpses. With 44th-rank little blacks, each mastering the perfected sword technique, engaged in relentless combat 24 hours a day, they could easily dispatch 1,500 Fog Swamp frogs, considering the density of beasts in the Fog Swamp. A single corpse of a Fog Swamp frog devoid of a beast core, upon submission to the sect, was valued at approximately 150 spirit stones, half the market value of 300 spirit stones outside, yet sufficiently stable. Thus, the daily earnings would approximate around 225,000 spirit stones. If among those 1,500, there was a 10% chance of obtaining a beast core, an additional profit of about 45,000 spirit stones could be realized. By these calculations, the Fog Swamp alone could yield a minimum of 270,000 spirit stones daily. And what of the White Ridge Mountains? The answer would soon be revealed. Within the confines of the clone space, the corpse of a quintuple-tiered iron demon pig descended in an orderly fashion. Its size was comparable to that of the magical swamp frog. However, the distinction lay in the iron demon pig's value as a material for ferocious beast procurement, classified as a quintuple-tiered beast. The more intact the corpse remained, the greater the sum of spirit stones it could yield. This particular iron demon pig was estimated to fetch around 1,000 spirit stones. While the price had seen an increase, it was important to note that the number of ferocious beasts in the White Ridge Mountains was not as abundant or concentrated as in the Misty Swamp, which posed the risk of encountering higher-tier beasts by mere misfortune. Consequently, Su Zhan assessed that over a 24-hour period, 40 small black creatures could potentially slay approximately 200 to 300 quintuple-tiered beasts. The revenue from merely hunting these creatures could amount to between 2 to 3 million. This estimate did not account for the valuable quintuple beast cores. Obtaining even one would be worth about 1,500 spirit stones. With a probability of 1 in 10, this could potentially add an additional 30,000 spirit stones. The projected revenue was calculated: 270,000 spirit stones from the Misty Swamp, and a median figure of 253,000 to 280,000 spirit stones from the White Ridge Mountains. When combined, this resulted in 550,000 spirit stones. Subtracting the inevitable fluctuations in beast material prices and the unfortunate losses of the small black creatures, a conservative estimate of 500,000 spirit stones seemed entirely feasible. The following day, at the Beast Treasure Pavilion of the Pure Yang sect, Lu Wujian announced, "The evaluation of the 230 quintuple beast corpses and 15 quintuple beast cores you submitted has been completed, with a final procurement price of 260,000. Do you agree?" "Agreed." Soon after, a bag containing 25 high-grade spirit stones was placed into Su Zhan's hands, exceeding his initial expectations. As for why the personnel at the Beast Treasure Pavilion did not express curiosity over a quintuple disciple submitting 200 quintuple corpses, they had previously encountered cases of triple-tier disciples delivering 1,000 corpses of septuple beasts. It was merely a matter of assisting other cultivator teams in selling their wares. Such occurrences had long ceased to astonish them, and even tenfold increases in quantity would hardly raise an eyebrow. "Lu Wujian, you have completed 15 tasks regarding the materials of the Misty Swamp beasts, earning 2,000 sect contribution points and 5 high-grade spirit stones as your reward. Please accept." "Thank you, brother." With 2,000 contribution points currently valued at 136 spirit stones per point, shall I purchase them all? Yes. Thus, 272,000 000 plus 5. 000 spirit stones were credited, totaling 277, 000. Selling the 130 quadruple beast cores from the Misty Swamp yielded an additional 40, 000 spirit stones. This brought the total to 310, 000 and 260, 000, culminating in a staggering 570, 000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 57 high-grade spirit stones. This profit was swifter than that of slaying beasts. Now, it was time to make a significant advance into the 12th stage. With such a substantial profit in hand, Su Jian returned to his secluded wooden cabin without hesitation, resolutely preparing to absorb the gains. Chapter 40. The 12th phase, 108 clones. Daily earnings of 700, 000. The familiar black imprint glowed brilliantly. Within the realm of clones, superior spirit stones dissolved at a visibly rapid pace. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. The moment the 54th superior spirit stone was completely absorbed by the black imprint, a great cloud of black smoke materialized before Su Jian, far exceeding previous quantities. 10, 20, 26. The total number of clones had soared to 108. Daily earnings. At least a baseline of 700, 000. A radiant gleam sparkled in Su Jian's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively dispatched 24 of the clones to the Bailing Mountain Range and the Demonic Fog Marsh. The remaining 2 clones were retained for other purposes. Previously, the increment was 4. Now it had doubled to 8. Thus, in the 13th phase, the count would be 268, 34. In the 14th phase, 348, 42. In the 15th phase, 428, 50. In the 16th phase, 58. In the 17th phase, 66. Following this, he would embark on an entirely new grand phase, unlocking new functionalities, culminating in an increase of 82 clones in one fell swoop to 6,616. Through the exploration of multiple phases, Su Jian had gradually mastered the various rules of the black imprint. If each absorption represented a small phase, then the emergence of new functionalities signified a transition into a grand phase. Each time he crossed into a grand phase, all functionalities in the subsequent small phase would experience an increment. For instance, the number of clones, the cultivation multiplier for the clones, and the spatial capacity of the clone realm, all of which would exhibit marked enhancements compared to before. The number of clones had increased by 8. What of the other functionalities? Su Jian swiftly delved into his consciousness to explore and experiment. Soon, he discovered that the clone space had expanded from 18 cubic meters to 26 cubic meters, an increase of 8 cubic meters. The cultivation speed of the clones had escalated from a mere single increment to a doubling effect. Now, the efficiency of clone cultivation had astonishingly reached 7-fold. Given that the clone cultivation had undergone changes, the training of the clones must have as well. Indeed, within the training shadow, Su Jian had intentionally placed a refined level technique. Upon casually inserting a small black entity, its rotational speed was evidently twice as fast as before. Upon further inquiry, the training efficiency was confirmed to be double that of the previous rate. After recalibrating with 108 small black entities at 7-fold efficiency, reaching the 6th level would only require 7 days. The refined level technique, Indestructible Golden Stone Body, was shortened to 4 days. I Ching Body Transformation Classic was reduced to 5 days. Although these developments were exceedingly enticing, advancing to the next phase required merely 1.62 million spirit stones and 3 days. Once the next phase was achieved, everything would subsequently be significantly condensed. Onward he charged, without excessive deliberation. Su Jian resolutely chose to harvest spirit stones and enhance the black imprint. Meanwhile, within the Pure Yang sect, in a secluded peak belonging to Lu Tsongyun, within the courtyard, the master noted that in the past month, a total of 47 disciples had entered the sect at the 4th realm. We have scrutinized 18 of them and can confirm that they are not Su Jian. Lu Xiaowen reported that this is the list of the remaining individuals. Lu Tsongyun glanced over the names. Ji Yan, Zhan Longhu, Lu Wujian, Bu Hanggu, and as he surveyed each name, he sought to utilize his instincts to discern potential candidates for further investigation. Yet, with every name he read, He felt the possibility that they could all be mere aliases for Su Zhan. Doubt began to cloud his thoughts. Could it be that his assumptions were erroneous? Had Su Zhan not joined the Chunyang sect after all? He resolved to examine these 5 individuals first. Should their masters obstruct his inquiries, they need only mention his name. The whirlpool of thoughts left Lu Tsongyun somewhat perturbed, and he casually pointed to 5 names. Perhaps it was a stroke of misfortune, for among those 5 names was the unmistakable Lu Wujian. Yes, master. Lu Xiaowen's expression turned troubled. This, master, we can meet the other 4. But this Lu Wujian's master is Lin Qingshuang. I'm afraid. Is it her? Lu Tsongyun furrowed his brow, his complexion slightly paling. The mere mention of that name conjured unpleasant memories. 9 years prior, upon her entry into the sect, he had been smitten by Lin Qingshuang's beauty and sought to pursue her, only to be ruthlessly rejected. They later crossed paths during a sect tournament, where Lin Qingshuang, also in the mid-elemental realm, bested him thoroughly, leaving him humiliated. In a subsequent encounter within a secret realm, after painstakingly acquiring a treasure, he was once again defeated by her, who seized the prize from him. In a fit of frustration, he attempted to ambush Lin Qingshuang with the help of other senior brothers outside the sect, only to see them defeated without mercy, and he himself was left on the brink of death. After Lin Qingshuang advanced to the late elemental realm, she left him far behind, and from that moment onward, he could only maintain a respectful distance from her. This woman, notorious within the sect, how could any 4th realm disciple willingly choose to be her apprentice? This lad named Lu Wujian must surely harbor some secrets. Lu Tsongyun grasped a crucial point. However, he realized the need for discretion in investigating her disciples. This unpredictable woman could be unreasonable when provoked, and if they troubled her disciples, she would inevitably seek retribution against him. Thus, he ordered to observe her mountain gate and follow Lu Wujian, to ascertain his true nature. Yes, master. Time passed swiftly. 3 days had elapsed quietly. It was time to exchange for spirit stones. Adhering to his principle of rarely venturing out, Su Zhan had not left his humble abode unless the conditions for upgrading the black mark were met. Now, after 3 days, he beheld that his 26 cubic meters had been filled to the brim, with even a substantial pile stacked nearby. Only then did Su Zhan leave with a sense of satisfaction. Master. As Su Zhan descended the mountain, he encountered Lin Qingshuang, who was silently meditating beneath the waterfall in a pavilion halfway down. After a symbolic greeting, Su Zhan continued his descent. There are individuals lurking outside the mountain gate. The other 4 disciples are unharmed, which likely indicates they are after you. You have only recently arrived, yet you have broken through to the 5th level, inevitably drawing attention. Lin Qingshuang opened her eyes and spoke softly, then flipped her hand to produce a talisman, which fell into Su Zhan's grasp. If anything arises, shatter this talisman, and I shall come. Are there people stationed outside the mountain gate? Could it be Lu Tsongyun and his associates? In just half a month, they have managed to pursue us into the sect. Su Zhan was taken aback. Nevertheless, regardless of whether they were with Lu Tsongyun, as long as they remained within the sect, they could not act against him so easily. Moreover, with a benefactor like his master looking after him, he felt utterly untroubled. It seems that aside from not imparting techniques, providing guidance, or bestowing treasures, his master is quite commendable in other respects. Thank you, master. Su Zhan expressed his gratitude. Indeed, it was Lu Wujian. Wait, his aura is 5th level. In less than half a month since joining the sect, he has directly reached the 5th level. It must be him. There is no doubt that it is Su Zhan. Quickly return and report to the master. Chapter 41. Mastering the subtlety of the indomitable golden stone body. Ascending to the 5th level within merely half a month of entering the sect. Such a rapid progression could indeed be attributed to him. Upon hearing the reports from his disciples, Lu Tsongyun nodded thoughtfully. Just then, other disciples hurried in. Master, we have discovered Su Zhan. That fellow named Zhan Longhu, having entered the sect for only half a month, has astonishingly reached the 6th level. Such a prodigious rate of ascent can only be him. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously reporting disciple was momentarily taken aback. Even Lu Tsongyun furrowed his brows. A rise of 2 levels in half a month is an extraordinary occurrence. particularly since Zhan Longhu possesses no exceptional background and only joined the Pure Yang sect at the 4th level just shy of turning 20. Having remained at the 4th level before his 20th year, and now achieving the 6th level within half a month of entering the sect. The crux lies in the fact that Zhan Longhu's master, like him, is merely at the Midyuan realm, and does not possess such transcendent capabilities. This scenario is evidently even more implausible than that of Lu Wujian, joining the sect just shy of 20 and ascending 2 levels. Xiao Wen, keep a close watch on this Zhan Longhu, Lu Zongyun commanded. Once it is confirmed he is undoubtedly Su Zhan, report to me immediately. Master, what about Lu Wujian? Also keep an eye on him. Any anomalies must be reported to me. Yes, Master. 1. 8 million spirit stones have all been secured. After a visit to the Beast Treasure Pavilion and the Task Pavilion, Su Zhan found himself in possession of an additional 180 high-grade spirit stones. This is the current harvesting efficiency of the 108 Little Blacks. Although this seems to pale in comparison to the previous day's earnings of 580,000, which was achieved under fortuitous circumstances during an initial large-scale slaughter, yielding near-peak returns. Subsequent slaughters will inevitably lead to reduced profits due to increased casualties among the Little Blacks and unforeseen events. This figure may drop to 500,000, or even as low as 400,000. However, with 108 Little Blacks, the average daily earnings can be stabilized at around 600,000. Those few who have been tailing me are still around. As Su Zhan returned to the mountain gate, he utilized the surveillance of the Little Blacks to closely observe the movements of his pursuers. He could even discern snippets of their conversations. Through this, he clearly understood their true realms. Each one was above the 7th level, with several reaching the 8th and 9th levels. The most crucial aspect is that this group consists entirely of disciples under Lu Zongyun. I cannot act against them, nor can they against us. Given this, it is prudent to maintain a temporary balance. Before long, I shall actively disrupt this equilibrium and eradicate any future threats. A fierce glint flickered in Su Zhan's eyes. Since the onset of his time at the mine, the sensation of being watched had become exceedingly irksome. Moreover, he had learned from these individuals that Lu Zongyun not only desires his treasures, but also covets his life. This has forged an unbreakable enmity. They dare not approach. It must be out of fear of the master. Upon entering the mountain gate, Su Zhan beheld those who had been trailing him, all of whom could only obediently remain outside, daring not to approach. Lu Zongyun was at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm, while his master was at the later stage. With this alone, Lu Zongyun dared not offend him lightly. It seemed he had made a wise choice in selecting such a master. With a capable mentor as his backing, he could not claim dominion within the sect but at least ensured that others would think twice before provoking him. Upon returning to his modest wooden cabin, Su Zhan quickly instructed his little black companions to survey their surroundings. With resolution, he raised his right hand. Next, it is time for your feeding. Begin the absorption. A radiant black light erupted forth. Within the avatar space, high-grade spirit stones dissolved at a visible pace. In a mere moment, 162 high-grade spirit stones had completely transformed into unadorned stones, riddled with cracks, quietly shattering into fragments. Before Su Zhan, a dense black smoke materialized, giving rise to numerous little black figures. Upon careful counting, just as he had anticipated, there were precisely 34. Currently, the total number of my little blacks stands at 142. The avatar space has expanded to 34 cubic meters, and the cultivation multiplier for the avatars has risen to 9 times. The training multiplier for the avatars has increased to 3 times. With an ever-deepening familiarity with the patterns, Su Zhan required only a brief observation to ascertain the extent of the enhancements brought forth by this phase. He recalibrated his estimates. 142 little blacks at 9 times efficiency would require merely 3 days to reach the 6th level. For the subtle level technique, one could be mastered in under 3 days, while another would take just a tad over 3 days. Even the small-scale technique, the Infernal Realm of No Return, which once required over 3,000 days at its peak, has now been condensed to less than 800 days after 2 stages of enhancement. In summary, the transformations brought about by the enhancement phase are truly delightful. The next stage demands a staggering 486 million spirit stones, Based on the current harvesting efficiency, that would take 8 days. At last, I can genuinely elevate my martial prowess. Ascending to the 6th level will also take 3 days. However, having only recently reached the 5th level, a sudden leap to the 6th would surely raise suspicions among others. Especially with a persistent shadow trailing him daily, he must tread with utmost caution. The techniques, however, are a different matter. Others would find it challenging to discern the changes at a glance. Yet his power enhancement would be unmistakable. For instance, after mastering the Blood Shadow Blade to perfection, the Little Blacks could be regarded as formidable contenders beneath the 6th level. With only a scant few talents able to rival them, ordinary 5th-level cultivators would stand no chance against the Little Blacks. Should he acquire 1, or even 2 more subtle-level techniques, to what astonishing degree would the strength of the Little Blacks soar? At that point, how vastly would their efficiency in harvesting ferocious beasts increase? Thus, he thought, let us proceed with the invincible golden stone body. Su Jian decisively recalled 140 Little Blacks, placing them all into the cultivation illusion. A golden light shimmered forth. The threefold training efficiency allowed a torrent of information to flow incessantly into Su Jian's mind. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had swiftly passed. Su Jian was stealthily eavesdropping on the various gossip and intriguing tales circulating within the Pure Yang sect, nestled in the Logistics Pavilion. After all, the Logistics Pavilion attracted the most diverse crowd daily, ranging from the lowest realm of mortals to the elevated levels of the Yuan realm, and occasionally even the presence of those from the Dan realm. Here, an endless stream of intriguing tidbits about the Pure Yang sect was exchanged, far too numerous to absorb in their entirety. Suddenly, a hum resonated. Su Jian felt a sudden jolt of tingling sensation in his head, as an overwhelming influx of information surged into his consciousness. Simultaneously, an unprecedented transformation was unfolding within him. It had arrived. Su Jian swiftly retracted his perspective from the split consciousness, returning to reality, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. After 2.5 days of dedication, the meticulous cultivation technique, the indomitable golden stone body, had finally attained its initial stage. Chapter 42. An unprecedented surge in power. One strike to vanquish a quintuple behemoth. My entire being is undergoing a profound transformation. Su Jian meticulously sensed the tremendous turbulence within his body. His bones were compressing with fervor, becoming increasingly unyielding and inseparable. His flesh was also incessantly swelling, akin to a rhythmic breath, alternating between expansion and contraction, enhancing in strength. With each breath, he could distinctly perceive the weight of his flesh intensifying, its density rapidly consolidating. Most strikingly, his skin exhibited a subtle metallic sheen. While not overtly apparent, a closer inspection revealed this phenomenon with remarkable clarity. It felt as though one were caressing a surface coated in metal, possessing an extraordinarily pronounced hardness. Remarkably, this was merely the passive enhancement state of the indomitable golden stone body, not an effect actively wielded by Su Jian. This exemplifies the advantages of external martial arts. Once cultivated, the body is tempered not only to achieve a permanent augmentation of physical form, but also to significantly amplify its strength during activation, utilizing spiritual energy to withstand various assaults from adversaries, thereby attaining formidable self-preservation capabilities. Furthermore, the indomitable golden stone body is classified as a micro-level technique, surpassing the entry level by more than a mere tier. The passive enhancement of strength it provides astonishingly eclipses even the power amplification offered by the Blood Shadow Blade. Su Jian clenched his fist, unable to suppress his astonishment. He understood that micro-level techniques were exceptional, yet only through first-hand experience did he truly grasp the vast chasm separating entry-level from micro-level capabilities. It is little wonder so many cultivators yearn for such advancements, yet remain thwarted by factors such as comprehension, insight, and resources. I can sense that if I were to exert my full power, no adversary below the 6th realm could inflict even the slightest harm upon me. I even possess the confidence to completely withstand attacks from those at the 6th realm. Su Jian's expression radiated excitement. Moreover, with my current strength, should I unleash the Blood Shadow Blade once more, even those at the 6th realm would have to evade my brilliance. Having observed the combat prowess of 6th realm practitioners through the perspective of Xiao He, Su Zhan was acutely aware of the devastating potential they wielded. It was this understanding that allowed him to accurately assess his own strength, which had evidently transcended the constraints of the fifth realm, bridging the gap to rival that of the sixth. The micro-level technique is extraordinarily formidable. Su Zhan could not help but marvel. This is merely external martial arts. If I were to pursue a weapon technique, would it not be even more formidable? External martial arts enhance strength and offensive capabilities, yet they serve primarily as auxiliary enhancements. Their true function lies in defense, mitigating impending damage and minimizing the injuries inflicted upon oneself. Only weapon techniques serve as the primary means of aggression, exponentially amplifying explosive force and power. Thus, it is clear that should Su Zhan truly master a micro-level weapon technique, it would not merely allow him to contend with the sixth realm, but to vanquish it outright. Xiao He, how long until the indomitable golden stone body reaches the intermediate stage? After experiencing the effects of the initial level, Su Zhan eagerly inquired about the next threshold. Master, it requires 8 days. 3 times the duration. Evidently, the requirements for proficiency in advanced-level martial arts far exceed those of the introductory level. Thus, I shall decisively transition to the I Ching Body Refinement Classic. I must seize the opportunity to acquire additional advanced-level martial arts, encompassing weapon techniques, body skills, camouflage, traps, and the most challenging and powerful attribute techniques. If weapon techniques serve as the primary offensive strategy, enhancing strength and power to the utmost, then attribute techniques represent their amplified and reinforced counterparts. What constitutes attribute techniques? The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, form the most fundamental attributes. Beyond these, one encounters wind, thunder, poison, and others. Light, darkness, and life also fall under the category of attributes. Among these, the pinnacle is undoubtedly represented by the 2 attributes of time and space. However, acquiring time and space techniques is beyond reach. Such attribute techniques, even at the introductory level, are not available for sale in the outside world. They belong solely to powerful sects, accessible only through prestigious organizations like the Pure Yang sect. In the martial arts pavilion, the advanced-level attribute techniques available for exchange with contribution points are limited to the 5 elements and the tiers of wind, thunder, and poison, with prices starting at a minimum of 10,000 contribution points. While contribution points are not a challenge for me, the issue lies in the purchasing qualifications, which require one to be at least at the elemental realm. Thus, I am left with no choice but to explore the black market. Contrary to the rumors circulating in the outside world, the Pure Yang sect does not grant access to all techniques merely upon joining. To obtain higher grade and rarer techniques, one not only needs substantial sect contribution points for exchange but must also meet specific realm qualifications. This applies not only to techniques but also to high-grade elixirs, spiritual weapons, rare materials, formations, and talismans, all subject to realm restrictions. However, as the saying goes, where there is policy, there is a countermeasure. Lacking qualifications but desiring superior items, one may venture into the black market, offering a bit more money, and naturally there will be those willing to sell. This information was gleaned by Su Zhan while eavesdropping in the logistics pavilion. Once I arrange for all the advanced-level martial arts techniques, the combat prowess of my companion, Xiao He, is bound to increase significantly. What is the crossing of a minor realm? It should be the ability to transcend a major realm and defeat foes. By then, it is possible that my Xiao He could eliminate individuals at the elemental realm while still at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Su Zhan felt a surge of confidence. Such matters were once beyond his imagination. However, the arrival of various functionalities has opened up endless possibilities. 98 Black. Venture forth to hunt a 5-level ferocious beast alone. Setting aside his fantasies, Su Zhan first needed to assess the extent of Xiao He's combat enhancement. How much progress could one advanced-level martial art truly bring? Under his command, the 98 Black stationed in the Bai Ling mountain range quickly located a 5-level ferocious beast in the depths of slumber. Ordinarily, Xiao He would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, delivering a devastating blow to the beast, while it slept and subsequently slaying it. Yet, under Su Zhan's control, Xiao He suddenly struck the ground with a fierce blow. Boom! The tremendous noise jolted the 5-level ferocious beast awake. Upon spotting the figure of the dark-clad youth wielding a long blade in the distance, the crimson vertical eye of the five-fold beast instantly ignited with a fierce thirst for blood. With a roar that brooked no courtesy, the five-fold beast lunged directly at the young man, launching its assault. However, the youth did not flinch or evade. He did not even raise his blade. Embodying the indomitable spirit of the unyielding, he stood firm as a mountain. With a resounding thud, the beast's strike, though it successfully tore through the fabric of the youth's black robe, inflicted no harm upon his body. Remarkably, he remained rooted in place, not retreating an inch. The five-fold beast, taken aback and exhibiting a clear sense of astonishment, let out another roar. Yet, its intellect was limited, driven solely by an instinctual ferocity, prompting it to attack the youth once more. This time, the long blade in the young man's hand moved. With a swift motion, akin to slicing through tofu, he cleaved the five-fold beast in two. Henceforth, the five-fold beast would no longer pose a challenge. Observing this scene, Su Zhan's gaze intensified. What had once required considerable effort from 5 of the dark-clad youths to subdue the five-fold beast was now effortlessly resolved with a single blow, rendering the creature that had once seemed formidable into mere fodder. It is essential to recognize that beasts are typically far more formidable than cultivators of the same tier. If the five-fold beast could be dispatched in an instant, then eliminating five-fold cultivators would be akin to slaughtering chickens. Consequently, the efficiency of the dark-clad youth's harvests would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, with projections of their spoils potentially doubling from a base of 600,000 spirit stones to a staggering 1,200,000 spirit stones, an entirely reasonable expectation. With the five-fold beast dispatched with a mere stroke, what of the six-fold? Curiosity ignited within Su Zhan. 98 Black. Go seek out the six-fold and test your mettle. Chapter 43. The Tactics of Lu Tsongyun. The sect trial commences early. Soon after, the formidable creature known as the 98th Black encountered a six-fold ferocious beast, which was ravenously gnawing on the carcass of a slain beast. With a thunderous roar, the six-fold beast opened its gaping maw upon noticing the swift approach of the small black figure. Its once bloodthirsty crimson eyes flared anew with a savage rage. Without uttering a word, it lunged directly at the small black figure, initiating an attack. In an astonishing display of courage, the small black figure remained steadfast, showing neither evasion nor retreat. As a breath passed, the massive claws descended upon it with tremendous force. The impact resonated with a mighty thud, causing the small black figure to stagger backward several steps. Its already tattered black robe became even more ragged. Yet beneath this worn exterior, a faint golden luminescence emerged, akin to a delicate dusting of gilded powder. This formidable strike, capable of obliterating an ordinary six-fold cultivator, was diminished by over 50% in its potency. Had it been a typical six-fold individual enduring such a blow, even if they survived, their internal organs would have been grievously displaced, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood and a certain debilitating injury. After all, this was a six-fold ferocious beast, far surpassing the strength of a six-fold cultivator. The results of the six-fold resilience test were clear. No harm inflicted. As long as the small black figure's head remained intact, the injuries sustained on its body could be disregarded, rendering it virtually unscathed. Next came the test of full-force retaliation. The small black figure flipped its palm, revealing a long blade that shimmered with a faint crimson glow. This signified the impending eruption of the blood shadow blade. Simultaneously, the first form of the invincible golden stone body was activated once more. The long blade was raised high, mirroring the lifted claws of the six-fold beast. With a resounding clash, the blade met the claws, and the force generated sent tremors through the ground, flattening the surrounding grass and radiating outward for several meters. The forces were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. With a series of thunderous clashes, the small black figure unleashed 3 successive strikes. There was no extravagance, nor was there any targeting of the six-fold beast's vulnerable spots. It was a test of sheer strength, a quest to ascertain the limits of its current power. The intelligence of the six-fold beast was not particularly high. As the small black figure struck, it retaliated in kind, resulting in 3 more collisions. The first strike ended in a stalemate. The second strike elicited a pained howl from the six-fold beast, clearly imbued with anguish. By the third strike, the beast's hide was breached, and it began to bleed. Roaring with pain, the six-fold beast became frenzied, exerting even greater strength, unleashing its terrifying power. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, in the face of the meticulous invincible golden stone body and the small black figure's unyielding defense against pain and injury, its efforts proved futile. Minutes later, the colossal form of the six-fold beast crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The results of the test were unmistakably evident. To confront the six-fold ferocious beasts requires considerable effort. However, the injury rate can be reduced by an astonishing 99. As long as one does not encounter the seven-fold beasts, no creature below that level will ever be able to slay Little Black again. Given that Little Black cannot continuously utilize the indomitable stone body and blood shadow blade for a full 24 hours, it can hunt no more than 5 six-fold beasts in a single day, with the majority of its targets still needing to be five-fold beasts. Little Black possesses boundless stamina and can work tirelessly without pause. Yet, it does not have an infinite supply of spiritual energy, particularly for the indomitable stone body, which at the micro-level consumes energy voraciously. Defeating a six-fold beast requires several hours of recovery. The significance of internal cultivation manifests at this moment. A glimmer of insight flashed in Sujan's eyes. Mere external prowess, with strong defense and high health, is futile if the energy bar is depleted. It would merely render one a lamb for slaughter. Once the I Ching body refinement reaches fruition, my spiritual energy capacity will at least triple, and the quality, density, and recovery speed of my spiritual energy will undergo a qualitative enhancement. At that point, the endurance of Little Black and its companions will be extraordinarily formidable. Crossing a minor realm to slay ferocious beasts will no longer pose a challenge. This is precisely why internal cultivation is an essential practice for cultivators. The increase in spiritual energy capacity and recovery speed speaks for itself. With more energy at your disposal, your combat advantages will naturally multiply. However, the quality of spiritual energy is a different matter altogether. If two cultivators wield identical amounts of spiritual energy and execute the same technique, the one who has practiced internal cultivation will effortlessly surpass the other by at least 1.2 times in effectiveness. The additional 20% potency is precisely attributed to the quality of spiritual energy. Should the realm of internal cultivation be further enhanced, the disparity would become even more pronounced and remarkable. 3 days. In 3 days, with 2 micro-level techniques at my disposal, will I have the opportunity to rival the sevenfold? Sujan's gaze burned with fervor. If I were to acquire 3 or 4 more techniques, would even the 8-fold or 9-fold be able to withstand me? Meanwhile, a report was made to the master. Lu Wujin has been residing at Lin Qingshuang's mountain gate for the past few days. When he ventures out, he primarily visits 3 locations: the Task Pavilion, the Beast Treasure Pavilion, and the Sex Marketplace. We have no means to investigate the Task Pavilion or Beast Treasure Pavilion, but inquiries with disciples trading in the Sex Marketplace revealed that he is a middleman specializing in the exchange of contribution points, having sold a significant number of sect contribution points through this intermediary. The disciples reported back to Lu Zongyun once more. Is this brat engaged in extensive sales of sect contribution points? Lu Zongyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The origin of contribution points lies within the Task Pavilion. Tasks must be completed there, yet he has hardly left the sect, having only ventured outside the mountain gate once or twice at most. How could he possibly complete any tasks, unless he is submitting substantial task materials allowing him to quickly accumulate sect contribution points without ever leaving the sect? Indeed, it must be him. Lu Wujin is undoubtedly Sujan. Only that enigmatic lad possesses the extraordinary ability to project his essence, enabling him to reap a multitude of task materials without stepping beyond his threshold, thereby garnering substantial contribution points for the sect. As a flicker of insight graced Lu Zongyun's mind, he swiftly pieced everything together and deduced that Lu Wujin was none other than Sujan in his true form. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, another disciple hurriedly entered. Master, Zhan Longhu has just ascended, reaching the 7th level. Upon hearing this, the other disciples present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Just a few days had passed, and he had remarkably surged to the 7th level. It is well known that the transition from the 6th to the 7th level is as arduous as that from the 3rd to the 4th. This milestone is significant. Only upon reaching the 7th level does one qualify to be dispatched to oversee mines, herb fields, and various strongholds. They had all endured tremendous hardships to achieve the 7th level. Yet, Zhang Longhu had somehow soared to such heights. The 7th level. Lu Zongyun furrowed his brow. The conviction he once held began to waver at this moment. If Lu Wujian's seemingly unfounded contribution points mirrored Su Zhan's style, then Zhang Longhu's extraordinary ascent echoed Su Zhan's signature as well. Enough. There is no need for hesitation. If they all resemble one another, then they shall all be eliminated. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lu Zongyun's eyes, and next, he would resort to his previous methods to force them out of the sect. The following day, Su Zhan was ensconced in his quaint wooden cabin, leisurely savoring his afternoon tea while simultaneously utilizing Xiao He to gather intelligence from the logistics pavilion regarding various realms, particularly paying keen attention to news concerning the alchemy and mysterious realms. Master, someone approaches. At that moment, Xiao He's alert prompted Su Zhan to swiftly retract his projection. Subsequently, he opened the door and beheld two figures in the distance. One was his master, Lin Qingshuang, and the other was a woman clad in armor, standing atop the back of a massive eagle. If Lin Qingshuang epitomized the ethereal and aloof demeanor, then the armored woman struck Su Zhan as a valiant general, embodying the spirit of a formidable warrior. Most importantly, this armored woman, like Lin Qingshuang, was also of the Yuan realm. Their realms were likely quite comparable. Master, Senior, Su Zhan respectfully greeted them. 5th level, is this the highest realm among your many disciples? The armored woman remarked with a hint of playful teasing after casting a glance at Su Zhan. No matter how high the realm, it pales in comparison to your disciples, several of whom have already reached the Yuan realm. It is indeed commendable, Lin Qingshuang replied calmly. To receive your commendation is no small feat. The armored woman chuckled lightly. However, the purpose of my visit today may put you in a difficult position. I am aware of your intentions. This is the fruit born of his actions, and he shall reap what he has sown. I will not make it difficult for you. Lin Qingshuang seemed to have already surmised the purpose of the armored woman's visit, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. That is well. I have exerted my utmost efforts to advocate for you, my young disciple. As for the ultimate outcome, let fate decide. The armored woman gestured towards Su Zhan. Lu Wujian, come forth.
Senior, Suzanne approached.
This is your sex trial notice. Your sex trial will officially commence in 2 months. The objective is to journey to the desolate expanse of the far north, and within 6 months, slay 3 level 7 exiles, returning with the exile marks upon them. Upon concluding her words, the armored woman presented a gilded letter. It floated gracefully through the air, finally landing in Su Zhan's hand. His expression was one of astonishment. Senior, the sect trials are not held once every 6 months? I have only joined the sect for less than a month. How could this be? Su Zhan inquired, bewildered. You have offended someone, the armored woman stated bluntly, revealing the truth. Someone has taken it upon themselves to harbor personal grievances against you within the trial pavilion. Not only has your trial destination been set in the most remote and arduous far north, but your trial period has also been reduced to 1 month. After I interceded on your behalf, they agreed to extend it by another month, which is the best I could accomplish. Lu Zongyun. In an instant, Su Zhan grasped the situation. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous and endure this developmental phase while possessing the strength to dominate level 6 cultivators, he had refrained from retaliating against the Little Blacks in a bloody massacre, all in an attempt to maintain a low profile. Yet, he had still been targeted by Lu Zongyun. Was it due to the Beast Treasure Pavilion selling too many materials, drawing attention? Or perhaps the Task Pavilion had completed an excessive number of tasks, causing scrutiny? Or was it the substantial amount of sect contribution points he had traded that left a trace? Regardless of the scenario, the conclusion was clear. Lu Zongyun had no intention of letting him off the hook. The far north 3 exiles. They truly think highly of me. Although Su Zhan was previously unaware of the far north's nature, he had become intimately acquainted with it after eavesdropping on various gossip and tidbits for days. The far north was the borderland between the Pure Yang sect and the Blood Eagle sect. Due to its location in the extreme north of Pure Yang, The land was particularly desolate, with even flora struggling to thrive. The harsh environment featured scorching daytime temperatures and frigid nights, rendering it exceedingly inhospitable. Thus, it became a place of exile, designated for those who had committed grave offenses, allowing them to engage in mutual slaughter and struggle for survival. All who were exiled bore a mark of exile upon their faces. This mark was not inscribed on the skin but rather penetrated deeply into the bones, directly imprinted within one's dantian. Even if one were to excise the flesh, the newly regrown tissue would still bear the exile mark. Moreover, the exiled individuals were not merely ordinary mortals. They included those from the elemental realm and even the Dan realm. It is evident how perilous that cursed place is. To assign the sect trial to such a location is a privilege reserved for those in the Yuan realm. Yet Su, a mere mortal, has been designated to go there. What could this mean if not a deliberate targeting? However, I fear that I may not reach the far north desert. The intention behind compressing my time is clearly to expedite my forced expulsion from the sect. The moment I step beyond the gates of the pure Yang sect, Lu Tsongyun will undoubtedly lie in ambush along my path, intent on taking my life. So, you wish to kill me, do you? Very well. A tide of murderous intent surged within Su, yet he had to suppress it for the time being. After all, I am but a fish on the butcher's block. Others are in the Yuan realm, capable of speaking with authority during the sect trials, and they must have the assistance of those in the Dan realm. Given such circumstances, no matter how profound my hatred or murderous intent, they would serve no purpose against my current strength. Disciple Lu Wujian, I acknowledge the command. Without further inquiry, Su bowed respectfully. You indeed possess the wisdom of restraint, the armored woman remarked with appreciation. Were it any other disciple in this predicament, they would likely be trembling in fear, tears streaming down their face as they sought their master's aid. After all, when one's life is at stake, who could remain indifferent? Yet, the Su before her exhibited some fluctuations, which she sensed, yet they swiftly settled into calmness. He is a person of substance. Qing Shuang is one of my few close friends within the sect. Since you are her disciple, we are bound by fate. Here is a teleportation talisman. Should you find yourself in mortal danger, crush it, and it will randomly transport you across great distances. The armored woman presented a yellow talisman, stating that whether it could save your life would depend on your fortune. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su expressed his gratitude earnestly. At this moment, anyone willing to assist him was deserving of his appreciation. The trial notice has been delivered. You have merely 2 months to prepare. Once that period elapses, you must depart the sect, or there will be others to escort you away. Take care. With that, the armored woman's eagle took flight beneath her, soaring into the sky. Should anything arise, remember to shatter the talisman. Lin Qing Shuang withdrew her gaze, leaving behind a parting remark before also turning to leave. Whether she referred to the aid talisman she gifted to Su or the teleportation talisman from the armored woman remained uncertain. Lu Tsongyun, 2 months, is it? When that time comes, you shall realize that it is unwise to provoke one who wields an external advantage. Chapter 44. Mastery of Subtle Internal Power. Strength surge once again. The battle with Zhan Longhu was prolonged for 2 months. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongyun was taken aback upon receiving this news. He had already learned about Lang Miaotong, the armored lady, advocating for Lu Wujian at the trial pavilion, yet it did not surprise him. As Lang Miaotong was Lin Qingshuang's sole confidant within the entire Chunyang sect, it was only natural for her to speak on behalf of Lu Wujian, who was Lin Qingshuang's most exceptional disciple. However, Zhan Longhu's background was far less formidable. Why had it taken 2 months? It seemed that Zhan Longhu possessed undisclosed connections. Nevertheless, with the timeline already reduced to 2 months, a little more time would not matter. When the day arrives, he could swiftly resolve everything at once. At this moment, Lu Tsongyun felt a sense of tranquility settle within him. With a clear target and a locked timeline, as long as no significant upheaval occurred, everything would be within reach. He would continue to monitor these two. Should they exhibit any signs of escaping, report to me immediately. Yes, master. Time flew by, and 2 days passed quietly. There were still 58 days until the sect's trial departure. Inside a modest wooden cabin, the sensation of breaking through to this level of internal power was remarkably pleasant. At this moment, Su Zhan sat cross-legged on his bed, absorbing the vast information and astounding changes within his body that resulted from 3 days of rigorous practice with the I Ching Body Refinement Classic. He had heard that during breakthroughs in internal power, one would undergo a process of refining one's essence and marrow, leading to the tearing of meridians and the forced expansion of the dantian, with spiritual energy in the body boiling like water to reshape the physique and expel impurities. Thus, Su Zhan had made thorough preparations, sitting upright and even biting down on a wooden stick, fearing he might cry out in agony from the pain. However, the reality was entirely the opposite. The changes within him were indeed immense. He could distinctly perceive that his meridians had expanded by more than 3 times. The vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian had increased nearly 5-fold. Amidst the profuse sweat he expelled, there was a thick black substance. The impurities within his body, yet the entire process was not painful. Rather, it was exceptionally comfortable. Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a subtle rumble, a brand new aura erupted from Su Zhan, causing the entire wooden cabin to gently tremble. By heavens, is this the mastery of subtle internal power? I can distinctly sense that I am not merely absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. It feels like I am forcefully seizing it. The moment Su Zhan fully grasped the I Ching Body Refinement Classic, he experienced this revelation. If previously he absorbed spiritual energy gradually and bit by bit from the surroundings, now it was as if he was voraciously pulling in spiritual energy, forcibly infusing it into his body. Such a powerful transformation left Su Zhan in awe. With the speed of spiritual energy absorption, the efficiency of the little blacks in killing at the 6th level could increase by approximately 3-fold. Moreover, with the enhancement of spiritual energy quality and a remarkable surge in its storage capacity, the harvesting efficiency has escalated to at least 5-fold. Su Zhan's gaze flickered. However, this merely pertains to the mastery of internal skills. Below the 7th level, one can slay indiscriminately, yet to confront a 7th level opponent in a one-on-one duel remains a formidable challenge. The transition from the 6th to the 7th level represents a significant watershed. As such, crossing this threshold is no trivial feat. Unless he can master a sophisticated and aggressive technique, there lies the potential for boundless possibilities. Little Black, how long will it take to advance to the intermediate realm? Su Zhan inquired promptly. Master, it requires 9 days. 9 days, he mused. The indestructible golden stone body takes 8 days, indicating that both endeavors share similar challenges. At this juncture, Su Zhan retrieved a martial arts manual from the spatial dimension of his clone. What of the thunderous blade technique? How many days are needed to grasp it at a preliminary level? Su Zhan directly extracted the book of the I Ching and replaced it within the training avatar. Very soon, Master. It will only take 2 days to reach the beginner stage. Only 2 days. A look of astonishment crossed Su Zhan's face. The thunderous blade technique was among the treasures he had acquired during his recent excursions to the black market. He had previously visited the martial arts pavilion of the Pure Yang sect, where he encountered techniques at the entry level, subtle level, and minor achievement level. Yet, given his current standing as an outer disciple, he could only procure techniques at the subtle level, and the time required for minor achievement techniques was exceedingly lengthy. Thus, he opted for the subtle level. However, upon inspection, the most expensive technique was merely a few tens of thousands of spirit stones, which was not particularly rare within the subtle level, as many disciples were practicing it. Consequently, he contemplated trying his luck in the black market. To his surprise, he truly stumbled upon the thunderous blade technique, valued at 600,000 spirit stones. It is noteworthy that the cheapest minor achievement technique was precisely worth 1 million. This subtle level blade technique was nearly equivalent to a minor achievement level. Without hesitation, after perusing a few pages, Su Zhan decisively secured it on the spot. The reason was simple. He sensed an extraordinary affinity with this technique. The insights gleaned from those pages provided him with a plethora of epiphanies, refreshing his perspective. Such sensations were unattainable during his extensive explorations in the sect's martial arts pavilion. According to the disciple who sold it to him, this thunderous blade technique was a family heirloom, and had it not been for the family's annihilation, it would never have circulated outside. Regrettably, the disciple excelled in staff techniques and had no affinity for blade techniques, prompting him to sell it. Yet, Su Zhan presumed the difficulty of mastering such a technique would be exceedingly high. To his astonishment, it merely required 2 days. This was significantly swifter than other subtle level techniques. Indeed, the previous Blood Shadow blade had similarly been remarkably quick to cultivate. And this blade technique was no different. It seemed that his talent did not lie in general cultivation, but rather in the art of the blade. Su Zhan recalled the various failures he had experienced during his attempts to break through. It is astonishing that merely advancing to the 4th and 5th realms could result in such numerous failures. Conversely, the technique of the blade is executed with remarkable swiftness and ease, surpassing any other method. Once I master this blade technique and attain the subtlety of the 3rd level, confronting the 7th realm will no longer pose a challenge. My companions, the little black ones, will also possess the capability to vanquish the ferocious beasts of the 7th realm. However, I anticipate that, similar to the current struggle against the 6th realm beasts, continuous engagement for 24 hours will be unfeasible, requiring considerable effort. Yet, the ordinary slaughter of ferocious beasts can elevate them directly from the 5th to the 6th realm. With this, my harvesting efficiency will surely exceed 2 million. Perhaps even 2 million will not be beyond reach. Nevertheless, efficiency is secondary. What truly matters is my ability to return to the mine and eliminate Lu Yunhai. The murderous intent in Su Zhan's eyes blazed fiercely. Chapter 45. The Exquisite Art of the Thunderous Blade. I have located Lu Yunhai. It's time to act. Previously, at the mine, Lu Yunhai targeted him. Now, at the Pure Yang sect, his father, Lu Tsongyun, also sets his sights on him. Both father and son are relentless, vowing to achieve their goals without respite. Given this, how could Su Zhan possibly extend them any mercy? While Lu Tsongyun may be beyond his immediate control, Lu Yunhai's fate is sealed. Not even divine intervention could save him, although he possesses the strength to eliminate Lu Yunhai. A coordinated assault by 140 small black figures would surely overwhelm him, even at the 7th level. Yet, should Lu Yunhai attempt to flee, the small black figures might not succeed in his capture. With his 7th level prowess, coupled with the protective measures undoubtedly bestowed upon him by his father, it would be exceedingly difficult to detain him. If he were to escape, how could Su Zhan avenge himself? Therefore, he remains patient, biding his time until his strength is unequivocally sufficient for a guaranteed kill. Meanwhile, back at the mine, Lu Yunhai, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. A sudden, ominous premonition stirred within him, an inexplicable sense of unease settling in his heart. An invisible pressure incited a growing agitation, disrupting his ability to concentrate. He rose from his dwelling and ascended to a lookout tower over 100 meters high. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the 18th mining area where Su Zhan once resided. Everything appeared unchanged, the mining operations bustling as ever. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted that, in addition to the management personnel at the 4th level, several disciples from the Pure Yang sect at the 7th level had been added. Clearly, this was a protective measure orchestrated by Lu Tsongyun to prevent any further disruption from Su Zhan's external incarnations upon his return to the sect. However, after so many days, these external manifestations had yet to reappear. Nevertheless, Lu Yunhai remained on edge, increasingly anxious due to the lack of communication from his father. He silently prayed for a swift resolution to the situation. With 56 days remaining until the sect's trials, at the rear mountains of the sect, it has begun. After a prolonged wait, Su Zhan abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of lightning illuminating his gaze. In that instant, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, exponentially surpassing his usual capacity, all detailing the practice of the thunderous blade. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed that his arms and meridians had experienced significant enhancement alongside the advancement of the thunderous blade. Remarkable, astounding. This is the extraordinary level of blade technique. No, the ordinary extraordinary level blade technique pales in comparison to its intricacies. After swiftly assimilating the influx of information, Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with fervor, unable to suppress his awe. The thunderous blade is not merely about thunder. It is fundamentally about ferocity. Why was he willing to invest 600,000 spirit stones in acquiring an extraordinary level technique? Due to the inherent thunder attribute of this sword technique, it not only amplifies the damage inflicted during an attack, creating a tearing and explosive effect, but also subjects adversaries to a degree of electric shock. However, upon mastering it, he realized that the thunder attribute was of little significance. What truly mattered was the speed of execution. At merely the elementary level, one could unleash the blade 5 times in an instant, each strike delivering triple the damage. Should he progress to the intermediate level, he could execute 10 strikes in a flash, each inflicting triple damage. At the advanced level, 15 strikes would be possible, each causing quadruple damage. And upon reaching perfection, 30 strikes could be unleashed instantaneously, each dealing quintuple damage. One blow would already overwhelm opponents. 5 strikes at once, with triple explosive damage. Even those at the 7th tier would hesitate to withstand such an onslaught. Su Jian exclaimed in awe. Now, he possessed complete confidence in facing 7th tier opponents, not merely on par, but with a chance to decisively defeat those slightly weaker, and perhaps even slay them on the spot. And this was merely the elementary stage. If he were to attain intermediate, advanced, or even perfected mastery, he might very well dare to challenge 8th tier foes. To transcend 3 minor realms in combat was an unfathomable prospect for ordinary practitioners. Yet for Su Jian, endowed with extraordinary abilities, it was merely a matter of time. This nuanced sword technique, in my estimation, surpasses the 2 other elementary techniques by leaps and bounds. 600,000 is an exceptional value. The only drawback remains the consumption of spiritual energy. Executing 5 strikes in an instant, each delivering triple damage, drains an enormous amount of energy. After 5 strikes, were it not for the support of my elementary internal cultivation, a single burst could have completely depleted my energy reserves. With my current spiritual energy, I could only perform the Thunder Blade technique 3 times at most before exhausting my reserves. However, even a single strike would suffice to take Lu Yunhai's life. Su Jian's gaze was sharp. Now, he possessed absolute certainty in eliminating Lu Yunhai.
Xiao Hai.
How long until you reach the mine? Su Jian inquired. Days prior, when the thought of slaying Lu Yunhai first crossed his mind, he had dispatched a small black figure back to the mine. After days of relentless travel, they were now close to their destination. Master, it will take no more than an hour. Very well, I shall wait an hour longer. Upon reaching the mine, do not rush to strike. First, assess the general situation, and then report back to me. Yes, master. The so-called reconnaissance would naturally involve checking for formidable foes. Given Lu Zongyun's capabilities, it was inconceivable that the mine would not be guarded by several 7th or 8th tier disciples. However, this posed no challenge for Su Jian. As long as there were no formidable opponents of the Yuan realm caliber present, Lu Yunhai would not survive. Xiaohei, how long until the Thunder Blade technique reaches the intermediate level? Master, it will take 8 days. 8 days. For other elementary techniques, Su Jian would consider this a lengthy duration. Yet for the Thunder Blade technique, 8 days was remarkably swift. Once one reaches an intermediate level, the moment is marked by the unleashing of 10 strikes, each imbued with such tremendous power that even a 7-fold beast would succumb in a single onslaught. For the time being, let the little black ones embark on a 1-hour hunt for ferocious beasts to assess their current efficiency. Under Su Jian's swift directives, 140 little black figures emerged from their training shadows, dividing into 2 groups of 70 to wreak havoc and slaughter in the White Ridge Mountains and the Miasma Marsh. Naturally, their quarry has escalated from the 4th and 5th tiers to those of the 6th tier and above. In less than half a minute, a multitude of beast carcasses began to fall into the spatial realm of their avatars. At this rate, a tally of 2 million is entirely feasible. The next phase requires 486 million, which can be effortlessly accomplished within 3 days. A grin spread across Su Jian's face. Soon 2 hours had elapsed, and the reconnaissance reports from the Little Second Black finally arrived. Master, there are 57-fold beasts within the mining site. As anticipated, mobilizing 57-fold creatures is but a mere command for Lu Zongyun, who stands at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm. Are there any 8-fold beasts? None. Have we located Lu Yunhai? He has been found, and his position confirmed, residing within the estate of the mine owner. Excellent.
Su Fan stretched lazily.
A fierce glint in his eyes, and commanded, act. Leave no one alive in the entire mining site, save for the miners. Chapter 46. the arrival of the Black Army and the death of Lu Yunhai. Su Zhan, when not consumed by madness, remains composed. Yet once unleashed, he becomes a force of reckoning, mercilessly dispatching all those who previously sought his demise but were spared. Lord Lu. We greet you, Lord Lu. Brother Lu. As Lu Yunhai entered the 18th Mining District, miners, members of the punishment squad, and the guarding disciples of the 7th layer all bowed and greeted him. However, unease gnawed at his heart. What was amiss? Furrowing his brow, Lu Yunhai was enveloped in a frown, a cloud of worry shadowing his features. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, yet an ominous feeling lingered, as if an unresolved calamity loomed, ready to strike at any moment. This was the first time he had experienced such disquiet since arriving at the 7th layer. Unable to focus on his cultivation, he opted to take a stroll, only to find himself inexplicably back at the 18th Mining District, where Su Zhan once resided. Could it be that Su Zhan has become my inner demon, as my father suggested? Lu Yunhai had encountered few formidable foes, with Su Zhan being the sole adversary who provoked such ire, one he could not defeat despite exhausting all his efforts. Even his father had intervened, yet Su Zhan remained alive. Inner demons often manifest as insurmountable adversaries left in one's wake. Suddenly, a fleeting glimpse caught Lu Yunhai's eye. In the distance, shadows danced amidst the trees. Instinctively, he presumed it to be a miner shirking their duties. Someone is slacking off in the woods. Go and deal with them. Lu Yunhai's displeasure prompted him to issue an order, but before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting as if confronted by a grotesque apparition. He had finally discerned the figure in motion, clad in black robes, black gloves, and a black mask. This was none other than Su Zhan's corporeal manifestation, the very scourge that had wreaked havoc across the mining site, unchallenged and unpunished. Who goes there? The guarding disciples of the 7th layer drew their weapons, shouting in alarm. Following their gaze, Lu Yunhai beheld not just one figure clad in black, but a multitude, a veritable throng of black-robed figures encircling them, brandishing long blades, advancing with ominous intent. Black-robed figures. More black-robed figures. The 4th and 5th layers soon recognized the presence of the black-robed entities, their previous traumas surfacing, prompting screams of terror. Yet they were merely manifestations, no need for alarm. Even if they could not be eradicated with so many 7th layer disciples present, they posed no significant threat. After a brief moment of panic, Lu Yunhai quickly regained his composure. He was a 7th layer practitioner, and there were many others like him. No matter how formidable or numerous Su Zhan's manifestations were, they could at best contend with those of the 4th or 5th layer, perhaps even the 6th. To him, they were no cause for concern. How dare these mere 5th layers attempt to toy with me? Among the closest of the 7-fold disciples, one fixed his gaze upon the approaching figure clad in black, sensing the formidable aura of the 5-fold realm emanating from him. With a cold snort, he wasted no words and launched an immediate attack. The long sword was unsheathed, and an icy blue radiance enveloped the blade as he fully unleashed his 7-fold prowess. The disciple invoked his technique with all his might, evidently eager to impress before Lu Yunhai, hoping to pave a smoother path within the pure Yang sect. However, in the next instant, a swift slash. The black-clad figure swung his long knife, and electric sparks danced upon its surface. The 7-fold disciple's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the lightning-infused strike. Was this a technique imbued with elemental attributes? Such techniques were exclusively mastered by those at the small completion level or above in the Yuan realm. How could a mere 5-fold individual wield such a power? In the following moment, the long knife transformed into a blur, crashing down with thunderous force. The first strike shattered the 7-fold disciple's assault entirely. The second blow knocked the long sword aside. The third strike rendered the disciple's basic spiritual armor into a mere wreck. The fourth strike obliterated the armor, cleaving into the disciple's flesh and leaving a gruesome gash, ensuring he would not survive unscathed. The fifth strike severed the disciple cleanly in two, leaving no chance for survival. All 5 strikes occurred in the blink of an eye. To the eyes of the onlookers, it appeared as though the black-clad figure had merely unleashed a single blow, shattering the 7-fold disciple's offensive, followed by a spray of blood as his body fell apart in 2 halves. 1. One strike. Was it truly just one strike? This must be a jest. How could this be possible? In that instant, the remaining sevenfold disciples were engulfed in terror. Their once fierce eyes, brimming with fighting spirit, were now filled with horror and dread. How? How could this happen? Even Lu Yunhai, with some experience, felt his scalp tingle and an inexplicable chill creep down his spine. The black-clad figure had indeed grown stronger, and the extent of this power was astonishing, capable of annihilating a sevenfold disciple with but a single exchange. Ah! My arm! How could a fivefold be capable of such devastation? This defies reason. We are no match. We must flee. Quick! Escape! While they stood frozen in shock, the small black figures surged forth without hesitation, overwhelming the disciples. Lightning flickered all around, and shadows of blades danced menacingly. Then came the splatter of blood, accompanied by anguished cries and severed limbs soaring into the air. The sevenfold disciples were left only as prey before the onslaught of the small black figures. Flee! They had to escape at once. At that moment, Lu Yunhai's mind shattered, fear surging from the depths of his being, reflected starkly upon his frantic countenance. The instinct for survival compelled him to swiftly retrieve a teleportation talisman from his breast pocket. This was a precious life-saving item left to him by his father. As long as he crushed it, he could be teleported thousands of miles away. Even in the face of formidable opponents, he could escape in an instant. Just as he was about to shatter the talisman, a flash of lightning streaked by, and in an instant, his wrist, which held the teleportation symbol, was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. My hand! Lu Yunhai screamed in horror. However, he reacted swiftly, hastily extending his other hand to crush the teleportation talisman in midair. As long as he shattered it, even if he lost a hand, at least his life would be spared. Suddenly, he felt an extraordinarily blinding lightning descending from above, illuminating the daylight with an almost surreal brilliance. But he dared not look back, nor did he allow himself to hesitate. He could only reach out. At last, he grasped it. Lu Yunhai successfully seized the teleportation talisman, and with a firm grip, he crushed it on the spot. Yet at that very moment, the multitude of dark figures above him, wielding their long blades, unleashed their assault. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated from Lu Yunhai's location, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. The miners, witnessing this scene, were left speechless, their minds reeling. Just a moment before, everything had seemed fine. In the next instant, the disciples of the Pure Yang sect were thrown into chaos. The captain of the 6th level, the leader of the 5th level squad, and even the members of the punishment team of the 4th level fell like chicks before the dark-cloaked figures, utterly defenseless. Even the most formidable mine owner was completely engulfed before their eyes by a throng of dark-robed individuals. The drastic turn of events left them momentarily stunned. When the dust settled around Lu Yunhai's location, the dark figures had already dispersed, continuing their slaughter of the remaining punishment team members. As the miners cautiously approached, they were horrified to discover that in the shallow pit, faintly illuminated by residual lightning, Lu Yunhai had been reduced to a gruesome heap, his mixed and mangled organs forming a grotesque mass. Only the tattered remnants of his clothing allowed them to barely discern his identity. He is dead. The mine owner is dead. With the mine owner gone, we are saved. I want to go home. After a brief moment of shock, the miners, filled with exhilaration and excitement, threw down their pickaxes and began to shout joyously, running in all directions to escape from the cursed mine that had imprisoned them for so long. Meanwhile, nearly 6,000 miles away in a thicket, a streak of light descended, landing on the grass. It was a bloodied and mangled arm of a man, along with remnants of clothing. Its owner was none other than Lu Yunhai. Chapter 47. Wealth and danger seeked. All the spirit stones of the mine belong to me. At this moment, Su Zhan, viewing through the perspective of his avatar, couldn't help but smile broadly upon witnessing the body of Lu Yunhai, emanating a faint burnt odor. His heart surged with unparalleled satisfaction and exhilaration. After enduring relentless pursuit and having been forced to respond defensively for so long, he could finally strike back with ferocity. This feeling was incomparable. Moreover, through this undertaking, Su Zhan gained a clear understanding of the current combat situation of his companions, the Little Blacks. Below the 7th level, it was akin to slaughtering chickens. The opponents exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. At the 7th level, a single onslaught of the Thunder Blade technique could lead to immediate demise. Even if the enemy miraculously survived and attempted to retaliate, the unyielding golden stone body would render the damage from a 7th level foe utterly negligible for the Little Blacks, who felt no pain. In a group confrontation, even Lu Yunhai, who held the teleportation talisman, would meet a tragic end on the spot. Regrettably, there was no 8th level adversary present. Otherwise, further testing could have been conducted to see if they could be dispatched in one fell swoop. Su Zhan no longer regarded the 8th level with trepidation. If one Little Black could not manage, then 10 would join forces. No matter how formidable the 8th level might be, they would surely perish against a united front. A pure Yang sect, Lu Zongyun was in serene meditation atop a peak. Through the consumption of elixirs and guidance from his master, he had gradually approached the threshold of the late Yuan realm. Suddenly, urgent shouts pierced the tranquility. "Master! Master!" Lu Zongyun opened his eyes, irritation flickering within. When an 8th level disciple appeared, his gaze sharpened, unleashing a powerful, oppressive consciousness that bore down upon the disciple, causing him to collapse to his knees. "I commanded that I must not be disturbed during my meditation, regardless of the circumstance. This is your first offense. Your monthly stipend is forfeited as a warning. Should there be a next time? HMPF. Lu Zongyun's voice was icy. "Master," the disciple did not intrude without cause, but, speak plainly. Do not stammer. Lu Zongyun barked. "Junior brother Lu Yunhai. His life token has shattered." Boom! As the words left the 8th level disciple's lips, an extreme and violent aura erupted from Lu Zongyun. The terrifying presence instilled fear in the disciple, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The might of the Yuan realm was truly horrifying. Let alone that Lu Zongyun was at mid-Yuan realm, nearing the late stage, the disparity between them could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. "Yunhai!" His previously impatient expression morphed into shock, which swiftly transformed into fury, ultimately culminating in unrestrained rage. Lu Zongyun let out a heart-wrenching cry, and his figure became a blur as he dashed past the 8th level disciple, racing down the mountain. Moments later, Lu Zongyun arrived at the location where the life tokens of his disciples were stored. The life jade is far more precise and precious than the stone of existence. The stone of existence, when glowing, signifies life, while its dimness and fragmentation denote death. In contrast, the life jade not only indicates existence and demise but also reflects the practitioner's condition through its radiance, revealing whether they are at their peak or in a state of weakness. Even if an arm is severed, a corner of the life jade would shatter. Yet now, before Lu Zongyun, the life jade that belonged to Lu Yunhai has lost all its brilliance, marred by an intricate web of cracks, shattered beyond repair. This alone reveals that Lu Yunhai not only perished but did so in a most tragic manner, his body likely devoid of a single intact fragment. "Ah!" Lu Zongyun's eyes bulged with rage as he let out a furious howl towards the heavens. The sound wave shattered the wooden beams of the house, causing the disciples within the mountain gate to cover their ears, revealing expressions of agony. Who could it be?" Lu Zongyun's face twisted in fury, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming thirst for vengeance and murderous intent. His first thought turned to Su Zhan. However, upon further reflection, he realized that even Su Zhan could only reach the 5th or 6th realm at most. How could he possibly slay Lu Yunhai? Not to mention that there were still dozens of 7th realm practitioners guarding the mine. Lu Yunhai himself possessed numerous means of survival, having even given away 2 teleportation talismans. Even when faced with an opponent of the 9th realm, he could swiftly escape, unless a Yuan realm expert intervened, which might lead to an instant demise. Su Zhan, a Yuan realm? Could that be possible? Regardless of who it may be, I will ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. Without hesitation, Lu Zongyun turned and sped away from the mountain gate, making his way directly to the mine. "Master, the personnel at the mine have been largely eradicated. We are currently searching for any potential survivors." The voice of Xiao He echoed in Su Zhan's mind. "Good, well done." Su Zhan beamed with delight. Under the relentless assault of hundreds of Xiaohe, all individuals above the fourth realm within and outside the mine had been thoroughly cleared. The spoils, including spirit stones, spirit weapons, medicinal pills, and rare treasures, amounted to a considerable fortune. The quantity of spirit stones alone reached an impressive 3.48 million. However, beyond the spirit stones, the greatest gain was the martial arts techniques. After Zhou Yueshan's involvement in the raid, he had provided 2 techniques at the subtle level. Naturally, the other 5th and 6th realm practitioners could not return empty-handed. From them, several subtle-level techniques were also uncovered, including the precise movement technique and a special type that Su Zhan desired. Nonetheless, these were not particularly rare or of great value. After experiencing the benefits brought by the Thunderblade technique, Su Zhan recognized that even among techniques of the same level, the disparities could be substantial. Therefore, he established a strategy. Either refrain from practicing or, if practicing, to focus solely on the most superior techniques within the same grade. At that moment, within the spatial division, a torrent of miscellaneous spirit stones cascaded in. These were the assorted spirit stones unearthed by the miners. Xiaohe, wait!
Su Zhan immediately commanded.
The flow of miscellaneous spirit stones ceased. Master, we have also discovered a significant number of such spirit stones, Xiaohe stated earnestly. This is indeed a mine, abundant in miscellaneous spirit stones. However, the risks associated with acquiring them far outweigh the dangers of confronting Lu Yunhai. Su Zhan's gaze lingered on the towering pile of miscellaneous spirit stones, his eyes flickering with intensity. He had previously made a rudimentary calculation, estimating that the mine produced as much as 5 million miscellaneous spirit stones daily. When converted at a ratio of 10:1, this amounted to a staggering daily income of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, upon gaining a comprehensive understanding of the entire mine, that figure multiplied 5-fold. This meant that approximately 2.5 million low-grade spirit stones were excavated from the mine each day. Consequently, the mine's regulations mandated a monthly contribution of 70 million low-grade spirit stones, which could be exchanged for high-grade spirit stones, totaling 700. This was a fixed quota submitted to the Pure Yang sect. Any surplus would belong to the mine owner and their subordinates. In their relentless pursuit of wealth, the mine owner and his underlings resorted to capturing young boys and girls as laborers, pocketing all the saved spirit stones. The miscellaneous spirit stones discovered by the little black ones must have just been collected, not yet exchanged or submitted. The principle of the Pure Yang sect is straightforward. The mine owner may perish, and the punishment team may be annihilated, but the spirit stones must not be taken. If these spirit stones were to be removed, the Pure Yang sect would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to investigate, with the lowest rank being at the Yuanjing level. The unsubmitted portion must be at least 30 million or more, Su Zhan mused, his eyes ablaze with fervor. 30 million equated to the hunting yield of the little black ones over half a month. Had this been before, he would not have entertained any thoughts of such a trivial amount. After all, he had already attracted the attention of Lu Zongyun with his mere half-month's yield, and he had no desire to further provoke the Pure Yang sect over such a pittance. However, the circumstances were now exceptional. There were less than 2 months left until the mandatory departure for the sect's trials. This half-month's hunting yield could prove immensely beneficial to him. 30 million could directly elevate my black mark by 2 stages. 2 stages are no small feat. Yet, if he truly claimed them, the Pure Yang sect would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly, especially with Lu Zongyun harboring suspicions against him. After much contemplation, Su Zhan's expression hardened, and a hint of madness surged in his eyes. To achieve wealth, one must risk danger. Let us take them. Everyone, immediately commence operations. Scour all the miscellaneous spirit stones and spirit stones. Whatever is discovered, gather it all. Chapter 48. Automatic cultivation becomes a permanent function, strengthening while reclining. With a single command from Su Zhan, the little black entities commenced an extensive search throughout the entirety of the mining site. The warehouses designated for storing miscellaneous spirit stones became the initial targets of their scavenging efforts. Following this, the exchange houses within the various mines were raided, and finally, the estates of the mine owners, as well as the residences of the chief captain, squad leaders, and members of the punishment squad, were thoroughly searched. yielding a substantial amount of spirit stones. Even the mining market was not spared, as torrents of miscellaneous and low-grade spirit stones cascaded into the dimensional space. Su Zhan felt immense satisfaction. In mere moments, nearly half of the 34 cubic meters of space was filled. Little Air Hay, 18 Hay, 55 Hay. You each venture to the nearby towns and exchange all these miscellaneous and low-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. Su Zhan instructed promptly. Yes, master. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the little black entities, after 1 hour, the quantity of high-grade spirit stones in Su Zhan's possession had undeniably surpassed 3,000. Indeed, you heard correctly, 3,000. Yet, this was merely a fraction of what the entire mining site could yield. New miscellaneous spirit stones and other stones continued to flood in. Even the towns where the little black ones were exchanging stones had run out of high-grade spirit stones, necessitating several trips. At this rate, my previous estimate was too conservative. I might well acquire between 4,000 to 5,000 stones. The next stage requires 486 stones. The stage after that one 458 stones, and the subsequent one 374 stones. Altogether, approximately 318 stones. Those at the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th levels have provided me with nearly 400 stones. As long as the current reserves at the mining site exceed 6,000 stones, I could elevate 3 stages in one go. 3 stages. Su Zhan's gaze ignited with fervor, his breath quickening involuntarily. Typically, it would take him days of arduous effort to achieve a single stage. Now, the prospect of advancing 3 stages filled him with overwhelming delight. For this alone, the risk taken was worth it. With 3,000 stones already amassed, it was time to decisively elevate 2 stages. Let us begin the absorption. The black mark on Su Zhan's palm erupted once more in a shimmering glow. Instantly, the high-grade spirit stones within the dimensional space began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. In less than a few minutes, the 486 stones were consumed. The 14th stage was upon him. 42 streams of black smoke materialized from thin air, swiftly coalescing into 42 new little black entities. His number of avatars surged from 142 to 188. The dimensional space expanded dramatically from 34 cubic meters to 42 cubic meters. The speed of the cultivation specters accelerated to 4 times, while the training specters intensified to 11 times. Now let us proceed to the next stage, shall we? Just as Su Zhan prepared to confront the subsequent stage, he suddenly halted, his expression taken aback. Wait, what is happening? How could there be a flow of spiritual energy coursing through me? Indeed, within him, spiritual energy was indeed surging, and at an astonishing pace. The efficiency of cultivation had surged to levels far beyond what it had previously been. This was evidently a state that manifested only when the function of doppelganger cultivation was operating at full throttle. It defied logic. There had been no arrangement for any shadowy figures to engage in cultivation. How could this be? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhan resolutely closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. In the next instant, he found himself in a state of stupor. Within the cultivation shadow, there was a discernible stream of spiritual energy, evidently formed from the convergence of numerous shadows, rapidly circulating within the cultivation avatar. Yet this was not the most outrageous aspect. Even more absurd was the fact that the dark mist, which clearly represented the perspectives of these shadows, was quietly floating in the void, having never entered the doppelganger's body at all. This, in an instant, Su Zhan's mind seemed to stall. A multitude of shadows had appeared out of thin air to assist him in cultivation? Was this a newly released feature? But stage 14 was still in the cooldown phase. The number of doppelgangers was also growing normally. How could new features have emerged? Had the rules changed once again? Su Zhan was utterly perplexed. The patterns he had painstakingly deciphered had suddenly become incomprehensible. However, adhering to his inquisitive nature, Su Zhan did not rush to conclusions. Since so many shadows had materialized, it was fortuitous that he was in the midst of scavenging. They could assist in that endeavor as well. Unable to fathom it, he decided to set his thoughts aside and prioritize the task at hand. Yet, as he initiated this thought, he discovered he could not reach out to the shadows within the cultivation avatar. What on earth? Is this a trick of fate? Were these shadows not present before him, existing within? Why could he not touch them? This sudden turn of events startled Su-Zhan. These cultivation shadows could be seen, sensed, and even the effects of their assistance in his cultivation could be constantly perceived. Yet he could not physically touch them. What kind of operation was this? The situation was indeed perplexing, leaving Su-Zhan with a throbbing headache. I cannot touch them, but perhaps other shadows can. Su-Zhan attempted an old tactic. He placed one shadow into the cultivation avatar. 97. Can you touch them? Su-Zhan inquired. Master, they belong solely to the cultivation space. I cannot make contact, replied the shadow. Su-Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Solely to the cultivation space? Solely? What operation is this? Do you know how they came to be? Su-Zhan hurriedly pressed on. I'm sorry, Master. They are born from the changes in the cultivation space. I cannot provide specifics, the shadow responded. Changes in the cultivation space. Solely belonging to the cultivation space. Yet, the cultivation function had not undergone any significant transformation. It had merely increased from 9-fold efficiency to 11-fold. Could it be that a new feature was unlocked due to the multiples of 10? This is a rather audacious conjecture from Su. The black mark signifies increments in the quantity of spirit stones consumed at each stage, specifically in multiples of 3. Should such a pattern hold true for the black mark, it stands to reason that the cultivation space, one of its functionalities, may also adhere to a similar multiplicative principle. After all, there was no reaction prior to the multiples of 10. Only beyond this threshold did a plethora of small black entities, exclusive to the cultivation space, suddenly emerge. Such speculation seems to align with the observed phenomena. If indeed it is a matter of tens, then at 20, one might expect further transformations, wouldn't one? I shall await the arrival of the 20th multiple to ascertain whether my assumptions hold true, regardless of the underlying patterns. The sudden emergence of these cultivation avatars has resolutely addressed another significant dilemma I faced. Hunting, cultivating, practicing, Su has always been forced to choose one among 3. However, with the advent of these exclusive avatars, which do not diminish efficiency but rather enhance it infinitely, the decision has been reduced to a mere binary choice. From now on, whether he stands, sits, lies, or sleeps, he can perpetually accrue cultivation. Breaking through realms will become as effortless as dining or drinking. With 188 avatars and an 11-fold enhancement in cultivation efficiency, I shall reach the 6th level within the day. The 7th will not take many days more. I dare say that in 2 months, I might even surpass the Yuan realm. At this juncture, Su has abandoned his previous low-profile and concealed approach. Since he has already become a target, what is there left to conceal? Moreover, he has gleaned through whispers that those in higher positions regard rapid ascensions from the mortal realm with disdain. Provided that individuals of the pill realm are willing, they can utilize enlightening techniques to propel one from the 1st to the 9th level of the mortal realm within a single day. Such a rate of advancement is indeed formidable, is it not? However, this comes at the cost of the individual's future potential, damaging their foundation and rendering it nearly impossible to ascend to the Yuan realm in this lifetime. Simultaneously, those in the pill realm must bear a considerable price. Thus, no one would willingly undertake such a path. Now, let us continue to absorb. The next milestone is the 15th stage, and if the pattern holds true, the 16th stage will unlock yet another new function. Let us commence. Chapter 49. A realm achieved each day. The ascension rate is terrifying. The mere thought of the new functionality made Su-Zhan feel an exhilarating impatience. The black mark in the palm of his hand seemed to resonate with his anticipation, emitting a radiant black light as it fervently absorbed the high-grade spirit stones within the avatar's space.
Moments late. 1.
458 high-grade spirit stones were completely consumed by the black mark, resulting in the birth of 50 new small black avatars, thereby augmenting Su-Zhan's army of avatars to an astonishing total of 238. Moreover, Su-Zhan discovered another delightful surprise. Within the cultivation shadow, not only had the rate of enhancement increased, but the number of avatars had also surged significantly. If the efficiency were merely raised from 11-fold to 13-fold, the increase would be nearly 1/5. Yet now, Su-Zhan felt a remarkable enhancement of clearly 1/3, if not nearly 40%. it became evident that the quantity of exclusive avatars was directly replicated from his current total of avatars. Thus, as his avatars multiplied, so too did the exclusive avatars. What a stroke of fortune this was. Su Jian couldn't help but slap his thigh in excitement. The relentless cultivation had already been a source of wonder, and now, the increase in avatar numbers came without any detriment to the efficiency of his training. What does it mean to be exceptional? This is it. This adventure had truly proven to be worthwhile. Furthermore, once he integrated his existing avatars into the system, the time required to break through realms would be halved. The rate of ascension would be swifter than a rocket. If the cultivation function could provide exclusive avatars, allowing him to passively gain experience. Might the training function also possess similar exclusive avatars? If that were to come to fruition, he could effectively engage in cultivation, training, and treasure hunting all at once. Su Jian's eyes sparkled with ambition. As new and increasingly wondrous functionalities emerged, this seemingly fanciful notion might not be unattainable. Continuing onward, the next 16 phases would unlock new features, requiring a staggering 74 million spirit stones. Whether he could elevate in one fell swoop depended entirely on this moment. With fervor in his gaze, Su Jian observed as the miscellaneous spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones continued to rain down in the avatar space. The little black avatars scattered across various towns were rapidly exchanging these spirit stones. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, with the ultimate outcome resting on the total quantity of spirit stones stored in the entire mine. Soon, an hour had passed. Su Jian's collection of spirit stones once again surpassed the 30 million mark. Another hour elapsed, during which the little black avatar's speed in gathering spirit stones noticeably diminished. The mine was nearly depleted. As the 2.5 hour approached, Su Jian's spirit stones were at 37 million, yet within him, a palpable sense of impending breakthrough surged. Here it comes. Su Jian sat upright, resolute. This time, he cared not for how many failures lay behind. As long as he could ascend to the 6th level, everything would be amenable. Upon realizing that his cultivation aptitude was rather mediocre, Su Jian chose to adopt a laid-back approach. A wave of scorching heat surged unexpectedly, enveloping his entire being in an inferno-like sensation that coursed through his limbs and bones. The vigorous spiritual energy was relentlessly cleansing every part of him. Flesh, bones, dantian, and meridians. Fortunately, he only felt an intense warmth, drenched in sweat, yet devoid of significant pain. As the temperature steadily escalated, it became evident that the cleansing was nearing its zenith. Abruptly, the heat began to wane, all waves of warmth receding like a tide. This was the first attempt a failure. Su Jian remained unperturbed, quietly awaiting the next opportunity. Minutes later, the second breakthrough cleansing commenced, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The temperature gradually cooled once more. Thus, this entire process repeated 4 times. Finally, upon the arrival of the 5th attempt, he distinctly heard the sound of an invisible membrane within him being breached. Immediately thereafter, a violent rumble resonated through his being. His limbs, flesh, bones, meridians, and dantian all underwent a transformation in that fleeting moment. A potent aura, unique to the 6th level, began to emanate from within him. At last, he had reached the 6th level. Su Jian rolled his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks, acutely aware that his power had ascended to a new tier. Perhaps he had underestimated the timeline. In just a few days, he would be poised to reach the 7th level. By this time tomorrow, he would be ready to strive for another breakthrough. With each ascension, Su Jian's ability to gauge his cultivation growth and predict breakthrough timings became increasingly accurate. In one day, he could attempt the 7th level. In a few days, overcoming the 8th level would pose no issue. Within half a month, the 9th level would be entirely within reach. This remarkable pace of advancement was not the result of forced infusion but rather a natural progression of breakthroughs. Should this news reach the upper echelons of the Pure Yang sect, it would undoubtedly provoke a stir. If he could continue to progress to the 16th stage, this pace could accelerate even further. Su Jian fixed his gaze on the spatial division. The miscellaneous spirit stones and spiritual stones were still descending. Although their speed had considerably diminished, any income would eventually allow him to meet the consumption needs for the 16th stage. Even if the mines could not ultimately satisfy the demand for advancement, with his current 6th-level realm and mastery of 3 subtle techniques, he was fully capable of slaying at the 8th level. The rewards from hunting with his little black companions would also be tremendously formidable. Master, we are encountering formidable foes. We request assistance. Master, strong enemies have emerged. We request support. Just as Su Zhan was contemplating his plans, he suddenly heard the cries for help from his little black companions echoing in his mind. In an instant, a swarm of dark fog transformed into a grayish-white haze. In just one encounter, over 10 of the little black ones had perished. However, Su Zhan's expression remained calm rather than surprised. If all went according to expectation, it was likely Lu Zongyun had arrived. Everyone return at once. As Su Zhan clasped his hand, all the little black creatures scavenging in the mining site returned to him, and he promptly dispatched them to hunt in the White Ridge Mountains and the mists of the swamp. However, he deliberately retained one little black creature. Through the perspective of this creature, he witnessed the unfolding events at the mining site. Yun Hai. Upon his arrival at the mining area, Lu Zongyun swiftly executed several gestures, effortlessly slaying a group of little black creatures. Soon enough, he discovered the remains of Lu Yunhai, reduced to a grotesque mess. Witnessing his son's tragic state, Lu Zongyun emitted a roar filled with rage and sorrow. Su Zhan. He glared furiously at the sole little black creature present, gritting his teeth in madness, cursing the wretched being responsible for his son's demise. Do not think that you can hide behind the sect and escape unscathed. I shall capture you alive and make you endure unfathomable agony. The hatred and fury in Lu Zongyun's eyes were nearly tangible. Ah, how ironic it is that one might mistake you for a victim. On the other hand, Su Zhan chuckled coldly, speaking to himself, you wish to kill me? Come then, I await your arrival. As Lu Zongyun observed the little black creature dissipate before him, he let out a furious howl to the heavens, yet found himself utterly powerless. This was the most infuriating moment of his life, as well as the most helpless and vexing. The murderer stood right before him, yet he was unable to avenge his son's cruel death. His strength was at the 6th level. That brat, the dragon tiger, was indeed at the 6th level. It could only be him. Just wait. I shall slay you without fail. Lu Zongyun lifted the mangled corpse of Lu Yunhai. Even in death, he could not allow his son to perish elsewhere. He must be laid to rest in the ancestral grave of the Lu family. However, just as Lu Zongyun prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back, his brow furrowing in disbelief. The spiritual stones stored in the mining area had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 50. The alchemical realm descends. Must we eliminate Su Zhan? Lu Zongyun's consciousness swiftly scanned the surroundings. The repository of spirit stones lay entirely barren, devoid of even a single ordinary spirit stone. The exchange house, which should have housed a significant quantity of low-grade spirit stones, was similarly stripped bare. This rascal dares to covet the spirit stones of the mine. Lu Zongyun was taken aback. The spirit stones from the mine, the medicinal herbs from the fields, the rare treasures from the veins, the taxes of the city. All of these are sacred taboos of the Pure Yang sect. Should one transgress, it would equate to assaulting the core interests of the sect, a crime as grave as murder within its ranks. Excellent. Su Zhan, you have finally fallen into my grasp. To dare seize the sect's spirit stones, 100 lives would not suffice for your punishment. Once I return to report to the higher-ups, not even a master of the alchemical realm could shield you from your fate. Lu Zongyun's face gleamed with triumph, brimming with excitement, as if he could already envision Su Zhan's head rolling, avenging his son's grievances. Yet, just as he prepared to turn back to the sect, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow, and his form came to an abrupt halt. Something was amiss. Lu Zongyun's gaze flickered. If the higher-ups were to inquire how Su Zhan had slain Yunhai, it would undoubtedly expose the methods of Su Zhan's external incarnation. If I can discern Su Zhan's uniqueness, surely the higher-ups would too. Should they seize the treasures from Su Zhan's possession, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Was Yunhai's death to be in vain as well? Regaining a semblance of rationality, Lu Zongyun realized he desired retribution and the treasures. With the target now firmly identified as Su Zhan, it was evident that the matter would not remain concealed. Even if I do not report this, the higher-ups will send forth a powerful figure from the alchemical realm to investigate and reclaim the spirit stones, eventually locating Suzhan. With my capabilities, I cannot safely acquire the treasures from Suzhan. For the time being, I must seek the assistance of my master. Lu Zongyun understood that he could not resolve this matter on his own. His only option was to inform his master of the alchemical realm. Although in doing so, the treasures and techniques would likely slip from his grasp, his master's intervention would still offer him some benefit. However, if the higher-ups acted upon learning of this, he would be left with nothing. Regardless, Suzhan's demise was inevitable. Yunhai, your vengeance shall be fulfilled. He will not escape. Lu Zongyun swiftly turned and returned to the sect. At this moment, I have undoubtedly offended the Pure Yang sect gravely. Suzhan was acutely aware that from the instant he took the spirit stones from the mine, he had irreversibly severed ties with the Pure Yang sect. Given the sect's temperament, it would undoubtedly respond with righteous fury, dispatching at least a figure of the alchemical realm to investigate. And Lu Zongyun, being the only one privy to his methods, might seize this opportunity to relay his information to the higher-ups, leading them to pursue him. What once was a personal vendetta had now escalated to a transgression against the sect. The higher-ups could entirely disregard any sect laws and strike him down on the spot, a fate that was still a relatively favorable outcome. Just moments away from a dire fate, he feared he would be subjected to soul-searching by those of the alchemy realm. Should any connection to the spiritual stones of the mines be uncovered, he would be cast into a dungeon, enduring endless tortures, neither able to live nor die. Certainly, Suzhan anticipated that Lu Zongyun might choose to withhold information about him in pursuit of the so-called treasures he possessed. However, this would merely delay the inevitable, failing to address the fundamental issue. He lacked the confidence to ascend to the alchemy realm in such a short span and confront its practitioners. Even if he reached that level, there were still the profound and spirit realms, not to mention the celestial realm. Ultimately, this would equate to enmity with the entire Pure Yang sect. Redemption was no longer an option. The only course left was to leave the sect. He had learned of the existence of the Beast Treasure Pavilion in the outside world. Leaving the sect would still allow him to sell to them, albeit at a significantly lower price. He had also left Xiao He behind to continue gathering news from within the sect. If the Pure Yang sect truly sought his demise, he would have to stand his ground to the end. Thus, Suzhan decisively departed the small wooden cabin, embarking on the path away from the sect. The disciples, who had been watching him day and night, immediately followed suit. What is happening? He has actually reached the 6th level. Is this path leading him away from the sect? Suzhan intends to leave the sect. Quick, report to the master. Suzhan has advanced again and is preparing to leave. Also, senior brother Lu, have him lie in wait outside the sect's mountain gate, ready to act at any moment. Upon perceiving Suzhan's intention to depart, the disciples swiftly relayed the news. Before long, Suzhan reached the vicinity of the mountain gate. Continuing forward would mean crossing the boundaries of the sect, losing all protection. Without a moment's hesitation, and under the watchful eyes of countless disciples, he stepped beyond the mountain gate and pressed on. This scene thrilled all the disciples. Yet, they refrained from taking immediate action. After all, they were just outside the mountain gate. Open conflict would be a blow to the sect's reputation. Once Suzhan traversed another 100 meters, they could unleash their full force without restraint. However, just a few steps beyond the threshold, Suzhan flipped his hand, revealing a talisman. Damn it! A teleportation talisman. Subsequently, amidst the shouts and gritted teeth of the disciples, Suzhan crushed the talisman, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky. The long-distance teleportation talisman transported him to a primal jungle, approximately 6,000 miles from the Pure Yang sect. 6,000 miles, no matter how skilled in the alchemy realm, it would take time to trace his whereabouts. Now, he awaited the new functionalities of the next stage. What splendid treasures might await him? As Suzhan beheld the myriad beast corpses plummeting into his spatial realm and the mountain of high-quality spiritual stones accumulating, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The quantity of high-quality spiritual stones had reached 100, with just over 200 more needed. He had a chance to achieve this within the day. What? Lu Wujian is leaving the sect as well, and he is using a teleportation talisman. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Zongyun had not yet had the chance to report to his master when he was startled by the news he heard from his disciples. What was the cultivation level of Lu Wujian when he left the sect? 6-fold, replied the disciples. Damn it, it's him. To ascend to the 6th level in such a short time and to become a disciple of Lin Qingxuang, and now he has fled the sect using a teleportation talisman. While even the fierce tigers and dragons remain obedient within the sect, Lu Wujian has made his escape. Who else could it be? Very well. You wish to leave the sect? I can only employ some connections within the sect, but once outside, I can crush you with ease. This time, I will personally hunt you down. You had better be prepared. Lu Zongyun immediately dismissed the thought of seeking his master's assistance, opting instead to handle the matter alone. Just then, a calm and ancient voice resonated. Lu Zongyun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly exited the room, only to behold an elderly figure in a gray robe, surrounded by a gray aura, with even his eyebrows tinged gray, hovering in the air. Disciple, I pay my respects to Master. Lu Zongyun quickly bowed in reverence. The elder in the gray robe was indeed his master, the gray-brow true person. I have heard that Yunhai perished at the mine. Are you intending to capture the murderer? The elder inquired from his elevated position. Yes, Master, Lu Zongyun replied with deep sorrow. Rest assured, I will personally avenge Yunhai and make the murderer pay in blood. I will not trouble you, Master, but I have heard that you seek not only vengeance but also treasures that belong to him. Chapter 51. The mysterious new ability. Can Xiao He enter Su Zhan's body? A single utterance from the esteemed master, Gray Brow, sent a shiver coursing through Lu Zongyun's entire being. How could Master possibly be aware of Su Zhan's affairs? Could it be? Lu Zongyun glanced back at the disciples behind him, who promptly lowered their heads in submission. Dread filled his heart as he realized the implications. You need not blame them. It was I who insisted they report. Gray Brow's indifferent voice concealed a chilling authority. If they fail to do so, you are aware of the consequences. Master, forgive my disciples. They did not intend to conceal the truth. It is merely that Su Zhan's nature is so enigmatic that I have yet to comprehend the true nature of the treasure he possesses. Hence my hesitance to relay this to you. Lu Zongyun hurriedly explained. Speak in detail about all that you know. Omit not a single word, or I shall resort to soul search. Upon hearing the term soul search, Lu Zongyun instinctively trembled. The distinction between the Dan realm and the Yuan realm lay not only in absolute superiority of strength or the ability to traverse the skies and seas but, crucially, in the Dan realm's capacity to forcibly employ spiritual awareness to conduct soul searches. Once subjected to a soul search by a Dan realm practitioner, one could end up either mindless or, at worst, dead. Lu Zongyun was acutely aware that Gray Brow was not one to make idle threats. He was dead serious. The number of Yuan realm disciples who had perished under his soul searches numbered no less than 3. Master, the situation is as follows. Lu Zongyun dared not withhold any information, recounting everything in its entirety. The more Gray Brow listened, the more he was moved. The rapid advancement in rank held little allure for him. After all, it was merely the mortal realm, and no matter how swift the ascent, it bore no significance unless one reached the Yuan realm or Dan realm at such a pace. Yet, the external incarnation and its remarkable abilities left Gray Brow unsettled. To perfectly replicate the original strength, to be summoned at will and effortlessly obliterated. Unfazed by death, even if one were to perish, they could be remade anew. Each of these aspects, when considered in isolation, would attract countless formidable beings, yet they had all amalgamated into one entity. Such a young rascal, possessing such a treasure, is already deserving of death, and he dares to pilfer the sect's spiritual stones. Truly, he is courting disaster, Gray Brow remarked coldly. However, while a life may be forfeit, the treasure must be secured. Before the sect has a chance to react, we must take action. That lad named Su Zhan has utilized a teleportation talisman to depart the sect. Correct? Indeed, Master. Summon all Yuan realm disciples from Sunset Peak. With a voice that seemed to meld with the very fabric of the world, Gray Brow's command reverberated across hundreds of miles, ringing in the ears of the Yuan realm disciples. Soon, all 37 Yuan realm disciples under Grey Brow's command present within the sect had assembled. Of course, his disciples numbered far more than this, with many stationed in various cities, performing their duties. You are all to immediately command your subordinates to search for Su Zhan's whereabouts. The search radius is to encompass 1,000 miles around the sect. The venerable Grey Eyebrow commanded, "Whoever first uncovers the whereabouts of Su Zhan shall be rewarded with my bounty. Conversely, those who dare to conceal such knowledge, harboring ulterior motives, shall face dire consequences." The hearts of the disciples at the Yuan realm quaked at his words. The repercussions of inciting Grey Eyebrow were exceedingly grave. It was not merely death they feared, but a fate far worse than death itself. Understood, the Yuan realm disciples swiftly acknowledged. Observing this scene, Lu Tsongyun realized that the coveted treasure was now beyond his grasp, and even the slightest benefit seemed utterly unattainable. However, it was a source of solace to him that with so many Yuan realm disciples mobilized, the mere mortal Su Zhan stood no chance against them, no matter his capabilities. Meanwhile, Su Zhan, the instigator of this turmoil, remained blissfully unaware that he had already been targeted by the Dan realm. In pursuit of him, they had even dispatched dozens of Yuan realm experts and over 1,000 formidable mortals, creating an impressive display of force. At this very moment, Su Zhan found himself in a secluded paradise, leisurely sipping the wine sent by his companion, Xiao He, while counting the spirit stones that were nearing his target. At last, with yet another batch of beast materials sold, a cascade of high-quality spirit stones poured into his spatial realm. Here it comes, 43. 74 million, just right. Absorb. As he gazed at the black imprint in his palm radiating a captivating black light, Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What new function might manifest? Would it surpass the prowess of cultivation and training? Such thoughts flitted through his mind, though Su Zhan himself felt it improbable. Cultivation and training already encompassed the entirety of a practitioner's paths to power. Contemplating further advancements seemed challenging. Yet, he would be content with a new function akin to the spatial realm, one that, while not enhancing his power, could still offer significant convenience. At that moment, all the high-quality spirit stones were consumed, and 50 wisps of black smoke materialized from thin air. The number of his Xiao He clones surged from 238 to 288. Simultaneously, his clones' cultivation speed increased to 15 times, their training speed to 7 times, and the spatial realm expanded to 58 cubic meters. However, Su Zhan was too exhilarated by these transformations to dwell on them. He immediately delved into his consciousness space, eager to discover what peculiar new function had been birthed. Yet, upon entering his mind, he was struck dumb. There was nothing. Indeed, within the consciousness space, no new additions had appeared whatsoever. Surely not. My friend, do not jest with me, he lamented. Everything had aligned perfectly. How could there be no new function? Su Zhan was baffled. He meticulously scrutinized his consciousness space multiple times, even probing the training and cultivation projections. Yet everything remained unchanged, devoid of any new functionalities. What on earth? I was promised a new function, and yet, it truly does not exist? No, it must be that I have overlooked something. I should consult Xiao He. Su Zhan remained unwilling to give up hope. Xiao He, have you sensed any new changes? Master, I have not perceived any alterations. Xiao He's response plunged Su Zhan's heart into despair. It shouldn't be like this. The consistency of the numbers aligns, and the cooling phase matches as well. Why are there no new functionalities? What could possibly be amiss?
Su Zhan pondered, utterly perplexed.
Master, I have 2 new sensations. I am unsure if they pertain to the changes you mentioned, suddenly proclaimed Xiao He number 1, the very first incarnation of Xiao He. Please elaborate. Su Zhan seized the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline. My first sensation is that I can come to you at any time. Come to me at any time? Su Zhan queried, bewildered. What do you mean? Haven't you always been able to come whenever I summon you? This is merely my sensation. I cannot comprehend it, Xiao He replied. And what about the second sensation? Su Zhan pressed on. I seem to be able to enter your body. Chapter 52. The avatar enters the body, a super amplification of 28. 8 times. Su Zhan was taken aback. Entering my body? What on earth? Can Xiao He possess himself? The first thought that crossed Su Zhan's mind was the possession techniques often mentioned in various fantasy and immortal novels, instantly raising a profound sense of vigilance. However, upon further reflection, he realized it was not quite right. With just a single thought, Xiao He vanished. How could it possibly possess anything? Unless... Xiao He number 1. Come here, Su Zhan commanded, and immediately Xiao He no. 1 appeared before him from the hunting ground. Now, try entering my body. Experience is the foundation for authority. He also recalled the training shadows and the peculiar entities involved in cultivation. They achieved remarkable effects through Xiao He's entrance, prompting the question, what would happen if Xiao He entered his body? Would it accelerate cultivation, enhance practice, or perhaps amplify something else entirely? With this thought, Su Zhan's heart began to race. Yes, master. In an instant, Xiao He number 1 transformed into a wisp of black smoke, gliding through the air before seamlessly merging into Su Zhan's body. In the next moment, Su Zhan felt a remarkable enhancement throughout his being. His flesh tightened, bones hardened, meridians expanded, and his dantian grew larger. The overall capacity for spiritual energy surged significantly, and even the speed of absorbing and recovering spiritual energy increased dramatically. Is this an elevation in my strength out of thin air? The ultimate result of the avatar entering my body is a direct enhancement of my abilities. Feeling the striking change in his prowess, Su Zhan was incredulous. Estimating the degree of his strength increase, he concluded it to be around 10. A 10% boost. If one Xiao He entering the body can enhance strength by 10, then 288 Xiao He's together would undoubtedly amplify my power by 28. 8 times. Goodness! The thought overwhelmed him. What does an increase of 28? 8 times even imply? It is essential to note that the 3 profound techniques he practiced, even when perfected, could at most grant a 5-fold increase in explosive power, which would allow him to confront adversaries across 3 minor realms. If he were to truly experience a surge of 28, 8 times, he would not merely transcend 3 minor realms, he could potentially leap across major realms, directly ascending to the Yuan realm. Moreover, this is merely the enhancement multiplier provided by the current number of avatars. Should the number swell into the thousands, would it not result in exponential increases of hundreds or even thousands of times? At that point, I fear I shall transcend not just one major realm. This new ability is excessively domineering, to say the least. Su Zhan comprehended that this was indeed the new function that had vanished. Yet, he never anticipated that a feature absent from his conscious awareness could yield such outrageous effects. The greater the quantity of avatars, the more major realms he could transcend. To challenge the Yuan realm with the power of the mortal realm? That would be child's play, directly transcending from the mundane realm to the Dan realm, or even ascending to the higher Shen realm, is not beyond the realm of possibility.
Su Zhan pandered.
Suddenly, he felt as though all enhancements and transformations within him had deflated, ebbing away like the retreating tide. The 10 increase vanished entirely. Indeed, I wondered how such an absurdity could occur. It turns out there is a time limit. Present, it can only sustain for a mere minute. Moreover, it consumed one of my avatars, rendering it in a state of resurrection. Su Zhan cast a glance at the perspective of the number 1 avatar, whose black mist had turned to a grayish hue. He comprehended the situation. The new ability is Avatar Integration. All avatars can heed his command and directly enter his body, bestowing upon him an extraordinary surge in power. However, this exaggerated strength can only last for a minute. Furthermore, once an avatar merges, it signifies the demise of all those avatars, who must wait 24 hours to resurrect. This new ability is akin to granting me a formidable trump card for self-preservation. With this card, I possess the potential to turn the tide even in dire circumstances. Even when confronted by adversaries of 1 or 2 higher realms, I might escape or even counterattack. Although it lasts merely a minute, the exponential power surge within that fleeting moment is sufficient to enable me to retaliate against my foes. Even if I cannot secure a victory, there remains a chance to barely defend myself and then flee. My survival capability has significantly increased. I wonder if this new function of avatar integration will undergo upgrades like the other abilities after the next stage of enhancement?
Su Zhan felt curious.
Other abilities have tangible manifestations within the consciousness space, thus undergoing notable upgrades after enhancement. The avatar integration, lacking a substantial presentation, is already sufficiently remarkable. What further enhancements might it entail? The next stage requires 130 million spirit stones. That is no trivial sum. Relying solely on hunting, with my current daily yield of 5 million spirit stones, it would take at least 26 days at the quickest. Perhaps I should raid a mine? Human nature often leads one to disregard slower means of income after experiencing quicker ones. Su Jian was no exception. How long did it take to plunder a mine? A mere few hours? The returns approached 60 million. That pace of income is indeed unparalleled. However, now, raiding a single mine is already enough to provoke the Pure Yang sect against me. If I were to plunder a few more, the sect would likely send forth not merely Dan Realm cultivators but Shen Realm and Ling Realm ones. If Pure Yang sect proves formidable, what of other sects? For instance, the Blood Eagle sect. A bold idea sparked in Su Jian's mind. Through his recent inquiries and information gathering, he had grasped quite a bit. The Pure Yang sect is bordered by various factions. To the east lies the Blood Eagle sect, to the west the Tianlan sect, to the south the Wujiman, and to the north the Lingji cave. All these sects are situated atop the Qingyan Immortal Mountain. Why are so many disciples dispatched to guard the various cities? Not only to thwart the invasion of ferocious beasts, but also to guard against the insidious assaults of other sects' disciples who seek to sow chaos and plunder territory. Among these, the Pure Yang sect and the Blood Eagle sect harbor an irreconcilable enmity, a blood feud that has persisted for millennia. This animosity has rendered them eternally at odds, embroiled in relentless conflict. Therefore, it is entirely plausible for me to raid the mines of the Blood Eagle sect, to siphon their lifeblood from their very domain. Moreover, extending this line of thought, could I not, by exploiting the animosity between the Blood Eagle sect and the Pure Yang sect, masquerade as a disciple of the Blood Eagle sect to plunder the mines of the Pure Yang sect? A flicker of brilliance ignited in Su Jian's eyes. In this manner, mutual suspicion and infighting would ensue, allowing me to reap the spoils as a cunning opportunist. It is not the first time that members of the Blood Eagle sect have wreaked havoc upon the territory of the Pure Yang sect. By adopting a false identity to raid a mine, I could seamlessly execute my plan. Furthermore, given their inability to exchange intelligence, the mere sight of a raider adorned in the garb of the opposing sect would incite immediate action, leaving no room for alternative thoughts. They would simply act. Not only that, but apart from the Blood Eagle sect, other sects such as the Sky Blue sect, the Infinite Gate, and the Spirit Silence Cave possess mines that could be plundered with the same audacity. Suddenly, the possibilities unfolded before me. If I am to offend a sect, why not offend them all at once? After all, these sects have long been engaged in mutual aggression and relentless slaughter, frequently igniting wars at the border strongholds. Let alone raiding a mine, even plundering a stronghold would be entirely justifiable. With this in mind, Xiao Erhei, you shall commence with the mines on the border of the Pure Yang sect. Xiao Sanhei, you will head to the Blood Eagle sect. Xiao Sihei, you are destined for the Sky Blue sect. Xiao Wuhei, make your way to the Infinite Gate. Xiao Luhei, proceed to the Spirit Silence Cave. This time, we shall not skimp on the use of the teleportation array. There shall be no need to save money. We are embarking on a grand endeavor. Chapter 53. A Surge in Power, 9th Stage of the Mortal Realm. The Pure Yang sect's comprehensive pursuit. Yes, Master. With a single command from Su Jian, the little black entities sprang into action without delay. The teleportation array is a common method utilized for swift support, rapid delivery of resources, and expedient travel between various cities. However, each use incurs a cost starting at 100,000 spirit stones. And the farther the distance, the greater the expense. For a cultivator at the Yuan realm, 100,000 spirit stones is no trivial sum. Even those at the Yuan realm might find it burdensome. Yet for Su Jian in his current state, 100,000? It bears no distinction from 10. His sights are set on millions, even billions. Such a trifling amount hardly warrants consideration. Having resolutely decided to plunder the mining sites, the significance of hunting and mining has diminished. Perfect. I shall dedicate this time to refining my skills, seizing the opportunity during my journey to elevate my cultivation level. I shall ascertain the heights my power can reach once all three of my subtle techniques achieve perfection. Su Zhan swiftly placed the little black entities into a cultivation projection. After thorough examination, he determined that with an investment of 250 little black entities, the cultivation speed would increase sevenfold, and the time required for each technique became abundantly clear. The indestructible goldstone body requires 2 days to attain the intermediate realm. The body sculpting classic of the I Ching requires 5 days to reach the intermediate realm. The Thunderblade technique requires 2 days to achieve the intermediate realm. Even for the minor technique, the Endless Purgatory method, Su Zhan conducted a special test, concluding that it necessitates 79 days to reach the initial realm. The time demanded for the minor techniques is still excessive. It is prudent to elevate all 3 techniques to a higher level first. The intermediate realm is insufficient. It must reach the advanced level or even perfection. The ability to contend with a Yuan realm cultivator whilst remaining in the mortal realm hinges entirely upon these 3 subtle techniques. Thus, Su Zhan commenced his remote command. The following day, disciples of the Yuan realm under the leadership of Master Hui Mei had spread across various cities surrounding the Pure Yang sect, accompanied by disciples of the 7th stage of the mortal realm and above. All factions within the cities, alongside the underground intelligence networks, were offering rewards for information regarding Su Zhan's whereabouts. Suddenly, more individuals joined the pursuit of Su Zhan. On the same day, Su Zhan's cultivation level once again broke through. After nearly 10 failures, he finally ascended directly from the 6th stage to the 7th stage, achieving a monumental leap across the threshold of power. According to Su Zhan's estimations, he would require no more than 4 days to reach the 8th stage. On the 3rd day, the little black entities finally entered the colossal city equipped with a teleportation array. Under Su Zhan's guidance, they paid the 100,000 spirit stones and were instantly transported to another great city thousands of miles away. After confirming the directions of other sects, they swiftly continued onward. Meanwhile, Su Zhan's Thunderblade technique successfully progressed to the intermediate realm. According to the little black entity's hunting assessments, with his 7th stage cultivation, he could directly confront an adversary at the 9th stage. However, defeating one at that level would pose a challenge. Finally, the little black entities informed him that it would take just 6 days for the Thunderblade technique to reach the advanced realm. On the 6th day, the enigmatic figure known as Grey Eyebrow had yet to uncover any trace of the situation. Meanwhile, the little black entities continued their relentless journey through one teleportation array after another. In stark contrast, Su Zhan remained stationary, yet he experienced a remarkable breakthrough in his cultivation once again. This time, he achieved this advancement in merely 3 attempts, propelling him to the formidable 8th level. In every aspect, strength, defense, agility, he surpassed the 7th level by a considerable margin. According to Su Zhan's estimations, with just 15 days of diligent effort, he could ascend to the 9th level. Simultaneously, the indestructible golden body reached a proficient intermediate stage, harmoniously complementing the raging Thunderblade technique and his 8th level prowess, enabling him to sweep through the 9th level with ease. However, to vanquish a 9th level adversary, he still needed to bridge a slight gap. The little black entities informed him that advancing the indestructible golden body to a higher tier would also require 6 days. On the 9th day, the Book of Changes body refinement achieved an intermediate level. With all 3 techniques reaching this stage, Su Zhan possessed the complete capability to eliminate a 9th level opponent. Any ordinary 9th level foe would stand no chance against him. The advancement of the Book of Changes body refinement to a higher stage would necessitate 7 days. Thus, Su Zhan chose to focus on enhancing the raging Thunderblade technique instead. Meanwhile, the disciples under Grey Eyebrow's command remained unable to find any clues regarding Su Zhan. It was as though he had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind. Regardless of how they increased the bounty, mobilized additional personnel, or even ventured deep into the perilous territories inhabited by the beasts of the Yuan realm mountains, swamps, jungles, and deserts, they still received no valuable intelligence. On the 10th day, the Pure Yang sect finally became aware of the issue regarding the delayed submission of spirit stones from the Fengshe mine. Immediately, the higher-ups of the Pure Yang sect dispatched a Yuan realm disciple to investigate. Within half a day, the results emerged. The mine's master had been slain. All members of the enforcement squad were dead. No leads on any potential thieves were discovered. All miners had fled. Upon receiving this news, the upper echelons of the Pure Yang sect were incensed. Although the Fengshui mine was merely a small-scale operation, yielding only miscellaneous spirit stones and lower-grade spirit stones, it was nonetheless a sacred territory belonging to the Pure Yang sect, inviolable and untouchable. To strike the Fengshui mine so ruthlessly was tantamount to provoking the Pure Yang sect, a direct affront to their dignity, warranting a thorough investigation. Consequently, the Pure Yang sect dispatched another alchemist to oversee the matter. On the 15th day, the alchemist, having identified the whereabouts of a portion of the fleeing miners and forcibly extracted memories from over 100 individuals, finally uncovered the perpetrator behind the atrocities. His name was Su Zhan, a compelled miner from the Fengshui mine. His methods were heinous, as he conspired with several accomplices to exact revenge upon the mine's master, Lu Yunhai, and the numerous enforcement squad members. Yet, there were many peculiar aspects. In the memories of several miners, Su Zhan had initially been at the 4th level, yet he had ascended to the 6th level in a remarkably short period. Not only that, but his accomplices, the enigmatic figures cloaked in black, also possessed the strength of the 6th level, fearlessly appearing and vanishing at will, akin to phantoms. Based on my assessment, it is highly likely that they are in possession of some treasure or technique that enables the manifestation of external incarnations. The information relayed by the Dan realm was somewhat unexpected for the upper echelons of the Pure Yang sect. Various indications suggest that this individual named Su Zhan has undoubtedly encountered some extraordinary opportunity. However, unlike Lu Tsongyun and the Venerable Grey Brow, the higher-ups did not covet the treasure. Instead, they resolutely decided that this Su Zhan must be apprehended and dealt with severely. Otherwise, any minor character who stumbles upon a bit of fortune would dare to strike against the Pure Yang sect, thus tarnishing its reputation. Consequently, as Su Zhan anticipated, the Pure Yang sect officially joined the hunt for him. However, unlike the pervasive search conducted by the Venerable Grey Brow, the Pure Yang sect issued a death warrant that swiftly echoed throughout all their cities and territories within just a few days. With 1 million disciples in the mortal realm, tens of thousands in the Yuan realm, and thousands of experts in the Dan realm, the Pure Yang sect commenced their pursuit of Su Zhan. This exemplifies the terror of the Pure Yang sect. No matter where one attempts to flee, a single death warrant can encompass all regions of the Pure Yang sect, leaving no avenue of escape. On the 16th day, the frenzied Thunderblade technique reached an advanced stage, resulting in a significant surge in his power. While it may not be claimed that he is invincible below the Yuan realm, he could easily claim the life of a 9-fold cultivator with just a single encounter. Even when faced with 2 9-fold cultivators simultaneously, he could effortlessly slay them. However, achieving the perfected state of the frenzied Thunderblade technique would require a lengthy period of 30 days. Therefore, Su Zhan opted to refine the indestructible golden stone body instead. On the 19th day, the search led by the Venerable Grey Brow continued unabated, and the blockade and scrutiny by the Pure Yang sect persisted. The Little Blacks, unable to utilize the teleportation array, had no choice but to board flying spiritual devices procured at the cost of millions of spirit stones, continuing their journey through the high mountain skies. Meanwhile, Su Zhan, having endured 8 failures, finally succeeded in his breakthrough, ascending smoothly from the 8th to the 9th level. At the 9th level, he mastered 3 subtle techniques, 1 advanced technique and 2 intermediate techniques. Could he contend with a cultivator in the early Yuan realm? Even if there is a disparity, how significant could it be? It was time to test this. Su Zhan's eyes glimmered. Fortuitously, the Pure Yang sect was conducting a comprehensive search for him, making them ideal sparring partners. Chapter 54. The Shock of the Yuan Realm. How can he suppress me with his 9th level? In recent days, Su Zhan has witnessed the formidable strength of the Pure Yang sect through numerous encounters with the Little Blacks. The overwhelming lockdowns and meticulous inspections have left him astounded. Whether in small towns, large cities, or colossal metropolises, even at the checkpoints along the roads. Wherever there are disciples of the Pure Yang sect stationed, there are inevitably people following the assassination order in search of intelligence regarding him. Consequently, the teleportation array is temporarily unusable. Su Zhan has no choice but to dip into his reserves and purchase several flying spiritual devices to expedite the journey for the Little Blacks. Despite these efforts, they still encounter some Yuan Realm disciples scouring the area. Aware that the Little Blacks are no match for these Yuan Realm disciples and finding it challenging to forcibly breach the Yuan Realm's blockade, they must temporarily bide their time, waiting for the Yuan Realm to disperse before proceeding. On a winding path, 2 early-stage Yuan Realm disciples of the Pure Yang sect stand guard, responsible for interrogating and inspecting passing pedestrians and cultivators. One of them expresses his frustration, questioning why a mere 7th-level mortal would warrant a death order throughout the entire region. Such an extravagant display seems excessive. With the current tranquility and no traffic, one disciple cannot help but complain. If other sects were to learn of the Pure Yang sect's inadequacy in dealing with a mere 7th-level mortal, they would surely mock us mercilessly. The other disciple responds, acknowledging that it is evident that the higher-ups have dispatched Yuan Realm and then Pill Realm cultivators, yet they have failed to locate this individual, compelling them to resort to such extreme measures. However, one must admit, this fellow possesses remarkable skills. Since the issuance of the assassination order several days ago, not a single lead has emerged concerning him. It is as if he has completely evaporated from the entire realm, which is indeed quite impressive. It is indeed peculiar. One of them nods, remarking that for an ordinary person, let alone a mortal or even a Yuan Realm or Pill Realm cultivator, they would have long since become prisoners, subjected to severe interrogation. No wonder this fellow dared to target the sect's mine. But this merely grants him a few extra days of life, do you believe? It won't be long before this lad is unearthed, wishing he were dead. To dare offend the sect, such is the fate one must face. If only we could capture this scoundrel, the rewards would surely be bountiful. Just as a Yuan Realm disciple is speaking, his eyes narrow suddenly as he spots a flying spiritual device soaring swiftly through the sky, resembling a small boat. Traveler, halt! The other Yuan Realm disciple, noticing as well, shouts towards the sky. By order of the Pure Yang sect, descend immediately for inspection. Upon hearing these words, the small boat indeed begins to lower its altitude towards their position. A flying spiritual device, a veritable prize. The aura of the occupant appears to be merely at the 9th level. Let us inquire about his background. If it is unremarkable, we shall certainly seize the opportunity to profit handsomely. Both disciples exhibit expressions of excitement. The flying artifact, a treasure worth millions of spirit stones, is a possession only those at the foundational level of the Yuan Realm can afford. Encountering a mere 9th level of the mortal realm aboard such a vessel is akin to a plump lamb presenting itself to them. However, they remained composed, aware that it was prudent to first inquire about the individual's background and connections. As long as the person was not supported by some formidable figure from the alchemy realm, extortion would be a matter of course. Wait, have you noticed? This individual exudes an aura of the 9th level yet possesses no trace of life energy. As the flying vessel approached ever closer, one of the Yuan Realm practitioners sensed an anomaly. Indeed, the other Yuan Realm practitioner furrowed his brow. Having practiced perceptive techniques, his senses were exceptionally acute. At such close proximity, he could detect not a single hint of life emanating from this person, which was truly peculiar. Furthermore, the individual wore a conical hat and a mask, concealing every inch of skin. Could it be? As this thought struck them, they exchanged a glance, suddenly widening their eyes in realization. Is it him? They recalled the crucial warnings within the assassination order. Possessing the ability to manifest multiple avatars, moving like a specter, appearing and disappearing without a trace, a guaranteed kill upon encounter. Yet the order explicitly stated it pertained to the 7th level. But now, before them stood a clear 9th level. In just a few days he had ascended 2 minor realms. Just as they were processing this information, the flying vessel had reached them, revealing a figure not clad in black robes but rather in ordinary attire. Xiao He, brandishing a long blade that materialized in his hands. A crackling lightning aura enveloped the blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao He leaped from the vessel, wielding his sword with an astonishing ferocity, striking fiercely at one of the Yuan Realm disciples. Damn it! The disciple's face paled in shock. Yet, it must be said, the Yuan Realm's reflexes are formidable. He swiftly drew his long sword spirit artifact, its blade radiating with spiritual light, and met Xiao He's blade with a resounding clash. Boom! The sound of their weapons colliding echoed like a grenade explosion. The terrifying shockwave sent debris and dust swirling into the air, even cracking the ground beneath the Yuan Realm disciples' feet in a spiderweb pattern. What kind of joke is this? Feeling the overwhelming force transmitting through his grip, the disciple was utterly astonished. Was this truly the strength expected of a 9th-level mortal realm practitioner? Even he struggled to withstand it. Could this truly be the external avatar of Su Zhan mentioned in the assassination order? Boom! Suddenly, another deafening sound erupted. The Yuan Realm disciple turned his head to find his companion engaged in combat with another figure who had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Despite their differing attire, the aura and power level unmistakably matched the 9th level. Wielding a long blade and employing techniques that mirrored those of the external avatar in a fierce clash of weapons. However, his companion's strength was evidently superior to his own. Yet it was merely the 9th level. Die. After a brief defense, he was able to swiftly retreat a step. Then, the great sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant light, exuding an overwhelming force that rose from below, sharply slicing upward and drawing a splendid arc of crescent blade in midair. Excellent. The disciple of the Yuan Realm felt a surge of joy within. This was his companion's signature technique, the crescent blade technique, which he himself would not dare to confront head-on. This external manifestation, although possessing the physicality of the 9th level, boasted a power comparable to the early stages of the Yuan Realm. However, in terms of defense, it remained at the 9th level. Since it was the 9th level under the strike, death was inevitable. Yet, thud, Little Black was struck by this blow. Contrary to their expectations of being cleaved in two and facing certain death, he was merely pushed back a distance, his clothing significantly torn, yet he remained unharmed. Advanced spiritual armor. No, even with advanced spiritual armor, it should only diminish part of the force. The residual power should be more than sufficient to kill him. That faint golden hue is an external martial technique. He actually cultivated an external martial technique. Moreover, his realm was evidently not low. The two disciples of the Yuan Realm were greatly astonished. To break through to the 9th level in such a short time was one thing. To possess an attack power comparable to the Yuan Realm at the 9th level was another. Not to mention the advanced spiritual armor they themselves could not attain. And now, he even had an external martial technique. Was there any reason left to this individual? Suddenly, they seemed to witness an unbelievable scene. Their pupils constricting as expressions of shock overtook them. They beheld Little Black, who had been pushed back, surrounded by numerous doppelgangers, some clad in black robes, others in white, and some in ordinary attire. The only commonality was that they all wielded long swords, charging towards them. It was over. Among the two disciples of the Yuan Realm, only this thought briefly flickered in their minds before they were engulfed by the sea of Little Black's figures. Chapter 55. Su Zhan's madness, simultaneous plunder of 10 small mines. They truly crushed the signal talisman. However, it is unavoidable. The disparity between the 9 layers and the Yuan Realm is indeed too vast. Were it not for the combined efforts of the 30 Little Blacks, it would have been uncertain whether they could have dealt with these two adversaries. Meanwhile, Su Zhan had already received a plethora of spoils from the 2 Yuan Realm disciples, scavenged by the Little Blacks. Undeniably, the Yuan Realm is astonishingly formidable. Although the Little Blacks possess offensive capabilities comparable to the initial stage of the Yuan Realm, they utterly fall short in physical defense, agility, and, most critically, in spiritual consciousness. Thus, Su Zhan can ascertain that, with the current strength of the Little Blacks, they can only contend with beings below the Yuan Realm in one-on-one encounters. When faced with Yuan Realm opponents, they can merely manage to defend themselves, with absolutely no chance of victory. Yet, if one-on-one confrontations prove futile, then a collective onslaught is the solution. Under the frenzied assault of the 30 Little Blacks, even if the 2 Yuan Realm disciples resisted with all their might and employed every means to preserve their lives, they ultimately met their demise. However, before they perished, they shattered the sect's signal talisman. It would not be long before other disciples of the Pure Yang sect received the signal and rushed towards this direction. The route to the Tianlan sect was completely exposed, and it was anticipated that Pure Yang sect would set up checkpoints along the way. Thus, Su Zhan decided to leave a seed behind, waiting for the commotion to subside before continuing onward. He had devised a plan. Should attention be drawn, he would have one Little Black hide away. with the advantage of having no life aura and completely suppressing its presence, as long as no alchemy realm practitioners came. Even with the Yuan realm's spiritual consciousness probing meticulously, they would never detect the little black's existence. Once the tumult had passed, the little black left as a seed could then proceed towards the Tianlan sect. Surprisingly, the combined wealth of these two Yuan realm practitioners amounted to merely 3 million. For beings of the Yuan realm, this seems rather inadequate, does it not? In Su Zhan's eyes, the Yuan realm represents a transcendence beyond the mundane. The mere ability to wield spiritual consciousness, extending over 100 meters and perceiving every movement within that range, is akin to a semi-divine existence. Not to mention the ability to unleash a blade of energy and cleave through a mountain, or to manipulate metals as if they were mere dough. One would expect such entities to possess a value exceeding 10 million spirit stones. Yet, astonishingly, the two together barely approached 3 million. However, a moment's contemplation reveals the truth. How does one attain the Yuan realm? It is through the accumulation of various resources, techniques, precious materials, and prolonged cultivation, alongside perilous endeavors. All of these are exceedingly costly. To enable a Yuan realm practitioner to absorb and cultivate, one must provide high-grade spirit stones, which is already a significant financial burden. The elixirs needed for a Yuan realm practitioner to recover from injuries start at a staggering 100,000 spirit stones each. The cultivation methods available in the Yuan realm, even at the minor level, are worth millions of spirit stones for a single volume. Additionally, there are various advanced spiritual weapons and armors. Yet, these two individuals possess none of these. It is no wonder they cannot resist the temptation to extort from anyone seen riding a flying spirit device. Their poverty is palpable. In this regard, the rewards from slaying those in the Yuan realm are truly meager. It is slightly better than hunting or mining, but in comparison to pillaging a mine, it is akin to comparing heaven to earth. If Su Zhan's words were to reach those in the Yuan realm, they would surely be incensed. Hunting, mining, and killing for treasure, these are the pursuits of the common man. But is raiding a mine something a normal person would do? Only Su Zhan would consider it so. He can traverse the entire map effortlessly, yet if he were to venture out in his true form, he would be swiftly apprehended and dismembered by the pure Yang sect. Since he is not yet a match for those in the Yuan realm in one-on-one combat, he must continue to grow stronger. From my current perception, the path to advancing to the Yuan realm will take at least 3 months. And that is an optimistic estimate. It appears that, given my aptitude, breaking through to the Yuan realm presents a significant challenge. The immediate strategy must be to seek breakthroughs through cultivation methods. All 3 volumes of the minor level need to reach perfection. Once they are perfected, the combined might will make it effortless to vanquish those in the early stages of the Yuan realm. Su Zhan's gaze flickered with determination. Achieving perfection in the minor level is equivalent to attaining the initial stage of the minor level. Mastering all 3 perfected volumes of the minor level essentially equates to mastering the 3 foundational stages of the minor level. This would enable him to utterly crush and eliminate any ordinary early-stage Yuan realm cultivator. Furthermore, as for that minor level, if he could conquer this minor level, he would be capable of dispatching early-stage opponents in an instant, and even contend with those in the mid-stage with ease. The Yuan realm merely qualifies one to cultivate at the minor level, yet few can truly master it. Take, for instance, the 2 Yuan realm disciples who recently fell to his subordinates. They were still employing minor-level methods, and although they had the qualifications to learn the minor-level techniques, their poverty rendered it impossible. Master, we have discovered a small mining site, and the owner is currently within the estate. Shall we proceed? A voice from one of the subordinates in black inquired. Excellent. A glint of excitement sparked in Su Zhan's eyes. What of the others? Are they all prepared? Master, I am ready. Master, I have completed the change of attire and am poised for action. Master, the other subordinates in black echoed in unison. Clearly, this was not the first mining site they had located. They had long since scouted it, yet Su Zhan had held them back from acting. The strategy was simple: to wait until multiple subordinates had confirmed their findings before launching a simultaneous assault. This was because these small mining sites all belonged to the pure Yang sect. If they acted prematurely, the sect would swiftly respond, dispatching personnel to protect the site, thus thwarting any chance for a second wave of profit. 10. A coordinated strike on 10 small mining sites at once would surely send the Pure Yang sect into a frenzy. Perhaps even those in the Shen realm would emerge to deal with me. Yet, with so many nuisances, what more could worsen the situation? With a subtle lift of his lips, Su Zhan beckoned. Let the storm rage forth with even greater ferocity. Everyone, you may commence. Remember, this time, not a single soul shall be spared, including the miners. Anyone who lays eyes upon you, regardless of their identity, must be eliminated without hesitation. Previously, I was preoccupied with dispatching the execution squad and Lu Yunhai, neglecting the miners. This oversight allowed the Pure Yang sect to trace my whereabouts through soul searching, ultimately issuing a death warrant. Although I am aware that the Pure Yang sect will eventually uncover my identity, as long as there are no witnesses, trouble will not arise swiftly. A single day gained is a day won. Indeed, Master. Chapter 56. A remarkable advancement of 2 stages. The count of Little Black surpasses 400. Who goes there? Halt. No, it's the attire of the Blood Eagle sect. Are they disciples of the Blood Eagle sect? Ninefold. They are all enemies from a rival sect. Flee quickly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Send a distress signal to the sect at once. The rival sect has invaded. It is the ninefold disciples from the Spirit Silent Cave. How dare they venture deep into our Pure Yang territory to pillage? Have these lunatics lost their minds? You wretches from the Wujiman, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Is this not the mining grounds of the Pure Yang sect? How could disciples from other sects storm in here? Bastards, daring to lay hands on the Pure Yang territory. Prepare for war. Save me. Someone, please save me. I do not wish to die. Ah! In an instant, as 10 mining sites erupted in chaos simultaneously, all the site masters and members of the punishment squad within those mines were utterly horrified. They either struggled to resist, fled in panic, sent out distress signals, or were paralyzed by fear. Despite their varied reactions, the ultimate outcome was uniformly grim: death. These mines were meticulously selected by Su Zhan for the Little Blacks. They were rich in resources, yet the strength of the site masters was rather mediocre. The weakest among them, like Lu Yunhai, was merely at the 7th level of the mortal realm, while the strongest reached the 9th level. Yet, regardless of their levels, as long as they had not ascended to the origin realm, they could not escape the fate of perishing beneath the blades of the Little Blacks. In that moment, the sounds of flesh being sliced, anguished cries, and the thunderous clash of techniques reverberated incessantly. Meanwhile, Su Zhan's attention was solely captivated by the sound of spirit stones cascading down like a torrential rain within the avatar's space. Was this sound not as enchanting as the others? 30 million, 50 million, 70 million, 90 million. Indeed, plundering the mines is the true path to wealth. And this was merely a small-scale mine. Imagine the explosive profits that could be garnered from raiding medium-sized, large, or even colossal mines. Su Zhan was exhilarated. Small-scale mines were typically guarded by outer disciples at the 7th level of the mortal realm and yielded mostly miscellaneous spirit stones, with a small chance of producing low-grade natural spirit stones. Medium-sized mines were overseen by inner disciples at the mid-stage of the origin realm, with a minimum output starting from low-grade spirit stones and a slight chance of yielding mid-grade natural spirit stones. Large mines were under the protection of core disciples at the late stage of the pill realm, with a minimum output of mid-grade spirit stones and a small probability of producing high-grade natural spirit stones. Colossal mines were guarded by elite disciples at the late stage of the profound realm. These were the pinnacle of mines, with a minimum output of high-grade spirit stones and a slim chance of yielding extraordinary-grade natural spirit stones. One can only imagine the staggering gains that would result from plundering those mines. However, at present, Su Zhan was merely raiding a small-scale mine, yet it was sufficient for the entire Pure Yang sect to issue a kill order against him. Should he dare target medium or large mines, he would likely attract the ire of formidable beings from the pill, profound, and spirit realms. 130 million, that is ample. This time, I shall forego the exchange and directly absorb the bounty. 130 million spirit stones. The exchange alone would require considerable time and effort. In any case, the absorption efficiency of the Black Brand has already improved, so I may as well let it absorb on its own, even if it means waiting a few more minutes. As the radiant glow of the black brand illuminated the surroundings, the mounds of spirit stones appeared to dissolve before Su Zhan's eyes at an astonishing pace. Approximately 5 minutes later, the entirety of the 130 million spirit stones had been consumed. In their place, a new cloud of black smoke emerged before him. As I anticipated, this time, 66 more clones were generated. Consequently, the total number of my clones has now reached 354. The space allocated for my clones has also increased from 74 cubic meters to 90 cubic meters. My training efficiency for the clones has surged significantly, no longer merely doubling but rather quadrupling in a single breath. This equates to a current training efficiency of 19 times, just a hair's breadth away from 20. Following this trend, it will still take 2 months to break through to the Yuan realm. The efficiency of my clones training has also improved. Previously it was a mere 1-fold increase, but now it has risen to a 2-fold increase, currently achieving an efficiency of 9 times, still 1 shy of 10. With both functionalities nearing the critical point of 9, the mere 1-fold difference in validating the pattern is quite vexing for Su Zhan, a slightly obsessive individual. However, it won't be long now. During the time spent absorbing spirit stones, an additional 40 million spirit stones have been accrued. The next stage requires 390 million, and at this rate it will be reached in no time. Su Zhan was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, at a nearby small mining site adjacent to a city guarded by the Yuan realm, the mine owner sent out a distress signal to the sky just before his demise, and the news rapidly reached the Yuan realm's ears. Upon hearing that trouble had arisen at the mine, the Yuan realm disciples, reveling in their decadent lifestyles, changed their expressions dramatically, hurriedly donning their garments and racing towards the small mine. In mere moments, the Yuan realm arrived at the site of the small mine and directly encountered a little black creature scouring for spirit stones. Bloodhawk sect attire? Damn that Bloodhawk sect. A mere group of 9-layered nuisances dares to wreak havoc in my territory, courting death. With a piercing roar, a Yuan realm disciple unleashed their technique, cleaving through the air with a sword of flame several meters in length. Yet, one of the little black creatures merely glanced at it before countering with a swift strike. As the lightning-infused blade clashed with the flame sword, the Yuan realm's attack was entirely thwarted. What? The Yuan realm disciples' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. They were a Yuan realm early-stage practitioner, capable of slaying mortals with ease. Yet, not only did the 9-layered mortal withstand the attack, but it also shattered their technique. When did the disciples of the Bloodhawk sect become this formidable? Flee! The Yuan realm disciple decisively turned to escape. However, behind him, a throng of little black creatures materialized, brandishing their long blades, lightning swirling as they charged towards him. The onslaught from the little black creatures was fierce. However, in the face of a life-preserving individual who only sought to flee, I could not stop him, and he escaped. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Had I dared to launch a fierce attack or harbored intentions of countering them, I would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed, losing my last chance for survival. The members of the Blood Eagle sect clearly aimed to kill and plunder. I must hasten back to inform the sect and eliminate these ruffians. The discovery did not pertain solely to this disciple of the elemental realm. Several other mining sites, upon the issuance of the distress signal flare, witnessed the arrival of various individuals at the 9th level of the mortal realm or early-stage elemental realm to provide aid. The outcome was predictable. Before the throngs of diminutive, formidable beings, any early-stage elemental realm practitioner who dared to confront them head-on would meet certain death. On another front, 370 million, 380 million, 390 million. Excellent, the 18th phase has arrived. This time, Su Zhan did not wait silently for the accumulation of spirit stones to be completed before allowing the Black Seal to absorb them. Instead, after amassing a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, he directly enabled the Black Seal to enter the state of absorption. In mere moments, having waited less than half a minute, a whole row of dark figures once again materialized before Su Zhan. 82 of the diminutive beings had arrived. Chapter 57. Simultaneous cultivation of 2 techniques, infinite passive stacking plan. A staggering 436. The total number of avatars that Su Zhan possesses has evidently surpassed the remarkable threshold of 400, signifying an explosive surge. However, he finds himself devoid of the luxury to dwell upon these avatars. Indeed, what did I say? Tenfold. It is indeed tenfold. Su Zhan cannot contain his exhilaration. At this moment, he distinctly perceives the transformation of spiritual energy coursing through his body. The already astonishingly rapid cultivation speed has, concurrently with the birth of the little black ones, surged directly by a factor of 2. That's right. It has directly doubled. What previously required 2 months to reach the Yuan realm has been remarkably condensed to merely 1 month. Tenfold signifies an increase in exclusive avatars. 20-fold, if I am not mistaken, implies a doubling of the number of exclusive avatars. If the 30-fold expansion follows suit, then could it be that? Su Zhan cannot help but marvel. Upon observing the cultivation of the avatars, he swiftly delves into his consciousness space. With a mere glance, he perceives the alteration in the avatar's training. However, unlike the avatar's cultivation, this does not herald the emergence of exclusive avatars. Rather, it introduces an additional spherical black orb within the training silhouette, a distinct upgrading path from cultivation. The enhancement pertains to the quantity of techniques cultivated simultaneously. Su Zhan comprehends this immediately. 1 spherical black orb accommodates a single technique. 2 spherical black orbs allow for 2. This implies that in the future 3, 4, or even 10 black orbs may appear, enabling Su Zhan to cultivate 10 techniques concurrently. Should he truly manage to cultivate 10 techniques simultaneously, the benefits would be unimaginably vast. A glimmer dances in Su Zhan's eyes. His previous notion, akin to that of all sect disciples, was that for a particular type of technique, it sufficed to select one that was particularly formidable for cultivation, rendering the pursuit of a similar one a waste of time. For instance, with weapon techniques, one technique like the Furious Thunderblade technique suffices. The previously cultivated Blood Shadow Blade has become entirely obsolete and serves no purpose. However, with the emergence of this avatar training upgrading path, Su Zhan's perspective undergoes a complete transformation. The paramount significance of cultivating multiple techniques lies in the ability to stack passives. Does it not? External techniques and internal techniques all fall under the category of passive techniques. Once an external technique is perfected, it can permanently enhance the physical body, augment defenses, bolster resilience, and expedite self-healing, among other benefits. The same applies to internal techniques. Each additional internal technique signifies an enhancement in aspects such as spiritual energy storage, absorption, recovery, and consumption. Ordinary cultivators find it burdensome to cultivate even one technique, let alone spend such time stacking passives. The benefit to their strength is minimal. Su Zhan, however, is different. He can effortlessly stack 10 external techniques and 10 internal techniques. Once his passives are stacked, goodness gracious, standing still while facing opponents in the Yuan realm, they would hardly hope to inflict even a scratch upon him. Not only that, the external martial arts techniques are indeed diverse and varied. Some do not enhance defensive capabilities at all, focusing solely on strengthening the arms, augmenting strength, and amplifying offensive power, all aimed at heightening the practitioner's explosive potential. Those who cultivate in this manner typically wield heavy weapons such as axes, great swords, or massive hammers, capable of delivering a single strike that can obliterate the soul of their adversaries. There are others that do not increase physical resistance or arm strength. Instead, they form a unique layer of protective energy outside the body, which the enemy must breach before they can strike the practitioner directly. Even more advanced techniques disregard defense, resistance, and strength altogether, concentrating solely on the ability to self-heal. Practitioners of such external martial arts can regenerate limbs as long as their head remains intact, allowing them to continue fighting ferociously. With such a rich variety of external techniques, it is only natural that internal martial arts would flourish as well. Once Su Zhan manages to master all these internal and external skills, one can only imagine the extent of his prowess, strength, defensive capabilities, resistance, external protective energy, and self-healing all would be within his grasp. To an observer, he may appear to be merely at the 9th level of the mortal realm, yet upon engagement, they would soon realize that he is far more formidable than those in the mid to late stages of the elemental realm. There is no need to rush the stacking of passive abilities. First, he must enhance his hard power, addressing any shortcomings, and only then focus on accumulating passive abilities. Hard power refers to the 3 levels of subtlety and the minor level of the infernal refinement technique. According to his assessments, after progressing through 2 phases of enhancement, the infernal refinement technique requires merely 19 days to reach the preliminary stage. 19 days still feels excessively lengthy. Even with an additional opportunity available, Su Zhan is reluctant to squander it therefore. He has decided to prioritize the unyielding Golden Stone body and the I Ching body sculpting classic, aiming to elevate all 3 subtle levels to perfection as the most strategic approach. As for his current shortcomings, they pertain to the movement techniques and special types of martial arts he has yet to cultivate. Once these deficiencies are addressed, he shall have no chance of fleeing before the likes of Xiao He at the initial stage of the elemental realm. Lastly, he will focus on stacking passive abilities. The extent to which he can accumulate them will depend entirely on the abundance of time he possesses. With ample time, even a formidable entity like the Pure Yang sect will be rendered insignificant. After 2 phases, I almost overlooked the new changes regarding the ability of the doppelganger to merge with the body. Su Zhan recalled his ultimate trump card ability. In his previous focus on the increase of spirit stones and the additional functionalities it provided, he momentarily forgot to consider the upgrades of this hidden ability. With a mere thought, a small shadow of Xiao He suddenly materialized before him, then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, permeating his being. There is indeed a change. Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with realization. Although the change was somewhat subtle, it was palpable previously. The enhancement provided by Xiao He was approximately 10, yet it has now noticeably increased to 12. This indicates that each phase can yield a 1 improvement. One should not underestimate this 1 enhancement. If previously, the 436 manifestations of Xiao He merging with the main body provided a power amplification of 43.6 times, then with this 1 increase, the power amplification will soar to 47.96 times. Now, after a 12 increase, the growth factor reaches a staggering 52.32 times. If this trajectory of continuous enhancement persists, we may soon witness increments of 15, 20, or even 100. What does 100 signify? It translates to 436 clones, equating to a 436-fold increase in power. The number of clones directly correlates to the magnitude of strength. Considering Su Zhanfan's current 9th level of the Yuan realm, a single strike could potentially eliminate even those at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm. Not only has the amplification increased, but the duration has also been extended. What was originally supposed to dissipate in a minute lingered for an additional 20 seconds before beginning to fade. Each stage of enhancement prolongs the effect by an additional 10 seconds. Remarkable. The duration of the amplification effect has expanded. If this continues, with a wave of clones entering the fray, I could effortlessly transcend several major realms in mere moments. Su Zhan couldn't help but marvel at the prospect, eagerly awaiting the moment when those little black figures would breach the borders and infiltrate various sections. At that point, regardless of the consequences, it would be time to engage directly. The Pure Yang sect has already reached a critical point in its exploits, causing quite a stir. After all, being in another's territory necessitates caution. However, within the realms of other sects, one can act with impunity. If they wish to capture someone, they should venture into the territory of the Pure Yang sect, where formidable warriors await. Su Zhan, as he contemplated these matters, an unexpected cold voice resonated from outside, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he left the makeshift shelter he had erected and stepped outside. Master! Master! Chapter 58. Lin Qingshuang. Help me eliminate a Dan realm. Indeed, at this very moment, outside the dwelling, a graceful figure poised atop a celestial crane was unmistakably his master, Lin Qingshuang. Standing with hands clasped behind her back, she donned flowing white garments, her long straight black hair gently swaying. Despite exuding no palpable aura or making any gesture, a cold sweat broke out on Su Zhan's brow, and alarm bells rang in his heart, as he tightly grasped a long-distance transmission talisman he had purchased. Suddenly, hundreds of small black figures emerged before him, all wielding long blades, encircling Su Zhan completely. Furthermore, he was prepared. With just a thought, he could summon over 400 of these small black figures into his body, augmenting his power by a staggering 50-fold. Such an enhancement in strength would surely provide him with enough time to escape, even if he could not defeat a late-stage Yuan realm opponent. How could she possibly be here? I shattered the sex token. No one should be able to find me. Moreover, she directly uttered my true name, indicating she is aware of my identity. Now, she has specifically sought me out at this residence. Does she intend to drag me back to the sect? Su Zhan was on edge, every pore on his body wide open, with strands of hair standing on end. The pressure from a late-stage Yuan realm individual before him was overwhelmingly immense. At the 9th level of the mortal realm with such numerous external avatars, it is evidently you,
Suzan.
Lin Qingxuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Lu Wujian is indeed Su Zhan, the mortal realm lad who had been issued a death warrant by the Pure Yang sect. Until she arrived here and laid eyes on Su Zhan, she had harbored doubts. Only at this moment did she become truly certain. Despite her seemingly calm demeanor, a tempest surged within her heart. In a mere month, Su Zhan had ascended from a mere 4th-level novice upon entering the sect to a 9th-level mortal realm practitioner, and even executed a shocking incident that astonished her, plundering a mine, becoming the first mortal realm individual in the history of the Pure Yang sect to be issued a death warrant. Moreover, sensing the identical 9th-level aura emanating from those external avatars, Lin Qingxuang's astonishment deepened. It was one thing for the strength of the external avatars to rival that of the true self, but the sheer number was astonishing. Additionally, reports indicated that these avatars could be created and destroyed at will, unperturbed by consumption. Their methods were simply beyond imagination. It seemed that her visit had not been in vain. Master, how did you find me here? Su Zhan did not respond to Lin Qingxuang's statement but voiced his confusion. The rescue talisman I gave you contains a locator, Lin Qingxuang replied plainly. Damn! Su Zhan suddenly recalled that, in his haste to shatter the sex token and sever their tracking, he had overlooked the fact that Lin Qingxuang had once bestowed upon him that rescue talisman. However, shouldn't the talisman have lost its tracking capability once shattered? How could it still have a locator when intact? However, dwelling on these matters has become futile. So, Master, you have come. There is no need for alarm. I do not intend to apprehend you. Lin Qingxuang's words momentarily startled Su Zhan. Not here to seize him? What could a late-stage Yuan realm cultivator possibly want from a mere 9th layer of the mortal realm? I have come to propose a transaction. Or rather, to make a request. Lin Qingxuang descended gracefully, leveling her gaze with Su Zhan. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan's mind became increasingly perplexed. A late-stage Yuan realm cultivator requesting something from a 9th layer mortal realm? What kind of absurdity is this? Nevertheless, he refrained from responding, silently awaiting Lin Qingxuang's continuation. My true name is not Lin Qingxuang, but Zhan Yuer. I am not a native of the Pure Yang sect. Rather, I hail from the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, belonging to the prestigious Zhan family. Su Zhan's pupils constricted. Blood Eagle sect members. So, she is merely masquerading, while the master is indeed genuine. However, not being a part of the Pure Yang sect does provide an explanation for her lack of hostility towards him. The Zhan family perished over a decade ago, the perpetrator being a true disciple skilled in alchemy from the Blood Eagle sect, known as the Shadow Poison Master, adept in both stealth and poison. He was once a close friend of my father, but when my father inadvertently acquired a low-grade spiritual treasure, he became envious and devised a scheme using poison, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Zhan family. I narrowly escaped this fate because I happened to be visiting another prestigious family to discuss a marriage alliance at the time. When news of the massacre reached me, the marriage alliance was immediately annulled by the other families, who shunned me. The Shadow Poison Master sought to eliminate all traces, and in a desperate bid to protect me, the old steward concealed my identity and sacrificed himself, allowing me to flee successfully to the Pure Yang sect. Years later, I joined the Pure Yang sect and became an inner disciple. By the way, I was not alone in my escape. I also had my mischievous younger brother with me, who has now joined the Pure Yang sect as well. You may have heard of him, Zhan Longhu. Is it he? Su Zhan certainly recognized Zhan Longhu, who, like him, had entered the sect at the 4th layer and rapidly ascended through the ranks, garnering considerable attention. Even Su Zhan, who had his own advantages, felt somewhat disheartened that his own progression was outpaced by an ordinary disciple. Yet now, it seems that Zhang Longhu's rapid advancement was likely influenced by his elder sister, Lin Qingshuang. No, Zhang Yuer, you have concealed your identity, yet allowed your brother to reveal his true name. Do you not fear retribution from the Shadow Poison Master? Su Zhan curiously inquired. After exterminating my Zhan family, the Shadow Poison Master has eliminated numerous other prestigious families over the years, accruing countless enemies, making it exceedingly difficult for him to focus on a young individual from over a decade ago. Moreover, Longhu's master is not a Yuan realm cultivator but an alchemist. If the Shadow Poison Master truly sought to target him, it would be just as I desire. Su Zhan comprehended the situation. As long as the Shadow Poison Master remained inactive, Zhang Longhu could thrive in peace. As the Shadow Poison Master takes action, the esteemed master of the Dan realm, known for his prowess in battle, would undoubtedly not relent easily. Given the long-standing enmity between their sects, a confrontation is inevitable. With a stroke of fortune, it might even be possible to avenge the blood feud that has lingered for years, through the hands of the master of the Dan realm. You seek my assistance in a transaction. You wouldn't be suggesting that I assist you in eliminating the Shadow Poison Master, would you? Suddenly, Su Zhan realized the gravity of the situation. You are the only candidate, said Zhang Yuer, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. I have spent over a decade advancing from the mortal realm to the current late stage of the Yuan realm. Yet, I can already sense the daunting challenges that lie ahead in my pursuit of perfection within the Yuan realm. To attain the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, the quickest I could hope for is 5 years. And to break through to the Dan realm, I would require no less than 15 years. During these past 10 years, the Shadow Poison Master has progressed from the mid-stage of the Dan realm to its later stage, and it is rumored that he is but a step away from achieving full mastery. Given my current rate of advancement, the prospect of exacting revenge upon him seems utterly futile in this lifetime. Su Zhan shook his head inwardly, recognizing that Zhang Yuer was still too young, hoping to surpass others solely through her innate talent and sheer effort. In contrast, the Shadow Poison Master has relied on various nefarious means, murder, theft, and treachery, to acquire an array of treasures. Such an approach undoubtedly affords him an efficiency and speed of advancement that far eclipses that of ordinary practitioners. Chapter 59. The secret key to the hidden realm, a wealth of techniques, all at hand. Isn't your brother around? His talent is commendable, and with a master alchemist guiding him, he is bound to have opportunities in the future. Su Zhan clearly wished to evade this subject. He was barely capable of handling the late-stage Yuan realm, and now an assassination target had emerged aimed at the Blood Eagle sect, with the key figure being a late-stage Dan realm practitioner. Was this a jest? His innate talent pales in comparison to mine, Zhang Yuer remarked coolly. His rapid advancement is a result of my considerable effort. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he might not have even surpassed the 4th level by now. Is that so? No wonder this fellow seems to have an advantage over me. It turns out he too has his own advantages. Wait, Master. You also have a Master Alchemist. Perhaps you could seek her assistance. That would surely be more advantageous than striking a deal with me, right? Su Zhan recalled Lin Qingshuang's mentor, who was also a practitioner of the Dan realm. My master once faced off against the Shadow Poison Realizer on the border battlefield. She was no match for him. His elusive movements and mastery of poison rendered her defenseless, nearly costing her life. Zhang Yuer's words plunged Su Zhan's heart into despair. So, it seems it truly must be me who undertakes this task? Though I am unaware of the fortuitous circumstances that have granted you such rapid advancement and these peculiar external embodiment techniques, I must admit, your abilities are precisely the weapons needed to slay the Shadow Poison Realizer. Zhang Yuer's beautiful eyes sparkled. Since this is a transaction, if you agree to assist me in eliminating the Shadow Poison Realizer in the future, I shall offer an appropriate price in return. With that, Zhang Yuer directly tossed a luminous orb into Su Zhan's hand. It was a bronze key roughly palm-sized. At first glance, it bore no distinguishing features. This is the key to a Yuan realm-level secret realm. With it, you shall gain the qualification to enter the hidden realm. Given your luck, you may very well obtain an even greater opportunity than you possess now. The mention of a secret realm caused Su Zhan's expression to shift dramatically. As a skilled eavesdropper, he was well aware of what a secret realm entailed. It was said that some powerful beings on the brink of death would exile their crafted inner spaces. To reach such a level of power, one must at least begin at the celestial realm. However, the space would not be cast out indefinitely. There would come a day when it would suddenly appear before the world, becoming a coveted relic for countless individuals. By traversing the spatial rifts, one could enter and reap vast treasures. Nevertheless, some sects, in an effort to contain the flow of treasures, would deliberately establish great formations to prevent outsiders from intruding recklessly. One must use the secret key to attain the qualification for entry. Thus, the sect effectively held the powerful being's space entirely within its grasp, leaving outsiders unable to partake. Of course, the powerful beings who deliberately left behind relics were not entirely altruistic. Some genuinely wished to benefit future generations, passing down their created techniques and insights, serving as a warning to humanity to remember. However, there exist formidable beings who, purely for the purpose of nurturing a successor, endeavor to fulfill unachievable aspirations from their lifetime. For instance, they may seek to safeguard their lineage or exact vengeance upon the powerful entities that brought about their demise, or perhaps they aim to perfect incomplete techniques. Consequently, the secret realms left behind by these mighty beings often impose restrictions on the realms of those who may enter. They may permit only those of the mortal realm, as only mortals can begin anew in comprehending their techniques, thus filtering out the most gifted and extraordinary among them to pass on their knowledge. Alternatively, they may allow only those of the elemental realm to enter, for it is at this stage that one begins to grasp the essence of consciousness, thereby qualifying to perceive the myriad realms and laws they have left behind. Or they may permit only those of the alchemical realm, since it is only at this level that one can begin to perceive and control the forces of nature. Without such foundational understanding, one would be incapable of receiving the legacies bestowed by these great beings. The allowance of entry solely to those of the elemental realm implies that the being who left this relic must have been of the kingly realm at the very least. The wealth of spirit stones associated with the kingly realm is such that describing it as rivaling nations would be a gross understatement. It could rival thousands of kingdoms. Su Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he were to acquire those spirit stones, it would be more than sufficient to elevate him through 10 stages in an instant. While other cultivators might concern themselves with techniques or legacies, Su Zhan was singularly fixated on the spirit stones left behind by the great being. After all, the so-called techniques and treasures often come with exceedingly high prerequisites, whereas spirit stones demand the least and are the most tangible. In addition to the key to this secret realm, I shall also assist you in concealing your whereabouts. Zhan Yuer cast forth a radiant orb once more. This time, it was not a single talisman, but a stack. Among these talismans were confusion talismans, capable of disrupting one's aura for 12 hours, providing ample opportunity for escape. There were also disguise talismans, which could cloak one's appearance so effectively that anyone below the alchemical realm would be unable to see through the ruse. Furthermore, there were barrier talismans. When shattered, they would create a temporary isolation array around you, lasting about 7 days, during which even the consciousness of those at the alchemical realm would be completely obstructed. As for the long-distance teleportation talisman for escaping, I need not elaborate, as you already possess one. Lastly, there are various protective talismans, such as the indestructible talisman and the amulet. Of course, these talismans serve merely as aids. My true intention is to convey to the higher powers that you, Su Zhan, are indeed my disciple Lu Wujian. I believe that Lu Zongyun and his master, the esteemed Gray Eyebrow, can attest to this. Subsequently, I shall falsely claim that you are fleeing towards the Wujiman, leading them in the direction of the border, where I will have you circle indefinitely. The method may not be particularly sophisticated, and I cannot ascertain how much time it will afford you, but this is the utmost I can do. So what say you? Will you accept this transaction? Zhan Yuer's gaze was fervent as she awaited his response. The proposition had been laid out before him. Every aspect of sincerity and reward was accounted for. What reason could he have left to refuse? Very well. The transaction is agreeable. However, in addition to these 2 conditions, I have one more stipulation. I desire all the martial arts techniques you possess. Su Zhan's gaze flickered with intensity, ranging from the micro level to the minor completion level, and if you happen to possess techniques at the major completion level, that would be even better. Regardless of the quantity you have, I demand an equal share. These techniques are not an issue. I can provide them to you. I can even offer you the major completion level technique passed down from the Zhan clan. However, the major completion level technique will only be awarded once you have truly slain the Shadow Poison Real Man. Furthermore, I must caution you that greed in acquiring techniques can lead to disastrous consequences, as there may be conflicts among them. Should you stray into madness, the repercussions could range from the destruction of your meridians to death by explosion. Zhan Yuer wasted no time, directly tossing a jade slip containing martial arts techniques. Additionally, I require a rough estimate of when you can eliminate the Shadow Poison Real Man, preferably within 5 years. 5 years? Su Zhan grasped the jade slip, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. That is far too long, as I am not fond of undertaking long-term tasks. Let us be conservative and say 1 year. Within a year, I might even bring the living Shadow Poison Real Man before you, allowing you to dispose of him at your leisure. Chapter 60. The acquisition of 35 techniques provokes the wrath of the Pure Yang sect upon hearing Su Zhan's final words. Zhan Yuer was momentarily taken aback. A year to ascend from the 9th level of Mortal Realm to the late stage of the Dan Realm? That entails a staggering leap across 2 significant realms. Is such a feat truly conceivable? Such an exaggerated rate of advancement would likely be beyond even the most illustrious prodigies of royal and imperial sections, one can only hope. Zhan Yuer refrained from further idle chatter. With a powerful push, her celestial crane let out a resounding cry before soaring into the heavens, ultimately vanishing as a mere speck from Su Zhan's sight. First, let us ascertain the number of techniques contained within. Su Zhan immediately immersed his consciousness into the jade slip of techniques he held. The moment he glanced, he was astounded. Within the jade slip gifted by Zhan Yuer, there were a total of 35 techniques. 30 of these were at the subtle level, while 5 were of the minor achievement level. My master is indeed generous. Calculating their worth in spiritual stones, 30 subtle level techniques would start at a minimum of 300,000 spiritual stones. The 5 minor achievement level techniques were even more outrageous, beginning at 5 million. No, wait. These encompass external techniques, internal techniques, weaponry, outer skills, traps, and disguises. They cover every attribute. Moreover, these subtle level techniques are far from the common types available for purchase with spiritual stones. They are of rare and precious quality. Surely, they are worth not just 300,000, but perhaps millions. Su Zhan was astonished. Even these minor achievement level techniques eluded immediate classification. Yet, for them to be treasured by his master, they must undoubtedly possess remarkable value. This clearly illustrates that Zhan Yuer's intentions toward him are sincere, and it also underscores her fervent desire to eliminate the Shadow Poison Real Person. The level of trust my master has in me is remarkable. Merely giving verbal affirmation has resulted in such a substantial fortune. I must make some gesture of gratitude. The Shadow Poison Real Person, is it? A master of underhanded tactics who plunders treasures. It seems we are, in a way, rivals. Your life must be claimed by my own hand. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Su Zhan's eyes. To accept wealth in exchange for eliminating calamities is only fitting, especially when the adversary is no trifling matter. In aiding vengeance, I can also uphold justice. A perfect alignment. On the 4th day following Su Zhan's formal transaction with Zhan Yuer, news began to circulate throughout the territory of the Pure Yang sect that 10 small mining sites had been ravaged. Such a multitude of small mines raided simultaneously. How could the Pure Yang sect, in this day and age, endure such a calamity? It must surely be that pack of curs from the Blood Eagle sect. This time, I shall not rest until I have flayed their skins on the battlefield. Yet, what of the disciples of the Infinite sect, the Spirit Quiet Cave, and the Sky Blue sect, all acting in unison? Do they seek to provoke us into war? No, there must be a sect attempting to stir the waters, deliberately masquerading as disciples of other sects to confound us. Is this the notorious Su Zhan? Upon hearing the charges against him, it appears he has indeed plundered a small mining operation. Who else could it be? I suspect that this Su Zhan hails from an enemy sect. It is no wonder that the higher-ups would issue an assassination order against a mere mortal. This must be the reason. Those wretched thieves from the enemy sect must not fall into my hands, for I shall drink their blood, devour their flesh, and reduce their bones to ashes. Even with the vast expanse of the pure Yang sect's territory, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, ordinary news could hardly spread so swiftly and widely in such a short time. Yet this news is of monumental significance. Typically, even a minor issue at a small mining site would draw the sect's attention. But now, with 10 small mining operations simultaneously encountering calamity, the gravity of the situation has spread just as rapidly as the assassination order. Indeed, within a mere 3 days, nearly half of the cities within the pure Yang sect were aware of the incident. Practitioners were taken aback, and discussions erupted in the streets, tea houses, and taverns. Many city lords, upon learning of the news, dispatched multiple Yuan realm experts to guard the small mining sites overnight, with some even personally heading there, fearing that any delay could lead to disaster. As anticipated, on the 5th day, the pure Yang sect was enraged and employed immense resources to send a long-distance transmission, issuing a sweeping order to purge all disciples from external sects across all its cities, lords, and disciples. Any external sect disciple found, be it from the Blood Eagle sect, the Sky Blue sect, the Infinite Gate, or the Lingji Cave, was to be killed on sight. Their sect tokens could be exchanged within the sect for a wealth of contribution points and generous rewards. Consequently, the scrutiny in various cities intensified exponentially. Not even a bird could fly by without being checked for the possibility of being an external sect disciple in disguise. As a result, Su Zhan had no choice but to have his companion, Xiao He, halt their journey and conceal themselves in the wild mountains and forests, waiting for the tempest to subside before proceeding. While Su Zhan could afford to pause, those external sect disciples already lurking within the cities were now in dire straits. Have they lost their minds? Which sect would dare to act in such a manner? Plundering mining sites? Such an act of war. The audacious Blood Eagle sect. They must be masquerading as us, carrying out the plunder in our name to frame us. Their involvement is purely to muddy the waters, ensuring that everyone shares in the blame, obscuring who is truly responsible. But I know it must be the Blood Eagle sect. I have spent 30 years laying the groundwork, only to see a significant portion of my stronghold uprooted in one fell swoop. The mastermind behind this is truly deserving of death. What is happening with the pure Yang sect? After all, it ranks 10th among the star sects of the Qing Yen Immortal Mountain. A major sect of such stature being robbed of a critical resource like a mining site, and yet they have failed to apprehend anyone? Indeed, how could a behemoth like the pure Yang sect, of which even my Sky Blue sect is a subordinate, be unable to safeguard its own mining operations? Could it be that this grand performance is one they themselves orchestrated, deliberately allowing individuals to plunder the mine, seizing this opportunity to eliminate our infiltrators? Alas, even the Lord of Xianjing has personally taken action to search for us. The disturbance has reached Xianjing, and now it is utterly finished. Who could be the wretched soul behind this? Why can't they step forward and admit their wrongdoing? My very life is at stake now. I do not wish to perish. The external disciples lamented in despair. None of them could have anticipated that they would find themselves in this predicament due to a mere mortal from the mundane realm. The exceedingly rigorous inspection process endured for 10 days, compounded by an additional 5 days, culminating in a fortnight. During this half-month, Su Zhan successfully elevated both the Thunderblade technique and Invincible Stone body to their perfected states, experiencing an epic surge in strength. With his current prowess, facing an early-stage Yuan realm opponent would be a mere formality, a swift annihilation. He even possesses the qualifications to contend with mid-stage Yuan realm adversaries. However, should one speak of a monumental enhancement, today is undoubtedly the most pivotal. He is on the brink of attempting to ascend from the 9th layer of the mortal realm to the Yuan realm. Chapter 61. A breakthrough into the Yuan realm, astonishing the alchemy and mysterious realms. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power surged within him, and the temperature began to rise. Every part of his being, flesh, bones, fascia, meridians, and dantian, seemed to boil with intensity. Indeed, a breakthrough into a higher realm signaled the onset of formidable challenges. White mist began to emanate from Su Zhan, and a wave of heat radiated from him, distorting the air around. Previously, during minor breakthroughs, the upheaval was primarily internal, merely releasing a hint of momentum upon success, stirring the dust around him. However, now, before even achieving a successful breakthrough, his body was already reacting violently. Soon, a sensation akin to being torn asunder swept through him, originating from his dantian. In less than a breath, it enveloped his limbs and bones, culminating in a distinct pain within his mind. Yet, before this agony could peak, it abruptly receded like a receding tide, and the surrounding heat swiftly dissipated. Su Jian realized that his initial attempt to breach the Yuan realm had failed. However, he was no stranger to this outcome. Just 2 minutes of meditation later, the familiar sensation returned. This time, the pain lingered a few seconds longer than before, yet the result remained unchanged. Failure. Su Jian remained undeterred. If 2 attempts were insufficient, then he would make 4. If 4 failed, he would try 8. And if 8 did not suffice, then 16. He refused to believe that, under his explosive cultivation efficiency, he could not transcend the Yuan realm. With renewed vigor, the sensation of breakthrough surged once more, and Su Jian focused intently. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in the border territory of the Pure Yang sect, a group of figures transformed into radiant streaks of varying colors, soaring through the skies. Stop! Suddenly, the golden-robed man at the forefront halted his advance, prompting all others to cease as well, including Zhang Yuer, who stood upon a spiritual sword. As a cultivator of the Yuan realm, she was unable to fly unaided and could only be carried by the spiritual treasures of those from the Dan realm. "Master, have we discovered Su Jian?" inquired an elder with gray eyebrows, known as Master Gray Brow. To be addressed as master by him indicated that the golden-robed man was, in fact, one of the core disciples of the Pure Yang sect, a figure of great stature within the mysterious realm. But lo! Another manifestation of his outer self. The golden-robed man reached out, and with a mere gesture, a small mountain encircled by towering peaks crumbled into shards. A hidden figure within, situated dozens of kilometers away, was forcibly drawn into the air, suspended before him. With a single motion, he shattered a 100-meter-high mountain and summoned a being from miles away. Such godlike prowess exemplified the terror of the mysterious realm. Without a trace of life, yet another outer incarnation. This marked the 9th manifestation. How many outer selves did Su Jian possess? What was his true intent? The remaining alchemists all furrowed their brows, engaging in whispered discussions. Meanwhile, the man in the golden robe fixed his gaze directly upon Zhang Yuer. "Lin Qingshuang, is this how you claim to know the whereabouts of your disciple?" A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, imbued with a sharp intensity. This was the unique essence of the Xian realm. If the most significant trait of the Dan realm is the ability to soar through the skies and traverse vast distances, then the hallmark of the Xian realm lies in the capacity to sense all things and derive one's own profound understanding from the essence of the universe. This understanding can enhance all aspects of combat, defense, and agility. The difference in power between a technique imbued with this essence and one without it is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The essence the man in the golden robe comprehended was indeed the essence of gold. "Master, each time I have accurately pinpointed his location, yet he consistently employs devious methods to transmit talismans to his distant avatar. I am at a loss as to how to respond." Zhang Yuer replied with a slight nod. The ability to transmit items across vast distances in an instant is undeniably peculiar. The man in the golden robe harbored no doubts, as Zhang Yuer had always led them to find Su Jian's avatar with precision. His curiosity regarding Su Jian's methods began to grow. Unlike the accounts provided by the gray-brow real person and his disciple Lu Tsongyun, it was evident that, aside from his seemingly endless avatars and various enigmatic control techniques, Su Jian possessed treasures capable of rapid item transmission. Otherwise, it could not adequately explain the results they had obtained during their search in recent days. "There is no need to continue searching," the man in the golden robe declared. "Su Jian has already taken precautions. If we persist, we will only continue to be toyed with. Lin Qingshuang, as Su Jian's master, you have failed in your oversight and supervision, having confidently assured us of your ability to locate him, yet ultimately yielding no results. Upon your return, all your qualifications for secret realms will be revoked for the next 3 years, your salary will be halved, and your sex tasks will be tripled. You must proceed to the punishment hall to accept your penalty." "Yes, master." Zhang Yuer clasped her hands respectfully. "Master Uncle, shall we cease the search for Su Jian?" The gray-brow real person inquired. "This boy harbors too many secrets. It is uncertain what other special means he possesses. If we could locate him through sheer manpower, we would have found him long ago. I will report to the elders and request their intervention to seek the assistance of an elder from the Tianyin sect in deducing his location. The words of the man in the golden robe made Jean Yuer's beautiful eyes tremble slightly. Her fair hands instinctively clenched tightly. The Tianyin sect is renowned for its mastery of formations, talismans, and celestial mechanics, ranking as the third among the esteemed sects of the Qingyan Immortal Mountain. The insights grasped by its elders transcend ordinary elemental understanding, delving into the rare realm of causality. Once they commence their deductions, it is likely that within mere moments, they will directly ascertain Su Zhan's precise location and maintain a firm lock on it, tracking in real time. However, enlisting the help of the elders for such deductions comes at a considerable cost. Even if the subject of speculation is merely a trivial being, the Tianyin sect treats all with equal regard, for receiving treasures and assisting others in their divination is fundamentally their means of existence. Moreover, without a certain status, one cannot summon the attention of those esteemed figures. Even if you present treasures at their doorstep, they may still refuse to assist you. The man in the golden robe was clearly aware of his limited influence. It was imperative for an elder of the Pure Yang sect to intervene personally. In this case, it seems that Su Zhan's days are numbered. At most, within a month, the Pure Yang sect will ascertain his location, and with the might of the Xian realm descending upon him, his demise is inevitable. Jean Yuer bit her lip, silently lamenting. It appears that this transaction of mine is destined to fail. At this moment, a perplexed figure from the Dan realm remarked, "Wasn't he the external incarnation that was captured supposed to dissipate immediately? Why has there been no movement today?" I noticed that too. Another Dan realm practitioner chimed in, surmising that Su Zhan intended to utilize his external incarnation to eavesdrop on our conversation, seeking to comprehend our next move. Eavesdropping? The golden-robed man directed his gaze towards the small black figure. And if that is the case, then listen well. Do not assume that your myriad of abilities will shield you from capture. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the Pure Yang sect will still. Boom! Before the golden-robed man could finish his statement, the small black figure, which he had fixed in mid-air, suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. The countenance of all present in the Dan realm changed dramatically. Even Jean Yuer was momentarily taken aback. Has he broken through to the Yuan realm? Chapter 62. A surge in power, arriving at the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, and initiating grand affairs. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment among those present. If memory served them right, when the Fengshe mine was mentioned to have been plundered, Su Zhan was evidently at the 7th realm. Yet, within a remarkably short span, he had swiftly ascended to the 9th realm, and now, in a most astonishing turn of events, he had leaped across a major boundary to officially attain the Origin realm. While consecutive breakthroughs in minor realms might be understandable, the Origin realm represented a significant tier. I had expended nearly 2 years for my own ascent. How could he claim to have broken through so effortlessly? I sense that his promotion to the Origin realm is undoubtedly linked to the plundering of the mine. The extraordinary treasures in this lad's possession surpass our wildest imaginations. Master, this individual cannot be allowed to remain. The alchemists wore solemn expressions, their voices laced with intensity. Su Zhan's ability to manifest numerous external avatars had already rendered the Xian realm practitioners helpless, unable to discern his true form. Now, with his rapid progression, crossing major realms in such a brief interval, who knows how terrifyingly swift his growth might become if left unchecked. What a fuss over a mere breakthrough to the Origin realm. Why should this group of alchemists appear so disconcerted? A man in a golden robe spoke coldly. No matter his extraordinary abilities or remarkable treasures, in our eyes, he is but an insignificant insect. An insignificant insect that dares to be audacious, courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, the small black figure suspended in the air seemed to be crushed by an unseen force, exploding into a cloud of black smoke that vanished without a trace. Return to the sect and report to the elders. The day his whereabouts are deduced shall mark his demise. Yes, master. The assembled alchemists nodded in agreement, swiftly following the golden-robed man on their return journey to the sect. Only Jean Yuer cast a fleeting glance at the remnants of the small black figure, now powerless and falling, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Indeed, even though Su Zhan's direct breakthrough had startled her, leaving her utterly astonished. No matter how extraordinary his talent or rapid his ascension, before the alchemists, the Xian realm or the formidable pure Yang sect, he was but a mere insect. Once the penalty period passes, we shall seek others. Meanwhile, boom! A colossal boulder, towering several meters high and requiring 10 men to encircle, shattered under Su Zhan's punch. This is the origin realm. Truly feels extraordinary. Su Zhan clenched his unscathed fist, his heart swelling with exhilaration. During the mortal realm, he could only be considered a person of considerable strength. But upon reaching the origin realm, every aspect of his being, from strength and physical defense to spiritual energy absorption, speed, and even vision, reaction time, and perception, had undergone a tremendous enhancement. To describe it as a rebirth would not be an exaggeration. The most significant transformation was the awakening of spiritual consciousness, also known as divine awareness, which only emerges at the origin realm. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the origin realm, Su Zhan's divine awareness could already extend to cover a radius of 100 meters. The intangible consciousness flows like a stream of water, effortlessly permeating any space, allowing one to perceive everything within 100 meters with utmost clarity. Even the roots of a blade of grass buried in the soil are distinctly visible. With the elevation of my realm and the enhancement of my consciousness, alongside the mastery of 2 complete techniques at the micro level, the mid-stage of the Yuan realm poses no threat to me now. Su Zhan's gaze flickered. Should a doppelganger burst forth, even against a practitioner at the initial stage of the Dan realm, I would stand a chance to exchange blows. The might of my prowess breeds an unwavering confidence. Moreover, I can distinctly sense that after breaking through to the Yuan realm, my absorption rate of spiritual energy and comprehension have both witnessed a relative enhancement. Given my current pace of cultivation, within a month and a half I shall step into the mid-stage. To imagine, Su Zhan's efficiency in cultivation at this moment is nothing short of extraordinary. Not only that, he has deliberately tested the efficiency of practicing with doppelgangers. Soon, the results emerged. Master, the I Ching Body Sculpting Classic can reach perfection in merely half a day. Master, the minor-level Infernal Refinement Method requires 6 days to attain the initial realm. Master, the minor-level 8 steps to return Dragon's Body takes 4 days to achieve the initial realm. Master, the micro-level Savage Tiger Technique can reach the initial realm in just half an hour. Master, Su Zhan comprehensively understood both the micro and minor levels, especially the 5 minor-level techniques gifted to him by Zhan Yuer, for which he tested the specific time required. As he anticipated, with the comprehensive transformation of his grand realm, not only has his training efficiency improved, but his comprehension has also seen a remarkable enhancement. It feels akin to an adult returning to learn elementary arithmetic, naturally far more efficient than a typical student. Coupled with over 400 doppelgangers and an astounding 11-fold training efficiency, even minor-level techniques can be mastered in just a few days. The micro-level is even more astonishing. Attaining perfection takes merely half a day. The initial realm has been compressed to merely 1 hour, nearly achieving a level of instantaneous learning and upgrading. First, I shall incorporate the 8 steps to return Dragon's Body to rectify my deficiencies in movement. With the support of a minor-level technique, the mid-stage of the Yuan realm will be utterly unable to escape from my grasp. Once the I Ching Body Sculpting Classic reaches perfection, I will then introduce the 3 transformations of the Fiery Dragon technique. Although it remains at the micro level, it possesses attribute enhancements. And with its augmentation to my attack power, my might will ascend another tier. Furthermore, among the 5 minor-level techniques bestowed by my master, there is no long sword technique that I require, thus I must invest effort into sourcing and acquiring it. Once I have cultivated the 5 pivotal techniques, weaponry, internal arts, external arts, movement, and attributes, each to the minor level, and perfected them comprehensively, then facing an initial stage Dan realm practitioner will pose no challenge. I might even overwhelm them. Typically, a practitioner of the Yuan realm can only comprehend 1 minor-level technique at best. For instance, Zhan Yuer. Her innate intelligence and comprehension are indeed remarkable. She possesses numerous minor cultivation techniques. However, ultimately, she has only succeeded in mastering a single minor technique, and as of now, Her understanding of it has yet to reach perfection. Nevertheless, given her current prowess, she stands as a distinguished contender among her peers in the late Yuan realm of the Pure Yang sect. This suggests that should Su Zhan manage to grasp 5 minor techniques, each perfected, the magnitude of her combat strength would be truly formidable. Transcending an entire major realm would be no exaggeration. Master, I have arrived at the Blood Eagle sect's territory, came the voice of Xiao He in his mind. Have you arrived? Su Zhan's gaze flickered. During this time, he had not allowed Xiao He and the others to remain idle. Instead, he had sought alternative routes, progressing towards the territories of other sections. To his surprise, he had indeed arrived. Instinctively, Su Zhan delved into Xiao He's perspective. As expected, he beheld a towering stone monument, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, standing amidst the rushing currents of a river. Inscribed upon it was the very demarcation point between the Blood Eagle sect and the Pure Yang sect. At this moment, I have finally arrived. Su Zhan's expression brightened. I will promptly dispatch 100 Xiao He's. Your task remains unchanged. To scout, explore, and locate all minor mining sites within the confines of the Blood Eagle sect's territory. Remember all of them. Should you discover any, report to me immediately. This time, we will not proceed in groups of 10. We will conduct a major operation, clearing everything with a full contingent of 100. Chapter 63. The Lesser Vehicle Body Technique and the Subtle Attribute Cultivation Method, comparable in strength to the late stage of the Yuan realm. Now that he has entered the territory of other sects, Su Zhan naturally intends to unleash his full potential and embark on a grand endeavor. After all, the consequences of plundering 10 mines are no different from those of 100. Both will attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups, who will dispatch numerous alchemy realm cultivators, even those of the profound realm, to address him. Therefore, maximizing the benefits is imperative. Moreover, the next phase demands a staggering one. 17 billion spirit stones. This demand cannot be met by merely 10 mines. Only 100 can suffice. Should he enhance his strength to the level capable of annihilating those in the late Yuan realm, he could then seize the medium-sized mines as well. The output of medium-sized mines far exceeds that of small mines, being more than tenfold. Once he can target medium-sized mines, the explosion of profits can be imagined as exceedingly terrifying. However, it is important to note that the owners of medium-sized mines are often at the late Yuan realm level, with some even at the perfected Yuan realm tasked with guarding them. Given Su Zhan's current strength, he can manage those at the mid-Yuan realm, but there remains a considerable gap when facing those at the late Yuan realm. After all, the grading in the Yuan realm differs from that in the mortal realm. The mortal realm consists of 9 levels, with 3 levels marking a watershed. The Yuan realm, however, has only 4 tiers: initial, intermediate, late, and perfected, and each tier serves as a monumental dividing line. The difficulty of this transition is nearly equivalent to the cumulative challenge of advancing from the 1st to the 9th level of the mortal realm. Su Zhan's situation is even more audacious. To annihilate someone in the late Yuan realm while being at the early stage of the Yuan realm requires mastery over at least 2 lesser vehicle techniques, and these techniques must not be of a low level. Fortunately, Su Zhan is not in a rush. Entering the territory of other sects signifies the onset of a snowball effect. He merely needs to patiently await the culmination of this explosive outcome. As time passed, for days slipped by unnoticed. The Pure Yang sect offered no further clarifications regarding the mining raids, nor did they issue any additional directives. It was as if the matter had faded into the past. The various cities gradually relaxed their scrutiny. Meanwhile, the hidden operatives began to seize their opportunity to advance towards other sections. The operatives in the Blood Eagle sect's territory delved swiftly into various regions, diligently gathering information and exploring precise locations of the mines. On Su Zhan's end, his strength experienced another significant surge. Following the attainment of perfection in the I Ching Body Sculpting Classic, the Lesser Vehicle Body Technique 8 Steps Returning Dragon underwent 4 days of automatic cultivation, finally reaching the initial stage. Do not be deceived by its classification as merely initial. Its heightened agility allows the operatives to outmaneuver those in the mid-Yuan realm effortlessly. In fact, Su Zhan even sent operatives to test their mettle against individuals in the late Yuan realm of the Blood Eagle sect, and they were found to be entirely comparable to the typical body techniques of the late Yuan realm. On the same day, The subtle attribute cultivation method 3 transformations of the fiery dragon also successfully entered the initial stage. You heard that right. The time consumed by a subtle attribute method is remarkably similar to that of a lesser vehicle method. However, once Su Zhan took it in hand, at last, I comprehend why the world extols the prowess of attribute-based techniques. What initially appears to be a mere casual strike, devoid of any attributes, possesses destructive power sufficient only to inflict injuries upon those in the mid-stage of the Yuan realm. Yet, when attributes are appended, this very same blow can lead to instantaneous demise, cleaving an opponent in twain, leaving no hope for salvation. Even if the adversary dons superior spiritual armor, it merely serves to absorb one additional strike. The second will assuredly claim their life. Based on Su Zhan's deductions, his current strength has ascended to a level that allows him to contend with those in the late stage of the Yuan realm. Consequently, Su Zhan has placed the 3 transmutation flame dragon technique within the primary training orb, while the second orb is designated for the infernal abyss technique, a minor level technique acquired from Zhou Yueshan, which he has yet to truly master. To this day, he remains unaware of the specific classification of this technique, leaving him utterly perplexed. Filled with curiosity and with 6 days at his disposal, he resolved to experiment. Soon, the 8th day arrived since Little Black's entry into the Blood Eagle sect. Master, all preparations are complete, the Little Blacks reported in unison. Over the span of 8 days, they traversed the teleportation array, utilizing the speed of the Yuan realm along with minor-level agility, successfully infiltrating various locations within the Blood Eagle sect and accurately pinpointing over 100 small mining sites. Excellent, the members of the Blood Eagle sect, who revel in the misfortunes of others, shall now find themselves on the receiving end of fate's jest. A smirk crept upon Su Zhan's lips. Throughout their reconnaissance, the Little Blacks overheard frequent discussions among the Blood Eagle sect regarding the plundering of the Pure Yang sect's mining operations. It was evident that the sensational nature of this news had transcended the boundaries of the Pure Yang sect, reaching even the ears of other sections. Particularly, the Blood Eagle sect, which harbors a blood feud with the Pure Yang sect, erupted in jubilant exclamations upon hearing the news, their excitement palpable. To this,
Su Zhan remained indifferent.
After all, he held no affection for the Pure Yang sect, especially now that he stood in outright opposition to them. He did not align himself with any faction. His sole purpose was to fight for his own interests. However, upon investigating the mining sites of the Blood Eagle sect, he was astonished to discover that their small-scale mines were even more egregious than those of the Pure Yang sect. At least the Pure Yang sect confined their labor to young boys and girls of the first realm. The Blood Eagle sect, on the other hand, showed no discrimination based on age or gender, forcing everyone capable of mining, young and old, male and female, into servitude. They even conscripted children, treating them like livestock, ensuring that they remained as mining slaves for generations to come. Having already experienced the hardships of labor himself, Su Zhan found this treatment intolerable, and his indignation flared to the surface. Thus, he deemed the Blood Eagle sect an even graver and more malevolent adversary than the Pure Yang sect. Everyone mobilize. Leave the mining slaves. It matters not, for we don the attire of the Pure Yang sect, which will only serve to make our intentions clearer to them. Su Zhan's gaze hardened. No one from the punitive squad or the mine overseers would be spared. None would survive. Yes, master. With his command, the onslaught commenced. All the lurking shadows hidden within the various mines suddenly erupted, launching a fierce assault. Chapter 64. The Bewildered Lord of Yuanzhong City. How many geniuses are fighting beyond their level? Who are you? How dare you trespass into the mine? Are you seeking death, attired in the garments of the Pure Yang sect, or perhaps from the realm of Yuanzhong? What are your intentions? This land belongs to the Blood Eagle sect. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Pure Yang sect is invading our territory. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. So many from the realm of Yuanzhong. The Pure Yang sect has declared war upon us. Quickly notify the city lord for support. You thieves of Pure Yang. How dare you lay hands on the mines of my Blood Eagle sect? Do you intend to wage war? Ah! Damned Pure Yang sect, unable to win on the battlefield, have come to target us mortals. May you meet a fitting end. I beg you, spare my life. I swear to serve the Pure Yang sect faithfully from now on. Please believe me. Insanity. Madness. These members of the Pure Yang sect are utterly deranged. Their actions here clearly intend to exchange lives with us. In an instant, the cries and wails of agony echoed from the hundreds of small minds belonging to the Blood Eagle sect. The manner in which the Little Black slaughtered was more brutal than their plundering of the Pure Yang sect. They would strike first from afar, with the fortunate ones being slain on the spot, split in two. The unfortunate ones would lose limbs, blood splattering everywhere. Those who were less fortunate attempted to flee. But could they outrun a being of the Yuanzhong realm? Moreover, these were individuals who had mastered the minor techniques of movement. Thus, the Little Blacks would continue to deliver fatal blows, leaving the dead to die, and the wounded to writhe in pools of blood until life ebbed away. Faced with the army of Little Blacks from the Yuanzhong realm, these mortals were like helpless chicks, utterly powerless to resist. Even if a single Little Black were to engage, regardless of whether the opponent was at the 9th, 8th, or 7th level of mortal realm, the sheer disparity in terrifying strength left them utterly crushed, resulting solely in their slaughter. Oh heavens! The miners witnessing this scene were left astounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. In the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, who would dare to attack a mine? It was well known that those who previously harbored such thoughts met with severe punishment from the Blood Eagle sect to serve as a warning. For nearly a century, no incidents of open attacks on mines had been reported. Yet now it was unfolding before their very eyes. Bang! The head of a 9th level mine lord fell at the feet of the miners. As they saw the Little Blacks approach, they hurriedly knelt and pleaded for mercy, their eyes brimming with despair and terror. Yet the Little Black merely crushed the mine lord's head underfoot. Without even glancing at them, they continued their slaughter of the other members of the punishment squad. The miners were dumbfounded. They dared not move, nor could they flee. The deeply ingrained mindset of slavery had left them with no choice but to watch helplessly as the last member of the punishment squad was killed, followed by the Little Blacks forcefully plundering all the spirit stones within the mine. The wealth of the Blood Eagle sect astonishingly surpasses that of the Pure Yang sect by an overwhelming margin. Observing the continuous cascade of spirit stones raining down in the dimensional space, the sheer volume is at least 10-fold greater than the harvesting efficiency of the Pure Yang sect, perhaps even 20-fold. However, Su Zhan quickly grasped the underlying reason for this phenomenon. The Blood Eagle sect, having been enslaved for generations, signifies a perpetual cycle of exploitation, leading to the accumulation of immense wealth by those enforcers stationed at the mines. Among them, the mine owners stand as the most opulent, not only squeezing profits from below but also embezzling a substantial portion of the spirit stones submitted. These spirit stones, now temporarily unusable, have become Su Zhan's possession upon the demise of their previous owner. In less than 10 minutes, the quantity of spirit stones at Su Zhan's disposal astonishingly surpassed the threshold of 1 billion. Soon, he would ascend to the next level. Following the established pattern, he only needed to undergo 3 more cooling phases to unlock new capabilities. The emergence of the ability to integrate his clone into his being hinted at even more remarkable potentials ahead. Su Zhan was filled with anticipation. Master, I am confronted with a formidable adversary, requesting assistance. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao He echoed. Was support already on the way after just 10 minutes? Su Zhan was taken aback. Without hesitation, he immediately shifted into Xiao He's perspective. A mid-stage Yuan realm cultivator. The one engaged in battle with Xiao He was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of grandeur, adorned in luxurious attire, presumably the city lord tasked with safeguarding the nearby township. Xiao He was employing the minor-level technique 8 steps to return dragon to deftly evade the onslaught of his opponent. Xiao He's right arm lay shattered, likely a result of a recent contest of strength with the mid-stage Yuan realm opponent. Clearly, the current level of power was insufficient to contend with a typical mid-stage Yuan realm cultivator. The term typical refers to one who has mastered a minor-level technique, with a proficiency not lower than intermediate. In the face of such an adversary, it was unrealistic for Xiao He to rely solely on brute strength to prevail. Yet, the 8 steps to return dragon had provided me with immense delight. Despite the minimal capacity to counterattack, Xiao He had managed to survive, skillfully dodging every strike from the city lord, a testament to his ferocity. It appears that this minor-level technique bestowed upon me by my master is indeed a rare gem, akin to the Furious Thunderblade technique within the realm of minor-level skills. Its only drawback is the exorbitant consumption of spiritual energy. If this continues, Xiao He will not last another minute. The 8 Steps to Return Dragon is an explosive technique, emphasizing a momentary burst of speed, thus depleting spiritual energy at a terrifying rate. As Xiao He persistently utilized this technique to evade the city lord's assaults, each dodge consumed a portion of his energy. Were it not for Su Zhan's recent ascension to the Yuan realm, coupled with his mastery of a subtle internal technique to perfection, he would scarcely endure even 10 seconds. Yet now, during this harvesting phase, a mere mid-stage Yuan realm cultivator dares to impede my progress. Expel those 10 individuals at once. If they refuse to leave, bring forth another 10 and eliminate them.
Commanded Suzan.
Suddenly, 10 more figures appeared beside the timid little black. More assistance? How did this support materialize? The Lord of Yuanjing City felt a sharp jolt in his eyelids. He had already been astonished by the little black's mastery of the minor transformation technique, evading his attacks time and again. The emergence of this bizarre scene nearly provoked an exclamation from him. There was no time for further contemplation. The 10 little blacks had already charged towards him with their blades drawn. All identical, each possessed the strength to combat beyond their rank. What nonsense was this? How could so many talents from the pure Yang sect emerge all at once? And all targeting my mining site? Has the pure Yang sect gone mad, or are they simply foolish? Is it truly worth dispatching such a multitude of geniuses to risk their lives over a mere small-scale mine? What could they possibly seek? Chapter 65. The consecutive ascension of 2 phases, the number of clones soars to 648. After a brief skirmish, the Lord of Yuanjing City was engulfed by an even greater astonishment. A genius battling beyond his level to plunder a mining site, though outrageous, could be somewhat rationalized if one forced a justification. However, the sight of a multitude of such prodigious talents from the pure Yang sect descending into the heart of the Blood Eagle sect, under the constant threat of being slaughtered by their formidable Dan and Shen realm practitioners, to raid a modest mining operation, this was incomprehensible, regardless of the countless reasons one might conjure. While the mineral wealth of the mine was indeed substantial, the rarity of a genius capable of transcending their limits far surpassed the value of those spiritual stones. Even more absurdly, having lived nearly a century, the Lord of Yuanjing City was not only familiar with the pure Yang sect but had also thought he had thoroughly grasped its intricacies. Yet, he had never heard of such a sudden emergence of so many exceptional individuals within the Yuan realm, all capable of surpassing their ranks in combat. It was utterly preposterous, truly beyond belief. What, after all, was the motive behind the pure Yang sect's audacious actions? Recently, he had learned that several small mining sites belonging to the pure Yang sect had also been raided. Could it be that these very individuals were responsible for those incursions? The Lord of Yuanjing City pondered, but it did not quite add up. Reports indicated that disciples of the 9th layer of the mortal realm from various sects had acted, yet these individuals before him were all from the Yuan realm, with agility that made it impossible for him to land a hit on them. Suddenly, a faint sound of cracking interrupted the Lord of Yuanjing City's thoughts. A fisher appeared in his top-tier spiritual armor. Having endured multiple attacks from the small black figures, he was beginning to struggle against their relentless assault, and he was inevitably struck. Fortunately, with the aid of his superior spiritual armor, he was spared a grievous wound. Otherwise, that crack would have manifested as a ghastly injury upon his body. I cannot continue to fight them. If this persists, my defeat is inevitable. Retreat. The Lord of Yuanjing City chose not to engage in a head-on clash. He understood that while he could potentially eliminate a few of them through sheer desperation, equipped as he was with a complete set of top-tier spiritual protections, along with elixirs, talismans, and various treasures, he could certainly inflict damage while ensuring his own escape. Yet he opted for withdrawal. The rationale was straightforward. These adversaries were far too enigmatic. Who could say whether they too had hidden trump cards? Though abandoning the mining site would surely invite punishment from his sect, should he find himself in a dire predicament, what would be at stake was his very life. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his decision. Retreating was indeed a wise choice. Were he to delay any further, he would unleash his full might, sacrificing a portion of the small black figures to eliminate his foe. Anyone daring to obstruct his path to wealth, unless they were at the peak of the Yuan realm, must be driven back to whence they came. Immediately, Su Zhan withdrew from the fray. The brief encounter with the late-stage Yuan realm had resulted in a dramatic increase in the spiritual stones within his clone space. 1.5 billion, sufficient to elevate himself a phase, and to summon some small black figures for backup support. With the resurgence of the shimmering black light of the Black Seal, he prepared for the next step. Within the realm of the clone space, a multitude of spirit stones began to swiftly dissolve. Moments later, the 19th phase was successfully achieved, giving rise to a remarkable total of 98 new little black entities. At this juncture, Su Zhan's total number of clones had reached an impressive 534. The cultivation multiplier for the clones was elevated to 27 times, while the practice multiplier soared to 13 times. The enhancement from the clones entering the body also ascended to 13. These figures Su Zhan no longer needed to test painstakingly. A mere calculation would suffice to yield the results effortlessly. Within a mere 25 days, reaching the mid-stage of the origin realm posed no challenge. The efficiency in mastering the subtle level increased even further, requiring less than an hour. The time required for the small achievement level was significantly reduced as well. If the clones entered the body directly, there would be a comprehensive amplification of 42 times. When enumerated, it was evident that each phase of enhancement brought about substantial benefits. New brothers, synchronize with my previous commands and continue to search for other mining sites, or venture into the territories of other sects, Su Zhan decisively instructed. Yes, master. Now, the little blacks, endowed with intellect comparable to that of ordinary humans, required only a single command to understand their tasks and execute them with utmost precision. The spirit stones had once again reached 900 million. At this pace, the 3.5 billion spirit stones required for the next phase seemed assured. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the 10.5 billion spirit stones needed for the subsequent phase could be acquired directly. If not, it would be necessary to procure them from other sections. Meanwhile, Su Zhan's plan to harvest small mining sites was progressing vigorously. On the other hand, news of multiple mining sites being plundered had spread across numerous cities, causing a considerable uproar. In an instant, many from the origin realm, the alchemy realm, and even the profound realm rushed to the locations of the looted small mining sites. However, their intention was not to offer assistance, but rather to seize an opportunity for personal gain. The Blood Eagle sect was in stark contrast to the Pure Yang sect. The order within the Pure Yang sect's territory was relatively peaceful, devoid of excessive hostility. It was strictly forbidden for disciples within the sect to harm one another, even in some cities. Conversely, the Blood Eagle sect imposed no such restrictions. Rather, it encouraged internecine conflict and mutual plunder among its disciples. Consequently, this fostered a character of extreme brutality and predation among the disciples of the Blood Eagle sect. Were it not for the explicit prohibition against targeting mining sites, along with the severe repercussions, they would likely have succumbed to their impulses long ago. Now, the blame had already been assigned. Each small mining site was in utter chaos. With such a significant opportunity before them, they seized the moment, masquerading under the guise of providing assistance, hastening to amass wealth and plunder spirit stones. A moment's delay risked being preempted by others. Has a little black perished? It seems a disciple from the Blood Eagle sect in the alchemy realm has intervened. A half-hour arrival by an alchemy realm disciple aligns with my estimates. Since an alchemy realm figure has appeared, we shall temporarily abandon this mining site. After the first little black fell, Su Zhan remained remarkably composed. Even as 3 more little blacks subsequently met their demise within the following 10 minutes, his demeanor remained unchanged. During the initial stages of investigation, Su Zhan became cognizant of the considerable number of alchemists within the Blood Eagle sect, which astonishingly amounted to 1.3 times that of the Pure Yang sect. It is no wonder that the Pure Yang sect has repeatedly faced defeat on the border battlefield, suffering far more losses than victories, and has been thoroughly outmatched by the Blood Eagle sect. The increase in numbers, coupled with the targeting of 100 small mining sites, has inevitably raised the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Su Zhan has prepared meticulously for this eventuality. With a staggering total of 3 billion, Despite the loss of several mining sites, Su Zhan's rate of harvesting spirit stones remains remarkably swift. Finally, reaching 3.5 billion, he commanded commence absorption. Without a moment's hesitation, an ethereal black light surged forth, initiating an overwhelming and frenzied absorption of spirit stones. In mere moments, the 20th phase was achieved. Correspondingly, 114 small black entities came into existence. Within the span of just 1 hour, the number of Su Zhan's avatars escalated dramatically from 436 to 648. Chapter 66. Setting sights on medium-sized mines. Indeed, Su Zhan's concerns extended beyond merely increasing the number of his avatars. More significantly, the cultivation multiplier for these avatars was set to surge to 31 times during this phase, reaching yet another pivotal moment of enhancement. This time, no reaction? Su Zhan was perplexed. At the very instant the phase elevation commenced, he noticed that, alongside the burgeoning number of avatars, the quantity of exclusive avatars replicated through cultivation had skyrocketed, significantly amplifying his training efficiency once more. What previously required 25 days to reach the mid-stage of the Yuan realm could now be achieved in just 15 days. However, this was markedly different from the previous experience of doubling his avatar count. It was merely a standard increase within the normal range, devoid of any supplementary changes post-30-fold enhancement. Had it truly been the case that, similar to last time, doubling the exclusive avatars would have allowed him to reach the mid-stage of the Yuan realm in under 8 days? Clearly, the 30-fold cultivation multiplier had not triggered any additional rewards. Could it be that not only did the black imprint have a cooldown phase, but each of these functions possessed their own independent cooldown multipliers as well? Su Zhan swiftly recalled the consistent patterns associated with the black imprint. In the first and second stages, new functionalities emerged, and by the third stage they entered a cooldown before giving rise to new features in the fourth stage. The current method of enhancing the cultivation multiplier for avatars bore an uncanny resemblance to this pattern. He would have to wait until reaching 40 times to see if it truly adhered to this. Continuing to assess other changes, the cultivation multiplier for avatars had risen to 15 times, while the enhancement of avatars entering into his body had increased to 14%. Additionally, the space for avatars had expanded dramatically to 138 cubic meters. Each modification indicated that his path to strength was now broader, swifter, and more far-reaching than ever before. However, the efficiency of spirit stone harvesting began to wane. What once yielded nearly 100 million spirit stones in a minute, or even more, had now dwindled to less than 50 million in the same time frame. The entry of practitioners from the Dan and Shen realms had indeed inflicted considerable disruption. Relying solely on these small-scale mines to advance to the next stage seemed nearly impossible unless a fervent determination ignited in Su Zhan's gaze to target medium-sized mines. The next phase required a staggering 10 billion. Yet, in stark contrast, the small mines he could currently exploit barely numbered 90. The support from the Blood Eagle sect arrived too swiftly and in overwhelming numbers. As time passed, the efficiency of spirit stone acquisition would only diminish further. At this rate, not only was 10 billion a lofty goal, but even accumulating an additional 50 billion seemed unattainable. Thus, Su Zhan turned his attention to the more lucrative medium-sized mines. The yield from such mines was more than tenfold that of ordinary small mines. If a small Blood Eagle sect mine could supply 150 million spirit stones monthly, then any given medium-sized mine would surely start at least at 1.5 billion and had a high probability of reaching 2 billion. Thus, the proprietors of medium-sized mines are often formidable figures at the late stage of the Yuan realm, with some even being at the pinnacle of this stage. Moreover, the members of the punitive team are predominantly individuals who have either just embarked on their journey in the Yuan realm or are in its early to mid-stages, numerous in quantity. Furthermore, from the outset of a medium-sized mine, the sect will deploy powerful individuals to establish various arrays and traps, aiming to thwart the reckless practitioners who might dare to assault these mines in search of spirit stones. It is evident that Su Zhan would encounter considerable obstacles should he attempt to target the medium-sized mine. To plunder such a mine, at least 100 of his black minions would need to act in concert. While this number might not suffice to completely ravage the mine, securing a few 100 million spirit stones should be feasible. However, the cost in lives among the minions during this endeavor remains uncertain. Additionally, The various traits of these minions would soon be exposed to the Blood Eagle sect. Su Zhan's gaze flickered as he pondered. Ultimately, he resolved to utilize the newly arrived 114 minions to test the waters, to ascertain how the assault of over 100 minions on a medium-sized mine would pan out in terms of losses and gains. Only through practice can one uncover the truth. How could one know the depth of the waters without a trial? Without delay, Su Zhan issued a command for all 114 minions to don the complete set of spirit armor prepared for them and to set their sights on a medium-sized mine that had already been thoroughly scouted. Initiating a surprise attack, a mere half-hour later, the results emerged. In a single phrase, the cost-effectiveness was alarmingly low. Su Zhan's assessment of the punitive team at the medium-sized mine was that they were utterly ineffectual, crumbling at the slightest touch. In the face of the fearless and remarkably powerful black minions who fought with reckless abandon, they posed no resistance, quickly succumbing to cries and fleeing in disarray. As for the mine owner, he was indeed formidable, comparable, if not superior, to the city lord they had just faced. Yet, under the siege of the multitude of black minions, the owner could only grit his teeth and produce a long-distance teleportation talisman to escape, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. However, the evaluation of the defensive arrays and traps protecting the medium-sized mine was unequivocal, fierce, extremely fierce. Had the minions not been deployed, Su Zhan would have remained oblivious to the fact that the seemingly easily breakable protective array, which appeared to be susceptible to the late Yuan realm, required nearly 100 minions to exert their full strength for almost 20 minutes before it was barely shattered. Clearly, the array was designed to withstand forces far beyond the Yuan realm, more akin to those at the Dan realm level. Even if a practitioner of the Dan realm were to arrive, they would need multiple attempts to breach this protective barrier. Such formidable arrays are present at every stronghold storing spirit stones, with some of the most heavily fortified locations housing 2 to 3 layers of defenses. In this instance, the black minions took 10 minutes to finally breach one array, only to pillage less than 100 million spirit stones. Observing the remaining defenses, Su Zhan could hardly motivate the minions to continue their futile assault, instead redirecting them to assist at other smaller mines. This elucidates why Su Zhan perceives the cost-effectiveness of medium-sized mines to be exceedingly low. No wonder the smaller mines do not employ formations. The entire Blood Eagle sect has no more than 700 members for the medium-sized mines, while the smaller ones number nearly 10,000. If each were to establish such formidable formations, the costs alone would be prohibitive. Su Zhan shook his head. Until there was a significant enhancement in strength, thoughts of the medium-sized mines were futile. Unless he could eliminate the mine owner and seize the core of the formation that allowed free access, there would be no opportunity. Those permitted to enter the formation must be sanctioned by the mine owner, bound by blood oaths. Apart from them, no one else could penetrate the protective array. Even coercion would be futile, as the core of the formation lay firmly in the mine owner's grasp. In essence, if one could slay the mine owner, the medium-sized mines would be ripe for the taking. There is no rush. After all, the Blood Eagle sect has nearly 10,000 smaller mines. I have only laid claim to 100, with many more awaiting my attention. I have ample time to savor my spoils. A smirk played on Su Zhan's lips. From these 100 smaller mines, he had no intention of halting. However, the Blood Eagle sect would undoubtedly follow the example of the Pure Yang sect, instituting lockdowns and inspections, which would inevitably diminish his harvesting efficiency. Yet, a reduction does not equate to a complete absence. As long as he seizes opportunities, he would relentlessly gnaw at the bones of the Blood Eagle sect, feasting on its flesh, and should the chance arise, even extract its marrow. As for whether such actions would incite the wrath of the Blood Eagle sect, let them be enraged. If they possess the capability, they can come to the Pure Yang sect and challenge me. Blood Eagle sect. What? Over 100 smaller mines have been simultaneously pillaged, all perpetrated by disciples of the Pure Yang sect. In less than half a day's time, a senior elder of the spirit realm within the Blood Eagle sect had heard this news, and his demeanor shifted instantaneously. Just a minute prior, these high-ranking officials had gathered to mock the Pure Yang sect for being upended by an unknown force, suffering grave losses from 10 smaller mines. Yet, a minute later, a disciple arrived with the report, freezing the smiles on their faces, followed by an eruption of furious wrath. Chapter 67. The ineffectiveness of spiritual realm simulation. The Blood Eagle sect is at a loss. A plea for assistance from the Heavenly Transformation sect. Elders, I report that according to feedback from my disciples, those from the Pure Yang sect exhibit extraordinary prowess. Though they are merely at the initial stage of the Yuan realm, their true strength seems capable of contending with those at the later stages. Truly unbelievable. A core disciple from the mystic realm nodded slightly as he conveyed the report. Disciples capable of fighting beyond their ranks. It is not just one, but a multitude. The spiritual realm elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Esteemed elders, the alchemical disciples under my command have also uncovered new developments. One has slain several disciples of the Pure Yang sect, only to discover that they lacked corporeal forms. They were nothing but dark, shadowy apparitions. It is tentatively suspected that someone is employing an external incarnation technique. Another disciple from the mystic realm reported. Moreover, yet another mystic realm disciple interjected. My Yuan realm disciples have reported that during a confrontation, the opponent was able to summon an exact replica of themselves, each wielding a long blade, their strength perfectly mirroring that of the original without any prior warning. Most peculiar. Elders, one by one, the mystic realm disciples compiled the reports from below. The spiritual realm elders furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Logically speaking, as exalted beings in the spiritual realm, the affairs of mere Yuan realm disciples should hardly concern them. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, multiple alchemical and mystic realm disciples had come forth to report, indicating that all of their small mining sites were experiencing issues. Not only did these incidents occur simultaneously, but almost all involved the same group, and the various reports, when pieced together, revealed a series of enigmatic and inconceivable tactics that compelled the elders to take notice. Esteemed elders, this disciple dares to speculate. Could this incident be linked to the mining site plunder that the Pure Yang sect encountered, perpetrated by the same individual? A shadowy middle-aged man clad in green robes, his eyes emanating a green glow, stepped forward and bowed, suggesting, perhaps it is that disciple named Su Zhan, who has been marked for elimination by the Pure Yang sect. Shadow poison. Tread carefully with your words. A nearby mystic realm disciple frowned and interjected sharply. It was evident that the green-robed man was none other than the sworn enemy of Zhan Yuer and a significant target of Su Zhan, shadow poison. The true man, the nearby mystic realm disciple, was his master. The master's intervention was meant to prevent shadow poison's candid remarks from inciting displeasure among the elders. As it turned out, the master was indeed correct. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the spiritual realm elders darkened, their gazes turning ominous. For even they had to concede that shadow poison's conjecture was likely accurate. Su Zhan had rendered the Pure Yang sect helpless for days, causing them considerable losses and turning them into a source of ridicule for the Blood Eagle sect. Now he had the audacity to invade the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, bringing with him the calamity of over 100 small mining sites. It is feared that once this news spreads, the Pure Yang sect and other sects will regard the Blood Eagle sect as the greatest laughingstock. One Yuan realm disciple has turned the tides. Has he not? Immediately issue a command for all small mining sites to dispatch individuals of the Yuan realm for surveillance. All disciples of the Blood Eagle sect shall commence a thorough search for these Pure Yang sect brats. Most importantly, a death warrant must be placed on this Su Zhan, with a directive to scour the entire territory of the Blood Eagle sect for his whereabouts. Upon discovery, regardless of his life or death, a substantial reward shall be granted. The elders promptly issued the order. Understood. Numerous disciples of the Xian and Dan realms accepted the mission and set out. After their departure, the elders continued to deliberate on the matter. Merely conducting these searches will likely yield results akin to those of the Pure Yang sect, failing to uncover the whereabouts of this Su Zhan. With the lesson from the Pure Yang sect fresh in their minds, they understood that this matter was more complicated than they had anticipated. Although the opponent was merely of the Yuan realm, the myriad of strange and enigmatic tactics employed were beyond even their extensive experience of millennia. Capturing such a being would prove to be no simple task. Song Yen, did you not practice the art of divination? Attempt to locate this fellow's position. An elder suggested. I can attempt to locate him, but I require an item of his. Song Yen, the esteemed elder, nodded. This is not an issue. A disciple has already slain his external incarnation and retrieved his clothing and weaponry, which can be delivered within 5 days at the soonest, one elder remarked. 5 days is too lengthy. We shall venture forth ourselves. Allowing this individual to live even a single day is an affront to our Blood Eagle sect, and he must not be permitted to survive. We must ascertain this matter with urgency, an elder asserted with grave intensity. Very well, I shall go. An elder skilled in movement techniques stood up. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had returned with the clothing and weaponry. Song Yen immediately activated the formation, seated himself in meditation, closed his eyes, and began to move his fingers rapidly, engaging in divination. After a brief moment, he frowned and opened his eyes. It is futile. I cannot discern his causality. Song Yen lamented. Cannot discern his causality? The elders were taken aback. In this world, all things possess causality. As long as one is touched by it, there will be traces of causal energy. Until a practitioner ascends to the king realm, even those at the celestial realm carry such energy. How could this Su Zhan, being merely of the Yuan realm, lack causality? The clothing and weaponry are incorrect. Song Yen stated, these 2 items have never been touched by the true body. Hence, I cannot directly deduce the true body's location from them. What of the external incarnation? Can we locate the external incarnation? An elder inquired. Cannot find it. I cannot even locate his external incarnation. Perhaps it aligns with what the disciples previously reported. Those individuals exhibit no signs of life, devoid of any vital energy, their essence akin to that of a stone.
Rendre une divination utterly impossible.
Song Yen shook his head. If causality cannot be divined, we must request aid from the Tian Yen sect. They not only understand causality but can also commune with the heavenly mechanisms. No matter how formidable this fellow may be, can he truly evade causality? Is it possible he can also escape the Tao of heaven? I share a trifling connection with the heavenly transformation sect. I shall proceed. An elderly woman, leaning on a violet cane, rose and declared, once I have news from my side, I shall swiftly relay it back. You must eliminate him at once. This young man instills within me a sense of foreboding. I cannot shake the feeling that if he is afforded any further time, my Blood Eagle sect may well meet its demise at his hands. Chapter 68. The elders of the Pure Yang sect roared with laughter. The Blood Eagle sect. You too have your day. On the other side, within the Pure Yang sect, the atmosphere was jubilant. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. The Blood Eagle sect has met its match. Although we find ourselves enjoying a bitter jest, laughing at their misfortune, I cannot contain my amusement. Ha ha ha. We have merely suffered the loss of 10 small mining sites, yet the Blood Eagle sect. Their losses exceed 50, with many more unaccounted for. The total may well surpass 100 small mining sites. Now they shall experience firsthand the troubles they so flippantly attributed to our sect's supposed weakness, claiming we could not handle even a single mortal realm disciple. Let them now feel the weight of their own folly. The elders of the Pure Yang sect, upon receiving this news, erupted into hearty laughter. Just days prior, their expressions had been filled with ire. It was intolerable that a mere mortal realm disciple could stir such chaos within their territory, and after so many days without resolution, they had become the laughingstock of other sects. Thus, upon realizing that even their Xian realm disciples could not capture this troublemaker, they dispatched one of their elders, a formidable spirit realm expert, the esteemed Cold Soul Elder, to personally visit the Heavenly Transformation sect, incurring great costs to ascertain Su Zhan's whereabouts. To their astonishment, mere days later, they learned that the Blood Eagle sect had suffered a similar fate, with their small mining sites being ravaged, far exceeding the losses of the Pure Yang sect. Reports indicated that the number was still rising. At that moment, the elders of the Pure Yang sect could no longer restrain themselves, bursting into laughter. This little rascal Su Zhan, whom I once loathed, has delivered us such delightful news. Perhaps I should tell Cold Soul to return. There is no need to expend such resources at the Heavenly Transformation sect. Given the extent of this lad's mischief, it's certain the Blood Eagle sect will take action against him soon enough. However, while Su Zhan has indeed struck a blow against the Blood Eagle sect, who can guarantee he will not turn his attention towards our Pure Yang sect once he grows stronger? We must still pursue the Heavenly Transformation sect and keep track of this young man. though action against him can wait. Indeed, I recall the Blood Eagle sect's cunning old fox, Song Yen, who possesses some insight into causal deduction. His mastery of the insight law has caused us significant losses on the border battlefield. Yet, nearly a day has passed without a whisper of news. The profundity of Su Zhan's methods may well surpass our expectations. To manipulate two sects with such ease while remaining untouchable, he must possess extraordinary treasures. Treasures of at least mid-grade true artifacts. Perhaps, even a king weapon. True artifacts are treasures that lie above spiritual treasures, reserved for those of the spirit realm. Above true artifacts are exclusive king-level spiritual instruments, known as king weapons. Upon hearing this, the elders could not help but feel a surge of fervor within their eyes. Whether it is indeed a king weapon will be revealed once we capture this young man. Even if it is not, such treasures must not remain in the hands of a mere child. It would be an utter waste. We must act swiftly. Should the Blood Eagle sect seize the initiative and capture this young man, absconding with the treasures, the repercussions would be unimaginable. As anticipated by Su Zhan, those privy to his methods were inevitably filled with covetous desire. Not a single soul entertained the notion of wooing him with offers of allegiance or treating him amicably. They only contemplated plunder. After all, in their eyes, Su Zhan was scarcely larger than an ant, unworthy of their pretense of civility. News spread rapidly. Not only were the elders of the Pure Yang sect informed, but the disciples, through word of mouth, deepened their impressions of the name Su Zhan. Each of them could not suppress their astonishment and amazement. They had assumed Su Zhan was merely a spy sent by a rival sect, hence his remarkable abilities that evaded both the Dan and Xian realms. Little did they realize that the rival sect had also fallen victim to treachery, with dozens of mines plundered. Among all within the sect, none were more concerned about Su Zhan than Zhan Yuer. Upon learning this news, her expression momentarily froze. He was resolutely determined to provoke the Blood Eagle sect to its utmost ire. The overall strength of the Blood Eagle sect surpassed that of the Pure Yang sect, and she hoped he would possess better means of self-preservation. Although Zhan Yuer hailed from the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, her sentiments had long since dissipated. She even wished for the sect's swift downfall, alongside the demise of the Shadow Poison Master. Yet she understood that such a colossal entity as the Blood Eagle sect would not simply let matters rest. Su Zhan's audacious actions were tantamount to delivering 10 resounding slaps to their face. How could they possibly allow him to escape unscathed? In this regard, Zhan Yuer felt powerless, left to quietly await the unfolding of events. Nonetheless, she had resolved that, regardless of whether she could ultimately slay the Shadow Poison Master, she would bestow the grand cultivation technique in her possession upon Su Zhan. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Zhan, remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently evaded calamity due to the miraculous trait of Little Black, which remained untouched by fate. He was also oblivious to the fact that his actions had stirred unprecedented uproar not only within the Blood Eagle sect but also resonated through the Pure Yang sect and beyond, causing tremors throughout the realm. However, it was no surprise that both the elders of the Blood Eagle sect and the Pure Yang sect had set their sights upon him. In light of this, the only course of action available to him was to continue his development and strengthen himself further. At this moment, he was still immersed in the joy of witnessing the rapid growth of his spiritual stones. 105 billion, almost there. Su Zhan's gaze was fixed upon the spiritual stones within the space of his avatar. New stones cascaded down, while the old ones dissolved in heaps, disappearing before his eyes. A soft, luminous black light began to emanate from his palm, indicative of his absorption state. It had been nearly 24 hours since he commanded his avatars to plunder 100 small mines belonging to the Blood Eagle sect, and the Little Blacks had shown no signs of slowing down. In addition to persistently scavenging small mines, they continuously expand their reach, plundering even more modest mining sites. Given the current strength of the Little Black figures, ordinary practitioners are utterly incapable of hindering their progress. Even those at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm may find themselves unable to stand in their way. Only those in the Dan realm possess the absolute crushing power necessary to confront them. However, despite the Blood Eagle sect's vastness and the numerous practitioners in the Dan realm, it is impossible for them to cover every corner. This creates a golden opportunity for the Little Black figures. Each one can easily pillage a small mine, And by the time the Dan Realm practitioners arrive, the little black figures have either already absconded with the spiritual stones or, if caught in the act, may be swiftly eliminated with a single blow from a Dan Realm expert. Yet even in such a scenario, the loss is merely a trivial one of a single little black figure. During this time, the little black figures even take the initiative to target the Yuan and Mortal Realm disciples of the Blood Eagle sect, treating their possessions as additional spoils of war. Thus, although the subsequent yield of spiritual stones has diminished compared to the initial surge, it consistently remains around 200 million per hour. Coupled with the nearly 5 billion they had previously amassed, they are now merely a step away from reaching 10 billion. Unfortunately, had it not been for the Blood Eagle sect's swift lockdown and extensive deployment of Dan Realm practitioners to obstruct the little black figures, the quantity of spiritual stones could have potentially doubled by now. The Blood Eagle sect has acted with remarkable speed, swiftly assigning guards to various small mines to prevent further losses while sealing off and scrutinizing all disciples of the Pure Yang sect and any suspicious individuals. Had it not been for Su Zhan's foresight in anticipating the Blood Eagle sect's actions and leaving a little black figure at each checkpoint as a dispatch coordinate, their efficiency might have suffered even more. 10 billion has been reached. Now all that remains is to absorb it fully. 10 seconds after Su Zhan's words, a brilliant black light erupted. The 21st stage was achieved, giving rise to a brand new 130 streams of black smoke. Almost simultaneously, a voice from a little black figure declared, "Master, we have crossed the border and entered the realm of the Lingji cave." Before Su Zhan could respond, another little black figure reported, "Master, I have successfully crossed the border and entered the territory of the Wujiman, awaiting your instructions." With one following closely behind the other, two little black figures had crossed the border. "Excellent, my new brothers, you have work to do. Head to the Lingji cave and Wujiman respectively, each targeting a small mine, and await my command." Su Zhan's eyes sparkled with determination. He did not pause, intent on utilizing new avatars to continue his accumulation. The reason was simple. The next phase would unlock new capabilities. In the face of these new functionalities, realms and techniques must take a back seat. This is of utmost importance. Chapter 69. The arrival of new features. The emergence of the furnace's phantom. "Yes, master." The little black creatures swiftly acknowledged their orders and set to work. Su Zhan promptly assessed his current functional progress. The number of clones had astonishingly increased to 778. The spatial capacity for these clones expanded to 154 cubic meters. The cultivation multiplier for the clones reached an impressive 35 times, while the training multiplier improved to 17 times. The enhancement for clones entering the body also surged to 15. It would not be long before the training multiplier would exceed 20 times. According to my conjectured patterns, it would enable simultaneous cultivation of 3 distinct techniques. The cultivation multiplier was also on the verge of approaching 40 times, and as long as the cooling phase patterns remained stable, I was certain there would be additional enhancements. However, regarding the clone entry and spatial capabilities, would any supplementary features emerge? As it stands, the spatial capacity was the earliest unlocked function. Yet it had not exhibited any additional changes thus far. If one were to argue that there had been alterations, it would be that, initially, Su Zhan had to physically touch items to store them within the clone space. After numerous spatial expansions, he could now manage to do so from distances of several dozen meters. The little black creatures had capitalized on this improvement, which accounted for their remarkable efficiency in gathering spirit stones. This change may be subtle, yet it undeniably marked progress, which is why Su Zhan had not sought to analyze its patterns further. As for the clone entry, it remained the sole function devoid of any physical entity, with its enhancements derived solely from repeated testing. Once its percentage increase reached 20, would it also conform to the training's tenfold pattern and unveil an additional feature? So, that would be splendid. If not, it was not something to be forcibly demanded. Nonetheless, I felt that the black imprint often bestowed unexpected surprises upon me. Perhaps the additional changes had already been granted, yet I had simply failed to notice them. Raising his right hand, Su Zhan gazed at the black imprint in his palm, his eyes shimmering. The supplementary features were secondary. The key focus was the new functionality of the next stage, a capability that could absorb 31.5 billion and endure 5 cooling phases could hardly be anything less than extraordinary. On the third day of Su Zhan's assault on the Blood Eagle sect, a late-stage disciple of the Yuan realm unleashed a relentless onslaught on a little black creature with overwhelming superiority. The little black creature struggled to defend itself, opting instead to evade swiftly while also targeting others within the small mining site, sacrificing an arm to successfully harvest a batch of spirit stones. However, this rendered the little black creature utterly defenseless. As the little black creature faltered and its speed diminished, the late-stage disciple of the Yuan realm aimed to eliminate it. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the severed arm little black creature. The late-stage Yuan disciple's expression shifted dramatically. Had it advanced to the mid-stage? Yet he was unwilling to relent. Determined to continue the assault and achieve a kill, he had no choice but to report back. Unexpectedly, the severed arm little black creature counterattacked, engaging in a fierce exchange that matched the disciple blow for blow. Moreover, another little black creature appeared without warning, striking the late-stage disciple and causing him to spew blood. Upon realizing his complete loss of advantage in the late stage of the Yuan realm, he dared not linger any longer and decisively chose to flee. The two small figures did not pursue him. Instead, they swiftly returned to plunder the spiritual stones from the mining site. On the sixth day, at the Wujimin and Lingji cave, both sects experienced simultaneous raids on multiple small mining sites. According to estimates, the scale of these assaults was comparable to that on the Blood Eagle sect, affecting around 100 small mining sites. The difference lay in the attackers. Those who besieged the Blood Eagle sect were disciples clad in pure Yang sect attire, while those assaulting Wujimin wore the garb of Lingji cave and vice versa. In an instant, the upper echelons of both sects were incensed. They promptly ordered a full-scale mobilization to support the small mining sites and eliminate the marauders. Concurrently, they issued a kill order for Su Zhan, whose name reverberated once more throughout the two newly affected sections. On the 10th day, among the four afflicted sects, the pure Yang sect, which had suffered the least, had just begun to ease its vigilance when yet another wave of small mining site raids erupted. The number of attacks quickly matched that of the other three sections. Instantly, the members of the Blood Eagle sect erupted into loud derision. The pure Yang sect, not to be outdone, retaliated vocally, and hostilities intensified at the border battlefield. The Wujimin and Lingji cave refrained from involvement, yet both sides engaged in mutual denunciations, hinting at a resurgence of conflict at the border. Thus, Su Zhan became the focal figure of concern for all four sects. Wherever one ventured, be it a grand city, a major town, or even a small settlement, one could overhear the mention of Su Zhan's name in hushed conversations. On the 12th day, after a full 12 days of accumulation, having raided 4 sects and nearly 600 small mining sites, Su Zhan finally amassed a staggering sum of 31.5 billion. It was no wonder that Wujimin and Lingji cave languished towards the lower ranks of the sect hierarchy. They paled in comparison not only to the Blood Eagle sect but even to the pure Yang sect. It became necessary for him to return and thoroughly address the pure Yang sect once more before finally achieving this total. As he began to allow the black mark to absorb the riches, he couldn't help but lament. Initially, he thought that the collaboration of the two sects would yield exceptional returns, effortlessly accumulating 31.5 billion. Yet, to his surprise, the small mining sites of these two sects were specifically structured to pay remuneration to mortals for mining tasks. Due to the fixed salaries and established targets, the workers displayed little sense of urgency or personal investment, resulting in a rather mediocre yield, one that even fell short of the pure Yang sect's output. Even during the plundering, the small figures encountered minimal resistance, effortlessly gathering all the spiritual stones. While the operation was indeed smooth, the quantity of spiritual stones was disappointingly scant. Su Zhan decisively instructed his companions to venture further afield to other sections. Simultaneously, he resolved to return and exploit the now complacent pure Yang sect, ultimately managing to piece together the coveted 31.5 billion. However, as the next stage approaches, it is imperative to elevate one's strength swiftly, enabling one to seize control of medium-sized mines. Furthermore, it would allow for the continued expansion of influence over multiple sects, reaping rewards together. Just then, an intense black light burst forth, heralding the arrival of 130 brand new shadowy figures. The total number of avatars reached an astonishing 908 at that moment. All aspects of cultivation, training, and integration experienced a significant surge. However, Su Jian clearly had no time to regard these developments. Almost instantaneously, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness plunged deep. The next moment revealed a furnace? Within the realm of his consciousness, beside the shadow of his training, stood a gray-black silhouette resembling a furnace, towering at the height of a person, vividly manifesting itself. Is it alchemy? A surge of joy filled Su Jian. Alchemy is splendid. This endeavor is incredibly lucrative. If only his avatars could assist him in concocting elixirs, he would amass wealth in an instant, rendering the need to plunder mines obsolete. However, Su Jian quickly sensed something amiss. Within the silhouette of the furnace were 5 pitch-black spheres identical to the shadow of his training. Chapter 70 Avatar Fusion, Synthesis of Immaculate Quality Spiritual Artifacts. The subconscious whispered to Su Jian. This ethereal cauldron, while seemingly linked to alchemy in countless ways, bore no true connection to it. Particularly those 5 obsidian spheres, which evidently served as receptacles for tangible items, akin to the avatars used in martial training. Little Black, what is this? Su Jian refrained from aimlessly probing and speculating, promptly inquiring of Little Black. Master, this is a synthesis cauldron. Synthesis? Su Jian was momentarily taken aback. He could comprehend the concepts of avatar cultivation and practice, even the notion of an avatar inhabiting the body. But this synthesis was clearly beyond the scope. What does synthesis entail? Can it amalgamate rare materials, spiritual weapons, and armor? Su Jian pressed on with his questions. Indeed, Master, but it is not limited to those. It can synthesize all things. Little Black's response left Su Jian gasping in astonishment. A synthesis cauldron, capable of uniting all. This implied not only various materials, treasures, and weapons could be synthesized, but also elixirs, techniques, and talismans could similarly be combined. I understand now. If this is a synthesis cauldron, then the 5 obsidian spheres signify that 5 items must be inserted. And, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they must be of the same type and grade. Though this was Su Jian's first encounter with such a phenomenon, the functionality of this avatar synthesis bore an uncanny resemblance to certain features in games from his past life. By following the model, he could deduce a general idea. Let us test it. Resolutely, Su Jian retrieved 5 advanced spiritual long swords, placing them into the 5 obsidian spheres. Each advanced longsword was valued at no less than 100,000 spirit stones, and to enhance Little Black's capabilities, he had expended billions of spirit stones merely on purchasing spiritual artifacts. Success. There were no hindrances. The obsidian spheres were indeed meant for tangible items. Now, it was time to introduce Little Black. Su Jian pushed one Little Black into the ethereal cauldron. In the next moment, the obsidian sphere began to emanate a golden luminescence, and Little Black, akin to the shadow of martial practice, was swiftly drawn to the now golden sphere, becoming suffused with its radiance, and commenced a rapid, swirling dance around the 5 golden spheres. As one sphere completed its rotation, it transitioned to the next, and the next followed suit. The process was rather slow. Little Black, how long will it take to synthesize these 5 advanced longswords? Su Jian inquired, observing the progress. Master, it will currently take 10 days. What on earth? 10 days to synthesize 5 advanced longswords. That would be like waiting for the flowers to wilt. No, it must be due to the singular Little Black causing the delay. Let us add more and see. Su Jian decisively included all 130 new avatars into the process and then inquired again about the progress. Master, in 2 hours the synthesis will be complete. 2 hours felt interminable. The advanced spiritual tools were proving to be somewhat sluggish. Perhaps it was prudent to experiment with the primary ones instead. Clearly, Su Jian had no intention of continuing to invest in the minor black entities, as they were engaged in fierce battles, scavenging for spirit stones. Redirecting them would not only incur substantial losses but would merely reduce the time by an hour at best, still failing to achieve instantaneous synthesis. His primary objective was to test the functionality of the avatar synthesis and observe the results. Without hesitation, 5 advanced spiritual tools were replaced by 5 primary ones. Master, synthesis will be successful in just 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Excellent. Let us see what emerges from this endeavor. Su Zhan's gaze flickered with anticipation. As the time approached the 3-minute mark, he intently watched the ethereal cauldron. Suddenly, 5 golden orbs erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. The lid of the cauldron flew open, and Su Zhan bore witness as the 5 beams of blinding light coalesced into a singular form, gracefully floating out from beneath the lid. The results were yet to be assessed, but the visual effects were indeed impressive. As the radiance dissipated, a long blade, resplendent with a soft glow, hovered serenely in the void. Su Zhan swiftly approached, his eyes widening in astonishment. A flawless primary spiritual tool. Beyond the basic classifications of primary, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier, spiritual tools are further divided into 3 subcategories: ordinary, flawed, and flawless. This explains why the price range for typical primary spiritual tools fluctuates between 100 to 1,000 spirit stones, with some fetching thousands. Flawless tools are the Cr de la Cr. What is their superiority? It is not merely the aesthetic quality or the inherent glow that requires no infusion of spirit energy. It is the significant power they can unleash, which is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary tools, while consuming the same amount of spirit energy. Furthermore, their durability and resilience far surpass those of standard tools. Consequently, even the most skilled and masterful blacksmiths have a mere slim chance of forging a flawless spiritual tool, contributing to their extreme scarcity and soaring value. In terms of worth, this flawless primary long blade is valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones, and should there be a pressing need, it could easily sell for 2,000 spirit stones. This means that with just a slight synthesis of 5 long blades, the value has directly doubled, even quadrupled. The avatar synthesis is extraordinary. Su Zhan could not contain his exhilaration, as if he had stumbled upon a vast treasure that beckoned him. With such a capability at his disposal, why would he need to hunt or raid mines? He could simply rely on continuous synthesis, multiplying his resources from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, leading him straight to untold riches. And this is merely the realm of spiritual tools. What of elixirs? Rare herbs?
Technique?
Yes, techniques. This is the crux of the matter. However, the technique does not adhere to any notion of having or lacking flaws. What will be synthesized remains uncertain. Never mind. Let me first give it a try. Upon regaining his composure, Su Zhan wasted no time and promptly began his experimentation. Yet, before he could position the technique into the furnace, he suddenly noticed that a small black figure within the furnace's ethereal projection had quietly transformed into a grayish-white hue, autonomously exiting the projection and entering a state of revival. Had the small black figure perished? Wasn't it in the midst of synthesis? How could it meet its demise without being dispatched? Su Zhan was taken aback. Little Black, do you know what happened? Master, upon successful synthesis, the furnace randomly sacrifices a certain number of brethren. Little Black's response illuminated Su Zhan's understanding. Indeed, he had underestimated the complexities of this synthesis function. While it is true that there is no free lunch in the world, one must question the existence of something that is both free and rewarding. Although Little Black could be revived after being sacrificed, rendering the cost seemingly negligible, one must not forget that a living Little Black generates a daily yield sufficient to procure at least 100,000 basic spiritual instruments. Even if one were to synthesize a flawless high-tier spiritual instrument, its value might only reach a mere 1 million at best, which pales in comparison to the worth of a single Little Black. Unless it were a top-tier spiritual instrument, it could barely compete. To synthesize spiritual instruments, one must either opt for higher-grade synthesis or create items for personal use. Otherwise, it simply does not merit the effort. It is likely that the synthesis of elixirs, rare materials, and treasures follows a similar pattern, ultimately yielding a value that does not surpass that of a Little Black. Only with techniques can one not merely evaluate their worth through the prism of spiritual stones. A spark ignited in Su Zhan's eyes as he resolved to experiment with the synthesis of techniques, eager to discover what remarkable creation might emerge. Chapter 71. Can techniques be synthesized? Can Little Black synthesize? The most remarkable aspect of techniques lies in their rarity. Weapons, elixirs, heavenly materials, and various treasures, no matter how precious, are frequently seen being sold. However, techniques are an entirely different matter. while ordinary techniques are widespread and commonly circulated. Those that are superior and exceptional are nearly never made available for sale. For instance, Su Zhan's Thunderblade technique is unavailable even in the pure Yang Sex technique pavilion. One must venture to the marketplace and, under rare circumstances, spend a significant sum to procure it from another. Moreover, for powerful factions, esteemed families, and grand sects, once they secure top-tier techniques, these become closely guarded secrets, only to resurface under dire circumstances, such as annihilation or plundering. No one wishes for the techniques they master to be wielded by others, especially not to be used against them. Su Zhan is no exception. If one can synthesize a flawless primary spirit tool, synthesizing a top-tier rare technique should not pose a significant challenge, right? I currently possess 6 small-level techniques of varying types. Will that suffice? Let us give it a try. If it does not work, it should automatically revert. Without hesitation, Su Zhan decisively selected 5 small-level techniques and placed them into 5 obsidian spheres. Gradually, these spheres began to transform into a radiant gold. Along with them, Little Black also turned golden, beginning to spin rapidly. Upon confirming that there was no reversion, a look of astonishment spread across Su Zhan's face. Different types of techniques can indeed be synthesized. What about those of varying grades? Quickly, Su Zhan replaced them with 4 micro-level techniques. The 5 obsidian spheres again began to turn golden, but before the transformation could complete, they abruptly reverted to their original black state, falling silent. Alright, it seems the minimum requirement is that they must share the same grade. With this understanding, the subsequent process would be much simpler. After placing the 5 small-level techniques once more, the 5 golden spheres emerged. As the golden Little Black resumed their operation, Su Zhan immediately inquired about the time required for synthesis. Master, it will take 4 days until synthesis is successful. 4 days. In terms of synthesizing a top-tier small-level technique, that is not overly long. This is merely the time required for 130 Little Blacks. Should Su Zhan choose to invest more Little Blacks, he could further shorten this duration. However, doing so would inevitably diminish returns in other areas. Since the small-level synthesis duration is lengthy, let us try the micro-level. If the time required for the micro-level proves to be lengthy as well, we shall reduce it to the entry-level. Su Zhan is eager to swiftly observe the synthesized technique's efficacy. Would it truly be akin to a primary spirit tool, capable of elevating the ordinary to the pinnacle? Shortly thereafter, the 5 small-level techniques were replaced with entry-level ones, varying in type, encompassing external, internal, and special techniques. Yet, from Little Black, Su Zhan received a gratifying time frame, merely 1 hour. Thus, he decided to wait patiently for an hour. With eyes filled with anticipation, Su Zhan awaited the outcome. Before long, the hour passed, culminating in a brilliant burst of golden light. The lid of the cauldron's ethereal shadow lifted, giving birth to a luminous orb infused with the quintessence of 5 intricate techniques. As the radiance dimmed, a brand new tome revealed itself before Su Zhan. It appeared remarkably pristine. Could it possibly be the genuine manuscript of a technique? A collection of copies woven into a singular authentic text. This alone would be exceedingly worthwhile. Su Zhan felt a surge of exhilaration. While the copies merely contained patterns and characters, the authentic manuscript encapsulated the very essence of its creator, rendering the experience of cultivation entirely different. Thus, the value of the authentic manuscript far surpassed that of the copies. However, for him it hardly mattered. Whether it was a copy or the genuine article, it was all about cultivation for the Little Black entity. Fire I asking the heavens, he mused, the name resonating well. Without hesitation, he began to peruse the pages, but after merely 2 pages, an epiphany struck him, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is an attribute technique. By heavens, he exclaimed. Given his mastery of an intricate attribute technique, he was well aware of their distinctive characteristics. This fire I asking the heavens bore an uncanny resemblance to the 3 transformations of the flame dragon he already knew. It was indeed an attribute technique, no doubt about it. How extraordinary that 5 techniques, seemingly unrelated to attributes, could coalesce into a rare attribute technique. The value of this synthesis far surpassed that of any spirit artifact or elixir. A spark of brilliance ignited in Su Zhan's eyes. When assessing the value in spirit stones, these 5 intricate techniques, despite being treasured collections of genre and of considerable quality, collectively amounted to merely a few 100,000 spirit stones. In contrast, a typical intricate attribute technique would start at several 100,000 spirit stones, and after examining the fire I asking the heavens, it was evident that its content surpassed that of the 3 transformations of the flame dragon, easily worth over 1 million. Its quality was among the elite within attribute techniques. If classified by the quality of spirit artifacts, it could very well be deemed flawless at the highest tier. Could it be that the higher the quality of the item, the more precious the synthesized product? If so, the potential of the synthesis function appeared boundless, leaving Su Zhan unable to fathom its limits. At that moment, within the cauldron's ethereal shadow, the little black entity transformed into a grayish-white hue, automatically exiting the illusion and entering a state of revival. And this time, the count was 2. It seemed that the rarity of the synthesized items corresponded with the number of little black entities sacrificed, signifying that the value of future syntheses could be gauged by the quantity of little blacks offered. A bold thought surged within Su Zhan's mind. If I were to employ this fire I asking the heavens to synthesize further, what would emerge? Since fire I asking the heavens is a rare technique, might it be possible to synthesize for more equally rare techniques and then combine these 5? Would the quality of the resultant technique be even more astonishing? Moreover, since the little black entity claimed that all things could be synthesized, could it itself be synthesized as well? Chapter 72. Little Black merges to create Little Red, a flesh and blood being. Su Zhan's imagination spiraled further. If weapons and techniques are meant to enhance one's hard power, then Little Black surpasses these avenues in sheer strength. Once Little Black's capabilities are augmented, whether for lethal purposes or self-defense, the results would be explosive. Moreover, he was immensely curious about what form Little Black would take after merging. A flawless, supreme Little Black? With that thought in mind, Su Zhan immediately attempted to place 5 Little Blacks into the obsidian sphere. To his astonishment, they actually fit. They truly fit. But would it function properly? As this thought crossed his mind, the pitch-black sphere began to transform rapidly into a golden hue, with the other Little Blacks starting to spin. It worked. Su Zhan took a deep breath. Despite having anticipated this outcome, witnessing his audacious idea come to fruition was still profoundly shocking. Little Black, how long will it take? He inquired promptly. Master, the merging is complete. It will take 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes? According to the norm, the higher the grade of the item, the longer the synthesis time. Upon learning this time frame, Su Zhan's previously fervent excitement swiftly cooled. At this rate, the resulting Little Black would likely be unimpressive. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The familiar golden light erupted. The well-known lid of the cauldron lifted. The familiar luminous orb faded. Subsequently, Su Zhan beheld the mist coalesce into red. Indeed, before Su Zhan stood not Little Black, but Little Red. Master, Little Red flickered, initiating communication with Su Zhan. Let us step outside and see what I truly am. Su Zhan hastily withdrew from the realm of consciousness, opened his eyes, and returned to reality. Little Black, no, Little Red, emerge. With a single thought, a cloud of red smoke materialized before him, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid shape. However, as Su Zhan gazed, his expression shifted, revealing sheer astonishment. For this red figure was not the ethereal shadow of Little Black, but a solid, tangible flesh and blood being. Every inch was defined by muscular fibers, with exposed bones visible at intervals. Furthermore, all facial features were present. Eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and even fingers and toes. To describe it, Little Red resembled a person stripped of their skin. Su Zhan was rendered speechless by the shock. After merging 5 Little Blacks, Little Red possessed a corporeal form. This synthesis effect was utterly outrageous. Greetings, Master. Yet, what astonished Su Zhan even more was that Little Red had the audacity to greet him. You possess thought?
Su Zhan instinctive liquerie din disbelief.
Indeed. It is the consciousness you have bestowed upon me. I carry all your memories, understand your origins, and know why you are here, but rest assured, I am utterly loyal to you. My purpose is to be your most capable assistant and alleviate your burdens. Xiao Hong's eloquent and remarkably insightful discourse left Su Zhan utterly astounded. His mouth agape and speechless for a considerable time. There was no denying it. The disparity between Xiao He and Xiao Hong was staggering. If one were to consider an artificial intelligence possessing rudimentary intelligence and a semblance of thought, then Xiao Hong could genuinely be regarded as a veritable extension of oneself. Wait, your life essence is strikingly identical to mine. You, in your current form, are indeed a living being. Fortunately, Su Zhan was no stranger to the world, having garnered recognition from no fewer than 4 sections. After a brief period of shock, he quickly regained his composure, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him, and pointed out the most significant distinction between Xiao Hong and Xiao He, their life essences. Indeed, Master, I possess a life essence indistinguishable from yours. No matter the sophistication of any technique, we cannot be differentiated based solely on essence, Xiao Hong affirmed with a nod. It truly is undetectable. Even I cannot discern the difference.
Su Zhan marveled in astonishment.
There exists a saying, no 2 leaves in this world are identical, nor are there 2 life essences that mirror one another, a reflection of the uniqueness of life. Yet, Xiao Hong's existence rendered this adage evidently invalid. You are my doppelganger. You should be able to practice my disguise technique. Try to employ this skill to alter your appearance to mirror mine, Su Zhan instructed. Understood, Master. In the next moment, Xiao Hong's muscular surface rapidly transformed into a layer of skin, beginning from her fingers and toes, gradually enveloping her entire form.
Su Zhan observed intently.
His heart filled with silent awe. By the time the transformation reached her visage, every nuance of expression, scar, and even the placement of hair was perfectly replicated. The sole distinction was that Xiao Hong bore no expression, perpetually donning a poker face that suggested displeasure towards anyone she encountered. Master, it is complete, Xiao Hong said calmly. Su Zhan gazed at the individual before him, who was indistinguishable from himself in every conceivable aspect, and found himself at a loss for words. Now don attire identical to mine. Xiao Hong complied. Once dressed, Su Zhan observed that the resemblance was so striking it was akin to looking into a mirror. Incredible. Su Zhan circled around Xiao Hong several times, unable to find a single flaw. However, he understood that the disguise technique was merely a beginner-level disguise skill. Had it been an advanced or minor-level technique, it would truly be capable of deceiving the heavens. Next, he resolved to assess her capabilities. Despite her remarkable physicality, Su Zhan was more interested in gauging the extent of Xiao Hong's strength. Consequently, he dispatched Xiao Hong directly to the front lines at the Blood Eagle sect. Here, individuals at the late stage of the elemental realm, those at the pinnacle of the elemental realm, and characters above the pill realm were all engaged in pursuit of the Xiao He entities. One Xiao He was currently being hunted by several small teams of late-stage elemental realm practitioners, attempting to evade them using minor-level agility techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Hong appeared beside the fleeing Xiao He. Someone's here. Stay alert. Wait, this individual is not merely an external manifestation. He possesses a palpable aura of life. As Xiao Hong turned to look at them, the pursuing disciples were struck with terror, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was Su Zhan, the true Su Zhan. Hurry, capture him. The sect offers substantial rewards. Su Zhan's life shall be mine. No one shall contest me. After a fleeting moment of shock, the disciples of the Blood Eagle sect immediately recognized Su Zhan, his likeness identical to that of the deadly bounty posted. In an instant, they surged forward with unprecedented ferocity, rushing to confront him. At this moment, Xiao Hong also gripped a long blade firmly, charging directly into the fray. Chapter 73. The Elder of the Spirit Realm personally deduces and discovers the true form of Su Zhan. After a brief moment, a conclusion was reached. Threefold. The individual strength of Xiao Hong is approximately 3 times that of Xiao He. After witnessing the fierce battle between Xiao Hong and several late-stage Yuan Realm warriors, Su Zhan swiftly discerned Xiao Hong's current level of power and precisely analyzed the extent of its superiority over Xiao He. While Xiao He could only contend with late-stage Yuan Realm opponents, Xiao Hong could not only match them but even defeat them. Should it encounter some adversaries with feeble self-preservation methods, it could easily annihilate them on the spot. Su Zhan was elated. If there was a singular flaw, it was the necessity to sacrifice 5 Xiao He to summon 1 Xiao Hong, rendering the exchange slightly unfavorable in terms of numbers. Here, The term sacrifice does not refer to the kind that can be revived after a 24-hour period post-ritual. Rather, it signifies that upon synthesis the 5 Xiao He vanished entirely. Much like the synthesis of weapons or techniques, they disappeared without leaving any trace. To confirm this, Su Zhan meticulously counted the Xiao He. The outcome revealed that the 5 synthesized Xiao He truly vanished and would not be revived permanently. Thus, this put an end to Su Zhan's thoughts of exploiting any potential loopholes. After all, if Xiao He could be revived, it would allow for an almost infinite synthesis of Xiao Hong. 5 Xiao Hong could then be further synthesized into even more formidable entities, be it Xiao Lu or Xiao Lan, continuing this cycle until a grand explosion of duplicates was achieved. Nevertheless, the emergence of Xiao Hong adeptly resolved the pressing issue of seizing a medium-sized mine. Su Zhan's eyes gleamed. As long as Xiao Hong took the lead, with its strength and the assistance of minor agile techniques, it could successfully launch a surprise attack on the mine's master in a manner that left the latter unable to respond, resulting in a swift kill.
Xiao Hong.
Heed my command. I shall teleport you to a medium-sized mine and provide you with a Xiao He that will obey your orders. First, scout the mine and ascertain the location of the mine's master, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Remember, ensure you have sufficient confidence before making your move. Even in the event of an unexpected outcome, aim to incapacitate them to the extent that they cannot escape by any means. Do you understand? A series of commands were issued by Su Zhan. Understood, Master. I shall not disgrace my mission.
Xiao Hong responded promptly.
Subsequently, through Xiao Hong's perspective, Su Zhan observed its adept command over Xiao He, while he pondered how to achieve the perfect lethal strike against the mine's master. The precise communication of orders, the logical reasoning, and the practical execution capabilities. Wasn't this the very prototype of the Xiao He Legion he had long envisioned?
Su Zhan sighed inwardly.
Believing he would need to elevate several stages to enhance Xiao He's intellect to a sufficient level for this to manifest, yet unexpectedly, with the presence of Xiao Hong, all issues were effortlessly resolved. At this moment, he could genuinely relax and let go. As long as a few more Little Reds are synthesized subsequently, they can be appointed as leaders to manage the Little Black team members, determining when to emerge, when to conceal themselves, and when to expand. With a single command, Little Red can effortlessly execute tasks. Moreover, Little Red could even infiltrate various sects as a spy, connecting multiple factions. Who knows, one day we might witness the miraculous scene of an undercover agent ascending to the position of a venerable master. Let us further explore the synthesis effects of martial arts, elixirs, and weapons. There is much to study regarding this duplication synthesis function, and we must diligently investigate and summarize specific patterns. Meanwhile, Su Zhan was filled with immense excitement due to the advent of the synthesis function, diligently immersing himself in research. On another front, located tens of millions of kilometers away from the Pure Yang sect, the Cold Soul Elder, after days of arduous travel, successfully arrived at the location of the Heavenly Transformation sect, and met his friend there who was also one of the elders of the Heavenly Transformation sect, the Fate-Breaking Elder, a mortal realm disciple. Upon hearing from the Cold Soul Elder that he sought to deduce a mortal realm disciple, the Fate-Breaking Elder was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Cold Soul, you still enjoy jesting as you always have. A mere mortal realm disciple? You could easily find someone proficient in deduction to effortlessly pinpoint his location. Why come to me? Fate-Breaking, I have sought assistance. On my way here, I attempted to locate this individual, and without exception, all failed. The Cold Soul Elder stated solemnly. Moreover, the reason for their failure was that they could not trace the causality of this person. Oh, a mortal realm disciple can sever their own causality? The Fate-Breaking Elder was taken aback, then jovially responded, even so, there is no need for me to intervene. You know the cost of my involvement is quite substantial. I can provide you with one of my profound realm disciples. Even if this mortal realm disciple understands how to sever causality, under my disciple's deduction, his whereabouts would be utterly untraceable. That would be suitable. The Cold Soul Elder nodded. Indeed, the cost of the Fate-Breaking Elder's intervention was considerable. Despite their friendship, according to the rules of the Heavenly Transformation sect, he could only offer a friendly price and could not provide his services for free. Therefore, any more economical solution was welcomed by the Cold Soul Elder. However, Master, I cannot deduce it. The profound realm disciple, as he held the compass, watched it gradually come to a halt, while the deduction formation beneath him quietly collapsed. He opened his eyes, drenched in sweat and looking distressed, and bitterly remarked, "How could you not deduce the whereabouts of a mere mortal realm disciple? Even the garments and weapons imbued with causality are present here. I could sense their dense causality without even deducing. To be incapable of such a basic level of deduction is truly disappointing. Bring your senior brother here." The recommendation of a disciple who could not fulfill the mission left the fate-breaking elder somewhat embarrassed. He decisively opted to summon his most accomplished disciple, endowed with superior deductive talent. But soon, strange, exceedingly strange, the senior brother furrowed his brow, as if sensing something elusive. He opened his eyes, his expression somewhat unnatural. "Master, this is certainly not a realm of the mundane. The obscuration of causality surrounding this individual exceeds my comprehension. His cultivation level is at least above the spirit realm." Spirit realm? The revered Break Fate looked at the revered Cold Soul with skepticism. "Do not look to me. He is indeed merely a disciple of the mundane realm," the revered Cold Soul replied earnestly. This is impossible." The senior brother's countenance darkened. "Very well, I shall attempt to deduce." The revered Break Fate, uncertain of what else to say, decided to engage personally. "Cold Soul, be prepared for the necessary costs, which will be submitted later." "Not a problem, as long as we can deduce it," the revered Cold Soul nodded. Immediately, the revered Break Fate waved his sleeve, and a vast diagram of deduction unfurled beneath him. Simultaneously, an enormous and intricate diagram of deduction materialized above in the sky. He flipped his hand, revealing a compass shaped like the yin-yang fish. As the revered Break Fate closed his eyes, the two deduction diagrams began to emanate beams of light, while the compass in his hand spun rapidly. Suddenly, the revered Break Fate's hand trembled, yet he did not open his eyes. "Master!" the two disciples cried out in alarm. "What you say is true. This individual truly bears no causality." The revered Break Fate's expression grew solemn. "I have underestimated him. Not even you can locate him?" The revered Cold Soul was astonished. "This merely signifies that causality is elusive. If so, I shall employ the heavenly mechanism for deduction." The revered Break Fate cast the compass aside. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, numerous treasures soared from his being, spanning between the two grand deduction arrays in the sky and on the ground. These treasures included banners, divination slips, copper coins, and scrolls unfurling gradually. All exceedingly rare and precious items for deduction, each of spirit treasure grade. Streams of light emanated from these spirit treasures, swirling within the two grand arrays above and below. Countless obscure and esoteric characters materialized, encircling the revered Break Fate. Upon witnessing this scene, the revered Cold Soul could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. A mere disciple of the mundane realm could compel a spirit realm figure to take action, presenting such a formidable display. This Suzhan, though perhaps not unparalleled in the future, certainly stands as an unprecedented example in history. At that moment, "I've locked onto him." The revered Break Fate suddenly opened his eyes, with obscure characters still floating within his gaze. Blood Eagle Sect, in the vicinity of the large city of Luoxia, 34 kilometers east, near a medium-sized mining site. He is there. Chapter 74. The bewilderment of the fate-breaking venerable. 4 sects seek Suzhan. The Blood Eagle Sect. No wonder the Pure Yang Sect could not locate him, as he was actually concealed within the territory of the Blood Eagle Sect. A gleam of brilliance ignited in the eyes of the Cold Soul Venerable. The incompetence of those fellows from the Blood Eagle Sect is truly remarkable. Despite being in their own domain, none of them managed to discover the true essence. This may be fortuitous, for their inability to find him means that I can resolve this matter myself, and the treasures in this young man's possession shall be mine. Clearly, the Cold Soul Venerable harbored a keen desire for the treasures held by Suzhan. Excellent. Fate-breaking, it is imperative that you take action personally. Provide me with a general location, and I shall capture this young fellow at once. The Cold Soul Venerable declared promptly. Not an issue. The price you offer remains the same as before, the fate-breaking Venerable replied, regaining his composure and feeling relieved at last to have located the young man. He nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the Cold Soul Venerable presented several rare treasures in exchange for a positioning compass. The compass distinctly indicated the direction of the person being located. No matter how the individual attempts to hide, flee, or disguise themselves, it would guide unerringly. Although the compass's effective duration was limited to 30 days, it was more than sufficient for dealing with a mere youth in the territory of the Blood Eagle sect. It seems I must employ some disguise. Otherwise, attracting the attention of those rascals from the Blood Eagle sect could lead to meddling that I would prefer to avoid. The Cold Soul Venerable had already resolved to venture alone into the Blood Eagle sect's domain, find Su Zhan, and seize the treasures he possessed. As for how to account for it to the Pure Yang sect, once the treasures are in hand, I can easily concoct an excuse to placate them. If absolutely necessary, offering some benefits to other elders would not be a significant issue. Young man, just wait obediently. Your life and your belongings shall all belong to me. The Cold Soul Venerable wasted no time, transforming into a stream of light, heading straight for the Blood Eagle sect. Not long after his departure, an elder from the Blood Eagle sect finally arrived. I demand to see the fate-breaking Venerable. The elderly woman immediately sought him out. After the fate-breaking Venerable conversed with her, she gazed at the image in her hand and could not suppress her astonishment. Su Zhan, do you know this young man? The elderly woman's brow furrowed. Not long ago, individuals from the Pure Yang sect visited, expending considerable resources to request my assistance in deducing his location. Have you completed the deduction? Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where is this young man? It required some effort, but I eventually deduced it. However, I cannot disclose the specific location. You understand the rules of the Celestial Transformation sect, the fate-breaking Venerable stated. One of the ironclad rules of the Celestial Transformation sect is that the results of a deduction are to be provided solely to the entrusting party and must not be sold. This is a matter of integrity. Otherwise, if deductions were traded, the considerable costs borne by the entrusting party would be in vain. I am willing to pay the same price as the Pure Yang sect, but I do not require you to conduct a deduction. I only need you to provide me with his location, the elderly woman insisted immediately. The fate-breaking Venerable hesitated. In a peculiar situation, where one location yielded two results, he had assisted others in such deductions for an extended period, not for the first time. However, the revered Master of Broken Fate was acutely aware that Su Zhan resided within the Blood Eagle sect. Should the location be disclosed, given the proximity, the Blood Eagle sect would undoubtedly act swiftly, and at that moment, the cost for the revered Master of Cold Souls would be rendered entirely futile. Aside from the price I must bear, I would owe you an additional favor. The elderly woman, not one to be stingy, continued to press for the location of Su Zhan. If action were not taken promptly, and if the Pure Yang sect were to seize the opportunity first, her plans would be thwarted. I can provide the location, but you will need to wait until tomorrow to obtain the precise coordinates. The Master of Broken Fate stated after considerable contemplation. After all, both parties were attempting to deduce the whereabouts of the same individual, merely bypassing the need for a second deduction. This did not contravene the sect's stringent regulations, and there was no reason to decline the opportunity to earn a few coins. Out of respect for his friendship with the revered Master of Cold Souls, he was willing to extend a day's grace. A delay of a day? The elderly woman immediately sensed something amiss, her thoughts racing. Could it be that this young man was on the territory of my Blood Eagle sect? The Master of Broken Fate offered no reply. Realizing the implications, the elderly woman nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall await your word tomorrow. Until then, farewell. The Master of Broken Fate began to rise. At that moment, a disciple rushed in with urgency. Master, an elder from the Wujiman, Lingji Cave, seeks audience. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman furrowed her brow, understanding the situation but remaining composed. Since Su Zhan was indeed within her Blood Eagle sect's domain, no matter how swiftly others traveled, they could not match her ability to convey messages over vast distances. Before long, she was confronted with the same young man again. When the Master of Broken Fate received identical portraits of Su Zhan from the two elders, he could not suppress a frown. Had this fellow wreaked havoc within your sects? Why was everyone searching for him? This time, even the Master of Broken Fate was taken aback. For sex concurrently seeking one mortal. No, now a nascent realm individual, such an occurrence had truly reached unprecedented levels. The two elders immediately recognized that individuals from the Pure Yang sect and the Blood Eagle sect had surely come calling. They promptly made requests identical to those of the elderly woman. At this juncture, the Master of Broken Fate no longer hesitated. Without further ado, he accepted 2 additional payments and reiterated the condition of a one-day wait. Despite the elders' attempts to negotiate, they ultimately acquiesced. Thus, a single deduction garnered for payments. Even the Master of Broken Fate could not help but marvel at the fact that this Su Zhan had inexplicably become his benefactor. On the following day, as the revered Master of Cold Souls set out, Su Zhan retrieved all 800 of his external avatars and devoted himself entirely to his training, leaving just over 100 avatars to continue exploring the mid-sized minds of various sects and journeying to more distant ones. After all, the next stage required an astounding 94.5 billion spirit stones. The sheer magnitude of the task rendered the plundering of small minds an insurmountable challenge for the time being. Moreover, various sects had gradually begun to react, with numerous practitioners from the Yuan and Dan realms rushing to provide support, resulting in a significant decline in Su Zhan's spiritual stone gains. To achieve a substantial harvest, it was imperative to target medium-sized minds. However, the strength of his avatars had not seen improvement for quite some time. Thus, he resolutely decided to forego immediate profits and instead focus on enhancing his power. Consequently, Su Zhan promptly turned his attention to the small-level martial arts. He acquired a small-level external technique, the Lack of Moon-Earth Fiend Body, specifically designed to bolster physical defense and augment offensive capabilities. Additionally, he embraced a small-level internal technique, the Crimson Serpent Water Breathing, which concentrated on enhancing spiritual energy recovery, refining the quality of spiritual energy, and expanding the capacity of his Dantian. The decision to forego the small-level weapon techniques stemmed purely from the fact that the Raging Thunderblade technique remained adequately effective. The synergistic effects of external and internal techniques promised the greatest benefits. Most importantly, both techniques were gifts from Zhan Yu, cherished and far superior to ordinary martial arts, leading him to decisively select these two. With the operation of 800 avatars, the efficiency of his training surged to 19 times, allowing him to master both small-level techniques in merely 3 days. On the 4th day since the departure of the Cold Soul Sovereign, a tremendous aura erupted from within Su Zhan, heralding yet another breakthrough in his realm. He ascended to the Midyuan realm. Not only that, but just a few hours later, 2 thunderous roars erupted from within him. His flesh and bones began to transform, and his Dantian swiftly expanded. The arrival of the 2 small-level techniques caused his power to surge exponentially, leaving even him momentarily disoriented. He had little choice but to send Xiao He for a test. The results quickly emerged. With a casual strike, the ordinary Xiao He caused a mid-Yuan practitioner to cough up blood. Even against a perfected Yuan practitioner, there was a fierce exchange, with Xiao He occasionally gaining the upper hand. Xiao Hong's prowess was even more astonishing. With a single blow, a mid-Yuan practitioner was obliterated on the spot, while a perfected Yuan practitioner was compelled to unleash a teleportation talisman in a desperate bid for survival. Just how far could his strength rise? There remained ample room for further growth. Chapter 75. The Provocation Across 2 Great Realms. A scathing rebuke to the elders of the Blood Eagle sect. Su Zhanhao was filled with exuberance. The enhancement of his strength bestowed upon him an immense sense of confidence. Yet, before he could fully savor this newfound power, he was abruptly interrupted. Master, I have encountered formidable foes. They are beings of the spirit realm.
Xiao Hong's revelation momentarily stunned Su Zhan.
The spirit realm. He had dispatched his avatars to wreak havoc for quite some time, and thus far, the most formidable adversaries he had faced were merely from the profound realm. What would compel elders of the spirit realm to personally intervene against a trifling figure like him? A mere practitioner of the elemental realm? Upon investigation, Su Zhan's astonishment escalated as he beheld the scene before him. Not one, but a staggering 8 individuals of the spirit realm. All hovered majestically in the air, looking down upon him. Xiao Hong was rendered immobile, unable to move an inch. Their attire exuded opulence, and they radiated an ethereal glow akin to celestial beings. These 8 were certainly not ordinary spirit realm practitioners. Adorning the insignia of the Blood Eagle sect, their appearance unmistakably indicated their status as elders. Is this lad Su-Jan? Why does he lack a human guise? The essence of life emanated from him, distinctly differentiating him from his avatars. There was no doubt he was the true body. The positioning from the Tianyan sect was accurate. Yet his appearance was undeniably peculiar. I too find this rather peculiar. Indeed, it was peculiar. A person capable of severing causal connections, possessing precious treasures, and wreaking havoc upon 4 sects could hardly be an ordinary individual. Yet, apart from a long blade and his attire, he possessed nothing else. No spatial rings or storage bags could be found. Was he truly the genuine article? The 8 elders of the Blood Eagle sect, with just a single glance, perceived Xiao Hong's true form entirely. The art of disguise might deceive those of the same realm, but even a practitioner of the Dan realm would see through it, let alone these beings of the spirit realm. To them, Xiao Hong appeared as nothing more than a flayed mortal. Their primary concern lay with the treasures on Su-Jan's person. They scanned him with their spiritual senses multiple times, yet found nothing. Suddenly, confusion enveloped all 8. My treasures, of course, are not here. Xiao Hong spoke with a tone vibrant and laced with sarcasm, as it was Su-Jan who utilized Xiao Hong's voice to communicate. Indeed, it is you. Surrender your treasures, or I shall ensure your suffering is unbearable. Be sensible. Since we have found you, do not harbor any delusions of escape. Comply, and I shall grant you a swift end. The 8 individuals present, upon hearing the voice, revealed expressions brimming with contempt and disdain. Coupled with the fact that this was the Tianyan sect using the celestial mechanism to pinpoint their target, they immediately concluded that the flesh and blood figure before them was none other than the true Su-Jan, and they began to issue threats. Enough, enough. Your words have become tiresome. Su-Jan chuckled lightly. But it seems the Blood Eagle sect is rather inept, wouldn't you agree? You capture a mere Yuan realm cultivator, yet require the Elder Council to intervene personally. Is this all the prowess your esteemed sect possesses? You're courting death. One elder, unable to contain his anger at being mocked by a mere Yuan realm, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Without any visible movement, he acted. Swish! In an instant, Xiao Hong's right arm was severed, blood gushing forth. However, due to an impressive self-healing ability, the flow of blood soon began to slow, and the wound visibly started to mend. To sever my right arm? Is this the extent of the Blood Eagle sect's capabilities? Su-Jan continued to mock, utterly unfazed. Does it not hurt at all? The 8 elders furrowed their brows in unison. Until now, they had seen many individuals, even those at the celestial realm, emit a groan of pain when losing a limb. Yet here stood Su-Jan, seemingly devoid of any sensation. Even if one could endure, the physical agony would be impossible to conceal. There must be some expression of suffering. Young man, you have no right to be so arrogant before us. Another elder snorted coldly. Xiao Hong's left arm was being contorted by an overwhelming force, slowly twisting it beyond natural limits. In mere moments, her flesh was twisted into a grotesque shape, bones shattered, some even protruding from the sinew, blood splattering everywhere in a scene of extreme brutality. This feels rather pleasant, Su-Jan remarked cheerfully, unfazed by the torment. You esteemed elders think yourselves so formidable, yet it appears you are merely mediocre. Have you not eaten? Perhaps you should apply a bit more force. His light-hearted demeanor left the 8 elders in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, astonished at one another.
What is this?
Such a degree of suffering, and yet he remains unaffected? How is it that Su-Jan appears so nonchalant? Could it be that he has dulled his sense of pain? But that cannot be. The injuries are severe and blood loss is evident. Even without pain, his condition should be deteriorating, and his complexion would surely reflect his suffering. In contrast, Su-Jan's complexion remained remarkably vibrant, not resembling one who was enduring torture at all. You insolent wretch! One elder, incensed by the mockery, gritted his teeth in fury. With a swift motion of his hand, invisible blades began to slice through Su-Jan's legs and torso, chunks of flesh falling away. This was the brutal punishment of Ling Qi. Quite a clever method. It would be perfect for slicing lamb when preparing hot pot.
Su Thang quipped.
Do continue, esteemed elder. My arm has barely been touched. Use more force, and let us see more blood. There are other elders present. Do not merely stand idly by. At the very least, these two old men have exerted some effort. If you simply watch with wide eyes, you shall surely be subject to gossip upon your return. Furthermore, revered elder over there, among the 8, you are the most exquisite. Grace us with a smile. Su Zhan unabashedly teased the 8 individuals, treating them not as the esteemed elders of the Blood Eagle sect, but rather as an eclectic assembly of elderly men, middle-aged individuals, youthful immortals, and women of the street. Despite their tattered appearances, with even the rhythmic beating of their hearts visible, his words flowed with an air of nonchalance. That insufferable little wretch. His impudent remarks had incited the nerves of all 8 elders. Even the most temperate among them could hardly maintain their composure, while those with less patience were ablaze with fury. Were it not for their shared desire for the treasure, any one of them could have reduced Su Zhan to mere dust with the flick of a finger. An elder musters some strength. Is this truly all? This level of power is hardly worth returning home for. Finally, one elder could no longer restrain himself. Without even a hint of their intended action, Xiao Hong's entire form erupted, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. How could you kill him? He sought death intentionally. You are merely fulfilling his wish. All 7 gazed at the elder who had acted, the one renowned for her beauty. No, we have erred. This may not be his true form. The enchanting elder quietly retracted her hand and spoke softly. Chapter 76. What? Su possesses 5 true forms. Upon hearing the words of the fairy, the elders immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, if it were the true form, it would be impossible to endure such immense suffering without a change in expression. Let alone the techniques they employed later, which incorporated concepts and even the power of laws, rendering Su incapable of self-healing and exacerbating his agony. That torment was deeply ingrained, piercing to the very soul. Even they themselves could scarcely bear it. Yet, despite this, the opponent showed no sign of yielding, instead watching them as if they were a mere spectacle. Everything could only be explained by the fact that he was not in his true form. But how could one reconcile this with his palpable life force and flesh and blood? An elder expressed his confusion, stating that he had deliberately investigated. Possessing divine consciousness and all attributes of a true body, he could not possibly be a puppet or any form of incarnation. Indeed, I too have investigated, yet found no trace of any external incarnation. Could it be that his methods have already transcended our understanding?